everybody, good morning. Welcome back to the BRDC Classic here at Silverstone. Beautiful sunshine already starting to dry up the overnight rain, and we have got a busy timetable full of racing action. Due to start with qualifying at 9 o'clock this morning and then races through till almost sunset. Stay with us throughout the day for all the action.
The access that you get,
it's just unbelievable.
It's also very noisy.
Some really monstrous V8s.
and the enthusiasm of the owners is just fantastic.
What a great weekend.
Well, delighted to be catching up with Sean Lynn. Motor Racing Legends has really set their stall out superbly here, Sean. This is a fantastic field of cars you brought to so many events.
No, thank you. No, it's been amazing to pull these cars together. Everything from the pre-66 touring cars to the endurance icons. It's a great array of amazing cars.
And Motor Racing Legends has got history, but you've also got a lot of ambition. You mentioned endurance icons, GP icons starting here as well, and this is kind of a taster for next year when the championships go live.
Yeah, we intend to bring GP icons across the UK and across into Europe, and the same with endurance icons. Goodyear have been great. They've been supporting us all the way through this and helping us promote this. So for us, it's a great opportunity. I think the market needs it. I think the clubs need it. Some of the collectors have been dying to get these cars out. They only come out for Monaco every 2 years. I think it's a good opportunity for us to push them forward, because people just want to see them and hear them and smell them effectively when they're going past. It's incredible. Makes you tingle.
It really does. That's what the fans love as well, to see more and more of these cars out, and particularly the more modern endurance cars. Now, the chance to make this cooperation with Goodyear, of course, you know that cars need spare parts, but the thing that everybody forgets is that nobody makes tyres for these old cars unless they're asked to. So that's going to be a major bonus, because without tyres you can't race anything.
No, exactly. I mean, one of the things, having a partner like Goodyear, so we commit to them, they commit to us, so we are getting the right sizes, the right tyres, the right profiles, be it medium, soft, wets, whatever it may be. They're going to look after us and look after the competitors, because the last thing you want is be bringing out some 5-year-old tyres that are no bloody good.
All right, well listen, the cars are just about to leave. Just want to say, enjoy the final day of this BRDC Classic. It's been a fantastic show so far. It's only going to get better.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Sean Lynn, Motor Racing Legends, really the key to the success of the grids here. Let's get back to the action and go upstairs.
Well, thank you very much, Martin. Haven down there, sun shining, a little bit of overnight rain, caught a few people out. My name's Bruce Jones. I'm in the dry, and so is Graham Goodwin.
Yeah, it's a little bit of rain. We had a band of rain coming through. I was absolutely drenched. But what it is going to mean, Bruce, a very green track this morning.
Well, it certainly will. The verges won't be green. They're still sort of very, very pale beige at the moment. No grass in the Northamptonshire-Buckinghamshire border has survived this so far, but it's 2 days so far, fantastic array of cars, absolutely brilliant. And today we've got plenty of racing. Let's take a look at the timetable. So that's the second page. That's after lunchtime, with all the Automobile Club Woodcut Trophy and so many other things beside. But we're going to kick off this morning with the pre-66 touring cars. That's qualifying. They're the only cars that haven't been on track as yet. And if you like your Mustangs, your Anglias, your Jaguars, you are in for a treat.
Ford Falcon.
2 Ford Falcons.
Wonderful
better still.
stuff to see. That's a touring cars to start the day. Then it's the F2 and the F5000 cars, and hopefully Alex Capadia's car, having found what they think was the fault back in Fine Fettle.
And then after that, 10:15, it's due to be the second of the races today, pre-war sports cars. And when we say pre-war, we're talking back to cars that are a whisker under a century old, up to just before. So here we are, pre-66 touring cars. That is a qualifying session to start the day. Then the HSCC Derek Bell Trophy, as you say, Formula 2, Formula 5000 cars. Then the pre-war sports cars back to just under a century ago. Think Bentleys, think Stellages et al. Mouth-watering. Historic Formula Junior, best race of yesterday. Tiny little cars delivering their power occasionally, but momentum is king, and they go in gaggles. Fantastic. Endurance icons, that's wetted your whistle last night. Cars that a blink of an eye ago were competing at Le Mans.
10 years, I mean, something like 10, 15 years old, some of those cars. That will take it into the lunch break, and then it's the GP icons presented by Goodyear. We heard Martin talking to Sean Lynn about those.
Yeah, those are Formula One cars, great big slick tyres from the late 70s into the early 80s, and they really did look good. They just looked at home here, as they should well be. Then after lunch, historic touring car challenge, and that is if you want to mix a pot and put in some BMW M3s, some Ford Sierra Cosworths, Nissan Skyline GTRs, yes please, have a quartet of those. Then the GT3 Legends, first ever race of GT3 20 years ago at this very venue. It's grown like Topsy since, already a historic class. So we're largely looking at cars from about 2012 to 2014, 15.
Yeah, 15. Yeah, it's for the latter half of the first decade of GT3 in a big grid.
Huge grid. Yeah. And then the pre 66 touring cars. That is what we're having qualifying for first thing this morning. And then finally the road sports, where we have a gaggle of Alfa Romeos and all. But let's go straight back down to join Martin, who's been very busy with the microphone.
With Alex Brundle and Jimmy Broadbent by the Brustang, your first project, and still your favourite?
Oh, it's tricky. It's like choosing between children, that one. I won't be drawn. But it's just nice to be on the wrong end of the microphone and the right part of the car, to be honest.
Now, it's just rained. Actually, it was a little bit heavy early on, so the track's nice and wet. So Jimmy's going out first.
Yeah, I get to be the explorer, which is very kind of Alex. Appreciate that, mate. I've not driven the car in a year either, so it's going to be a bit of an experience, but I'm looking forward to it. The car's fun in any condition anyway, so...
You had a lot of fun yesterday as well. You always have to set a target as a driver and just attack one car at a time.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, yesterday I was just beat the other GTR. Today we'll love to beat the other Mustangs, but there's some serious talent in there, so that's going to be quite a job, I think.
Now, with the wet, are we fearing the minis?
Oh, definitely fearing the minis. Yeah. As a man who's driven one around in the wet and at basically unabated pace, we know how good they are. I'm hoping it's going to dry out by the end of this qualifying session, because I think I've been flat out once in the rain in this Mustang, but it was only very fleetingly. That's what you're dealing with, basically. So they don't love the wet conditions. That being said, if it's dry, we'll go for it.
All right, lots of fun coming up with the touring cars.
Well, thank you very much, Jimmy Broadbent and Alex Brundle. Considering life, I'd had a quick count. 3 minis appear to be on the list for them to be troubled by, but also a few A40s. But the main part of the mix, a lot of Lotus Cortina Mark 1s. Well, why wouldn't you? Mustangs 2, Ford Falcons. They're going to have some big rumbles. And let's have a look at the weather. 20 degrees, that's the coolest it's been for a good month and a half, I'd reckon. Humidity, 66%. And if anyone had seen co-commentator Graham Goodwin arrive at breakfast at the circuit this morning, it looks as though he had his morning shower after he left. It's been a flurry, and some due to be coming through at about 10 o'clock. But as we look out of the commentary position, it's very windy.
And that's going to help the track to dry.
It's blowing through, and there's blue sky as I look across the Northamptonshire part of the circuit from our position, fairly close to where that flag is waving above the BRDC clubhouse.
If you're watching, come along if you can, because yesterday was a truly fantastic day of racing, day of action. On track. Absolutely fantastic mix of cars here and unrivaled access to.
Well, this is the thing, and I was talking to a lot of people. I nipped out while you were doing the final race yesterday, and people saying it's just the access, not just the access to be allowed close enough to look at the cars properly, but also to talk to the owners and the drivers and the people working on the cars. It's incredibly friendly. This is the first ever BRDC Classic, and I think Sean Lynn, Motor Racing Legends, have really assembled a cracking array of cars, and it is a moving history lesson. Even if it wasn't teaching you anything, it's going to entertain you, and the historic Formula Juniors will stand out. But I'm fairly sure this pre-66 top hat field is going to be mighty too. But also, unlike previous festivals and things, almost all the action in the car clubs is in half of the circuit. Yep. So you don't have to spend so much time walking around. Various people said to me, I'm not clocking up the miles, but I'm seeing a lot more in a smaller area. So they're very happy with that. And good to see people have made it here for first thing in the morning. Some have coffee, some appear to be having an energy drink on the right-hand side. These people will not need an energy drink, because if you're going out on a slightly greasy circuit in a Ford Mustang, interesting that Jimmy Broadbent, coming from a sim racing background, already gets those full metal driver excuses in early on in that
right in there, wasn't it? We've already seen Jimmy in action, impressively so, yesterday. 5th place, I think he was, in the mighty Nissan GTR. And now In many ways, a kind of similar concept, big power, rear-wheel drive, but in all sorts of others, completely different. But we're about to see yet another big and varied field. This is one of the biggest grids of the weekend. They'll be making their way through onto pit lane very shortly.
What I love is you look at Jack Riddell's Mustang, that he has raced in the past. You can see on the flank with Tom Ingram. You know, he's had various outings before. The level of preparation on these cars, they are. This one is probably almost the shiniest in the field. But alongside, look in the background, other Mustangs, two other back Mustangs. Immediately behind is number 116, which is Mark Matheson's Ford Falcon, and again, people all around the circuit, but a lot of them will be on the infield, so you won't see them so much on the banking. They'll be in the infield because we've got all the car clubs.
I was talking to someone yesterday evening about this who'd been watching on the TV. Oh, it looked like it was empty. It's not empty. It's just a bit more. It's a bit less Daytona 500, a bit more Rolex 24, and the big difference there is it's at the same place, but the action happens in a different part of the place. It's all inside, but of course you are welcome to go to some of the grandstands, and the Turn 1 grandstand, by the way, was absolutely packed for most of the day yesterday.
Well, this circuit is still somewhere that lets the cars really, really stretch their legs around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, and some of these cars have legs that do need stretching. And certainly the cars in this field will go about things very differently. This is top hat, this is pre-1966 touring cars, and if you want to know sort of what was winning in the British Saloon Car Championship as it was in period, let's go from 1960. Austin A40, was that the fastest car for Doc Shepherd? No, but it was a class structure. Then the following year, it's more like it, Sir John Whitmore, Mini Cooper.
Yes.
Again, the smaller class. Following year, John Love. Theme coming up here, Mini Cooper. Often the largest capacity class isn't the largest representation, so you don't get as many points. Then Jack Sears, that's more like it, Ford Galaxy, Lotus Cortina,
So
that was 63, 64.
Obviously a dry summer that year.
He chopped and changed in between. 64. Oh, Jim Clark, Lotus Cortina, some of the most famous photos in motor racing. Him 2.5 wheeling it around places like Brands Hatch,
Fantastic.
cocking a wheel on the inside. People have picked up the cameras, and to complete it, Roy Pierpoint, Ford Mustang, 1965. We're pre-66. So again, the diversity of machinery.
That's it, and it's we talked yesterday during the GT3 race about the variety. We've got a lot of that here too. Don't be deceived by the fact that the first three cars we showed you this morning were big banger American cars. There is a lot more variety to come.
It's a certain, I think that's Guy Smith.
It's Guy Smith.
Of course it is. A weekend away. We mentioned Ford Mustangs. He is in one of them, so not entirely sure what a GT3... well, I'll tell you what. Testing the conditions, perhaps, but this is a car that had, I think, a mechanical problem yesterday. Maybe they said you can have a little sighter lap just to check. Well, it doesn't hurt anyone, does it? Because well, it's interesting how at low speed how much spray there was coming onto the Wellington Straight.
But now, no, it's not bone dry, is it?
No.
Looked it, but it's absolutely not. So there is a little bit of spray kicking around there.
Oh, we do like a circuit that's wet at one end and dry at the other. That's just the interest of the commentators, but it does make fantastic TV. But right now, it's going to be drying out pretty quickly, but as you saw a short while ago, 20 degrees, that is a bit cooler than it's been in previous mornings, but certainly when I woke up in my hotel in Milton Keynes, I thought, I've woken up a bit too early this morning, but no, it was first morning in living memory, so it seems, where there wasn't just clear blue sky.
Absolutely. Looking out the window this morning, just down the road, 45 minutes in Hinckley, and it was readily apparent there'd been rain fairly recently, and then coming from there twice through that band of rain, and then caught again, as you quite rightly say, between my parking space and the paddock diner.
It's very important to amuse your fellow commentators, and sort of Graham certainly won that battle early on. He got us on side. Now this is a name I haven't seen race one of these before. Jonathan Mitchell. He's been out in GT3 Legends, right at the sharp end in an Aston Martin. He was out also in a Jaguar E-Type, and now he's trying his hand in a very good-looking Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1. Unusual to have that pale blue stripe down the side. Most of them still stick with a sort of fairly standard sort of olivey green. Some have black stripes down their flanks, but Alfa Romeos as well. The Giulia's super popular in period too. Austin A40 in the background. Yep. Been in Farina Design. Yes. I used to go to school in the back of one of those.
Did you
There
really?
are many cars I used to go to school in.
13 Lotus Cortinas in this.
Good stuff. Hold on. Better than that. 13 Lotus Cortinas on a greasy track.
There goes the Mustang. Jaguar Mark II arriving now, and it really is pre-1966 top trumps, isn't it? Wonderful array of machinery.
The Ford Falcon that went past, that's car number 1. Marco Attard, former British GT star, with Sir Chris Hoy.
Yes, indeed.
Who's already had a run in the European 2-litre series Lola. He shared with Alex Brundle, and I think truly enjoying his weekend.
Well, I mean, I had very little time to adjust to that car. He was telling me just a short test he did before he arrived at this race meeting, and there's been precious little track time, particularly for Sir Chris, because he was busy on practice day hosting the King and Queen at the opening ceremony of the Commonwealth Games up in Glasgow. But delight to see him here, and looking very well too.
That's the car he'll be driving. It's a sort of grey with the green stripe up the flanks. Green with gold, it's just the way the light catches it, actually.
And Marco, yeah, you're right. I mean, ex-British GT champion, of course, Marco Attard, back in the day. So they'll be
Interesting how dry that part of the circuit looks. So again, it has definitely been wetter in parts. So Mini, 2 Lotus Cortinas, Mark II Jaguar, another cheeky Lotus Cortina. So this should be a real cracker. It's qualifying, so they're all on their outlap, and then they'll start picking up the pace. But it sort of looks like they've been told to take it a little easy on the outlap. But spray,
wetter here.
Yeah, certainly at the far end of the circuit, it's a little bit wetter, turning into Abbey. Yeah, still kicking up the spray a little bit. I don't know if the bits in the sunshine will dry a huge lot. Oh, okay, the tail can wag the dog. We do like that.
Yeah, indeed. One of the Lotus Cortinas having fun there. Still again wet here. But you're right, towards the end of the lap, significantly drier looking. And with that breeze, and with the sunshine now out, I think we're going to start to see this track steaming.
Oh, Chevrolet Impala moment. I wonder if that's the ex-Ed Foster car that came over from the States a handful of years ago. But again, something different. When these big American cars arrived, everyone thought, yeah, they have all the grunt, they'll beat us. But hold on, they can't go round corners. That wasn't...
It's Martin Haven. No, it's not. It's another Morris Minor.
It's looking rather complete, isn't it?
It's
So well, something for everyone. And again, people can look, and people of a certain age, as the Riley goes through, going, oh, I went to school in one of those. I tell you what, if you've ever been to the Haynes Motor Museum...
Hang on, before you do, rare opportunity to see 3 Alfa Romeos of a vintage all operating as they should.
Oh, you're a terrible man, Graham Goodwin. But if you ever go to the Haynes Motor Museum, I recommend it, down in Somerset near Sparkford. There is an entire chamber which could be called I went to school in one of those.
Oh, there you go.
And it would suit you, suit me. We were both born in the 1980s, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, it's always good to see. And that's the beauty when you see a car you haven't seen for a long time, or perhaps if you bring a child along with you and they look and go, oh, did you go in those? But anyhow, right now the pace is going to start picking up. The sun is starting to burn up. But look how much spray there is. There's a bit of smoke as well. I have fear that's a little bit of smoke from that Mustang.
I think it might have been. It doesn't compete with this festival in any way, shape or form, but there's another car culture event in the British summer. I think it's just taken place for this year. And I do love the title, The Festival of the Unexceptional.
Yes, I know.
I love that.
I think that started really quite a long time ago. I'm fairly sure it kicked off in Bromley, just in the southern end of London, on the sort of Kent border long ago. But yes, there is something about... Well, actually, look, I tell you what, with historic racing now, there is a move to include the cars that didn't win as much as those that did. And it's great to look at some of them, even to an untrained eye. You can look and go, well, I can see why that one didn't win.
Absolutely.
But it's all part of the mix. So still waiting for the first flying laps to come on the board. But I would suggest with every moment, every corner, every car going around a corner, they are beginning to dry out. This little slick of rain that came in at about, I think, 5 o'clock this morning. And then again, at precisely the moment you were coming into Brentford, so about
just for that kind of 35 seconds, I think I've managed to gather every drip. I've saved these guys probably another lap in drying the track out. Most of it's still on me.
Right, it seems as though we look at pace around the people doing their first flying lap. Car number 10, which is a Mustang, Tom Sharp's Mustang, looks like that's going to be quickest early on. It sets some very, very good pace in the first part of the lap. But let's see, Alex Brundle, car number 6. There he is coming towards us, the Mustang, and Alex is getting more and more cars under his wing. Obviously the Lola T292, which he raced in the European 2-litre series. And as he said, that pesky day job involves commentating, going around the world. It can get in the way a bit, but the fastest car is this one, which is the sort of gunmetal grey Ford Falcon. And just to finish my point, when these cars, these were the first American cars to come across, then the Galaxies came in, which were even larger. You know, the tail end of a Galaxy always seemed large enough to land a small aeroplane on, and particularly when they're racing against minis and things. It's extraordinary. But what surprised the European people was these cars could be made to handle. Everyone just thought, no, our Lotus Cortinas are the right size for something of a saloon championship. And then you had this wonderful period, as I said, Jack Sears winning the title in a Ford Galaxy, having started the year in a Lotus Cortina. And, you know, if he was running along, he looked in his rear view mirror, what would he see? Nothing.
Well, this is a remarkable shot. We had it just a moment ago with the Lotus Cortina, followed by the Mustang, followed by the Ford Falcon, all built by the same company, and, you know, with entirely different ways of approaching performance.
You've forgotten the Anglia as well.
The Anglia, of course, is out there too.
Yeah, an Anglia. So you had the clash of the various divisions of Ford. Of course, Ford at the time were basically Ford USA, and then there were outlets in Australia and things like that. But you had Ford of Europe, but even the British Ford versus the German Ford did things differently. We had the Cortina, they had the Townless, and so on and so forth back in the period.
Well, we'll see. So quickest at the moment.
A. Brundle. No, T. Sharp. Tom Sharp, as I said, he was setting the quickest time. He's clear by 1.5 seconds. So Alex, we look at him now, car number 6, and he's actually been pushed back because Guy Smith, what pedigree has that guy got? Oh, Le Mans winner. I just remembered.
So good to see Guy. Spotted him making his way to the car this morning. First time I've seen him this weekend, because this is, of course, the first time we've seen these cars on track this weekend.
Indeed, everybody else did their qualifying on Friday, but the top hat lot compressed into one day. The cars have been here for us to look at over the time, but Guy Smith's got a lot of experience in a Lotus Cortina. His father Pete races them as well, often against each other or with each other in some longer races. So, you know, it's just keeping Guy's hand in the game.
Worth mentioning, by the way, if you're enjoying the sights and sounds of these cars, they will race this afternoon, timetabled for 3:45 this afternoon for a 45-minute race. And Bruce and I will bring the action for that for you, our penultimate race this afternoon.
This is Guy Smith coming towards us, a Le Mans winner, of course.
With Bentley.
With Bentley, 2003. Again, historic racing does have a way of shaking your tree when you think, yeah, great looking, it's still a brilliant looking car, that Bentley, but 23 years ago,
I know,
what's going on?
It's completely nuts. And of course, one of those cars is here in Endurance Icons in the hands of Sean Lynn, we also heard from earlier this morning.
But it's when you look back at someone like Guy Smith, of course, he started his career in single-seaters, so he would have seen the evolution of Silverstone as well. It's never stayed as a constant as I mean, the essence of the circuit is as it was sort of 1948, it had its debut, 1950, they stopped using the runways by and large, and but then, of course, we've had all the corners come and go, but we've still got the essence of the outline. But if you actually counted how many circuit derivations that Silverstone Guy would have raced on, he could probably hold up the fingers of two hands.
Yeah, I think you're right.
With, you know, corners like Bridge that have been and gone and been forgotten, but I still, when you drive in, you still go, whoa, that was a corner.
I will put my hand up and say that I am responsible personally for putting Guy in an even older vehicle than this, because Guy, back in my days back in PR, came and helped us celebrate the end of the Routemaster busing service by putting it through its paces. The very last bus, which I'm delighted to say I've driven as well, now lives at Brooklands, by the way, that bus, at Myra. And we speed tested it at Myra, around the banking, at a heady 38 miles an hour.
Oh, what was the angle of dangle, though? Right, we will find out. Tordoff. Do you know that name? Tordoff seems to be at the top of the charts. Another Ford Mustang, dark red one, Sam Tordoff. So Sam does a lot of historic racing in the Lotus Elan as well. So I love the fact that a lot of drivers, when they've finished their crack at something serious, still want to come out and play.
Well, Sam, of course, touring car driver, but we had him briefly in GTs as well. He was very, very good. JMW, he had a season or so with in their Ferrari. And he is a driver of some significant quality. There is the 600. Kind of cherry red, is it not? Or purple? What do we call that colour?
Whatever you want. They call it Ruby Stone Red.
Do they? I like that.
Well, Porsche used to have a colour called Ruby Stone Red, but I remember driving on a 964 RS, one of the best cars, if not the best car I've ever driven. To my eyes, it was pink, and you talk to anyone else, Porsche fans will say, no, it was red. Well, it was quite pink, wasn't it? But anyhow, brilliant car, but being driven beautifully. So at the moment, we have a Mustang on the top of the charts, so that's Sam Tordoff. Guy Smith, Mustang. Alex Brundle, third, Mustang. Car number 10, anything different? Yes, a Ford Falcon. That's Tom Sharp, who was the first driver to put a quick lap on the board. And then a new name. That's what it's about, Sam.
Yeah.
And as he recovers, I was just about to tell you who was the fastest Lotus Cortina driver, and it's Jack Walker-Tully at the moment, 5th overall. He just slotted that in. Okay, so greasy on the track, greasy on the grass as well.
Indeed. I've got it. I've not. Here we go.
Where did it all go wrong?
That's exactly where.
And then there.
Yes.
On the grass, but again, not much grass to run on, just a sort of rather frayed and tattered mat.
The automotive equivalent was tripping on the step with shopping bags in both hands.
Yeah, and you try to say something that's worthless and smash something that's valuable, but luckily nothing was smashed there. So Sam Torloff will continue on his way. The best lap, his lap, is still top of the charts by 1.2 seconds. There's still plenty of time, just under 20 minutes, just under 19 minutes in this half-hour qualifying session to go. And by the time they get on the track this afternoon, there is due to be a little flurry of rain at 10 o'clock, but actually can't see that at the moment, 45. But their race this afternoon, track should be bone dry by then.
So getting up to speed. Sam Torloff first under 2 minutes and 50 seconds before that slight whoopsie.
Fastest of our Lotus Cortinas, Jack Walker-Tully. Very unusual livery, I rather like that. It's like the tricolour. Maybe his Jacques, not Jack, in terms of Walker-Tully. But Alfa Romeo's in the mix. They won't trouble the field at the very front end. They don't have the pace. Lotus Cortinas, of course, they've been in historic racing for a long time. They're all developed to a very, very good level indeed that would have made Jim Clark quite proud back in period. A few tricks of the trade have made them hand in a way that he wouldn't in period. He didn't have to get a good handling car though for certain Jay Clark. He would drive around anything, just sort of one of the purest of all drivers.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday, weren't we, about a couple of drivers, the supreme all-rounders of the eras, of the likes there nowadays of people like Romain Dumas, for instance, quick in just about anything he drives, and for that matter, Robert Kubica as well has shown himself able to pedal just about anything quickly.
Yeah, anyone who can transfer to rallying as well, and of course Stéphane Sarrazin used to go across the French race and dabble in rallying, and Jim Clark would have done rallies in period. But right now, you know, the show put on by the Top Hat gang, it's great, and the sun's glinting. Fastest Lotus Cortina nipping past, that's Jack Walker-Tully, still in 5th place overall. For your reference, he's just under 2 seconds down on the best of the Mustangs, which is still Sam Rodeo Tordoff. So that's a very impressive time, and Alex Brundle will probably come in at this point fairly soon, because you do need to put a second driver in the car. He's got to put Jimmy Broadbent on board.
Question, did they not say that Jimmy was going to get in the car first?
They did, but well, we'll see who gets out. They did, but maybe eventually Jimmy did. You know, they drew straws or something, best of 3 or best of 7 if you don't win within 3.
First thing it's the car door.
Yeah.
I think it's, but all sorts of improvements going on here. And, plenty of green in terms of sector times up and down the first page that we've got. So there is pace still to be found clearly. This track far from bone dry. And in period on a bone dry track, grip was always something at a premium.
Oh, 100%. And in fact, sometimes in a Lotus Cortina, you didn't really want grip because they're very good at being slid around the circuit. And now this one is up to 4th place overall, car number 170, which is Jonathan Mitchell. He of GT3 Legends fame, of historic racing fame.
Went very well, didn't he?
In E-types. He goes very well in absolutely anything and everything. And again, just adapting his driving style, because to come to here, okay, forget the fact it's slightly greasy. He's driving 3 entirely different cars, 2 of them quite close in terms of age, which is the Lotus Cortina, we're looking at him now, and also the Jaguar E-type. But obviously the GT3 Aston Martin he's driving was from 2013, 14, 15, there or thereabouts, but he is a clear talent. He's been most famous in recent years for his speed in an E-type, but he really is adapting to everything and adapting to where the track might go. But again, where is the grip? Go and find it. Doing a bit of a Jacques Villeneuve there when he came here in Formula 1 and had a lot of, not Jacques, Gilles, I mean, had lots of spins, but he worked out where the limit was and then dialed it back very slightly.
Well, a very pretty looking colour combination on that Lotus Cortina. Approaches the Morris wardrobe. Morris Minor up ahead. Wonderful sign.
So Jonathan Mitchell, car number 170, 4th at the moment, but he's only clear of Jack Walker-Tully in the battle of the Lotus Cortinas by 21 thousandths of a second. And actually, if Jonathan Mitchell can find 2 thousandths of a second, he'll go up to 3rd overall. But we still have Mustang from Mustang, and a mover most recently be car number 49, another Mustang, which is Michael Whittaker. That's not Mike Whittaker. Michael is son of Mike. Mike, of course, we've seen in that TVR Griffith so much.
Yeah, Morris Minor heading for pit lane. Early car by the look of that Minor.
Yeah, the low headlights, absolutely so. I don't know what year they stopped those. I'd say that was probably late 50s. And the headlights came up rather higher.
So that's a low light, as it's known in the trade, the original shape of the Morris Minor. Your Morris Minor correspondent reports. And originally with a 948 side valve engine, it is no longer a 948 side valve engine. It's a 1293, so 1275 plus a slight overbore, but it's a very, very early low light. So that's a 1949, that can't be right, 1959 car. Sounds a bit more like it. So yeah, early low light Morris Minor, there you go.
I've seen Martin Haven move fast before, but never as much as when he wants to come and tell us about very early Morris Minors. As he's the president of the global president of the Morris Minor Association.
He is indeed. I had to remind myself that
3
it was
bars
indeed
and
on the 2-gallon thing. It was a 1949 car, not 1293, which is the size of the engine. But Martin actually moving significantly quicker than the Morris Minor is capable of doing to bring us that update.
Right, it may not be a Mustang on pole for much longer because Jonathan Mitchell, the best of the Lotus Cortinas, is within, he's 0.151 of a second in arrears. He's moved up to second overall. He doesn't really take no for an answer. He wants to be top in everything. Well, that's what drivers can do if they so choose. Car 49, that's making moves. That's Michael Whitaker. His father, Mike, races that glorious Griffith TVR, as we mentioned. But Michael getting more and more mileage in cars. And I think he's particularly loving this Mustang.
Yeah, a bit of a switcheroo as the conditions improve, the track conditions improve.
Okay, let's find another car. The Sears is the top class, the most powerful cars. The man class is the Lotus Cortina class, so cars with smaller engines. Go smaller still, go to the roads class. Let's talk minis. Car number 21, Ben Colburn, no stranger to the top of pile in whatever he races.
10th fastest.
That is impressive. He's only 4 seconds off the ultimate pace. I would suggest if the track was less greasy at certain points, that gap would be larger, but at the minis, they don't seem to notice the weather.
It's fair to say, is it not, that the wide open spaces here at Silverstone are less conducive to mini on Falcon action?
Yeah, correct. With the tighter circuit, they would have a chance, and Goodwood is a circuit that mixes them up very nicely indeed. It seems absolutely tailor-made for historic racing. 1948 to 1966. Right, Jonathan Mitchell diving in. Has he done enough? Not to take pole. And in fact, he's just been moved back because we've got a new car on pole. Car number 17. David Moran, Alex Reed. It's the Alan Mann livery car, you know, red with the gold roof. There's that low light. Low light. Not low life.
Yeah.
Morris Minor coming off. Now, fastest car here. It is beautifully picked up there by the TV crew. Red with the gold roof. Of course, Alan Mann Racing, so successful in period. And again, their levels of presentation were right up there at the time, and I love it when a team has a definitive livery and sticks with it. And red and gold on a car, never a bad combination, may I say.
And he is pressing on, isn't he?
Yeah.
So that's a full second clear. As this track does dry out, we have got just 11 minutes to go in this session. I think we're going to see significantly quicker times coming.
Yeah, we are. They're changing because Jack Walker-Tully, beautifully picked up. Oh, not so well picked up. He's just got second fastest. And he'll have time to recover, just under 11 minutes to remain, as long as there's nothing untoward there. But okay, just pushing to the edge and a little bit too far beyond the edge. Second fastest, so this lap has been wrecked. Won't have done much damage to the tyres at all, and will continue on his way.
It's a great looking car, Lotus Cortina. Very much of its age, and those...
The narrow pillars, the A and B pillars, just make cars look so delicate. Of course, from a safety reason, we now have great stanchions front and back, which is a shame. Let's have a look at what exactly went wrong. Well, it went wrong at Maggots and ended up reversing into Beckett. So we've all done it, don't worry.
And by the way, one of the signature parts of that Mark 1 Cortina, those rear lights, the...
Ban the bomb.
The 3-section rear lights, which served in so many specialist British sports cars of the era.
Well, we were talking TVRs, and of course they had them, I think, on the Grand Tourer, which was one of the very early models. Yes, they did, and I don't know, they just have a sort of friendly appeal, I think. What some people would call a design classic. Right, going down through the classes, it's still 10th place for the best in the roads class, still Ben Colburn, but now instead of being 4 and a bit seconds off the pace, he's 6 seconds, because now Guy Smith has gone to the top ahead of Michael Whitaker. So Guy's been considering life, imagining what it's like to be going down the Mulsanne Straight in his Bentley. Suddenly realised he's at the wheel of a Ford Mustang, and he's topped by 1.8 seconds, so whole chunks of time. Michael Whitaker found a second, and now things have changed. What else is coming in? 17 and 79 have moved up second and third. 17 is another Ford Mustang, that's the one we've just been looking at a short while ago, red with the gold roof. That's David Moran, and then car number 79 is one I think could really challenge, because it's a Lotus Cortina. Mark Drain who is
Alfie
quick,
Briggs.
and Alfie Briggs, who is hyper quick. I
He
think
is.
he's still a teenager. He does a lot of racing in historic circles, doesn't know the histories of the car. He just gets put in them, and he's terribly quick.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself. He gets an awful lot of track time, works with the BBM company, and in this instance is working with WA Racing, who are looking after Mark Drain's fleet of cars. But Alfie, coming out of karting where he's had some real success and showing that he's absolutely got it. Contemporary racer as well, an LMP machinery. But enjoying his time here. Bumped into him as I left the diner this morning, and big broad grin, looking forward to it. Sam Tordoff goes to the top again.
Well, he's topped by 2 seconds. Suddenly we've got times that are vaulting forward. It was very hard early on to break 2 minutes 45. Now we're down to 2 minutes 42.1. Guy Smith is 2 seconds down, but I reckon by the end of this lap, Guy Smith may go top again. That is how fast it's drying. Fuel loads, of course, coming down. Familiarity for some. They might not have been on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone for a while. Background of this gaggle, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 cars is Jonathan Mitchell. He's still pushing on, but instead of being at the sharpest of sharp heads, Jonathan is suddenly on the way down in 13th position. I wonder if he's had some times taken away. I tell you what, he's been into the pits. Okay.
So I should look for that. Tom Sharp's number 10 Falcon pops up in third. But it's a quick lap underway from Guy Smith. Not sure, I think he's just had a bit of a stumble in the middle sector. So I don't think this is going to be an improvement from Guy. But the pace is certainly in the first sector in this track now. And to the top goes the number 72 car. That is another Lotus Cortina. It's Nick Sampson. And which bird is that?
Max Bird.
Right.
Right, the clock is suddenly counting down. It was a half-hour qualifying session. This is for the HRDC Top Hat pre-66 saloons. And the spray is still issuing from behind the cars. That's Guy Smith, former Le Mans winner, having fun. He's down in 5th. Oh dear, Lotus Cortina not having so much fun. That's car number 42. That's Simeon Muir and Andrew Usher, but it may rejoin. What we have is a lot of drivers now going out as the second driver.
Yes.
So they're the ones going out and having that voyage of discovery. How much grip have we got? Oh, but they didn't tell me it was this wet out at Stowe.
So all sorts going on. Another change. We've got top 3 cars separated by under a tenth of a second at the moment. Might not stay that way. 17 car, that's David Moran, Alex Reid, their Ford Mustang. That goes to the top with a 242.105. But we have got purple sectors significantly further down. And there we go. It's Tom Sharp going back to the top at 241, and now Sam Tordoff at 239.9. So the leaps forward are coming quickly as this track dries now quite rapidly, Bruce.
It really is, and as I said, we've had this sort of period of the second driver coming out, taking a lap or two to get up to speed, but the track is getting kinder and kinder. But at the moment, the top 3 cars in the top class, that's the Sears class, best of the rest, still that number 72 Lotus Cortina, Max Bird, and going very nicely, sharing with young racer Nick Sampson. But I think we've still got some quick times to come further down. I'm still keeping an eye on Jonathan Mitchell. Remember, he was up in second place. He's 17th at the moment. Want to see what his next lap will be. What's he changed on the car? What's he done? Because he could have stayed out and done the entire session. He's driving solo. I don't know if he's had any times taken away. No messages to say so, but I think that's just indicative. He came in, the track dried. Suddenly we're seeing people taking 1, 2, 3 seconds off their previous best lap time.
And we're going to see it again, I think, before we see the end of this session. All of a sudden, Sector 1 times for the quicker cars dipping under 50 seconds. Not seen that one before, and that is already taking chunks of time out of the cars behind.
New name at the top. Suddenly another Mustang. We haven't really seen the orange and black car. Colin Souter started it. Oh, tell you what the factor is. Jake Hill has got on board. Bam! 2 minutes 39.0. 9/10 of a second clear. He can't help himself, can
What
he?
does he know about touring cars?
Well, he's built all the Tamiya models. That's what we know about.
More coming. So, and now it's Alex Brundle, we believe, aboard the car now.
And he goes top.
And he goes top by 3/10 of a second, first into the 238.
Right, we've got 4 3/4 minutes remaining in the session until the checkered flag comes out to complete half an hour. How low will the times go? 2 minutes 38.7 now. I think it's going to be harder to take great chunks out of this, but Alex Brundle has got bragging rights for now. But going around the next lap, got to see what Jake Hill
I think
can
there's
do.
still a
in
step,
number 26.
you know. I think we could still see this coming down 36s maybe. I think there's a step still to come.
Yeah, well, there is a target. Jonathan Mitchell, by the way, has picked his way up from 17th to 13th, but he's 4 seconds off. That will come down as he gets out onto this dry track. We do need variety. We'd love the Lotus Cortinas to be up with the Mustangs, and certainly this greasy circuit gave them a chance. We have seen some at the top of the charts, but at the moment it's a Mustang first, a Mustang second, and Mustang third. Sam Dordoff down to third. He won't take that line down. This is car 26. This is the Jake Hill car, orange with the black stripe, started by Colin Souter. Let's see what Jake
goes to the top.
Oh, look at that drift.
It's already a 2:37 dead from Sam Dordoff.
I thought you were optimistic to say we get into 2-minute 36s. He has to find 20 thousandths of a second to do so. That is attainable. Yeah,
and he's all of a sudden put 1.7 seconds on Alex Brundle. I'm waiting for Alex's second sector time. Purple sector at the moment, 1:18.2 has come from Sam Dordoff. But Alex Brundle with a purple first sector. We've got just over 3 minutes to go in this session, and the times are coming quickly.
Yeah, they really are. And by the way, I was having a quick talk. The entry list had 45 cars. One car hasn't made the start, but 44 cars are going to come out to play. This is going to be dynamite this afternoon.
Jake Hill, by the way, has just gone through with the purple second sector, and it's over a second quicker than Sam Dordoff's. 2:36 is, I think, pessimistic.
I think if you printed out a tracer for throttle and steering application for each of the laps, everyone is going about things differently here, and it's extraordinary. And the difference from how they'd have handled the first lap of this session through to the last, it'll be just the other end of the spectrum in every single aspect. But Dordoff no longer on the top. 2 minutes 35 from Jake Hill. You were quite right.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, right into the mix of that is Jake Walker-Tully in a 101 car, briefly third quickest in his Lotus Cortina at 2:39. But that's almost immediately becomes fourth as Jake Hill completes that lap.
Yeah, and Richard Dutton in the mix in his Lotus Cortina. He always goes very well, and Richard, of course, a long time involvement with Lotus Cortinas, but that's his second career in motor racing, if you will, and certainly great to see him still pushing on. But as fast as you say he's in sixth, he's not, he's in ninth, because other people are just throwing in the quick times. And just again, looking at the progress of Jonathan Mitchell, I'm sorry for banging on, but he does tend to work his way to the front. He was 17th, then he was 13th, now he's 6th, just demoted to 7th. More quick times coming in.
Guy Smith pops up in 4th, 5th now for the quickest of the Lotus Cortinas. Is the number 72 car in a 2:38.4, so their times are coming down nicely. Jake Hill, though, already topping the times and is through in a purple sector in sector 1. Sam Dordoff not quite completing that line. Alfie Briggs comes up now into 4th place. He's the lead car in the class occupied by Lotus Cortinas.
An interesting little one for you, Graham. I just was about to say, at the first end of the first sector, which is on the three-quarters of the way down the Hanger Straight, Jake Hill just went through at 135 miles an hour. A moment later, Alex Brundle came through 8.5 miles an hour faster in that Mustang. That's the grunt.
I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? Sam Dordoff now goes to the top, and it's a low 35s now. 34s now within range. Under a minute to go, but they're still finding purple sectors regularly as this grip is coming.
And now a new name at the top of the Lotus Cortina chart, which is the man category, car number 79, 4th place overall, Alfie Briggs, 2 minutes 37.0. He is very much in the mix. How low will they go? And he's on to his next lap, doesn't improve in the first sector, but there's still maybe time for him to go through. Half a minute remains. 2 minutes 35.1 seconds. That's Sam Dordoff, top of the tower by a full half second. That's astonishingly good.
Yeah, Jake Hill, though, is on a real flyer. Say that Sam Dordoff puts in significantly quicker first sector, so it looks at the moment as if it's a duel between them. What could Alex Brundle possibly do here? Can a Cortina get anywhere close to that? Guy Smith, I don't think we've quite seen the best from Guy either yet. So Jake Hill, it's a 2:33 dead this time.
Wow, 2 seconds clear. The flag has just been waved, got to the end of half an hour, so waiting to see what people will complete on this lap. Sam Dordoff has just set the fastest first sector of anyone. He's fighting back, but to find 2 seconds, that is a massive ask.
Alex Brundle pops up in 3rd place on his final lap, and the Johnson Ross number 16 car goes up into 4th place. That's another of the Mustang, Matt Johnson, Robert Ross.
What is so bonkers, we're looking at the Alan Mann racing car, that was in the top 2 or 3 places. Last time I checked, it was in 13th, now 14th place. It's 5 seconds off the ultimate pace. That is how fast it's changed.
From pretty much nowhere, Jack Riddell comes through. He's 4th quickest And again, another of the Mustangs. I'm keeping an eye, though, on Sam Tordoff. He's not done here. He is chasing down 2 seconds off at the moment with the fastest lap he's done, Jake Hill, but he's put in the fastest first sector of the session. It's not quite purple, or indeed green, for sector 2, but he's been shuffled back to 3rd place at the moment by David Moran and Alex Reed's Ford Mustang.
Which was a blink of an eye ago in 14th place, and it's just moved up right at the end. Car number 17 up into, still 2 seconds off the ultimate pace, into 2nd position, which becomes 3rd because Sam Tordoff just nips through and he gets with it just under a 10th of a second away from Jake Hill. They'll be laughing about that afterwards. I'll tell you what, driving a Ford Mustang on a greasy track, how hard do you dare push? Amazing fun. But what we saw in the final few stages, still a couple of cars to come through, is the power of the Mustang really began to play as the track dried out. Hey, you didn't have to be a physicist to work that one out.
61 car goes 3rd. That is the Ford Mustang, guess what, of Andrew Haddon this time. So that's a car, again, from pretty much nowhere. And again, the 49 car now.
Yeah, Michael Whitaker just managed to... So the last few cars coming across the line, and for all these cars on a drying track, the last lap was always going to be the fastest unless you got traffic. And job done. But has Jake Hill finished yet? He just put in the fastest middle sector of anybody. The final sector is really very short indeed. It's from just the approach to Brooklands round the final few corners. Is there going to be a mover?
And by the way, it was a quick first sector as well from Jake, so I think there could be an improvement coming here.
So the checkered flag has been out for the best part of 2.5 minutes.
And it does.
Just Jake Hill, well, he goes a second clear at the end. 2 minute 32.15. A while ago I was scoffing when you said they might get to 2 minute 36. Is oh me of little faith.
And that's just does go to show. And by the way, with another short band of rain we think coming through, shows how quickly this track can dry out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. Obviously, it wouldn't have been cold overnight. It hasn't been cold since about early April, I think, around centre of England. In fact, pretty much all of England, all of the United Kingdom. But right now, it looks though Colin South will be having a big smile on his face because his car will be on pole, courtesy of Jake Hill. Best of the Lotus Cortinas right at the end. Blink and you missed it. And Victor Cullen came through. Victor, son of Michael, Irish racer, going great guns. So he tops the man class in 8th place overall. The roads class, for a long time, Ben Colburn, when the track was greasy, his Mini was 10th, 21st. Well, that was inevitable as the track dried out. And car number 156 ends up top of the A-League class. That's Alfa Romeo class. Alfa Romeo's Sprint GT. Richard Forrest doing that time right at the end. And the Les Leston class, Richard Postins, car number 27, ended up top in that. And that was in his Austin A40 in Speedwell Blue, but in fact the time may have been set by Match Action. I'm just saying he was down originally on the entry list. So that was a fantastic way to get Sunday going here at the BRDC Classic, and let's take a look at the results. Quite frankly, if you looked at the timing screen, looked away and then back again, it would have changed during that session, but Jake Hill really rose to the top. There he is, clear by just a whisker over a second. Mustangs coming good as the track dried out, as expected. Sam Tordoff second, Michael Whitaker third, Andrew Haddon fourth, bit of a Mustang theme, all the way down with Moran and Reed in fifth behind Andrew Haddon, then Alex Brundle and Jack Riddell. Best of the Lotus Cortinas is Ryan Cullen Victor Cullen, I beg your pardon, down in 8th place overall, ahead of Jack Mitchell and Richard Dutton as well. So fantastic mix of cars, and for a few it really was a voyage of discovery as they've tried to find some grip. Some looked for it on the grass, didn't find it there.
Got to go, by the way, all the way down to 20th before we get something other than a Ford or Lotus Ford in the order. And that's the first, the Alfa Romeos. Top 7 cars in that session, all Ford Mustangs. Cracking stuff as the grip came back. And I do love drying track in a qualifying session.
It does add it up, and congratulations to Bartlett and Gone, because the Roast Marina Low Light was not the slowest of the field. 44 cars came out to play. They were spread out around the track, but when we get to the race, they will not be spread out.
Nope.
And that's going to be fantastic. Last couple of cars just coming on home past the wing. Of course, we're based, the pit lane for us is between Woodcote and Copse, as it used to be for a very, very long time.
And again, if you're watching, we'll watch a few of the highlights here. The Mustangs and the Lotus Cortinas in the mixed conditions, really duking it out for quite a period before the track really started to dry out and the poke of the Mustangs could take this way. See the minnows in the middle of the field.
Yeah, Ford Falcons, Ford Mustangs, Ford Chevrolet Impala, they were the big rigs, but then the small ones, Austin A40 in the middle, Mini on the right-hand side, and Alfa Romeo on the side closest to the camera. That was the Alexander and Forest car. In the early stages, you could still see they were kicking up a fair degree of spray, so your line was necessarily a little more limited at that point, but as the track dried out, sun shining gently, some of the big names, Guy Smith there, right in the mix, and whatever you thought was good enough was not good enough. Then the checkered flag fell, and the quickest times, guess what? They came on the final lap as the cars were coming in. Sam Tordoff, he survived this to be second fastest. That was really quite a lot of a grassy moment, but second for him. But it was about surviving. It was surviving on the track. Again, the mix of cars, the top hat, the low light Morris Minor moving out of the way. Lotus Cortina's coming through. That was Jonathan Mitchell, who ended up, I think, second in the Lotus Cortina class. Big charge, and eventually Jake Hill took over from Colin Souter in this orange and black striped Mustang. Loud, mean, and quickest. Right, that's that for the top hat pre-66 touring cars, and a short while ago we were doing some interviews down in the pit lane in the sunshine.
Okay, well, the President, Chairman? Chairman. Oh, we don't like presidents.
No.
President.
That's very US.
Indeed, Chairman of the Lotus Drivers Club. An astonishing turnout. How many cars here this weekend?
For us, there is today 91. So a really good turnout. Amazingly, most people buy weekend tickets, and you always get a lot more on a day when there's a track parade, which of course we've just had, as opposed to last year where it got cancelled due to some incident on the track.
Fabulous British make, of course, still based down in Hethel in Norfolk. Tell us a little bit about the members' response to this BRDC Classic.
We asked last year, when the festival was going to be dropped, we asked our members what it is and whether they would still come, and the general response off of everybody was, thank God the festival has gone. We can now have car enthusiasts back to enjoy the racing and come and talk about cars or talk about life experiences with cars and events that we all go on without all the festival goers coming and getting in the way.
91 cars here. I'm not seeing 91 drivers or their friends. My guess is trackside watching.
The vast majority are either on the track watching, they are off talking to other people. We've got some friends in other areas, so they're doing that. But yeah, the vast majority will be trackside, trying to enjoy themselves. And every now and again, when they get too hot, we'll see them back at the tent. They get a bottle of water, recuperate, and off they go again.
So any advice to the organisers about what could be done more and better for 2027?
The big one is, let's sort the tickets out a little bit earlier. Let's sort out what we actually want to do with the car passes. I mean, other than that, from our point of view, this is perfect. The racing is great. We got a decent sized parking area. We had 91 cars, and they gave us a pitch for 91, which sounds simple, but actually is a lot more difficult than it sounds. The only issue that we had was all the tickets, which came out very late, particularly the parking permits.
New event problems, methinks. Year 2, things inevitably will be bigger and better. You'll do better than 91.
That is the plan. I mean, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I think we had 140 cars. So there's obviously a little bit of a dip down. Were all those 40 festival goers? I doubt it. I think a lot of people this year were put off by the difficulties in getting a ticket. But having said that, the one thing that has attracted people is the much more sensible price of the ticket. I mean, you're not paying a massive amount for a 3-day weekend, and that is bringing in people. And I think all we've got to do is let the event run and gather momentum again, so it grows to the size that it was when it was the old Silverstone Classic.
We're going to do one more tight thing for a different purpose, which is going to be Ken, the chairman of the Lotus Drivers Club. Good car show vibe here, as well as racing on track here at Silverstone, the home of British motorsport.
That is true, the vibe is great. The attitude that we've got off of all of our members is superb. The general chit-chat in the tent mostly isn't anything to do with cars. It's all about life experiences, what you're doing, what you like, what you don't like, and cars seem to get forgotten until, of course, you do a track parade, at which point everybody's talking about the cars. So yeah, we're a community, And what we try and do is put on events, and people go on the event, make friends for life, and that's really what this club is all about.
We'll see you back in 2027.
You certainly will.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Well, that is all part of the BRDC Classic, isn't it? The involvement of all the car clubs, car fanatics, and certainly driving in this morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, Graham Goodwin, surrounded by a plethora of beautiful cars.
Yeah, and queues of them coming in as we've now got the Derek Bell Trophy cars coming out onto the circuit for their second race of the weekend. That's what this is about, the car culture around the racing. The fact that we've got I don't think I've been to a race meeting with as packed a racing program. Some more rain falling as well, by the way.
Oh, have we?
I think we do. There's a few raindrops on the
on the
window.
box window there are as well.
But supported by that. But yes, the car clubs out there on the infield, as we said a little earlier, don't be don't be misled by the fact that the grandstands that you might be seeing in front of you are, for the most part, empty. They're not all empty. A lot of the
might
action
be
is
filling up shortly.
Indeed, a lot of the action is taking place on the infield. I'll say again, less day 10 to 500, more rubbish 24. And the reason I say that is one of them, all the action for the spectators is around the grandstands, and the other, it's all in the infield, and that's what this festival is all about.
Well, our second race for the Derek Bell Trophy cars sees them start as they finish. Martin Stretton, the last gasp winner, out of the final corner. Alex Capadia's car had a fuel metering issue and stopped, basically, and Martin Stretton managed to grab the win. Christian Pittard, Neil Glover, the first of Formula 5000 cars, the red car with the blue and white stripes and the pale blue car. Then Gary Lapidou, the red, white and blue Lola with a high airbox. Mark Mercer, car at March 76B, a 1976 Formula B car. Then Neil Harrison in a British Hill Climb winning championship March that yesterday had its first ever circuit race. Graham Edelman in a March 782 follows him through. Then Mark Goodyear and Nick Pink. Nick Pink, the pole sitter in another of our classes for Formula 2B. And Robin Lackford in his GRD with Mike Lane's Chevron alongside him. Now we had two cars that failed to finish yesterday. Alex Collins in his Chevron and Martin Wood's March. Martin Wood not, it seems, making it out of the pit lane today. So 4 classes. Martin Stretton set the fastest lap in the quickest of them for the Formula 2 cars, Formula 2A. Christian Pittard was the fastest of the Formula 5000 cars. Mark Mercer, the fastest of the Formula AB Atlantic cars. So like Formula 2, but slightly different for American rules. That's him. And Nick Pink was the quickest 1600cc car. So the Formula 2 cars, all at 2-litre engines, and predominantly here with what in periods would have been a Marder or Heidegger built BMW 2-litre 4-cylinder, not 2-cylinder 4-litre. That's an entirely different kind of era of racing.
Spectacular.
That's very much pre-war sports cars there, isn't it?
But great moment this morning. Both of us bumped into Alex Capadia, and Alex telling us what they think was the problem yesterday. Fuel metering unit, they hope. And 2 stories within the same conversation of the sportsmanship that exists here. He knew he got a problem when we went to that interruption, that red flag interruption, and made sure that the team briefed Martin Stretton not to drag too close to the car in case it coughed and caused an incident. And Martin, I think, very grateful to get that information. And then the other part of it was they'd changed pretty much everything, including going to the engine builders to collect pretty much everything from Swindon to rebuild the engine. And it was only with, and I've completely forgotten the gentleman's name.
Yep, I have too.
Part of Michael Lyons' team wandered in, as you do in historic racing, noticed a bit of a flicker on one of the meters and diagnosed the problem. So without that help, they wouldn't have found the problem that they hope they've now solved.
Yes.
That's the spirit that exists in historic racing.
Yep. They also, he said, as he headed out of the pit lane yesterday, the car lurched and was crabbing on the formation lap. So they also had to add a look at the rear suspension. That has been addressed as well. So he shouldn't be driving more sideways than he's expecting to, at any rate, through the course of the race. But as you can see, cars out on a second formation lap because there has been a little spot of rain. They have not run these cars in damp conditions at all so far this weekend. No more spots of water on our commentary box window. I mean, there are spots of water there, but I don't seem to be any more. Let's send Bruce Jones out onto our balcony, because we have a balcony and windows and everything.
It's sort of a weather meter.
Yeah, the ometer.
It's tall enough that he will hit him first.
Yeah, he's just blown past us, so apparently the weather's not that good. No, he hasn't at all. It looks like it's spread. You can see there are very much damp patches, and while sliding touring cars around might be expected, sliding wings and slicks single-seaters, particularly the big, powerful Formula 5000 cars, a little bit less devoutly to be wished. So this will be a 20-minute encounter, the first race of Sunday morning for the Derek Bell Trophy. After this, half hour for the pre-war sports cars. That's where you get a 2-cylinder 4-litre engine or something equally left field. Then we'll have what is our traditional curtain raiser, and they were the curtain raisers yesterday. The historic Formula Juniors miniature Grand Prix cars. Not that they're smaller than Grand Prix cars were in the early 1960s, but they just have very slightly smaller engines. And we'll round out the morning with one of the newest of the categories being promoted by Motor Racing Legends here, Endurance Icons. If you were a fan of Le Mans rules racing or Le Mans or that kind of endurance racing this century, then boy, have we got something for you. Lunch from midday to 1 o'clock local time, and we'll come back with the GP Icons, the 3-litre Formula 1 category. Again, first ever event for these cars. That's a 25-minute race, and that will become a championship next year. The Historic Touring Car Challenge, they will be racing this afternoon, and the GT3 Legends. So again, if you love your GT racing, that is going to be super special. Then the pre-66 touring cars and the road sports. But we get our first race underway here for the Derek Bell Trophy. The yellow car on pole position, Martin Stretton. Alex Capadia, the white nose with the blue and gold highlights, goes around the outside, and then a very quick start indeed from Mark Mercer. He swings around the outside in that red march as the Formula 5000 cars struggled a little to get the power down. Capadia leads them into the Beckett's S's for the first time. It's Formula 2 cars 1-2, but Gary Lapadou, third place, the red car with the stripes down the centre. That's the fastest of the Formula 5000 cars.
Yeah, Mark Mercer looking to see what he can do about potentially challenging for third here, but a cracking start from Alex Capadia. Up the inside, can't quite make that. More nimble Formula 2 car just outpaces through the turn, the 51. The lead of the Formula 5000 cars, but Alex Capadia, at the moment, his car back up to full health, and he got the better of our pole sitter from the start.
And he knows that car well. He's raced it here at Silverstone on a number of occasions over the last few years. Thirds, second places. Yesterday looked to be taking his first win here in the car, right until he came out of the Luffield, the final corner, and then it finally just coughed and stuttered, and Martin Stretton swept by. And actually, that little warning to Stretton during the red flag period in the middle part of the race that there might be an issue alerted him to the fact that suddenly, when Capadia was effectively reversing towards him as they accelerated off the corner, he knew exactly what was happening, and so was able to take it, well, avoiding and race-winning action. Not too often you do that in the same sentence. So Capadia leads, Stretton in second place, and it is the big Lola T400 of Gary Lapadou. No, it's not here. It's the Chevron, isn't it? That is in third place. So
Christian Pittard.
Christian Pittard, yes, sorry, Chevron. Not Gary Lapadou. Christian Pittard in that red Chevron with the stripes. And Mark Mercer giving chase. The Chevron has got the advantage down the straight. There it is, and he's left Mark Mercer for dead down the Wellington straight. But once they get through the Beckett's S's, that little red 2-litre march will whistle through the corners in a way that the big Formula 5000 cars can't.
Probably got Neil Glover in the second Formula 5000 cars. See what it can do about the grunts against the nimbleness, but right now it really is. It's I guess the single seater equivalent of what we've seen in the previous session, isn't it? It's sort of Ford Falcon against the Lotus Cortinas in this.
Yeah, the Minis didn't get much of a chance to do giant killing. It wasn't wet enough, did they? Because that really is the David versus Super Goliath. But coming down the straight, the blue car, Neil Glover, Gary Lapidou behind him in the Lola. Very different looking car to either of the two Chevrons. The earlier of the two Chevrons without the high air box, and that is Christian Pittard. Pittard in third place at the moment. Now, this is an open, fast Grand Prix circuit. And look at the way that he's already closing down the Lewis Hamilton straight on Martin Stretton's yellow car in second place. But as soon as they get to the corners, the March can carry so much more speed in than the heavier, more powerful Formula 5000 car. I mean, not least because it's got a 5-litre V8, not a 2-litre 4-cylinder.
Well, to give you an idea, first sector time, purple for that's chasing Formula 5000 car Christian Pittard, under 37 seconds. In that first sector, Martin Stretton over 38 seconds. But now, as you quite rightly say, we're into the tighter, twistier part of the circuit. And the order, well, I was going to say the order is still, but in fact, that time around, it was quicker from the Formula 5000 car. So it does look to me as if Martin Stretton is not at his full pacing yet.
Well, maybe not, but Alex Capadia certainly is. He did 2:01 at the last lap, 1:59.4 this lap for Capadia. I'm assuming that his engine is getting fuel then, and as they turn into Cops Corner, Martin Stretton under real pressure from Christian Pittard. Here's a comparison for you. Pittard's car, that red Chevron, is the fastest through the speed trap on the Hangar Straight at 167.7 miles an hour. Alex Capadia, 141.5. Martin Stretton in front of that red Chevron, 139.8. So he's doing 139 top speed. The Chevron doing 167, 28 miles an hour faster in a straight line. And he's just breezed by Stretton on the straight into Stowe. However, now we get into the twisty stuff, heading towards the wing, and suddenly Martin Stretton is back all over him and will be able perhaps to make a little lunge either down into the first corner on the Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit, the one that we're ignoring for the moment, or actually probably down into the complex in 2 or 3 corners time, and that little Formula 2 march will stick right with the big Formula 5000 Chevron. And here we go, late under braking, much less weight to stop, much less weight to accelerate. And again, you see Christian Pittard's car twitch as the power really comes in from that big 5-litre Chevy V8.
Fascinating battle, isn't it? Fascinating stuff. Great to watch and at close quarters as well.
And here again, onto the Wellington Straight.
Has to give best.
Rinse and repeat. Yeah, get it in a straight line, and the Chevron will go thundering by, put it into the twisty stuff, and suddenly the march is back on more than even terms.
All of this, by the way, meat and drink for Alex Capadia in the lead of this race. Came through after that previous lap, almost 4 seconds to the good, and is going to stretch that much further on this lap, I'm sure, again.
Well, sadly, Graham Edelman's car didn't make it out, and Robin Lackford's GRD has had to pit as well. So we've got 10 cars running at the moment.
His lead now 7.5 seconds.
Well, he's just set another fastest race lap, 1:59.1. So he's got a clear track, it's drying, the fuel load is burning off, the track temperature not doing much to wear these tyres excessively. So Alex is in a very happy place. Finally, his March 782 doing what it is supposed to do in the way that it is supposed to do it. March 762, I beg your pardon. Christian Pittard in second place, starting to ease away now from Martin Stretton. He had more than half a second, but again, 59.148. He's not on a purple lap this time, but he is on a green sector 1 and better top speed as well. So he's actually quicker than his own best lap.
Here's the battle for second place. So Stretton doing all he can to stay with the Formula 5000 car.
And Mark Mercer has moved up ahead of Gary Lapidou. So here Neil Glover has been passed by Neil Harrison as well. So all sorts of changes going on with the slightly damper conditions. Again, our window is dry, So if there is a little drop or two of rain, it's not blowing anywhere, but we're seeing some of our Formula 5000 cars being shuffled back down the order now. So this yellow car, not Martin Stretton, but that is car number 5, Mark Goodyear, and he is in 8th position. And Goodyear finished 9th spot yesterday in his March 76B. So 79B, in fact, one of the most modern cars. And again, Martin Stretton right with Christian Pittard for 2nd place.
They're looking racier again, isn't he? A little bit of a breather. Just a grunt that big 5-litre powered car has got down the straights.
Now, Neil Glover in the Formula 5000 Lola had just got back ahead of Neil Harrison's march and has had to pit. So again, not sure what was going on with that. This is not a pit stop race. It's a 20-minute race. It's a straightforward, flat-out sprint for the various different cars in the Derek Bell Trophy. And unfortunately, another one of our Formula 5000 cars, Neil Glover, has had to pull into the pit lane. That is the pale blue chevron with the high airbox, the B37.
Meantime, it is another fastest lap of the race for our leader, Alex Kapadia. 1:58.483, and the gap is stretching out towards 10 seconds now.
Now, purple first sector on this lap for Christian Pittard. So he's gone even quicker. He's really flying, actually. His best lap of 59.9 compared to the 58.4 of Kapadia. But he is shaking off Martin Stretton. Stretton's last lap at 2 minutes 0.8, 2 minutes 0.7 for Pittard. But this current lap is fastest first sector of anyone in the race. Of course, on this layout of Silverstone, a historic layout of Silverstone, or the historically accurate if you like it, then the first sector is quick. It's from the Heritage pit lane across the start-finish line through Copse, Maggots, Beckett's, down through the Beckett's S's and onto the Hangar Straight. But that is an area where maybe the Formula 5000 car is not ultimately at its best. Sector 2, not as quick as he has gone, but great top speed, 158.6 miles an hour down the Wellington Straight. And he comes thundering across the line.
Again, Martin Stretton is closest through the last sequence of corners, but again, frustratingly, I'm sure for him, the gap is stretched back out again.
A 1:59.786 for Christian Pittard.
Just a couple of tenths off that for Martin Stretton last time around.
Yeah, 1:58.92 for him.
And by the way, fastest laps of the race so far for both of the chasing cars.
Yeah, Mark Mercer in 4th place, going quickly. He's all on his own, unfortunately for Mark. He's 12 seconds behind Martin Stretton in the yellow car, and he's 6 seconds ahead of Gary Lapidou. There is Mark Mercer.
Yeah, fantastic start he made there. It's a David Mercer on the side.
Maybe right. David drove it originally. A lot of these cars are in historic livery, and a lot of them have, in fact, a lot of the touring cars and the GT cars have a host of names down the side of the luminaries who've driven them either in period or more recently. Sort of a mark of pride for a lot of the car owners that they were not only historic cars in period, but driven by big name drivers in period, but also that in their second life, if you like, as historic racers, they have had plenty of illustrious drivers. Christian Pittard there, that's really the weakest part of the circuit for the Formula 5000 car, down into the complex, 2 or 3 relatively tight, pretty slow corners, allowed Martin Stretton to get right under his gearbox, but not quite close enough to make the pass.
Yeah, lap after lap after lap, there's a frustration for Martin Stretton. Here he comes again, tight and twisty part, right underneath the rear wing of the Formula 5000 car, but if he can stay fault-free, see Christian Pittard use the switch he's got under his right foot to add performance.
It's not quite on-off power switch, but it certainly has plenty of power when he goes for it. Stretton's engine, I think, is probably a little bit more highly strung. You have to keep it very much in the power band. The 2-litre BMW power unit
ahead, by the way, of this pair. Alex Capadia still going quicker. 1:58.347. Another fastest lap of the race last time around. 12.5 seconds clear of this race-long battling pair. 7 minutes to go.
So another great fun race here for the Formula 5000 and Formula 2 cars. A little moment there for the Lola of Gary Lapidou. Such a great looking car, isn't it?
Again, in splendid isolation. It's not going to be long before... Is that Alex Capadia?
No, I think that is Neil Harrison coming into the pits. It is. That's the Wendy Wolves March. So this is a car that David Franklin drove to the British Hill Climb Championship in 1978 and the British Sprint Championship in 1978. He was a title winner in both. The car's just been restored by Neil's dad and brother and their team, and had its first ever circuit race yesterday. Second one today, not going quite so well. He certainly, I mean, they came with a setup sheet that was basically a plain piece of A4 with no historical data on it whatsoever. Car fresh from restoration, and so as a circuit racer they're absolutely in the foothills of discovering what the car can do. It got quicker and quicker yesterday after not completing more than a lap in qualifying. He was given dispensation to start at the back, flew up the order, and in fact he finished in a strong 7th place. And I think that car is going to be that car is only going to get quicker in Neil's hands and with the team working on it. So Martin Stretton in 3rd place, Christian Pittard in 2nd, but Alex Capadia in the lead in his March. And this car, number 88, from 1976, or 1977 build actually, of a March 762. So the car not updated for 1977. That was quite often the case in the 70s and the 80s. If you had a good car, the rate of progress of development tended to be a little slower than it is these days. Not race by race or minute by minute, but often season by season. And a good design would quite often be a front runner for 2, 3, maybe 4 years if it really worked well. This Formula 5000 Lola, very similar to the Team Surtees cars that you'll have seen over the years.
Catching.
Oh, and Stretton now. Is this traffic? Yes, it is. This is going by Nick Pink's car. So Christian Pittard already got by, but Martin Stretton catching Nick Pink's car in just the wrong place. They're losing a little more time to another Lola T360, a former Atlantic car.
Gary Lapidou is catching Mark Mercer, by the way, for 4th place.
Yeah, gaps down under 5 seconds now, isn't it? Barely 4 seconds between them.
So keep an eye on that. As we get a little bit deeper, that's just that moment in traffic. Look at the difference that's made as it got to the part of the circuit that favoured the Formula 2 car. And that may just have given enough breathing room for Christian Pittard not to be too worried by... I said that out loud, haven't I?
Yeah, although just as they turned into Brooklands there, notice Christian Pittard's nose just starting to wash out a little bit. He had to roll off the brake fairly early just to get the nose to bite and to turn in again, because the wide spade nose on these cars, the rear wings, not giving a hugest amount of downforce. More than nothing at all, obviously, but certainly nothing like a more modern car would produce, or even a 1980s Formula 3 car probably produced quite a lot more downforce than these big monsters. Of course, radiator at the front, that's why it's got the wide open maw. Not everything had side pods for radiators. You can see that particular car, the side pods there as they originally originated in Formula 1, really to allow for ground effect Venturi tunnels. These cars still with front mounted radiators.
3 seconds behind this 41 effort from Mark Mercer now. Gary Lapidou is closing, but running out of time. There it is. There is the 46 car.
Yep.
And it will be, I'm sure, a huge bonus to be able to see the gap closing now.
Yeah, the real problem is he actually caught the white March behind him now that was in front of him. Mike Lane's car caught him in the Beckett's S's, and that probably didn't help much. That's not a March, it's a Chevron Mike Lane's car, Chevron B49. And that car, another Formula Atlantic car. But Christian Pittard safe from the attentions of Martin Stretton. Is Mark Mercer safe from Gary Lapidou? We'll have to wait and find out. Neil Harrison, unfortunately, and Neil Glover also have not emerged from the pit lane, nor has Robin Lackford.
So 2 minutes left on the clock. Alex Capardia runs through to start his 10th lap of this race. That is the gap between Mark Mercer going through now and Gary Lapidou. The red, white and blue car that follows, and that gap last time around 3.1 seconds, and this time it's Mercer with traffic, and significant traffic at that. Does manage to make his way through.
And again, sounding like Alex Capardia might have a bit of a misfire. Busy hands in the cockpit as he comes down into Stowe. Yeah, it does again. It's making that same fluffy noise that it was making yesterday, particularly as he turns in through Stowe, goes by the microphone. You can hear the camera microphone picking up that fluffing engine noise.
4 seconds slower in the first sector than Christian Pittard. Surely not. Surely we're not going to see. There's the chasing pair, and they are closing, and very rapidly indeed.
Yeah, he was 10.7 seconds up at the beginning of the lap. That's down to 6.9.
This should be his final lap. Can he make it? Surely not another last lap pass.
Well, this time it wouldn't be Martin Stretton. It might not be Martin Stretton. History has a habit of repeating itself, but Alex is onto the Wellington Straight for the final time. We saw him on a slowing down lap yesterday, weaving around, trying to slosh fuel to the pickup.
Oh, Stretton's
gone by.
How did
Stretton
that
has passed Pittard. Pittard comes thundering back down the straight. Well, it was in the complex, wasn't it? He obviously got up behind Christian Pittard and jumped him in the complex. And Stretton now throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, at him, trying to go the long way round the outside. Look at the little Formula 2 car.
He's done it.
Around the outside, and the big black stripes as the 5-litre Chevy kicks in. On 3 cylinders, it sounds like. Alex Capardia takes the victory, and Christian Pittard denies Martin Stretton second place in a fantastically dramatic last half a lap.
4 seconds the gap at the end, so losing something like 10 seconds in that lap as the health left race leader, race winner now, Alex Capardia. Brilliant stuff.
Here's Mark Mercer coming through to win the Formula AB, the Atlantic and Formula B cars class in his march.
Did fend off Gary Lapidou at the end there. In fact, Lapidou's fallen right back. Where's the... There it is.
There it is. There is Lapidou in the Lola, the second of our Formula 5000 cars.
Yeah, pace drops on that last couple of laps, and Gary Lapidou did look as if that was doable for the overall, but there is our race winner, and he will be very relieved indeed
that there wasn't another 5 minutes. Yeah, exactly right. But whatever the issue with the metering unit was, it may not be entirely cured. So Swindon Engines will, I'm sure, have the engine back and take a good look at that. But his last lap, Alex Capardia, 2 minutes 6.4. Put that into contrast. His fastest lap, about 4 earlier, was a 1 minute 58.3. So he was 8 seconds slower than what he had been doing 3 or 4 laps earlier.
And to look at the potential that what we could have seen there, the fastest lap for Martin Stretton, just over a tenth of a second off the best from our initially dominant race leader. But was that because Martin got caught with the Formula 5000 car?
Well, he definitely got stuck behind Christian Pittard, and then he was in a battle. And do you know what? To a degree, actually, that's what they all come here for, is actually to have a race, not to set fastest race laps. That's what practice is about. And again, Alex is just trying to weave the car and slosh it side to side. Do you know, has the engine just cut? It has. I think the engine has just cut. Yep, he's grinding to a halt under the bridge. He's not even going to make it back. Now he's having a meander. He's trying to find somewhere safe to pull off. And Christian Pittard wasn't quite sure what was going on there. But, yeah, Well, there's your race winner. I think we're not going to get an interview with him. Come on, Mark Werrell, run.
Well, we could hand a microphone to the guy that's waving the flag. He could do double duty.
Well, Mark Werrell is a runner, but I'm not sure he's quite attired for it. He's got shorts and a coat and factor 50, because working in the pit lane, you might need all of that. And Alex...
He's been doing fine stuff, hasn't he, for us
looking accusingly at the back of the car. All right, well...
Alex, you know, one of the truly nice guys in this sport. Races everything, fantastic driver coach, and we're going to be seeing the overall results, I think, in a moment. But Alex also helping out a couple of the big teams here with getting the best performers at the cars they've got.
Absolutely, does a lot of work with Front Row Racing. And so Alex Capadia, the winner from Christian Pittard and Martin Stretton. Mark Mercer winning his class in 4th place ahead of the fast closing Lola of Gary Lapidoux, and then Mark Goodyear finishing in 6th position. A lap down, Nick Pink in 7th, and also Mike Lane in 8th place. And unfortunately, those were the cars that were healthy and running at the end. Were they? Or did the blue car of Neil Glover come out afterwards, the Formula 5000 Chevron?
Certainly took the flag.
Okay, well, in that case, must have got it running. Alex Harrison, unfortunately, did not. So that car will have to have a little bit more remedial work before its next outing.
A little bit of everything, didn't it?
Neil Harrison, not Alex
fantastic
Harrison.
pace, as we see the start here, and a great start from Alex Capadia.
And also from the big Formula 5000 car, Christian Pittard almost got ahead of Martin Stretton down into Copse on the run down to the first corner. It started in 3rd place, maybe just a fraction too much wheel spin to get ahead of Stretton, the pole sitter, but by the end of the Hanger Straight he had managed to do so, and so began the David versus Goliath battle that we had anticipated and hoped for, as you always do with the Derek Bell Trophy, with the Formula 2 cars and the Formula 5000 cars. Formula 2 cars have had the winning successes here over the years. The 5000 cars close, but never quite able to match the lighter, more nimble marches, predominantly in the Formula 2 category. In fact, Mark Mercer, who finished in 4th place, running the march here for the first time in 7.8B last year in the Derek Bell Trophy, he was racing a Rolt RT1. So, of course, Rolt RT3 is very famous for being a very successful Formula 3 car, but Ron Toronak's Rolt team building a very successful Formula 2 program over the years as well. And the Formula 5000 Lola of Gary Lapidoux spent a lot of time chasing. In the final corners, it looked as though Martin Stretton might just have enough until the Chevy chimed in and Christian Pittard pipped him to the line in almost the same place that Stretton was able to pass the alien car of Alex Capadia 24 hours, less than 24 hours ago actually. Capadia this time coming home with the win with a similar issue with fueling and a misfire, but this time it came just a few laps later, enough to allow him to take victory by the very slender margin, considering what his lead was, of only 4 seconds. Just 8 seconds slower than his best on that last lap, and then stopping out on the circuit. Well, let's get down to Mark Werrell and see who he has got to chat to.
I am down here. Of course, we can't chat to Alex Capadia because he's stopped out on circuit. But we're going to have to do a walk and talk. Christian Pittard saying, does that count as a win?
I need to check the rule book about that. He didn't make it back to the pits. Poor Alex, though. Actually, he deserves this because he was robbed right in the last race on the last corner. So I'm really pleased for him.
What about you? You were having a great fight with Martin.
It was brilliant. I had a ball. I loved it.
Track evolved, I would guess. First few laps in the 5000 must have been tricky.
Well, it was starting to rain, but it never really amounted to it. To be honest, it was more psychological to start with. It wasn't really greasy. But if it carried on, yeah, I would have been at the back, very much at the back. So pleased it stopped raining.
And Martin was, having a nibble on that final lap. Was it ever in doubt as you knew you'd be able to utilise that extra power down the Wellington Straight?
I was trying, but he's far too crafty. So I was, he was taking every opportunity, and he was making less mistakes than me. So I was thinking, here we go. I'm gonna make a mistake and Martin's going to sail past. And once he'd gone, I would have struggled. So I had to try and take him immediately. As soon as he got past me, I had to take him straight back, or he would have been out there.
Place higher than yesterday. Well done. Let's bring Martin over and we can grab a quick word with Martin straight. Martin, you threw everything at that, as you always do.
Yeah. I mean, I knew where the finish line was and he's in a 5,000, but I think, like yesterday proved, if you never give up, why settle for third if you can have a battle for second? And it was a fabulous battle, a really clean driving, loved every minute of it. And it's really good when you've got two cars with different performance, because you are trying to eke out bits here and there. Sadly, until they start putting corners with finish lines on them, I'm probably going to have a problem.
Early doors, you were having a good little fight with Alex, but with his car having had a few problems yesterday, he just seemed to have the pace over you in this race.
Yeah, I've been eking out a set of tyres, and I was thinking they've done me great service, but no, I think Alex went round the outside of me on the first corner, and I was actually sideways and trying to miss him. So I just knew then he had like a load more grip than me, and first time through Beckett's, and well, look, I've saved a bit of money on tyres, and as I say, that was as much fun as you can have in motor racing. So value for money. What a terrific race.
You're not done for the day though. You're a busy man this weekend at the BRDC Classic.
Well, I've been very busy. I was very busy yesterday, but actually now I am done. So I shall now have a relaxing day, have a bit of a look around the event, because this reinvented event I think is fantastic. There's a fantastic atmosphere. MRL, the DBT, everybody's doing a great job. There's a very user-friendly atmosphere, and I think it's a great reboot of the event. We've lost some of the razzmatazz, but I think for the racers, we're quite happy. We're very happy to be in one paddock. The logistics are much easier, and I think it's friendlier for being in one paddock too, because you can wander around and talk to people all the time. So I think the new event's 10 out of 10.
And we've loved having you here. Well done, gentlemen. That's it for the Derek Bell Trophy. So that's our driver spoke to. Well done to Alex Capardia. We didn't get the chance to speak to him. He's making his way back from the Wellington Straight somewhere. So for the meantime, we'll go back up to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Mark Werrell, doing a great job down in the pit lane. Quite disappointing he's not getting strafed, as you were, by rain when you came in this morning, Graham. But what a race that was, and I just leant over, put a piece of paper in front of you and Martin, started the last lap, went, miss far, and here is Alex Capardi being drawn in.
He's just saving fuel, isn't he? That's what it is.
Yeah, well, you've got to get value for money, but that was such an exciting race. Of course, we're going to go for a bit of a change of pace now. We're going to pre-war, and these are cars going back the best part of a century. And I tell you what, why don't we put up an explainer, tell you what it's all about.
Second and third,
This is where it all began. Pre-war sports cars from the 1920s and 30s. These machines run in road-going trim with wings, lights and even pump fuel, as close as possible to how they originally raced. The grid celebrates a transformative era when racing cars evolved from road machines into purpose-built racers, with marques like Bentley, Alfa Romeo and Bugatti leading the charge. Aside from a few minor modifications in the name of safety, they're almost identical to their period spec. These cars may be nearly a century old, but they demand total respect. Physically demanding, mechanically complex, and often unforgiving.
We saw actually, Bruce, in a couple of those beautiful shots from the paddock here, these are not just pampered museum pieces. There's a word, patina.
One day I'll find out what that means, but I love a car that doesn't look shiny. If you've seen any of my road cars, they don't. But the whole point...
fundamentally doesn't.
Exactly, but the whole point is these are things that are used. I mean, that is the essence of historic racing, and the fact that some of these cars might have been put away for the odd decade in the past century, but largely they've been passed down through generation and generation of the family. The Morley family in particular with their Bentleys, they're much loved, but it's not about polishing them. And I tell you what, I bet if you were like me as a young child, you didn't look through your observer book of cars and go, oh, I do hope I own one of those in 50 years' time that's the shiniest car in the group. No. You want to have a car that's dynamic, that has something special to you. But when it's stayed in a family for so long, that adds a layer upon layer on top of that of love and affection for a car. You learn its foibles, you work around them. All of these cars will have something that is maybe a niggling little issue that's taken a few decades to sort, but that is part of the game, and the fact they're still racing, that to me is the triumph.
Yeah, well, we'll be seeing very many cars derived from road-going sports cars and later iterations of racing on this this BRDC Classic bill. But with these cars, they really are road cars that are racing. I think pretty much all of these cars are going to be road legal.
Yeah, they are. And what the beauty is, I will spare someone's blushes, but I was at a picnic and a party in someone's field one night, and this car came in as the sun was setting in the western side of Wiltshire. Huge headlights beaming. I thought, what is that? And someone arrived with his family in the back of a Lagonda, very similar in shape to the Bentleys. I thought, you are the king of cool. But the fact is, these are used on the road as well, and that is something very special. It's not just for racing. Of course, this is the racing part of it. Let's take a look at the grid. Rudy Friedrichs, Alvis Firefly Special. He seems to have this one in the palm of his hand. But the BBs, Rob and Josh, really had a fantastic run in their Fraser-Nash. And today's grid is formed off the race results from yesterday. So Alex Hewickson, I think he started yesterday's race in about 6th. He took his Riley up to 3rd, and Getley and Fox, they drove beautifully to be the best of the Bentleys in 4th overall. Edward Bradley and son Richard, well, that one progressed from way back to right up front. Another couple of laps, it could have been in the top 3. Look out, best of the Aston Martin Ulsters, and the Morleys, we mentioned them, 3 generations of family and more perhaps have had that Bentley 3, 4.5. Martin Halusa, that exquisite Type 35 Bugatti, will start 7th in the invitation class alongside a car that probably wouldn't be seen as such a pedigree. It's the Morgan 3-wheeler, but Sue Derbyshire in particular drives that incredibly well. Yes, I did say 3-wheeler. Then another Aston Martin speed model, Blake Moore and Boreham, Stuart Morley, again, Morley family, Bentley, tick, tick. That's going down to 10th place on the grid. Then Vijay Mallya will start in the BMW 328 and hand over to Pat Blakeney Edwards. That's the most modern car in this field, 1939, but it might as well have said 1949, such with the technological leaps. Paul Pocciol, another of the Bentleys, around the middle order. In fact, we should go back to the best part of 30 cars. So look on down, pick your favourites. Riley 9, that's good car handling. A lot of people have a real eye, and in fact, in that preview explainer, we saw quite a few Aston Martin speed models being polished. Not a bad shape to rub, is it?
We did, and all sorts of, beyond the little Morgan that finished, was it 8th yesterday? Fantastic result for them. All sorts of favourites there. You mentioned Vijay Mallya's BMW. What could that achieve in what is, okay, it's a dry circuit. I think still a bit greasy in 1 or 2 places, though. That could be interesting with these cars.
Well, the thing I found quite interesting while you were commentating on the previous race, our commentary box looked across the track from the Heritage pits, looking effectively north. I went out the back door. Quite a lot of big dark grey clouds. They are scudding through. We can't see them from our angle. There is blue sky, and we will just see what unfolds. But I think the circuit is pretty much dry. We've had 1 race, 1 qualifying session with 45 cars, and that's dried it out. But when the cars went out first thing at 9 o'clock this morning, there was a good degree of spray on the far side of the circuit. When I say the far side, I mean the Hangar Straight, I mean Stowe, and the wing pits and the complex. Not so wet down this end, you know, the corner complex from Brooklands through Luffield, Woodcote, etc. But just remember, this race is starting in front of us, and that means the first corner, rolling start, is going to be into Copse. Still such a fearsome corner.
There you go. Rudy Friedrichs was dominant yesterday, although challenged later in the race by the Fraser-Nash, the BB family owned car. Can they do anything about the dominant form? Thumbs up from the pole sitter before he nails it, and we get underway for this pre-war sports car 30-minute encounter for the BRDC Festival. Bruce Jones.
Well, let's take a look. This is the pre-war sports cars. Just under 2 seconds was the margin at the end, but in clear running form you expect the Alvis Firefly, especially Rudy Friedrichs, to pull away. So it looks like a nice clean start. Rudy Friedrichs already in front of the Fraser-Nash as he turns across, and a really good charge from the Getley Fox Bentley moving up on the outside. That's taken second place. That's horsepower, that's torque. Clean and tidy. Through Copse they go. Aston Martin speed models in the mix there, but looks as though it's a half a second clear already for Rudy Friedrichs as they go to Maggots, and then quickly into that wonderful sequence of S's at the Bentleys. Not so good on turn-in as the Fraser-Nash behind it. This is Beckett's, and another car going very wide in the second part of Beckett's, but little and large. But these cars are prodigiously quick. Don't think, oh, they're a century old, they won't be quick. These are really, really dynamic cars, and pre-war racing seems to get more cars rather than fewer as we advance through the decades.
That's a point well made. Fraser-Nash going side by side now with the second place Bentley. Will be keen to do that. Can he do it before the turn? Well, the Bentley up the inside, so the Fraser-Nash jam in the Bentley sandwich, but comes out the better. And the number 6 car through on the 99. So that is the Morley family car.
Well, they know that car so super well. Hardly surprising after all the years, but that's a car from 1926. We'll call it the full century. But for our race leader, he showed supreme form from the very first lap of qualifying on Friday. Rudy Friedrichs, here he is sweeping through. So anyone else? Yes, are other people in the picture. But that little Fraser-Nash, just remember yesterday that closed and got to within 2 seconds at the end of the race. Was actually slightly closer. Traffic got in the way. The Morgan three-wheeler though, not standing on form, and it looks like it's about challenging to Abbey, not quite working for, and then the Delahaye tucked in behind. And I'm just double checking who had started that. Would it be Ross Keeling or would it be Callum Lockie? Yesterday it was Ross that started. But look at this array of cars. The BMW just coming through with that waterfall shaped grille. That is going to be driven in the second part of the race, one presumes by Platt Edwards, who, no disrespect to Vijay Mallya, former owner of the Force India team, he's not the quicker driver in the car, because Pat will certainly have a charge later on.
This is one heck of a run from the little Morgan at this point in the race. Sits now behind the number 32 car.
Yeah, right behind Alex Hewitson, who came through to third place yesterday, and yesterday the Morgan actually came 9th overall, but very close to 8th indeed. But that's a far better showing today. You never know what little tweaks were done in the paddock between race 1 and race 2.
Big development. Put a new aero package, I'm sure. A la Aston Martin in Formula 1 right now. Up the inside, but not going to do it there on the 99 Bentley.
Yeah, but the Riley went through. That's Alex Hewitson. He came third yesterday. But again, that head-on shot, you could not have three more different cars. The Riley, the Bentley in the middle of that shot, and then this little Morgan. And look how much the driver has to lean out, almost as though on a motorbike to get it around the corner. Now we can't see it. Where's it gone?
There it is. Fabulous.
But this is the appeal, that little radial engine up the front. When you walk around the paddock, you just have to go and speak to people like Sue Derbyshire. How actually do you drive this thing? Because most of the driver is out of the cockpit, reaching to that external gear change, and it's just so entertaining. And you walk away thinking you've understood, but not really.
And it's gone by the 99 Bentley, taking another position there. So up into 5th place for the little Morgan. That's going to be one to watch through this race. 7 seconds to the good, though. Rudy Friedrichs from the BB family. 59 Fraser-Nash in 2nd place, then the Morley family BMW, and then the 32 car, which is Alex Hewitson's Riley Sprite.
But this drive, I mean, best part of 7 seconds clear at the end of the opening lap. But look, even in the straight, even on turning, the steering is constantly being adjusted by Rudy Friedrichs, just to find the grip, the balance in that Alvis Firefly Special. And then for now, Rob Beebe out on his own in 2nd place. He's being hunted down though. This is the Morley Bentley, the car from 1926, and Stuart Morley drives that. That's Clive and James Morley in that car. Drives it very, very well indeed. As we saw, gained several places at the start. That started down in 7th. The fact it's running in 3rd shows what a good run it got. Into copse, out of copse, gaining positions all the time. But as we saw, a couple of cars went a little bit wide when they went between that sort of transition between Maggots and then trying to get into Beckett's. And maybe their tyres not quite as warm as they wanted, so running a bit wide, losing positions. But this is 2nd place, the little green Fraser-Nash TT rep coming down towards Abbey. And then the battle now is Alex Hewitson on his way forward. He's tackled one Bentley. That's the one in the background of the shot. Now he's taking on the Morley Bentley, and here comes Alex, the much lower Riley, having a look one side, having a look at that. Look how much lower he's sitting. We were sort of joking about it yesterday, but you know, the driver of the Bentley really, truly looks down on the Delahaye. On the Riley, I beg your pardon.
Indeed, and that Fraser-Nash ahead, by the way, no short of application in that drive, just not quite on the pace of the lead car. And this time, I think that's got that done. Riley through and into 3rd place. What about the grunt of the Bentley when we hit the straights? Looking to apply the power. Goes alongside again, I think is going to sweep by, does. Retakes the position as the Morgan tries to close this gap, and the longer this battle goes on, the more opportunity there might be for the little Morgan to get there.
Okay, if I talk about the Delahaye again, beat me because it's not in the race. It finished very nicely yesterday in 5th place overall. Callum Lockie putting on a charge, but if there's a blue car near the front, I thought it was the Delahaye because that's French Racing blue, but it is that little Riley that Alex Hewitson is there on the right-hand side of your screen, car number 32. Here comes Josh Beebe in the background. We wait to see the gap again. Now we're starting to get a bit of heat haze. It's warming up here today. A little bit of rain about 5 o'clock. A little bit more, we know precisely the time, 7:45 as Graham was getting out of his car in the paddock.
There you go. It's still the Bentley to the fore. You see the headlamps switched to look inwards for a little bit of more aero efficiency on the Riley. Podiums, by the way, for the Derek Bell Trophy underway in the fan zone with Toby Moody on podium duty this weekend for us.
We'll see if Alex Capadia actually made it back. The car was towed in, having won that race, of course. He should, I'm sure, be turning up. That's just on the inside of Copse as a special stage. Yeah, there he is. He's just running into shot. Right, what's happening at the front of our field? Well, lap 1, there was a just under 7-second margin for Rudy Friedrichs in the lead of the race. At the end of 2 flying laps, it's just under 13 seconds. So let's call it 6 seconds a lap is his margin. Just remember, he won yesterday by just under 2 seconds. You might think, how? How can that be if he can pull clear by 6 seconds a lap? Well, the thing was, the field got bunched up and he had to do it again at the end, but when clear, interestingly, in the second half of the race, I think Josh Beebe was the driver at the wheel. I think Rob Beebe started yesterday. He closed and closed and closed, and traffic was not his friend. But
this is the gap. There we go. So it's going out and out and out. 3 seconds quicker, by the way, in the first sector of that lap, Rudy Friedrichs. And, by the way, just looked in the background, and yes, the Riley has gone by. So Riley ahead of the Bentley now for 3rd place.
And the Bentley has got much more torque, and therefore it pulls back. It's going to be that sort of chopping and changing cat and mouse event between. And again, at least Alex Hewitson has an advantage that he's almost invisible to the driver of the Bentley, because he's sitting down so low. That could lead to trouble. But these drivers in historic racing have a lot of respect for each other. They're not going to do what a lot of drivers call send it up the inside, because that would lead to tears, and it's impertinent to ruin someone's family heirloom. Trust me.
Historic racing, there's so much respect for the safety aspects of it that were, well, let's put it, were significantly less.
They were on order.
Indeed. They had them on advanced order, didn't they? And that gap, by the way, to the Morgan is closing. Morgan is closing on this pair.
Wow, how's this for a quintet of cars? Bentley's the more sit-up and beg number 44 Bugatti. That's
is the Type 44.
Yeah, Type 44 Bugatti. That's a black one with the yellow band around the bonnet. And Vijay Mallya at the front in his BMW 328. This is the most modern car in the field. But look behind us, it's like a starburst performance, chased by two Bentleys, 1.5 Bentley, looking to see before rejoining. That's respectful. And car number 5, that's Hugh Apthorpe, but that means advantage to the number 44 Tim Dutton driven Bugatti. And what Tim doesn't know about preparation of Bugattis, nobody knows. So again, a lot of history, a lot of familiarity with the car. As that little battle up ahead rages, I think we could see a few place changes in the next lap or so. We've still got over 20 minutes in this race, so time for it to sort out. Oh, did we mention pit stops? They're coming up at some point.
They are indeed. 21 minutes to go. Not that deep into this race yet. And keep an eye, by the way, on that gap to the 35 Morgan in 5th place, to the battle between the Riley and the Bugatti for 3rd overall, because if that car gets to them, that could be very interesting indeed.
Yeah, certainly there are a few cars we know the second driver getting on board will be rather faster, so what they can't afford to do is lose too much ground now. This battle, though, it rages not just on every lap, but on every corner of every lap.
Great.
This is absolutely fabulous. This is the battle for 3rd place overall. At the moment, as they're fighting over 3rd, Rudy Friedrichs, at the end of last lap, was 16.5 seconds clear of the BB family's Fraser Nash TT. And then this lot, this duo, another dozen seconds back. So they're nearly 30 seconds down on the race leader. But they're fighting as though this is the last corner of the last lap of the race. This is fantastic stuff. And this is why pre-war sports car racing is always popular. It seems to be growing up the inside. Yeah, you might be coming up the inside of me here. However, out of club they come.
I would say is a little further clear this time. Watch the Bentley coming. Pit window is now open.
Not now, I'm having a good race. Alex Hewitson, of course, will still have to make a pit stop. He's driving solo. And likewise, whereas the other car, Clive and James Morley, will be sharing it. So there will be a driver change. And equally, the little Morgan three-wheeler, that will be changing hands as well when we get up to the pit stops.
Driver trying to make themselves as small as possible for the airflow.
Yeah, so Duncan Wood should be taking over from Sue Derbyshire. Sue knows this car like the back of her hand, prepared by husband George. And it just does things in such a different way dynamically. Well, obviously it would to a great big Bentley, but even to the way, if you look at... Now that wasn't from hitting a curb.
No, something went wrong there.
Well, I suppose if you're going to have anything wrong, have it going wrong at one of the lowest speed corners on the circuit. That was extraordinary. It did effectively a bit of a wheelie. Was it almost as though
I think it
did the engine seize?
Let's have a look.
Okay, so turning in, all normal, all normal.
Knew immediately there was an issue.
What do you do when you see sky rather than track?
Yeah, I think it came in perilously close to seeing nothing but track. But
I can't determine what is that front from our, if we look at the right hand corner of the car from our vision, it looks as though something's actually a little bit bent, but that could have been coming back down to the deck.
Could have been.
Right, that was so the second driver in the car will not get a go, but here we have the changeover of the car in from second place. Look at the headlamps turned back to front. They would have used them that way round for sprints and things to make it slightly more aerodynamic. Every bit counts. Of course, at those days there wasn't very much that was aerodynamic, but anything can help. But for longer and events that were running tonight, of course they'd have had the headlights pointing forward. So a sort of in between grey and blue sky day here for the BRDC Classic, just at the pit stop point in this race for pre-war sports cars, the second of their races. The first one was won at a canter, but a reduced canter by Rudy Friedrichs in his Alvis Firefly Special. In the end, because the field got bunched up, he only won by just under 2 seconds. But the second driver on board this Fraser Nash is the quicker of the pair, so we'll see what he can do about closing that gap.
And he's dropped back down with that pit stop for the moment to what is that 7th place behind Martin Alusa's Bugatti Type 35B. So through in splendid isolation, although he was before that pit stop. Rudy Friedrichs will need to stop though.
And again, just look at the scale of this car. Much, much longer body. The Fraser Nash he's competing against is much shorter of... used rather less cloth, you could say, but I was looking at the cars on Thursday evening when I got here to walk around, have a quick sneak peek, and this car really caught my eye, just because it's remarkably unusual. You know, very the days when I'm accustomed to seeing Type 35 Bugattis and Aston Martin speed models. They are truly fabulous, but it's lovely seeing something a little bit different.
Absolutely, and a very effective piece of kit.
But it's also what we've commented on throughout, through qualifying and through the first race and the second, is how hard Rudy Friedrichs is working. Oh yeah. This car is clearly, it seems as though it should have a shorter wheelbase in some ways, but it seems really reactive to his input. He doesn't always want to go, but he is muscling it around the corners, and he was so gentlemanly after yesterday's race. And it did turn out, you know, he was way out front, and then the field came towards him due to an incident, and suddenly he had to fight. And I think that really rather appealed to him at the end of the race.
Absolutely. I mean, look, everybody in motorsport has got their target, haven't they? Whether or not that's a lap time, whether or not that's a rival or friend. And with Rudy Friedrichs, he's testing himself against himself. The dominance, such is the dominance here. But you're absolutely right. Once that field compressed, it was all about gapping the field again, and a big smile on his face at the end of that race.
It was, because also, let's face it, in this field there was a huge discrepancy in lap time between the quickest and the least quick. And so when it came across traffic, it was also just playing a bit of guesswork. Which side shall I go? But your onus as the faster driver, the overtaking driver, is to find a way around the other car, not for the other car to swerve out of the way, because then that work goes into the realm of guesswork. But certainly a lot of these drivers have raced against each other or not. They can understand the performance of another car, because according to its age, its vintage, its engine capacity, and also its sheer scale. And just look how beautiful that Bentley is. And again, driver input, and that's why it's so appealing. From the spectator banking, watching on television, you can see what the driver's doing just to set the car up for the corner.
I mean, I love the period of racing that I'm involved in at the moment in sports car racing, but amongst the things you do realise you miss with the opportunities with the open-top sports cars, even into the 21st century, and we got those, of course, later on today with the endurance icons.
Hold on. Suddenly, looking in the cockpit, halfway around the corner, instead of looking up, driver looking down. Sorry to interrupt you there, Graham, but it was just of the moment. So I'm not trying to make drama, but this car should be coming in from what was now second place, because the BB Fraser Nash has come in already. Aston Martin speed models in the pit lane there, but No idea what that was.
Now, our timing screen is misbehaving, so we can't see whether or not he's up to pace. That lap either.
Just look, he's lost a bit of time, certainly relative to the BBs, which maybe he would have been anyhow, but now looking forward rather than down. So this is the point at which a driver will go, you know, I think I'm going to hand the car over to my teammate.
Just looking at his sector times there, and he is definitely slower than he should be.
Well, it seems to be the cursed corner going after the loop, well, around the loop just before you get to Aintree. We had the problem with the Morgan, that suddenly went off the circuit. How's this for... Go when I hit you on the head with this large wooden stick. If you go before, you shall be struck.
That is the 22 car.
That's Nigel Dowdings. That's a Riley... This is a car very early, 1929. The celebrations coming up for the centenary of Brooklands Racing Circuit near Weybridge in Surrey, and that car was racing when the circuit was only 2 or 3 years old, so that's fantastic.
The other one to watch, by the way, another red car, down in 13th place on out now for Richard Bradley in their family-owned Aston Martin Ulster, and he will be making his traditionally rapid progress.
Had a chat with him. It must have been yesterday afternoon, looking at other cars in the paddock, and he was saying, haven't driven this Aston Martin for about 3 years. And I got in, and he said, I never know how my father set it up. I went around the first corner and thought, okay, oversteer then. But he said his father, Edward, he just loves tinkering with the car. He was 2 nights in this week after 10 o'clock, still on the rolling road. But obviously Richard can drive around absolutely anything, in anything, and he enjoyed it. And yesterday I think he was 16th when he took the car over.
And he rose at the end, was he?
Rose to 6th place at the end, and given another lap or so he could have gained another place.
Leader in the pits now, so it's now about how much closer the BB family Fraser Nash can get as Rudy Friedrichs makes his way through the pit stop.
Okay, just remember the second driver on board. The BB car yesterday was the one that was seemingly making progress, which was Joss BB, and they came up 1.9 seconds short at the end, chasing down Rudy Friedrichs. Rudy had it under control, but that became a little tight for comfort.
Number 6 Bentley is on pit lane. It was a slower lap for them.
Yes, it certainly was.
What, 6 seconds or so slower than you
Okay, so
expected?
what are we looking at there as Clive Morley gets out of the car?
He's showing him something.
Okay, maybe it's a short list of things that can go wrong. At least with cars at this age, it's not something electronic, which is always the bugbear for modern racing cars. What, which, why? And when you do find it, that might be just circumstance that you happen to locate it. But these cars, of course, are a lot more sort of physical and technologically advanced for the time, but rather simpler to look at. The list of problems is probably shorter.
Rudy Friedrichs in and out of the pits, but that is the BB car ahead, is it not?
Yep. But just remember, on the opening lap of the race, this car, the car we're looking at now, car number 18, the Albers Firefly Special, pulled clear by the best part of 7 seconds. So we know the pace is there, but he's come out behind again. And again, it's wonderful. Looking from the rear, you can see how he's sliding the car around into the compression. And then as they go around club, I am not complaining looking at cars being handled like that. That is not a car that's just out for a little Sunday afternoon meander. So in the background of the shot comes the erstwhile race leader making up ground all the time, Rudy Friedrichs, but Josh Beebe hanging it out there at the moment and
having enormous fun, I'm sure.
Fraser Nash, never a car that carries a lot of weight, it must be said. So super nimble. They don't have the horsepower, but they are so dynamic, and a lot of these get passed down through generations in the family. A lot of these are almost about to come out again. Various people I know have got some with which they would like to play and are already playing in sprints and driving events around Europe, and then in races. I believe there's a huge race for them coming up. I can't remember if it's the end of this year at Spa or end of next year, but certainly that's on the eye for an awful lot of owners of cars of this vintage.
There we go. That should be our lead 2 cars. And that, I think, is the number 6 Bentley behind.
No, I think the number 6 is a little bit further back.
A different
I mean,
Bentley.
it should be, but I don't know if it was delayed in the pits.
No,
by
you're
the
absolutely
pit
right.
stop.
It is. So it is indeed the 59 from the 18, and yes, the number 6 car has not cleared the second sector. It's on its outlap, but some little way back now.
Oh, the whole angle leading around the corner. There's our chaser, not our leader yet, but just leading out. Rudy Friedrichs coming past our commentary position, pit boards out. Sun getting brighter, that's good news.
32 car is up in the 3rd place. That'll be confirmed as it crosses the line in just a little wee while. Richard Bradley, by the way, Bradley watch, already up to 9th place in the Aston Martin.
Well, that's cracking. He's got just under 10 minutes to go, so I'm sure he will advance from there. Up to 6th place yesterday, but right now the hunt is still on. Fraser Nash, race leader there. Josh Beebe looking one way, looking the other. Not the easiest to place to get past, but the number 47 Bentley keeps out the way. That's the Lagonda, maroon Lagonda, Martin Bugler. That's fine. Both of them managed to get past. That's a very elegant car with that lovely long boat sail. But anyhow, no time for Rudy Friedrichs to go, oh, that's a beautiful bit of machinery. He flashes past the Lagonda. Finger out. That's a hand up. That's not a finger, by the way. Just saying thank you very much. And there's nothing that Josh Beebe can do about it, so there's no point fighting it. But again, oh, look. Actually, I tell you what, our new race leader nearly losing it there, just trying to adjust the steering as he got down to Stowe, gets in, gets out. So maybe he was so busy putting his hand back in, having waved thanks to Josh Beebe. But this is a car being driven right to the brink, and a lot of people don't understand historic racing, or didn't maybe 30 years ago. They thought it was a bit of parade, but it absolutely wasn't. Right, just taken the lead. Now look at this, about to turn in. Wait, sudden adjustment. Wait. Oh!
That could have been terminal. Meantime, it is new race leader Rudy Friedrichs from Josh Beebe in that 59 Fraser Nash. The 32 Riley up into 3rd. He's about 25 seconds back from this battle, and right on the tail is the number 6 Bentley. Getney Fox Bentley, the number 99 car, 9 seconds back from that, and then Richard Bradley already up to 6th place and quicker than pretty much anybody ahead.
Now, it almost looks like it's the opening lap of the race now. Look at this full array of cars with the Bentleys, in the background of the shot, the tall green Talbots, Bugattis, and behind them the first and second cars in the field coming to catch up in this pre-war sports car race. Background of the shot, and again you can see our race leader coming through. A hand up again from our race leader Rudy Friedrichs, very polite in his passing. Thank you didn't make it too difficult for me. The Fraser Nash dropping away a little bit, and it's chopping and changing. In fact, I tell you what, in that profile, what I didn't realise is that Josh Beebe had got back ahead.
Yeah, how did he do that?
I was trying to pick it out well in the twisty part of the circuits, but maybe it was what we saw. Remember, we had the replay of Rudy Friedrichs getting slightly wrong into Stowe. I think he lost enough momentum for Josh Beebe to get past. So this is a bit like the end of yesterday's race, where suddenly the Beebe Fraser Nash was right on the tail, and the driver who had so much speed at the start of the race, but yesterday there was a reason why the race was closed up, because I think did we have a safety car or something, or some delay of some sort that brought the race back together. But today, well, this is what it's all about. It's cars that look entirely different, deliver their performance in a different way, come from different manufacturers, and yet can stay close to each other, but their cornering lines would be entirely different, and that's what makes historic racing so much fun, when you work to the strength of your car. But now it seems our race leader Rudy Friedrichs has got his mojo back, and maybe he's just not going to press quite so deep into Stowe this time. But again, this is a proper workout.
Just watching the background, the commitment through there from the Fraser Nash. Look at it, it's fantastic.
It's so good it makes you laugh, and that's a brilliant thing to have in racing.
Absolutely wonderful.
What a way to play over a weekend here. This is the first BRDC Classic here at Silverstone, put together by Motor Racing Legends and a group of others as well, HSCC, HRDC, with championships here. But it's very much got a thumb up from all the drivers. A lot of the fans I was speaking to yesterday just love the access in the paddock. All the cars are lined up in their various groups, tents, all with, they say, the name, the number of the driver.
It's brilliant.
It's a small detail, but it's a massive one.
I mean, I'd love to see that at every race meeting I go to. And not to forget, by the way, their separate club, the Formula Juniors, will be up next. I know it's one of your absolute favourites here, and what a community that is. Those little cars are just perfect.
Yeah, well, we'll see them very, very shortly. They have a beautiful metal frame marquee, and they're all under the same roof, and you can fit an awful lot of them together, but there's so much camaraderie between the teams, between the drivers. A lot of them have been racing against each other for a good decade, if not more. And then you've got one family that's called almost the entire market of owning the Lotus 22s from the early 1960s. That's the Halusas, and you look at the level of preparation on these cars. But right now, let's just celebrate in this pre-roll race. We've got under 5 minutes remaining, and it is still a scrap. That number 59, that pesky Fraser Nash, Josh Beebe on board, will not get off the tail of yesterday's race winner Rudy Friedrichs.
Keep watching this. I'm keeping an eye on Richard Bradley and his progress. 6th place, closing fast on the Getney Fox number 99 car for 5th. Don't think he's going to get further than that. There's a further 7.5 seconds before he gets the first of the Bentleys, but it's not going to stop him trying.
Yeah, he's closing by about 2 seconds a lap, so actually the clock may almost not. It may get to the end of the race duration before he gets up to get the Getty Fox Bentley. Alex Hewitson, though, no problems for him. He rose from 6th to 3rd yesterday. He started 3rd today because we started in yesterday's race finishing order. And he's back into 3rd. He fell down the order on the opening lap of the race, but has worked his way back. But he is some distance down. He's half a minute or more down on Josh Beebe's Fraser Nash.
Didn't look to be quite up to full speed at that point.
Did he?
He didn't look to be quite there. And I'm looking at his middle sector time, but he absolutely isn't.
Just looking at the progress in the background of the shot, the red Aston Martin, that's Richard Bradley, driver of ancient and modern. The family has very much fuel coursing through its veins. Leaning in. So his target is just going out the bottom right hand of the picture. That is the visual on where he has to get to catch up with the number 99 Bentley that Ewan Getley started. Lewis Fox is driving for the Kingsbury Racing shop at the moment. Down the Wellington Straight they go, and again the scale of the cars. Here's the big Bentley, and you can see much lower, maybe same length, maybe slightly longer, the Aston Martin in the background.
So yes, catching. Is he catching quickly enough? Well, we're going to see in just over 3 minutes.
Wait
time.
for the cornering start. Here comes Richard. Actually, I'll tell you what. He kept saying to me, I said his father sort of set the car up for oversteer. He explained to me, he said, Dad, cornering sideways is that way. I want to go that way, pointing his finger straight forward. You know, a very simple visual.
The father-son dynamic.
This is a delicate one, but with a lot of respect, of course.
Of course. Zero lack of enthusiasm from Richard Bradley about just about anything he's doing. Always a delight to watch out in any paddock.
Just make sure you don't talk to him about trains. You'll never finish.
Yes, a massive fan of train simulators is Richard. We had a very long conversation about the brand new train simulator, which as a father you will appreciate, which is a digital mapping of the island of Sodor. It's almost the tank engine, the interactive experience.
There you go. Luckily I was out that decade. Good. Right, here's Richard Bradley. He's pressing on. He's in 6th place, chasing after Lewis Fox. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, oh my word, it's down to 1.2 seconds. Josh Beebe is hanging in there. Rudy Friedrichs may well take 2 wins in Talvis Firefly, but all we need is one gaggle of traffic in the wrong place, and that little nimble Fraser Nash may well yet catch him.
I think he's gone the other way, though, because just looking at the gap through the first sector, actually the stumble has come the way of the Fraser Nash, and dropping back, I suspect, in traffic. Here's Rudy Friedrichs, and you can see a larger than optimal gap from the position of anybody who's out there. I'm sure with the massive merch presence from Fraser Nash here.
Yeah, but look at this. Look. I mean, simply when the early part of the lap is the worst part for the Fraser Nash. When you get to the areas around, you know, Stowe, Club, etc., and then work through that infield loop complex, that's where he gains ground. But there is more power, there's more traction from Rudy Friedrichs. The gap's really gone now. It's gone out to 6 seconds now. But I was going to say, if you're slightly interrupted in your pace ground in the Fraser Nash, it takes longer to get that momentum going again.
Absolutely right. And I think that was likely what's done the damage here. We didn't see it, but the timing screen tells the story, doesn't it? Pretty much identical everywhere else, but Sector 1 on this lap, it was 3.5 seconds dropped.
You know what's interesting, though? The best lap of the race, set by our race leader, Rudy Friedrichs, 2 minutes 43. His last lap was 2 minutes 49. So that's interesting. Maybe their tyres do get a little more worn, or maybe the traffic is scattered around, whereas where he set that lap was his second flying lap. There was no traffic in front of him, but I'm still surprised that is such a chasm.
Speaks very well, by the way, this community, the industry that surrounds these pre-war cars. These cars have been remarkably reliable this weekend, and you know that's it's not necessarily been the case for cars that are decades younger.
No, indeed. I mean, you sort of, in some ways, having been run for so long, expect them, and they are, let's not beat around the bush, they are more solid state.
Oh yes.
In the way that they're assembled. You might look at this Bugatti from Martin Halous and say, well, that's not solid state, but that is just because it just looks so lightweight and phenomenally beautiful, but of course that it was a thing of artistic beauty. But those won so many races of all around Europe. I think the figure is something berserk, like nearly 1,000 races were won by Bugattis.
Nobody but nobody in period was using the phrase Control-Alt-Delete, were they?
If you did, you had my permission to smite them. Right, we've got the checkered flag is ready, and it's going to be for this driver, Rudy Friedrichs. It's going to be 2 wins in 2 days. He's had a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun watching this pre-war sports car race, just simply because the cars are so dynamic, and the driver's even more dynamic than the cars in so many ways, trying to coax them around the tighter corners and have a beautiful, smooth run out of others. And again, yes, there's a fair old speed differential between the fastest and the slowest, but just celebrate the fact that a lot of these cars date back to a century ago, or the very best part of that century, and it is an accolade for everybody involved. And a sunny Sunday morning here at Silverstone, it really is a good way to sort of watch the history of racing develop in front of your eyes. But the last lap will have been very good for our race leader, Rudy Friedrichs. A few corners to go. He's got that pesky Fraser Nash off his tail, and it looks like victory number 2 is about to be put in the bag. He's come out ahead of the Bentleys, he's come out ahead of the Fraser Nash. 3rd place at the moment is O'Reilly, but around he comes the heat haze, so it is warming up here at Silverstone, and hands raised acknowledging the checkered flag. And eventually, I'm going to see, wait for it, it's 2 wins in 2 days. In the background, the little green Fraser Nash, Josh Beebe bringing it through. 8.7 seconds was the gap between first and second at the end. I'll tell you what, that's a huge pat on the back for the Fraser Nash duo to have got so close.
Great stuff from both those drivers. I'll say it again, I think Rudy Friedrichs is, in my hat, the driver of the weekend. Application, absolutely 1,000%. I'm interested to see where Richard Bradley is, because I think he may well have squeezed through into 5th place on that last lap. Wait for the second Riley, isn't it, to come through?
Yeah, it's the 3rd place Riley. No, this one here, Riley. There it is, Alex Hewitson, 3rd place yesterday, 3rd place today. So victory for Alvis from Fraser Nash, Riley in 3rd place, and then it should be a Bentley, the Morley family car. And it does seem as though Richard Bradley has picked off. There he is.
Ahead of the 99 car.
Yeah, again, slightly hard to pick out against the sun. I'm not complaining. It's a beautiful sunny morning here at Silverstone. Slightly cooler than previous weekends, which is making life a whole lot nicer for everyone in particular. The grass, it may get green again by about October, but right now it's been a hot summer. Dry day of racing here, but there was that little flurry of rain about 5 o'clock, another just before 8 o'clock this morning. But by the time these cars hit the track and Richard Bradley going through to take that 5th place, it's all fair and square and dry out there. What a great race that was.
It was indeed. By the way, to complete the picture, 4th place, the first of Bentley's home, was the number 6 Morley family car.
Tell you what, hold on, here's a change for position. Martin Halusa in the Bugatti has just been passed up the inside for what will be 7th place right towards the end of the race. Here we are, sweeping around out of Woodcote. There goes Pat Blakeney-Edwards, the BMW he shared with Vijay Mallya, up into 7th place. So good result for them, and in fact it's an improvement on yesterday when they finished 12th overall. So Pat Blakeney often has to be the panther chasing the rabbit.
It's another very tight battle as well as we get to the back end. In fact, something changed right at the end there. There was the 144 car, I think, was in some little trouble. But completing the top 10, the number 77 and the number 7. So number 7 in 10th place, Stuart Morley's Bentley blower. And the number 77 car, Robert Blakemore and Simon Boreham in their Aston Martin speed model.
And again, 2 wins in 2 races here at Silverstone for Rudy Friedrichs. Again, so polite, absolutely making sure he expresses his gratitude to the marshals. He spent a lot of time wrestling with the steering wheel, a lot of time leaning out to say thank you to other drivers as he went past, and acknowledging that they hadn't interrupted him and he hadn't interfered with their progress either. So that's the sort of the two-way respect, the mutual respect that you definitely get in historic racing.
Yeah. Acknowledging the marshals and the spectators too. He's had a very good weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, and a lot of drivers here for the BRDC Classic will drive multiple cars and sometimes surprising combinations. It must be said. Ones you wouldn't have naturally put together as natural stable mates or garage mates, call it what you will. But that is the beauty. And talking to drivers as you move up the paddock, they might be here racing one car, and you go, "What else would you race?" And they said, "Oh, I'm already having conversations with, insert, historic touring car challenge, or I really fancy a go in those European 2-litre sports cars which we had yesterday." There is so much to see, and also you arrive here, even as us, as hardened old commentators with cars that you like, and you see something else, and suddenly your head gets turned. It's shiny. You're the magpie.
Indeed. Next up, by the way, there could barely be more of a contrast to what we've got next after these behemoths of the 1920s and 30s to Formula Junior. Don't miss that. They are perfect little race cars. They are certainly, in my youth, how you would imagine a race car looked.
Small, nimble. They would have been on the front cover of effectively similar shape to the cars on the Waddington's Formula 1 board game.
Indeed.
Brake wear 1, tyre wear 3. What are you doing, Jones? So, fantastic. Two races here at Silverstone. Let's take a look at the results for the pre-war sports car race. And there on top, Rudy Friedrichs, Alvis Firefly, eventually winning by 5 seconds. It might have been there or thereabouts. Rob and Josh Beebe gave it a really good lick in their Fraser Nash TT rep. Second place both days running. Alex Hewitson, third place both days running in his Riley. Good run for him. Best of the Bentleys, Clive and James Morley, and theirs just ahead of the charging Richard Bradley, who was taking over his Aston Martin Ulster he shares with father Edward. And then Ewan Getley, Lewis Fox, 6th. Was there a problem in their car? Well, certainly looking down. Vijay Mallya and Pat Blakeney Edwards, their BMW just on the last lap, on the last few corners, moving ahead of Martin Halusa's Bugatti to take 7th place overall. And then the Blakemore Boreham Aston Martin Speed model in 9th, and second and third of the Bentleys, another blower model from the 20s going into 30s, taking 10th place overall. Best of the only Jaguar in the field, the SS100 of Burton and Finborough in 11th, Paul Potchell in his Bentley, Hugh Apthorpe in his, and a lot of fun the whole way down the order. The Talbot in the mix down there, more Bugattis, more Rileys, and historic racing is all the stronger for having such a strong pre-war sports car field as its basis. And almost everybody got to the end of the race, with the exception, unfortunately, of the Morgan three-wheeler that ended up with one of those wheels very high in the air and had to pull off to the side of the circuit. Don't know what went wrong, but certainly it was sorted out. So I tell you what, that was such a good fun race. Let's take a look at the highlights. Really nice, clean and tidy start. Rudy Friedrichs on the left-hand side of your screen, already in front, so he moved over across the nose of one of the fast-charging Bentleys that came up from the second row of the grid. And in behind, little and large, I mean, Alex Hewitson, that beautiful Riley, that's in blue in 32, and he was being harried all the time by the little Morgan three-wheeler. The number 6 Bentley, also very, very much in the mix early on. That was Clive Morley, who handed over to James. And here was the chopping and changing. In many ways, this was the battle of the race, because it ebbed one way and then the other. Now, this was a surprising moment. Suddenly, whoa, a wheelie going on. Can't work out what went on, but talk about finding a nice place to park. That Morgan three-wheeler, not over, but definitely out. But this man, Rudy Friedrichs, before the pit stops, putting clear, further clear, further clear. But the little Fraser Nash kept on coming, and after the pit stops, got very, very close indeed to his tail. The very elegant, serene Talbot having another good run around the middle part of the order, again sitting high, looking low, but this was the battle. The Fraser Nash in green in second place, got that close, actually got in front again, was in front after the pit stops, then a little mistake down to Stowe enabled him to get back just after the Alvis went out, but in the end it was a very, very good win for Rudy Friedrichs. He won on Saturday, he's won on Sunday, and he's truly delighted, and deserves to be so. He had to drive that Alvis Firefly special very, very hard indeed. Tell you what, let us go down now straight to the pit lane to Mark Werrell with some interviews.
No, it's great to see you. You had to get on with it at the beginning because you knew you'd got an extra time penalty with being a dominant car, so a longer pit stop.
35 seconds more than anybody else, even than him. So I had a built a gap. I tried really, really hard. I hope you could see that. And then 50 seconds pit stop. And then, yeah, I was lucky. When I left the pit lane, I already saw him. But he was really on it. He was so much on it. So I needed to put everything into it to get close and then finally overtake him.
I heard you might have had a small problem with the car as well.
Yeah, I'm losing fourth gear on overrun all the time, and that's you're struggling really. Hard braking at the end of the straights, and I got to keep only one hand on the steering wheel because I need the other one to keep gearing. So that made it a bit interesting, yes.
It's hard work.
It is indeed, but it's enjoyable. And again, I mean, all the marshals at the end waving and clapping hands and stuff, it's really exciting. So thanks to everybody working here, letting have this fun.
Well done, a double winner at the BRDC Classic, well done. Let's wander over and grab a quick word with our second place drivers. We'll start with Rob Beebe. We did have a chat to Rob as you hopped out of the car and you said you were handing it over to the boy wonder, and well, he tried his very best for you.
He did try his best. It was great to watch. I was watching it on YouTube, so it was fantastic, very entertaining, and yeah, he did very well.
Did well, but Rudy just seemed to have a bit of pace. Again, a bit like Rudy, you had a car problem to deal with as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, we lost fourth about 10 minutes in. So even we lacked top end. So when you don't have fourth, you're really struggling. But nevertheless, it was great fun, the first 10 minutes, dicing with Rudy. But he drove really well, as per usual. So you just had to be consistent, slow in, fast out, or with this sideways in, fast out. But yeah, it was good fun.
It could have been very sideways had the rain have been here, because it was quite wet this morning first thing.
Yeah, well, obviously we drove into the circuit doing the rain dance, just looking at the skies, checking, refreshing the weather app every 2 minutes. And no, unfortunately it didn't come, because that would have been a lot of fun.
Well done. Thanks for keeping us entertained. And let's grab a quick word with the driver that finished third, as he did yesterday as well. Another third place, Alex.
Absolutely, I'm very happy with that. I mean, the pace of these guys in front is quite remarkable, but similar to yesterday, first half, great battle with, I think it was the Bentley, then Mr. Morley there, and Sue. Unfortunately, Sue then I think's pulled up. But yeah, first half, a lot of battling, a lot of changing of places, and then after the pit stops, a little bit of a lonesome. But I like my own company, so that's fine.
What was the Riley like around here?
It's absolutely fabulous. It's very stable. It struggles for power down the straights in comparison to these guys in the big Bentleys, but as they say, around the wiggly bits, it's great.
You just got to push it where you can, haven't you?
Absolutely, and I think I've got a fastest lap I've ever had around here. So, yeah, all good.
It's heading in the right direction. Well done, well done. So there we go, there's our top three from the pre-war cars. We're going to stay with single-seaters next, because we've got the historic Formula Juniors heading out onto circuit.
Well, we're having a huge amount of fun. The historic Formula Juniors coming up, but it's not just about the racing here at the BRDC Classic. Car Club's very important. Let's go down and catch up with an interview that Graham Goodwin did with Steve Johnson, the Vice President of the Porsche Club, Great Britain.
With Steve, Vice Chairman of Porsche Club Great Britain. 70 or so cars here this afternoon. Most of the members, I'm sure, trackside watching the racing. Tell us a little bit about your reaction as the club and their reaction as the members and the paying members to this brand new festival, the BRDC Classic.
Yeah, we've had some really great positive feedback. Everybody's enjoyed it. It's really relaxed. Great racing going on there at the moment, and nice weather to go with it as well. So yeah, everybody's having a really good time.
Plenty of Porsches out there racing from a variety of vintages. Some lovely cars from around the world. Seen a Brazilian 911. We've got a couple of the cars from the US, as well as some very familiar cars from the UK and across Europe. Is that part of the appeal, or are they here for the car club vibe?
It's a bit of both. Yeah, it's great to come and see the cars out on track. They're all built to be driven and raced, so that's a fantastic thing to see. But they're also here for the social aspect of it as well, to get together. There's so many people sitting together, having a picnic, having a really good time, so that's what it's all about.
I think the fact the weather is maybe 10 degrees cooler than it would have been if we had done it last week might be a bit of an appeal as well.
Yes, yeah, but it's a little bit of respite from what it was yesterday when suntan lotion was the thing to have.
So any feedback from your members about what they'd like to see develop with this new event for 2027?
Probably the largest item we've heard from people is a little bit more in the village. That's it. So yeah, outside of the racing there's not that much to see apart from the car clubs, but then it is about the cars, so we want to make sure it stays, that's the focus.
We were talking just a moment ago, the Porsche Club, the second biggest car club in the world.
It's certainly the second largest Porsche club in the world, yeah. America are the largest, and we are the second with 24,000 members.
Fantastic stuff. We hope to see you. Thanks for coming this year. We hope to see you again in 2027. For now, Steve, thanks so much.
Thank you, and we hope to bring a much larger number and really enjoy your event next year. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to Graham Goodwin there, down with Steve Johnson, Vice President of the Porsche Club of Great Britain. And what's buzzing around the track? Well, lots of cars that can fit into a very small space. Luckily, we've got a large space because there are more than 40 of them. This is historic Formula Junior. I'm Bruce Jones alongside Martin Haven. It is safe to say we thoroughly loved yesterday's opening race.
Yeah, it's always one of the highlights of any historic race meeting, these historic Formula Junior cars. Formula Junior, the feeder series for Formula One, to use modern parlance. It was created by an Italian, Count Johnny Laurani, in the very late 50s. Series started in 1959, only lasted until the end of 1963 into 1964 as an international series, and it saw the development of the front engine revolution changing to the rear engine revolution, and that's exactly what we see here. We've got 4 different classes of cars, some with drum brakes, the faster cars at the front, rear engine with disc brakes, and they are mini Formula One cars from the 60s, not just because they look like them, but because if you put a 1.5 litre engine into these Lotuses, these Lolas, instead of being a Formula Junior car with 1100cc, you would have a Formula One car, because that's how small Formula One was in the early 60s before the 3 litre formula that we will see later came into being. And these cars are absolute tiny jewels. It's all about momentum, barely brushing the brake pedal at any stage, even on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. So
yes, it was very much touch the brake pedal if you must.
Yeah, but only in extremis, just the merest of suggestions of a foot moving in that direction. The red and yellow car, Callum Grant, yesterday's race winner, his first win in Silverstone in the Merlin. But Sam Wilson, who finished second, starts again on pole position. The green car with the white Cooper stripes, that's Sam Wilson's Cooper on pole. Look out for Alex Ames and Andrew Hibbert on row 2, Spencer Shinner and Rufus Flan on row 3, and just about anybody else. These are traditional big packed slipstreaming races. We are about to go green here for the rolling start at Silverstone for the BRDC Classic. Cars coming to the line in 2x2 formation. The lights change and away we go. Good start from third row of the grid.
Yeah, I think that was Spencer Shinner sticking his nose out to have a look. It looks as though second race leader Sam Wilson from pole position has maintained that position. A few cars running a little bit wide and a few a little bit wider still as they go through Copse Corner for the first time. Sam Wilson moves across the nose of Callum Grant, so it's Cooper from Merlin, and look who's got the grip. Well, I tell you what, Sam Wilson's gone in too deep, and thank you very much, says Callum Grant.
And it was 3 wide behind, and I think coming out on top of that might have been Andrew Hibbert, Alex Ames actually, just ahead of Andrew Hibbert, and the blue.
Oh, not everyone gets to play. So
now,
a little bit of contact. Car 54 is Nicolas Alusa, one of the 4 Lotus 22s from the family. Meanwhile, we will go back to that in a moment, but this is super, super tight. This is how we like it. Wilson, Grant, Ames covered by next to nothing. Andrew Hibbert tucked in behind them. Et al. Rufus Flan in his yellow car, that stands out a whole lot. So I think 40-something starters become slightly fewer than 40-something.
Yeah, 42 cars there were, but we have lost a couple. I think we might be looking at a safety car, potentially even at a red flag if the cars are unable to be moved. Look like both the drivers are okay. We're halfway around, not even halfway around the lap, a third of the way around the lap as we come past the win.
I think acknowledgement, hands going up, so I think we may have a red flag situation.
Yeah,
there
yes,
it is.
Do.
And well done. In the heat of that battle, the driver's still aware enough. Car 54 sitting sideways across the track, that's Nicolas Alusa's Lotus 22, and the other car I think was it 153? If it was his brother Andreas. But we'll have a little look. Okay.
Yeah.
It is. It's car number 153. They can sort that one in the family. There's the family logo on the back of Nicholas's race suit, but one has practiced. So that's 2 of the Lotus 22s, four of them owned, all from 1963, by the Halusa family. If you look out around the track or on the screens, you may well see that what we have is, in this red flex situation, we've got some cars do have their engines at the front, but the vast majority of the fields were the later Formula Juniors, where the engine was at the back of the car. A little bit of suspension damage there. So the funfair sitting quiet in the background, but let's take a look at our pack. They're coming back at a bated pace here, and it was very good of the drivers. You could suddenly see as they were going past the contemporary pits, approaching Abbey, they saw the red warning light, hands up immediately, and that's not always easy when you've got your head down, you're trying to get a bit of an aerodynamic toe.
Yeah, very much.
Get past him. In the middle of the pack, you may spot a car that doesn't look quite the same shape as the others. It's the Mallock, and that is something very, very special indeed. Arthur Mallock created it. Ray Mallock is driving it, and Ray Mallock is far more than just a driver. Obviously, RML, a phenomenally successful automotive consultancy too, but he loves to get out in the box-shaped green Mallock U2.
Yeah, he was one of our class pole sitters. There he is, coming into shot with the red top on his helmet. Very different looking car to all the others. So he was one of our pole sitters. Nathan Metcalf, in his Lotus 20, the pole sitter for the second fastest category, Class D2, and those are 1 litre cars with disc brakes. The fastest category, E1, 1.1 litre cars with disc brakes. Ray Mallock in the drum brake category, that's Class B2, and Class C2, Crispin Besley in his Cooper T56. Those are 1 litre cars as well. The engines expanded from 1 litres to 1098 as a maximum capacity. And there towards the back of the field, you can see one of our front engine cars. A very different look to those low slung, much more modern looking cars around it. Of course, with the engine at the front, driving the axle at the back, although not all Formula Juniors did drive the rear axle, there was a front wheel drive one. Bruce called the, I can't remember.
It was never
either.
copied. Oh, that's all I'll say. Such a good idea, never copied.
Although the Mini got away with front-wheel drive in single-seaters, less successful. But with the engine in the front, the axle at the back, you have the prop shaft go somewhere, and as a result, it tends to go under the driver. And no matter how low you made the engine, the driver obviously is still sitting up above that prop shaft, and so is much higher up than these low-slung cars. That was the biggest initial advantage, other than balance, of putting the engine behind the driver, is you see the driver's head is almost as low as the waist on a driver in a front-engine car. So dynamically much better, much less weight high up, much more weight low down. And so the things just handle better pound for pound.
They did, and in fact, just a short while ago, we'll have another shot later of the Mallock. The driver is offset there because the drive shaft doesn't go underneath; it goes down one side. The driver is actually for a clockwise circuit, which is the majority of the drivers on the correct side. On the right side, the drive shaft's going down through the left. So we never like to see cars that are damaged, and the two Halusas having their own conversation down there. Look, there's the it snapped away, or you snapped away. That will go on for a while, and maybe there'll be slightly smaller presents going from one side of the familial table on Christmas Day to the other. But the Halusas, such arch enthusiasts. They have a lot of cars, and they race them very, very well indeed. And the amusing thing to me is the fact that their range is so wide that they'll be racing in this race, and yet another one will be in a Formula One Brabham from 1982 later in the GP Icons.
And Nick Halusa will be racing a Le Mans Audi R8 in the Endurance Icons as well. Hello! yes, talking about you. And you can see how fine the suspension is. Weight was absolutely your deadly enemy with these cars. So everything was pared down to the bare minimum. Of course, in a Lotus it was pared down to the bare minimum, because if you made contact with somebody, the chances are you weren't going to win the race anyway. So the fact that something was broken, that didn't make too much difference. And obviously, the lighter the weight, then the better you can make that power come through. Now, there's a little bit of an oil slick down there, so I wonder whether that perhaps had something to do with what went on between the brothers.
Well, Andreas, who's standing on the left, still with his helmet on, was definitely indicating that something snapped away. Now, could that be someone gave him a bit of a tap, or could it be he just went on an inside line and it maybe was or the outside line? But anyhow, Nicholas is listening and Andreas is explaining.
So it may well be that there was oil down from our previous race from the pre-war sports cars, or indeed from the Top Hack Touring Cars qualifying session beforehand. And because the track is drying out, it hadn't been noticed as a slightly darker stain on the tarmac. But of course your tyres notice the things maybe that the Mark 1 human eyeball doesn't spot immediately. So unfortunately for everybody, race red flagged, but we are going to get back underway very shortly. So the race distance will come down from 20 minutes to 15 minutes. Which again leaves everybody a wee bit shortchanged, but none more so than the Halusa brothers. So,
well, they're just walking inside Copse. That's the back exit towards the paddock. That's quite close to our stage, but they won't be popping up there for a winner's interview after this
they
one.
might go for a chat anyway, because that's the sort of enthusiasts they are. Looks like we've got trouble there. Is that the Koala? Making a name for itself again.
Yeah, the Koala has had a troubled time here, in and out of the pits. The Condor, the pale blue car, is one we're talking about, with the front engine, drivers sitting so much higher. Great names cars had in period, and the number of historic Formula Juniors that have been recovered over the years, that have been tucked away, no further purpose, no further use, and suddenly they're coming out. You realise that an awful lot of Formula Junior cars were one-offs.
Yeah.
Someone built it for themselves to be cost efficient, and then no one decided that they wanted a second version, or the person who built that car then moved on to another category, etc., etc. But
that's the story of the Koala, and as you might be unsurprised to hear, designed and built in Australia by an impecunious engineer who then went and raced it himself. And the long end of that story is that it was in the paddock at a Tasman race weekend when the Formula 1 cars of the period would head down under and race in Australia and New Zealand during the winter. Often the teams, Lotus, Brabham and so on, would take cars down there from Europe and then sell them. And they would stay there, and then you'd just fly home without all of the baggage, and so make a bit of a profit on the cars, which not only kept racing healthy down under, but also allowed the teams to sell on their older cars to build newer ones. But Colin Chapman spotted this one-off car, was so intrigued by it that he meandered off into the Formula Junior paddock, found the man who was racing it, who had in fact designed and built it, gave him his calling card, and the long and the short of the story is the next season, that particular engineer was working at Lotus and became one of their head engineers. So, particularly with the Malik there, it was about building and racing your own car. That's exactly what Sir Arthur Malik designed. He designed a car that drivers could build and race themselves and modify themselves. But for a lot of these cars, you bought a productionized car, a customer racing car, a Lotus, a Lola, or what have you, and you raced it. But engineers were born in this. Teams, small teams, grew into bigger teams through Formula Junior and moved up the categories in the same way that you sort of naturally anticipate that drivers would have done as well. So it was a very fertile breeding ground for every aspect of motorsport.
Yeah, and it was. And Arthur Malik then made a name for himself in the Clubman's category, which produced other designers like, Patrick Head. He did rather well, didn't he?
Adrian Reynard, another one, to design his own Clubman's car.
Yeah, these weren't people who were steeped in money, but they decided they thought they had an idea how they could make a racing car that people would buy. Now what's happening is that the cars are being put back into grid order, and I can just tell you, I had a quick check. The Koala appears to have gone into hibernation. It hasn't been entered. It is making a protest. Wrong sort of eucalyptus leads. But there is that slab-sided, slab-fronted, much wider bodywork there on the Malik. And that's, as we said, because the drive shaft has to go down the left-hand side of the driver, so the driver can sit low, and certainly that handles in a beautiful fashion, so it was a great idea. But the thoroughbred cars, the ones that were from Cooper, from Lotus, for Lola, they were the ones that tended to be at the front of the field. It was incredibly competitive, the Formula Junior race, and there's a message from race control. We'll have a pace lap and then a 15-minute lap. That's to keep things on time in the schedule. But I tell you what, you can pack an awful lot of fun into 15 minutes of Formula Junior racing, so don't feel you're going to be shortchanged at all. And the Formula Junior Historic Racing Association Silver Line Historic Formula Junior Championship, quite a mouthful, but it's worth getting through that because they provide the fun. These cars are truly exquisite, and if you're here at Silverstone, take a time away from the banking. Lunch, there's one further race after this, then the lunch break. Come over and take a look at the cars. They're all under one great big awning just behind the BRDC clubhouse. But our front-running cars, there's the ex-Gerard Racing Cooper on the front row, that's Sam Wilson in behind Callum Grant. So what's going to happen? They'll be put back into their grid formation for the second part of this race.
Yeah, so the formation lap will hopefully allow them to fit into 2x2 formation once more and go for another rolling start. And there is the Brabham of Alex Ames, car Mike Hailwood first drove as he converted from 2 to 4 wheels. Andrew Hibbard's Lotus. Right behind is the Lola of Spencer Shinner. He made a very quick start, but actually got hung out to dry, I think, on the outside, and he dropped down to about sort of 8th or 9th. So it's an ill wind, as they. Rufus Flan, the bright yellow Lotus, very distinct coloured car with those stripes up the centre, so that makes him easy to spot. Similarly, the orange car right behind, this is Stuart Roach's Alexis, another mark that started in Formula Junior and brief forays into other categories of customer racing. Formula Ford, particularly Alexis, made cars for, but a lot of these manufacturers would have converted a single-seater like this into potentially a sports car and so on. Certainly Merlin will have done the same. Stuart Monument in his Lotus 22. Lotus 22, one of the most popular Formula Junior cars.
And don't forget, of course, sale of these cars in the droves was what helped keep Lotus in Formula One. They, of course, were relying on selling road cars too, but if you can get a very successful number and there's a championship with 40 cars on the grid, you can sell 10 of them, then you're taking a bit of a punt to help your Formula One team. So we're getting all set. The Historic Junior will be with us very soon again.
It's lights out. It's going to take something truly heroic for them to win from there. Can you believe what you are seeing here at Silverstone? Step of the podium.
So, look at that. People are they in the grandstand to keep out of the rain, or just because it's a fantastic view? I think
fantastic view and a bit of shade as well, actually, because the big dark clouds have scudded off. There is nothing else coming from the west, by the way, so we are set fair for another beautiful afternoon here at Silverstone. So yeah, great viewing from some of the grandstands. The Lando stand is not open over at the far end, out by the wing, but the newly renamed Jim Clark grandstand is right beside the BRDC suite. So BRDC members, I know there are an awful lot of them here in the paddock and coming to visit, will be down there as well. Great opportunity to see some fantastic racing. And actually, the Jim Clark grandstand overlooking the end of the Wellington Straight is very often, I mean, it was never thus, even on the club circuit, the scene of some fairly frantic action.
Yeah, 100%, and also particularly in the multi-class races, you have cars that are very much quicker down the straights but can't do the corners so well at the far end, so it is a fantastic place to watch. Look at the sky, there's more blue than cloud, so that's definitely going the right way.
It's a very Simpson sky, isn't it, I think, at the moment?
Oh, I was going to say sort of Tiepolo. Artistic there. I was never allowed off wax crayons.
I'm a bit more of a pleb, I'm afraid. So, Formula Junior getting ready to go again. Our cars have been recovered that clashed earlier on.
Few people watching from high in the BRDC clubhouse, and a lot of those would have probably had these cars in period or looked at them as they were young people looking to go racing, and of course we go through the decades, but I feel Historic Formula Junior is going to be with us forever because they just provide sensational racing. The cars are remarkably simple, their performance is very much within a very close band, and what is not to like? The cars are exquisite, and you didn't have to squint, and they could have been Formula One cars. Remember, in 1961, Formula One was downgraded from 2.5 litres to 1.5. The cars had just started to go rear-engined, and you had to have a chance to have cars that looked very much like this.
Thinking actually of the British Racing Drivers Club, the BRDC, our previous race, the Brewell Sports Cars, is the ultimate link, isn't it, to the BRDC, because the BRDC was set up by Dr. Bentefield and a whole bunch of the others from the Bentley boys from the 1930s. They set up the British Racing Drivers Club and immediately post-war bought Silverstone, and that has then changed from an ex-War Department airfield into the home of the British Grand Prix. Small irony is that we could be at the home of British Motorsport at Shinfield in Warwickshire, because 2 sites came up for sale and the BRDC bought the first of them, which turned out to be Silverstone and not Shinfield. Otherwise we'd have been just outside Warwick as the home of the British Grand Prix, and Banbury would have been left on its own in splendid isolation. And of course then, you know, Warwick just a few miles from Birmingham, that really would have been motor industry and Formula One heartland as well. But Silverstone it was that came up for sale first, so the BRDC bought it, and it has become one of the world's preeminent Grand Prix circuits, and long may it remain.
Well, let's take a look at the grid. It's been reformed in the same order. Sam Wilson on pole position from Callum Grant, Cooper from Merlin, then Lucas Alusa, Alex Ames. So one of the losers at least will get towards the end of the race. But lots of other people up and down the order to look for. Certainly Spencer Schindler looks busy. Rufus Flan's having a very good meeting. He's starting from 5th. Andrew Hibbard always in the mix. He's starting 4th. And then we've got the various classes up and down the order. And certainly Ray Malek in his Malek U2 will have every opportunity in his class. But let's hope we can get everyone through COPS at this time of asking. Nicholas Alusa there is not on the grid from 12th place because he got involved in that contact with his own brother. Didn't see what happened, but there was certainly an indication there might have been oil down there that caught several of them out and led to that sort of concertina effect. A few cars going off at COPS. 2 out of the race. Several didn't come to start the race because of mechanical maladies yesterday, but we've got a huge fill of cars. I think we'll still be having 40 start this race. So past the wing they go, and again a chance to check the track conditions. There was a little flurry of rain at 5 o'clock this morning, another at just before 8 o'clock. Now it seems to be uniformly dry around the circuit. Well, I tell you what, rain doesn't upset these cars either, Martin. They're so small, they're so nimble, and they just seem to get on with it.
They really do, don't they? Absolutely fantastic racers. And towards the tail of the field you can see some of the more upright, slightly Edwardian looking perhaps, front engine Formula Junior cars. Duncan Rabagliati starting 37th in his Alexis, the arch enthusiast, and another of the front-ended cars. You can actually see it just joining the tail of the gaggle there, the bright orange car with the sort of high back behind Duncan's head, as the rest of the field join up behind him.
But what we have as we come down, Sam Wilson starting on pole in his ex-Gerard Racing Cooper alongside Callum Grant in the ex-Dennis Welsh Mighty, the Magic Merlin, red with the yellow stripe up the middle. That seems to just be the most nimble car in the entire field of nimble cars. So look out for that again. But again, just remember he took the lead when we got in between Maggots and Beckett's. Unfortunately, Sam Wilson made a slight error, ran a little bit wide, but it's going to be nip and tuck. But what you do not want to do in these cars is lose momentum. The second row, we've got Alex Ames with the yellow and green, largely yellow and green helmet. He's in the ex-Halewood Brabham, and then Andrew Hibbard in a Lotus tucked in behind.
So they haven't actually been formed up as they were gridded.
No, they haven't.
Alex Ames was supposed to be 3rd, Andrew Hibbard 4th. I wondered, there were a few that were not as they were, so maybe that's as they were at the first timing beam. However, we are ready to go racing once more. 15 minutes of historic Formula Junior action. The cars may be old, but the drivers predominantly are not. This is a real cut and thrust view of top-class motor racing from the early 1960s. We go green again. Sam Wilson with the green and purple helmet and the white stripes just ahead of Callum Grant as they turn into Cox Corner. Hopefully they will get through this time because some of the oil dry being thrown up, and the Merlin, the red and yellow car, looks like it's just got the inside line, not into Beckett's. He had the run down to Maggott, but this time Sam Wilson makes no mistakes. I wonder if he'd run over the oil in the first corner on lap 1. He's there. Alex Ames up to 3rd place, sliding the maroon and blue Brabham.
Yeah, the one who lost out there was Andrew Hibbard. He's gone back a place or 2, but he's now fighting back. 5 cars trying to make a getaway, and Alex Ames looking very busy. He's tucked in behind Sam Wilson, the other driver with a lot of green in his helmet. Sam looking left, looking right. He knows he's got Callum Grant up the inside, and Callum tries to seize the moment, but Sam's going, I'm not a pushover, trust me, keep my nose in front. This is fantastic racing. 4 cars down as Thunder Flash. So having said that Andrew Hibbard had dropped back, he hasn't. He fell to 5th, he's back to 4th, he's right over the tail of Callum Grant there. And again, 4 different manufacturers. Isn't it fantastic? And another car tacking in straight behind them. But
yeah,
this
that's
is
the Lola of Spencer Shinner, the pale blue car on the pale blue. No, it's not. In fact, Shinner's dropped back again. Shinner not going very quickly in a straight line. The red and yellow Merlin of Callum Grant got hung out to dry on the Hangar Straight with 2 cars and then 3 slipstreaming alongside him. He stood no chance in a straight line, but it is the Cooper of Sam Wilson with the white stripes up the nose, the traditional Cooper stripes, the leader in this third sector of the lap, with Callum Grant right behind him, the red and yellow, yesterday's winner. Then Alex Ames in 3rd place.
Okay, those 5 cars have got clear. Rufus Flan and a group of others are falling back in 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th positions. But how is this one going to shake out? Remember, the race was originally supposed to be longer than it is. It's only 15 minutes now because of the stoppage and the restart. 4 cars, 5 cars nose to tail. But every time our race leader, Sam Wilson, tries to get a little bit clear, the pace of Callum Grant in that Merlin, the handling of the Merlin, seems to haul him right back into the mix.
Really going to struggle to escape here. This is a bit like a modern Caterham race. These cars aren't hugely dependent on aerodynamics or even remotely, so a good slipstream is a big thing, but the Merlin hits the front. Good exit out of Luffield for Callum Grant, and he turns into Cox ahead at the beginning of lap 2. Sam Wilson in 2nd place. Alex Ames with the bright yellow highlights on his helmet in 3rd. Andrew Hibbert with the red and white bands in 4th place, but he's been dropped. It's now the gang of 3. Hibbert is still there. The car that was up to 5th place was Rufus Flan. He's dropped away again.
The interloper is number 55, Lucas Alusa, who's absolutely flown up. He's had a really good start, while 2 of his brothers are still debating what happened at the first attempt through Cops. He's up into 4th place. He's the driver who'll be hopping aboard a Brabham BT49 later in the GP Icons. Look, he's sitting in behind. Oh, go on through. And that is Alex Ames saying, you're quicker, go past, because this is the car that's come up like a rocket in that ex-Ron Harris Lotus livery, green with that lovely little thin goldy yellow pinstripe. So that's really interesting. The race is tied to this for a driver who's in the top 3 saying, go on past me. Or was he pointing his fingers in a different direction? No, it's Formula Junior. They don't do that.
Well, no, I think exactly. If you've got a quicker car, then get in front of me and let's slipstream up to these guys. Don't sit behind and wait for me to tow you along. If your car is quicker, get on with it. And you're absolutely right. Nick Alusa racing up the order. He finished yesterday. Lucas Alusa finished in 4th place, just off the podium yesterday. But Nick Alusa was down in 11th position, but it is Lucas Alusa in 4th place. Nick, of course, in that first lap clash. So wrong Lotus, it wasn't Andrew Hibbert. There is Andrew Hibbert, car number 41, and he's sort of dropped off the back and nobody else is close. They were 3 wide behind as they came onto the straight the last time behind Andrew Hibbert, so there's a mighty tussle going on, but it is still the Merlin of Callum Grant that leads from the Cooper of Sam Wilson, with the Brabham of Alex Ames in 3rd place.
Yeah, and then behind Andrew Hibbert there's a gap of about 4 seconds to Stuart Roach, Stuart Monument and Rufus Flan just ahead of that group. That's chopping and changing. In fact, got 4 cars with Nathan Metcalf in that group as well, covered by about 1/3 of a second. But our first quartet, first 4 cars, Callum Grant still leading in the Merlin, that's 57. Sam Wilson, our pole starter, tucked in behind in the ex-Gerard Racing Cooper, then a tiny bit of a gap, a gap of a second to Alex Ames in 3rd, but he's still in front of Lucas Alusa. There's Alusa in the number 55 Lotus.
Well, for the fans trackside, every time they've watched a tight battle go by, they can just turn their heads to the right, and there's another one coming, and another one coming, and another one coming, because you're absolutely right. The Roach Monument Metcalf Flan battle is covered by less than a second, and right behind them there's another gang of 4 covered by less than a second.
Well, I tell you what, we've now seen a move up to 3rd place from Lucas Alusa. So Alex Ames, we saw him saying come on past. It took quite a while. Lucas and Alex Ames dropped to 2nd off this lead duo, but now if the pace is with Lucas Alusa, he may be able to get on their tail. The one who's really struggling at the moment, seems stupid to say someone's struggling in 2nd place, but there doesn't seem to be an answer from Sam Wilson. That is almost unique. Every time he races, he tends to be at the very sharpest end of the field. But
he does, he really does tend to. He's got a lot of winning history here, but the Merlin has really been transformed this weekend, and Callum Grant hit the front yesterday and they never got back past him, and he's doing the same again. He's just set the fastest race lap, 2:19.9 compared to 2:20.2 of Sam Wilson. So Sam Wilson only a third of a second slower, but that's enough to start breaking that toe, and they are ahead of Lucas Halusa and Alex Ames, although Halusa purple sector 1 on this lap. So having got by Alex Ames, he's really got the hammer down and starting to try and close on these guys, and having Ames go with him will actually make his car a little quicker as well.
But even if Ames will go, a bit of a mistake there from Lucas Halusa, hanging the tail a bit too much, but if he can catch up, if Halusa can catch the first two, he will slow them because he'll get in on their battle, and I think Alex Ames is so aware of the situation. In the first, he clearly is short of speed in that first sector. His only hope is the first two to be disrupted, so you don't give things up easily, and in fact trying to hang on the back, Alex Ames was discovering understeer where he didn't want it, and then Sam Wilson getting the tail out wide on his car. Again, it's about keeping the momentum. It's difficult at times.
Yeah, and that maybe the track again still has a little bit of oil down from cars that have been out earlier. I mean, that's one of the things, of course, about racing older cars, is they tend not to be quite as oil tight as some of the more modern machinery you might see.
Beautifully put.
Grant and Wilson 1-2, just 0.7 of a second between them. 1.9 seconds still back to Lucas Halusa, and actually a couple of wide moments in the middle sector meant that he did not get a quicker lap. Andrew Hibbert there in 5th place.
He's the only lonely driver on the track because nobody is with him in front. He's 3.5, 4 seconds down on Alex Ames, but he's got 10 seconds over the battle between Rufus Flan, Stuart Roach, Stuart Monument, and the class leader Nathan Metcalf. They're having a great battle over 6th place, but well, Andrew Hibbert, well, he's just got to pretend it's a sprint.
Nathan Metcalf leading his category, Class D2. Down in 16th place, Ray Mallock in the shoebox is leading his category, Class B2, but only by 3 seconds from his closest rival, Adrian Russell, who actually started, 6 places behind him on the grid. But I think that was probably shuffled around after the contretemps in front of them at the start. Mallock would have been closer to that contact between the Halusa brothers. Well, here is car number 90, Rufus Flan, the yellow and black Lotus 22, and he's at the head of this little group. Stuart Roach, Stuart Monument rather, and then Nathan Metcalf. There is Nathan Metcalf. He is our Class D2 leader. So the front runners all in Class E1. E1 for rear-engined 1.1 litre disc braked cars, D2 rear or front engined drum brake cars of the 1.1 era.
Just over 6 minutes remain in this foreshortened race, and our race leader Callum Grant is now starting to eke his way clear. There was a little mistake from Sam Wilson last time round, the tail coming around a little bit on him at Brooklands. He held it, but he lost momentum, the thing you do not need to do. That said, Sam has closed in all over again on the Merlin, but the Merlin just seems to have a hand in this weekend, and it's been a long time coming for Callum Grant, who's delighted with that first Silverstone win yesterday. Is he on course for another? Well, he's just set the fastest lap of the race. That's certainly a helping hand.
Well, he's absolutely had a fantastic day yesterday, and it's going just as well today. Callum Grant, I mean, this car has been an absolute revelation.
Just looking down, it's still now Alex Ames has got back ahead of Lucas Halusa, so I don't know what's going on there, because remember Alex Ames said I'm third, but come through, you're quicker. Lucas has gone past, and maybe he's now losing performance. And in fact, Lucas, I don't know where he started on the grid. He was listed in mine as withdrawn. So did he come up from the back of the back? I do not know. Oh, Sam Wilson really, sorry, that's Alex Ames really hanging out. Maybe his car's performance is getting a little bit sweeter. That ex-Mike Harewood Brabham, run by Reg Parnell, and at the time Reg Parnell Racing said, well, actually, you're pretty good at this, why don't you try Formula One? That was 1963. Through to 65, he did a handful of races, but Mike Harewood's main time in Formula One came in the 70s when he joined other motorbike superstars, 7-time world champion John Surtees' his team, and later to McLaren as well. There is Lucas Halusa. Was there a slip up from him that dropped him away from Alex Ames? Can't tell you.
I was trying to find him on our grid sheet. We've got amendment number 2 to the grid. Clearly there is an amendment number 3 that has not made its way online. So
yes.
yeah, Lucas definitely will have started at the sharp edge. You don't come from the back to the front into corners. A little lunge down the inside there from Sam Wilson, showing his nose, trying to pile the pressure on Callum Grant, trying to make the Merlin driver make a mistake, looking again on the inside as they come down into the complex. They are wheel to wheel, but Callum Grant's got the advantage of the inside line.
Yeah, but the wider line is the better line because it's a longish corner, and coming onto the Wellington Straight as they will when they get to Aintree. Look how close they are. This is Forward Junior. Usually you have 4 cars. Today just the 2 in the very sharp middle of the field. It's half price Sunday, but along the Wellington Straight they go, diving to the inside line, but it's going to put Callum Grant on the longer outside line. But can the corner be entered and exit without running too wide? Can't tell you yet. Look, the tail's coming around, but that is bold. That's a driver on top of his craft.
Absolutely. Sam Wilson determined not to be runner-up today as he was yesterday. Takes the lead away from Callum Grant. 3.5 minutes to go, a little under. So it'll be this lap plus 1 more as they start the penultimate lap now. 3 minutes on the clock. They're doing 2 minutes and change. So this one plus 1 more for Callum Grant to figure out what Sam Wilson has figured out in that Cooper to take the lead from his Merlin.
And they've got traffic up ahead. The first time they're going to catch the tail enders, and it might be Ralph Carter's Brabham they get to, and looking well. But you can do the speed bit, but can you do the cornering? Sam Wilson, yes, I can. But where are they going to catch?
Hand out the cockpit, and he's caught traffic. But
hold on, is there something they've seen other than traffic? Because that's unusual for Sam Wilson to back out.
And they both backed out. Have they seen flags? Right now, there's some real confusion because they're not passing the back markers. Hands out to the cockpit. Here comes Lucas Halusa. Here comes Alex Ames.
But it's almost like the first lap all over again. So it does appear there is a flag that's been shown.
So have we got a red flag?
I think there's every chance we will, but they seem to have picked up the pace all over again. So was it an erroneous red flag? Sam Wilson leading from Callum Grant. Alex Ames right with them, and Lucas Halusa just dropping back. It was a yellow flag at the exit of
so
Beckett's.
They had to follow the back markers. They weren't able to go by. Once they got by them, then they were able to get past. So didn't see why the yellow flag was there. There was a car on the right-hand side of the track. There it is. So unfortunately...
That's the Elva of Simon Jones, but what it did do is it allowed Alex Ames to catch right on the thing. It may have been the yellow flag was removed by the time, because remember Alex was a little bit off their pace at the start of the lap, just off their tail, but now we have a 3-way battle. Lucas Halusa not quite able to get there. We've got just under 2 minutes remaining in this race.
Well, one more lap, but again,
exactly
if
so.
they catch traffic on the Hangar Straight, that's going to rob a massive slipstreaming opportunity.
So the order is Sam Wilson, Callum Grant, Alex Ames in the order of Cooper, Merlin and Brabham, just how it was in period. 3 different constructors having a real go, and Lucas Halusa is still not out of this. If he can catch them down the straight, trying to get a triple toe, and these cars don't give much of a toe, but whatever you can, you will take, which is precisely what Callum Grant
Full
just
send
did.
from Callum Grant. That was very much the inside line. Sam Wilson in the middle of the road trying to defend against 2 cars, and that was never going to be easy. Callum Grant went deep down the inside into Brooklands, underneath the BRDC suite. He swept by into the lead onto the last lap of the race. Just under a minute remaining, so this will be checkered flag next time round. They are catching some of our tail enders, and up the inside, Sam Wilson runs wide, comes Alex Ames. Wilson very wide indeed out there. Not the first time he's gone off wide, and Callum Grant now on his own breaks away.
Yeah, he's got to get past the Brabham, the blue Brabham of Sharon Edelman. He does that, and that could be a really fabulous defensive buffer, but Sharon did a fabulous job of getting out of the way as we got into the Beckett's complex. But this is the biggest gap that's been all race. Alex Ames, hello, the driver who said, I don't want 3rd place, I want to use your toe. Forget that, he's into 2nd place now. That little mistake by Sam Wilson into Cobb's corner. Is that enough of a gap? What are we looking? Half of a second. Where are the others? Where are the others? Our race leader Callum Grant looking left, looking right, running as deep into Stowe as he dares. Lucas Halusa is still not out of this in 4th place, but he's only got half a lap to make his move.
Yeah, he's not out of it, but he's not in it, is he? This is the battle for the podium. Callum Grant leading in 2nd place, Alex Ames. Sam Wilson, car number 53, in 3rd place. So it is the Merlin that has the lead again as they come onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight, halfway round the lap now, and he's just making a little bit of clearance, Clarence, for himself. And Alex Ames in second could come under real pressure now from Sam Wilson. I don't think either of them are in a position to lunge for the lead, but the way that these cars make their lap time is not identical, and so Ames now seems to be a lot closer to the Merlin than he was. And up the inside, Sam Wilson, last lap lunge into the loop, and he's up to second place. Alex Ames runs out wide. Is it over for Callum Grant? Has he got enough of a gap? It looks like it. We've got back markers ahead, but they shouldn't get in the way down the Wellington straight for the final time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Alex Ames, he didn't know that Sam Wilson's middle name was don't ask me twice.
Lunger.
Up he comes. That was a phenomenal move. But again, you know, when you suddenly realize, actually, Alex Ames seems to have cooked his goose a little bit.
I wonder if he's missed a gear or something, or maybe the engine's gone a bit flat. But the checkered flag awaits. It is going to be for the second time this weekend the Merlin of Callum Grant, who wins the historic Formula Junior encounter. 20 minutes yesterday, 15 minutes today. The result is the same. Sam Wilson takes second place again, and Alex Ames did hang on for another third position. And as yesterday, the best of the low tie was Lucas Halusa in fourth position. He just couldn't quite get to Alex Ames in the Brabham. Andrew Hibbard finishes in fifth position, and here's the pocket handkerchief battle behind. Nathan Metcalf at the back of that little group will be our Class D2 winner. He crosses the line there. He is the red car at the back. So he's our Class D2 winner. And we'll wait then for the Class B2 car of Ray Mallock, car number 32. He's currently in 16th place, but just half a second behind 14th position. And if we know anything about Ray Mallock, he is a fierce competitor. But Callum Grant, our race winner.
Well, that was quite a race. It was sort of a bit bite-sized because it became shortened after the incident at Copse on the opening lap. We restarted, but it ebbed and flowed. If you had a lap chart, it wouldn't tell you the story. It would tell you who led over the start line. But that has always been the way with the Formula Junior. I will move ahead of you. Oh no, I've compromised my line. You'll come back at me. And then out of nowhere, Sam Wilson just produced moves that don't exist, but somehow he makes them happen. He didn't take victory today because he made that slip up, because he fell to third behind Alex Ames. He did get back to second. But you know what, when we get to the interviews with Mark Werrell, it'll be just like yesterday, same order, but they have so much respect for each other and do a lot of racing together. They'll go, okay, it was your turn today.
Yeah.
You buy the coffees.
Well, today and yesterday, this weekend, the Merlin really seems to have been suited to Silverstone. Sam Wilson won both races last year in that Cooper in historic Formula Junior, but not able to gather either of them this time round. So Callum Grant, that car absolutely the one to have here this weekend at Silverstone. Was not easy. He didn't run away from his rivals. They certainly didn't make it a runaway success for him, but 2 wins from 2 starts.
Yeah, just remember Formula 3 followed on from Formula Junior, and then Formula Ford. A lot of these constructors then were making chassis from mid-1960s onwards in Formula Ford. You think of Berlin, you think of people like Tim Schenken coming from Australia, winning in those. And in time, Cooper sort of ran out of steam, but of course they were the ones, along with Lotus, in fact ahead of Lotus, that pushed the engine to the back, behind the driver's shoulders in Formula 1. And this is what came out as a result of it, and everybody celebrated, because if you're going to develop yourself as a young racing driver, Formula Junior was astonishing.
Cooper may not be around any longer, although obviously the name lives on with the Mini brand. But what John Cooper and that small works in Surbiton brought to motor racing cannot be undone, in the same way that Colin Chapman brought aerodynamics from the post-war aviation industry into Formula 1. What Cooper did, putting the horse behind the cart, was absolutely what made modern motor racing what it is. Now, he wasn't the first. Of course, pre-war auto unions and so on had the engine behind the driver, but then post-war the engine went back in front. So he wasn't the very first to do it, but he was the first to really make Formula 1 sit up and listen. So there you go, Callum Grant the winner from Sam Wilson and Alex Ames. Lucas Halusa finishing just behind them in fourth, a long way back in a very lonely race for Andrew Hibbard. 19 seconds behind Lucas Halusa, 47 seconds back. It was that little battle for supremacy behind. So Nathan Metcalf in 10th position, winning his class D2. Class B2 did go again to Ray Malek, as it did yesterday, as it has done on many occasions, in 16th position. Class C2 went to Crispian Besley at car number 14. He finished in 22nd place, the best of those front engine cars, and the rest of the followers coming through as well. A great opportunity to see cars that most of us were not alive to see in period, racing with verve and plenty of excitement. And Duncan Rabagliati, as ever, the 9-year-old schoolboy enthusiasm of Duncan has really made this historic Formula Junior paddock what it is.
Well, let's take a look back at the highlights. I don't know if this is the first or second time of asking, but Sam Wilson and Callum Grant on the front row, in behind Alex Ames, having a look, having a shove. But the shove did lead to a couple of cars off, a couple of brothers in a couple of Lotuses, two of the Halusas out of the framework. We got to start all over again, and who was going to come out on top? But it was a better start this time from Sam Wilson, and fleetingly Callum Grant in the red and yellow Merlin went down to third place overall. Lucas Halusa troubling them from behind. Sometimes it was 3 in the lead battle, sometimes it was 4, but it was always Sam Wilson and Callum Grant within that lead grouping. They chopped and changed position time after time, and Alex Ames got in on the mix. A few drivers running a little bit wide, some of the front engine cars still out there having fun, but it really was the story at the front of the field of who was going to come out on top. We had 4 different runners, 4 different constructors, just showing how competitive it is in historic Formula Junior, and some really, really good scraps up and down the order. Fantastic move there from Sam Wilson. Callum Grant let him through into the lead and thought, okay, I will find a place to go back, and then sudden moment where you thought, what's going on? Is there a mechanical problem for Sam Wilson? No, he'd seen the yellow flag on the exit of Beckett's. The field was released, but there, the escape duo suddenly became a quartet all over again. But when he got down to the finest point in the race, Callum Grant, a brilliant move to take the lead of the race. Then a little mistake at this point by Sam Wilson. He fell back into third place, going through Cox. He ran wide. Alex Ames came through, put his Brabham into second place, but towards the end of the race, Sam Wilson came back. Surely not a chance. Oh, hold on, he just grabbed second place. That's exactly what Sam Wilson has been doing for years. So Merlin taking victory from Cooper and Brabham, and a Lotus in fourth place overall. So true to the period as well. So fantastic historic Formula Junior battling there, and victory to Callum Grant. Make that 2 here at Silverstone in 2 days.
Well, let's catch up with our top 3 drivers. Mark Werrell is down with them.
What a race it was, absolutely brilliant. I've got my race winner with me, which is Grant. Callum, if we look at the result sheets, it will show that the top 3 from yesterday were the top 3 today, but for that race, that doesn't really tell the story.
No, it was full of ups and downs, that one. Yellow flags came into it, as you could see through the footage. But no, brilliant, and that's what Formula Junior is all about, isn't it? Wheel-to-wheel racing, no contact, and we all had fun.
And great camaraderie amongst you all as well, because I saw when you got to the back markers, just as you got to the yellow flag zone, all of a sudden you thought there was a chance to take the lead, but very thankfully Sam held his hand aloft to let you know.
Yeah, it's actually, I think Sam went a little bit early and slowed down, so he could have passed one back marker and put him in between me, but that's not racing if I just passed him, and it's not how we go racing anyway. But no, it was great. Sam and Alex were always fantastic to race against, and again, thanks to the Sykes family for lending me the car.
Grand job, well done. Twice a race winner this weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
There we are. Let's grab a quick word with Sam Wilson. Sam has it, is it second, but it could have been first, second, third, fourth. It could have those.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was going to be on that last lap. It was a bit of a lucky dip, wasn't it? But yeah, I was lining Callum up. I thought I'm going to get really close into Copse, and I got a bit too close, and he was a little bit earlier on the brakes than I expected, and I had to go wide to avoid running into the back of him. But he didn't put a foot wrong, and he was absolutely on it.
You were leading when you met the back markers in that yellow flag zone. You had to slow up, as did Callum, and that brought Alex back into the game as well.
Yeah, it was really difficult. We caught some of the lapped cars, and they'd got their hands up going really slow. But obviously we can't pass them on the yellow. So yeah, it brought everybody else into play, which made it a bit exciting on the last lap.
I always like it when a driver's smiling and he's just finished second. It shows you enjoyed it.
We all love to win, but you know, when it's a place like that with proper people, it's it's great. And Callum deserves to win it. He didn't put a foot wrong, and I think he was the quickest in clean air as well. So
you were pretty quick yourself. Well done on second.
Thank you.
There we go. And let's bring Alex Ames in. Alex, can we grab a quick word? You said.
Frustrating. I've still got a little bit of a fuel surgy type issue, which it typically did it. I was like, I can get Sam out of the run out of here. It's like, you dive up the inside and I'll just go wide. And then it chose at that point to go cough and splutter, and then Lucas nearly caught me back up. So, thankful for the back markers. We just seem to not have the pace yesterday as we've had all weekend, really. But hey, it's still great fun.
They threw you a bit. You weren't that far away, but they did throw you a bit of a lifeline to get there.
The lifeline on that was great. I was like, here we go, this is game on now. We'll have a bit of a go, but it's one of those, that's racing for you.
It was a great race, wasn't it?
It was a great race, yeah. I think for the top four to be that close at the end is fantastic. Formula Junior is always that close, and it's great. It's great to be here as well.
They were saying in commentary, it's a bit like a Formula Junior race at the Walter Hayes Trophy almost, which I know you're very familiar with.
Yeah, it's a little bit warmer than the Walter Hayes, and it's not raining. It's again, the guys at the front, we can always trust them not to do anything silly, so you can have a good race side by side, and it's always very fair.
Well done, we thoroughly enjoyed watching it. What a great race it was from the historic Formula Juniors. We go from single-seaters to sports cars now. Our final race before the lunch break is the Endurance Icons.
Yeah, final race before the lunch break. We've got a minute to get it in then.
So 60-second race.
Lunches, yes.
Hardly endurance.
No, not exactly. So this will be 30 minutes. And this is another of the Motor Racing Legends new projects for 2027, along with GP Icons, as we heard from Sean Lynn earlier this morning, really starting to give a place where owners can bring these 21st century race cars out of hibernation and get them back on track where they deserve to be. And actually, Graham, for sports car geeks like you and I, it's been an absolute joy to see these cars, the selection, the variety that are here.
To see them again, I think, is the key. These are very much your and my era, but there's one or two here that have not raced before, notably the Cadillac, which is out there gleaming in the sunshine. Just popped down there a little earlier just to take a quick look, and who was looking over the car but David Clark from Hertz team, Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, of course, operating the next generation of Cadillac frontline sports cars. But yeah, it's a cracking looking grid. It's as with the GP Icons, it's a grid that's only going to grow, no doubt all about that. And I think the quality of the racing we saw yesterday will only help that. It was great to see the Audi R8 being pedalled so very well indeed by Nicolas Alusa. We've seen a number of those cars in private hands. I have to tell you, I've seldom seen one being pedalled that well. And all the way down the field there was cracking stuff, including a GT2 battle between, it was Marcus Short yesterday, was it not?
Yep.
And Zach Brown. No Zach today. I think we did catch up with him yesterday, so hopefully we'll hear that interview at some point. But battles all the way through. Sadly, a bit of a damaging incident for one of the two. Very unusual, I think, only 5 built GTR and Nissan GTR GT1s, but here come the cars. Keith Fraser it was that took the win yesterday in the Beach Team Mansell Zytek. But this car...
Now the other GTR, by the way, you can just see it there, the Colin Salter Jake Hill car. They were surprised yesterday, the team running it, that a couple of chaps who ran the car in period rocked up and started chatting to them about it. It turns out that one of them had come on Friday and said to his friend, why don't we just come to Silverstone for the weekend? So they turned up yesterday, saw this car that they had been part of the team that they ran, and so now they're in contact with the team who are currently running it.
And put them to work.
Well, I mean, the thing there, of course, is that they've got all the, do you remember we used to do this? And if that went wrong,
yes.
all of that you need to download. So our grid then, So Keith Fraser in car number 5, the Zytek, the Mansell family Zytek, and Nick Halusa in the 2000 Audi R8. Mike Newton will start third in his MG Lola EX264, the LMP2 car. He finished third yesterday ahead of Max Lynn's Cadillac Northstar LMP. Sean Lynn in the Bentley Speed 8 ahead of Mark Drain in the C2 class Courage C65. Another Courage, Mike Furness in the LC75 behind, and then the first of our GT1 cars, the Soton Hill Nissan. The Marion Simmons Lola will start in 9th place behind them, and Morgan Short, the younger of the brothers, in that Mosler just going through SOT ahead of Max Brown and Andrew Jameson in their GT2 cars. The Guy and Dolby Mosler ahead of Paul Cope's Reynard Crotran, and Paul McLean and Steve Osborne on the next row of the grid in the Porsche and the first of the PTG built E46 era BMW M3s. Ian Stinton in the Roll Centre Racing TVR Cerberus Speed 6. Pete Chambers in his 911, and a similar car for the Phillips Richards duo.
I've an apology, by the way, from yesterday. I corrected you and was wrong in correcting you.
You're always right in correcting me.
Yeah,
Your correction was erroneous. That's entirely different.
It was the Protran. The Protran is running as an LMP2. Operated as an LMP1 in period, but it is running as an LMP2, and I must get to the bottom of why for that. It's the surviving GT1 Nissan GTR.
Do you know what I want to see out? Vipers.
Yes.
Vipers. We've got a caddy. Let's get some more big metal out on the grid. Somebody's got Vipers. I can't all be owned by Hugh de Schoenack. Let's get them out there.
There's been plenty of opportunity to do it, either in GT1, GT2 or GT3 trim. They've operated in all three in the various iterations of Viperage available. And this is the formation lap. Keith Fraser and Lucas Alusa on the front row of this grid for what is going to be a 30-minute race. Safety car in Martin Haven, and we're about to go green.
So 2x2 formation for this second race of the Endurance Icons, this brand new Motor Racing Legends program, and like their GP Icons, supported by Goodyear, because without tyres these things are going nowhere. Yesterday's winner, Keith Fraser, hits the front in the Mansell Motorsport Beach Team at Zytek, the 05S. And yesterday's race winner, right behind him, Nicholas Halusa. Nick talking eloquently yesterday about the Audi, about having to recalibrate your brain with every lap, just because it encourages you to push harder and harder and harder. And it was a quick start as well from the Cadillac of Max Lynn. He's up to third place. Mike Newton under pressure now from Sean Lynn in the Bentley. Yesterday, as we often see with drivers with these really potent factory LMP1 cars, it takes them a while to find the pace. They rarely get the best out of it in qualifying. That's just about getting yourself set. Then as the race progresses, usually the first 2 or 3 laps, they're kind of getting themselves back up to speed, and then they really let go. And at the moment, I think that's what we're seeing. I think the Audi, the Cadillac and the Bentley have all got the speed to catch Keith Fraser.
Yeah, we just saw coming out of shot as we got the previous shot there. Max Lynn having a crack at Nick Loser in the Audi. Oh, that's a big lock-up though from Max. He is pushing here though.
Yep.
These two cars would have competed head-to-head in period.
And Halusa was saying about the Audi, he says the problem with the Audi is it's so damn fast, but it does everything perfectly. It's got no vices. It's an easy car to drive, except for the brain-frazzling speed of it. He said it just encourages you to go faster and faster and faster. And when you do, it goes, okay, now go faster again.
Yep, seldom if ever driven by anything other than 4 pros in period, of course. But great to see these.
Well, and Alan McNish.
And Alan McNish.
It's all right, he's not listening.
Yeah.
He'll be watching it later, throwing slippers
he'll
at the telly.
He'll have people who will tell him we'll be in trouble later. But Max Lynn looking here to see whether or not there's way up the inside of Nick Loser, and he's done that. Cadillac is through and into second place. So after what I think was a fairly conservative drive from Max yesterday, he's got the hammer down this time.
Well, again, the car's freshly rebuilt, first time racing it. And so, yes, absolutely, you're going to take your time to just get a feel for the car, and then, you know, maybe the tyre pressures weren't quite right or the setup wasn't quite right. They just had a little tinker with it overnight. Mike Newton, conversely, car number 25, the leading LMP2 car, the red, white and blue car, he's been racing this car since 2005, not all the way through, but he raced it in period in 2005. He's been racing it now for 8 or 9 years, it feels like. I mean, a long while, with Phil Barker still engineering the car, as he did back in 2005. So there's a massive amount of knowledge of what to expect from the car, what it can do, what it can't do, whereas the three drivers immediately in front of him are all learning that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, this car spent some time after use with RLR, I think rented to RLR at the time. That team now, of course, active in LMP3, but actually also with a bit of a merger with Vector Sport, current European Le Mans Series and Le Mans LMP2 team, but back now full-time with Mike. He loves this car, and of course 2005, one of 2 LMP2 wins for Mike Newton and his squad.
Keith Freezer, fastest race lap, 1:53.79 last time round. 1:53. The cars that are chasing were in the 57s. Nick Halusa 1:57.0, Max Lynn 1:57.2, Sean Lane 1:59.5. Those cars will go quicker. Meanwhile, down the inside comes the Gulf livery Pescarolo.
That's a Lola. That's the Lola P2
that
car.
Is the Lola, yes.
For 2011, this car had a quiet race yesterday, but seems to be a bit racier today. Great to see it in good form. So these LMP2 Lolas raced, of course, in both LMP2 and LMP1 form in that transitional period where we went to closed-top prototypes. This car, the Bentley, was a rather early partaker of that formula, racing as a GTP car at Le Mans, and is being harassed by double Le Mans winner in LMP2 Mike Newton, the evergreen Mike Newton.
Great to see that Sean Lynn is out racing the car, because he's got an awful lot going on here this weekend. He is the CEO of Motor Racing Legends, and they've gone from 4 grids last year in the historic race meeting at Silverstone on the August Bank holiday weekend to 9 grids this year, and they are absolutely looking to expand the opportunities for car owners to bring these gorgeous vehicles out.
And great to see the kind of the gathering of the clans, if you like, the other clubs as well here, the Formula Junior guys, the HSCC and more. Great to see them all coming together for what's been a fantastic festival thus far.
That's the Courage C65 going very slowly.
Mike Finesse's car.
Second yesterday in LMP2, and that is Mark Drain's car.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Kind of a 31.
You're right.
It
is. I've just
C65.
spotted his first sector time.
Yeah. So whatever has ailed him, he is slowing down.
It is indeed Mark Drain's car. Mark races this car, Endurance Icons, and has a unique Acura that we see. You and I have talked about Legends of Le Mans, and a rather younger car, not eligible in this category.
Sean Lynn now starting to ease away from Mike Newton with the Bentley. There is Newton in his MG Lola.
Fastest lap of the race, by the way, goes to Max Lynn, and he is catching Keith Freezer.
I told you it wouldn't take long before they really got their teeth into these cars. 3 or 4 laps, tyres are really underneath them. They've really got a feel for the car. And now Max Lynn is in hunter-killer mode, isn't he? The gap's down to just over 2 seconds. The Beechstein Mansell Zytek of Keith Freezer, yesterday's race winner. Max Lynn closing in, and he's disposed of Nicholas Halusa in the Audi. That car is now 3.6 seconds behind him, and the gap is growing as Lynn closes in on the leader. Yeah. A Cadillac win at Silverstone, that would be great, wouldn't it? Didn't happen in period.
And his dad beginning to close in on Halusa in the Audi. Well, we've not yet come back here for the FI World Endurance Championship. We will be back next year, and the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars will be involved there.
Imagine a big grid of these cars on the support program as well. Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Would it just, but I suspect that by the time we get there, we will not have Alex Lynn in the Cadillac. I think he's going to be going elsewhere, but could be that his brother gets the bragging rights for being the first to win in the Cadillac at Silverstone.
Absolutely right. Well, at the moment he is closing in fast. Another purple first sector, not quite as quick in sector 2 as his previous best, but only 2/1000ths of a second slower, 200ths of a second slower in sector 2 than Keith Freezer. So the gap is coming down.
We'll tell you, by the way, 7th place overall is the Short family Mosler, and leading GT2. And Mike Finesse's Courage separates that from Max Brown in the 51 Ferrari. The 18 car, that is the Brazilian Porsche, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Is running in third, which it did yesterday as well.
Max Lynn just dropping a little time to the leader on that lap. Whether his fast first sector just either worked his tyres a little or put the fear of God into him, I'm not entirely sure. Cadillac is still within shooting distance though, still under 2.5 seconds behind the race leader at the start of this lap.
Yeah, Keith Freezer has responded. He puts in a purple first sector on the current lap. That's just eking out a few what could be precious, vital tenths on a charging Max Lynn.
There you just saw Mike Furness in the LC75 Courage, and here is Morgan Short. Marcus Short, I beg your pardon. Morgan race yesterday.
I can tell this story now, can't I? It's, went along to a bit of a celebration at Roll Centre Racing many years ago when the boys were quite young. Shorty showing us the operation at Roll Centre Racing and the associated companies on site. And in one of the barns were two cars, a road-going Marcus and a road-going Morgan. And they indeed were the legacy for the two boys.
Yeah.
I believe the Marcus is now up and running with a 4.6 in Ford, and is that still the 31? Yes.
Yes, it is. That's
the safety car. So he's moved and then stopped again. Yep. So safety car is out. This could be interesting now.
Well, 20 minutes to go, and the safety car will bring the field together. So Keith Freezer's hard-earned pace actually a little bit destroyed there. He was on a purple sector 1, purple sector 2, but had to slow down in sector 3 as the safety car boards came out.
Yes.
That is the end of the road for Mark Drain.
I think he's tried to do what would be the period equivalent of the Control-Alt-Delete, tried to get it running. He's got it out from where it was in a place of safety, and unfortunately it's died again.
Yeah, so looks like it.
Keith Freezer, for the first time this weekend, gets the opportunity to follow the broad equivalent of a GT1 GTR.
You mean a brick outhouse?
Indeed. Brutal looking things they are.
So Max Lynn closes in behind him with the Cadillac Polestar, North Star V8, and the Audi R8 in third, and then the Bentley Speed 8 in fourth position. So you got North Star V8, Audi R8, Bentley Speed 8.
It's all eights.
Behind Red 5. Yeah, the pit window is open. Okay, now this could not have come at a better time. Indeed. Because you can dive into the pit lane as Marcus Short has. So to Max Brown, you saw there coming in, his second ever motor race. That's
Dad?
quite entertaining. What, the old bloke at the front? Yeah, it could be. Have they given him a job just to stop him being annoying?
Almost certainly.
I don't think it stopped him being annoying.
It won't stop him being annoying.
We're going to pay for that at some stage in the not too distant future. I mean, probably halfway through the afternoon's proceedings, there'll be a whack round the back of the head when we haven't seen him coming.
Great chat with him earlier on, and about the garage with the two Moslers and the TVR. That's at the back of this field. And my one-liner for him is, there's 5 things you've created in this garage then, Martin.
Right, okay.
3 cars, 2 boys.
Very good.
There is the changeover, and that will be Craig Dolby getting aboard that car. That car is going to be going very rapidly when this car gets back to
And of course now
action.
The whole field is jammed up together. In fact, the leaders, are the lights off on the safety car? The leaders have not come in and stopped. No, the lights remain on. If you scramble the safety car and the pit window opens, it sort of becomes your role as the race director to make sure that nobody is massively disadvantaged by maybe allowing an extra lap so everybody can and indeed does come into the pit lane.
They would be mad not to at this point.
You have to. And as the race director, you have to give, even if it's clear and ready to go, you have to give another lap just so that everybody gets a fair crack at the whip.
Slight concern. There's something going on with that second Mosler.
Maybe Craig Dolby is just taking his time to get strapped in. Oh, hand out to the cockpit
that's
here.
That's the Pro-Tran. Look at those fantastically applied logos on the side of that cockpit. I wonder if we could have done that back in the day.
Unfortunately, the Pro-Tran is looking a little bit more like Am-Dram at the moment. It does not want to move. I think he's trying to leave the pit lane. And you can see the Nissan of Jake Hill trying to go around the outside of it. The team that's running that Nissan, by the way, More Fun Stories, the wife of the team owner, it's her birthday today. Happy birthday.
Yes.
But they broke into the cake yesterday as a bit of a victory cake, and they're keeping it today, the other half of it, as a birthday cake. So
classy.
Can I just say, no cake whatsoever has made its way up to the commentary booth. Much as I love historic racing, some of these drivers do need edifying.
They do need to understand that...
cake for mentions.
Cake for mentions, as well as for breakfast.
Now then, so the Pro-Tran has moved. It has actually come out of the pit lane because it was in front of the Nissan of Jake Hill.
Yeah.
So this is, that's being towed into the wing, isn't it? So that's going to be a long old recovery. Well, luckily, we'll have the lunch break to do it. There's Ian Stinton coming in the Cerberus Speed 6.
The old Snotter, as it's known, and we'll tell the same stories we told yesterday. That's the
car they're referring to.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Ian famously, in British GT and elsewhere, a campaigner for many years of the Harrier mark, Leicester Ray's cars. But that little TVR, real historic efforts built in-house by Roll Centre Racing before the factory-built Tuscan R's, later T400Rs, were released.
And then the obscenely ridiculous Speed 12.
Ridiculous Speed 12. Which, I'm pretty certain Martin Short drove. No, he drove the original Speed 12, didn't he, before the Cerberus Speed 12?
Yeah.
But that car took the first ever race win in a GT2 equivalent class. I think it was NGT at the time in British GT. For any car worldwide that was not a Porsche. Now, there had been a race win taken, Shorty tells me, by Heinz Stuck in the States, by a BMW, but that car was then excluded for a post-session, post-race infringement. So, record stands.
So technicality. Shorty's claiming it anyway. I've got the trophy and I'm not giving it back.
In fairness, Shorty was the one trying to argue that that wasn't correct, but it is correct.
Okay.
There you go. There is the 28 car, one of a pair that were campaigned in ACO rules competition. The preamble to then into the early days of the FI World Endurance Championship. These Lola coupes. And say the transitional period into closed-top prototypes. At that point, Lola were beginning to feel the heat and the trouble that later came to how can we call it, a pause for that company. And delighted to say now in rude health, in a World Championship competition, of course, in Formula E, under the ownership of Till Beckmansheimer, and that team based here at Silverstone now. In comes the BMW.
I was going to say, appears not to have made a pit stop.
Yeah, has now.
This Mosler is not going anywhere in a hurry, is it? And that will be Martin Short's engineering prowess there, I think. Unfortunately, Marcus stepping out of the car.
That's a real shame.
That is a real shame. Morgan at least got a whole race out of it. Marcus, unfortunately, not able to rejoin post-pit stop. So Keith Freezer has come out ahead of the Bentley, Mike Newton's Lola, then the Audi, and where in that queue was the Caddy in front there? The Caddy was behind them, wasn't it? Yeah, so there has been a shuffle. Jake Hill in the Nissan GT1 World, the car, I think, did it win its last race in the GT1 World Championship?
I'll have a look. Remember, 3 years I think we had that championship for, but the last year was for GT3 machinery.
Yeah.
So we've got a real shake-up.
So the Pro-Tran is the car that leads behind the safety car. Now, whether we get a wave by or not remains to be seen. But in terms of our overall race winners, It's the blue and red car of Keith Freezer, car number 7, the Speed 8 of Sean Lynn, then the red, white and blue MG Loader of Mike Newton. Safety car has waved by the Protran, the Nissan as well.
Nissan's in period, Peter Dunbrack and Mikael Crum for Sumo Power. The first year, Warren Hughes and Jamie Campbell-Walter and the other. Both of those took race wins. Looking for the JRM team rather. In that first season.
So when we get green again, and that should be in around half a lap's time, then Keith Freezer will lead from Sean Lynn, with Mike Newton in third, likely to be gobbled up by Nicholas Halusa in the Audi, and very likely to be gobbled up by Max Lynn in the Cadillac as well. But there is the interloper, and that is Kenny Murray and now Jonathan Simmons' car. Jonathan Simmons at the wheel of that Gulf Lola.
They would be 2011 cars, because the first year for Nissan, completely forgotten this, was Swiss Racing Team. Max Nielsen on Sigiara, a Le Mans winner, of course, aboard one of those two cars.
Squinting at my TV screen,
yeah, lights are
off on the safety car. A little hard to tell because the window against which the TV screen is leaned up is now very bright because the clouds have gone. Not that I'm complaining about that, it's much better for the pictures, the fans and the drivers. But the safety car is about to head off, so we'll get about 10 minutes of green flag racing to round this one out before we head into our lunch break. And Keith Freezer drops the hammer immediately. Of course, Sean Lynn knew he was going to do it, but you can't anticipate these things because it's quite a long run to the start-finish line, and you can't pass before it. You shouldn't be alongside at it as well. So Max Lynn making the pass, maybe a fraction prematurely there on Mike Newton. Not on Mike Newton, on the Lola.
I can explain, by the way, why Max has dropped back. He's a silver rank driver, isn't he? So he would have had a pit stop penalty, and that's dropped him back behind these cars. So as a younger driver, he will be an FI silver, but he's rapidly got back to the Audi. Whether or not it was a little too rapidly, we'll leave that to the stewards to determine.
So here we go, Keith Freezer with the Zytek, the number 7 Bentley right behind Sean Lynn, and then Mike Newton in the MG Lola, the red, white and blue car number 25. There he is with Nicholas Halusa in the number 9 Audi right behind him, and behind him is the flying Max Lynn. So this could all get very tasty in a minute or two. Max Lynn, the quickest of these three, and closing in fast.
Oh, massive lock up there as he comes by, tries to get around the outside of the P2 car. That surely is going to give Max Lynn the opportunity. He does, as he got the room to get around the outside there. Looks like the Audi might take advantage.
Mike Newton unfortunately had to use the racing line, so that shut the door on Max Lynn. So Nicholas Halusa trying to go the long way around the outside through Farm Curve, but locking up probably on a little bit of dirty track. Maybe the Audi encouraging him just to try a little bit more than it was capable of doing. So Mike Newton hanging on in third place. Nicholas Halusa, car number 9. Car number 8 right behind him is Max Lynn. And Lynn charging after these two, trying to squeeze by for third. He doesn't want Keith Freezer and Dad Sean to get too far away. And around the outside, the Cadillac comes on the Audi. That's a brave effort. He runs off wide, can't gain a lasting advantage by going off track and passing the Audi by doing so, but he doesn't appear to be worried too much about that particular specificity. So
I'm
he's
not
passed
sure he
before
did.
the start-finish line, and he's gained an advantage by going off track.
I thought he'd lifted slightly, but
Well, he definitely went over the curbs
did.
and then came back on in front.
Ah,
so
right,
however
okay.
much he lifted,
I
he
thought,
gained an advantage.
I thought when he came back on he was behind, but
No, he
fine.
was not. He was definitely not.
Okay.
However, this is historic racing. This isn't Formula One. This isn't World Endurance. So we'll just let them have at it, I think.
So now it's going to be about Cadillac on MG Lola.
Well, this is not really a fair battle, no matter what you say about the success of the Cadillac and the North Star V8 in period. It is a quicker car than the MG Lola, but having dispensed with Nicholas Halusa, he's now got to catch Mike Newton in the MG, and Mike does know how to wring speed out of that car. So Keith Freezer the leader, Sean Lynn in second, and they're now nearly 4 seconds ahead of this battle. Mike Newton being caught.
There they are in the background, and it is strikes me at this point it is about Max Lynn just getting as close to the front as he can and damn the consequences. But he's going very quickly. Two very different answers to the same LMP1 question there.
Well, he's having a fun race, and it's not a championship. It is just a one-off appearance for endurance icons here, or two one-off appearances for endurance icons here. And it's about the joy of driving these cars fast, learning what they can do, exploring the limits and having fun while doing so. And also, by the way, exciting the crowds as well. So let's not apply too many modern rules to all of this, because they didn't exist in period. Maybe
Indeed.
Max says they shouldn't exist now.
Yeah, Max is gapping now Nick Halusa and is beginning to make inroads. Came in there almost sideways, but he's pushing and pushing very hard indeed. It's big North Star V8 turbos. They don't need turbos.
He was only a tenth of a second quicker than Mike Newton on the previous lap. So what are we seeing here? Coming down the straight. Oh, that's Ian Stinton back in.
They all do that.
Has Martin Short engineered that one into retirement as well? He's 2 for 3 so far. Luckily,
You are in major trouble.
Luckily, the Coca-Cola livery Mosler managed to avoid his attentions and kept going. So if you're a friend or family of Martin Short, you've got no chance here, have you? Keith Freezer leads 2.5 seconds ahead of Sean Lynn's Bentley. Mike Newton still holding on to third place. Max Lynn has got 5.5 minutes, so maybe this lap and 2 more.
Maybe
Maybe the leaders might squeeze another one out, but
in the meantime, by the way, Mike Newton is just doing Mike Newton things. Never really qualified as what we would call a gentleman driver back in the day, as Mike runs wide there, a little bit Francois Perotto-esque there for a moment, and that's given him. Why did I say that?
And Max Lynn down the inside, exactly where Mike Newton didn't need to lose traction. He just ran out of the loop, over the curbs, lost traction, and Max Lynn was hooked up behind him. The North Star V8 thundering past. Now he's free of the MG. He won't get a slipstream from the car, but he can see Dad in front. And if there is a bigger, juicier carrot, I'm not entirely sure what it might be.
It's a carrot with honey glazing on it, isn't it? Roasted and honey glazed.
Nom nom nom. Well, there is Sean Lynn.
Sunday dinner is coming up later for these two.
Really good to catch up with Sean this morning, because this is a big success so far among the competitors, among the fans, the car clubs. It's been really well received, this BRDC Classic, and in terms of the racing, it's been absolutely first rate. So much going on with Motor Racing Legends that actually I think Sean Lynn might end up with even less time than he currently has to race cars with everything else that's going on. Mike Newton still in fourth and waiting to pick up scraps from the table. Nick Halusa has not been able to get to him in the Audi. Halusa did finish in front of him in the Audi yesterday. So Keith Freezer the winner yesterday from Nicholas Halusa in the Audi. But Mike Newton was in third place overall ahead of Max Lynn and Sean Lynn. And those positions have been reversed. However, having said that Nicholas Halusa wasn't getting to the MG Lola, he is now right with him. Looking to turn tight underneath Newton. Is Mike running out of tyres in the MG? That's very close indeed. Nicholas Halusa not able to chase the throttle there the way he would like to. But has he got enough straight to look down the inside into Brooklands? There is enough. And he sighs through as well.
Max Lynn is catching his dad, you know. He's running at a time, 3 minutes to go. 3 seconds was the gap last time around, but it's going to be less than that this time.
Well, he was only 6/10 quicker than his dad on the previous lap, so that's not as big enough rate of catching. Keith Freezer stays out front, 3.7 seconds in front. And the gap now down to 2.4, but he needs more laps than remain. 2 minutes 39 on the clock. It's a 1 minute 53 lap, so it's this plus one more.
And GT Classics, by the way, it's going to be Max Brown, and by the look of it, he's looking set fair for a race win on his first racing weekend.
Yeah, I
Keith
think
Freezer
so.
passes the Pro-Tran to lap it, and this is the battle.
We did actually have one race, Zach was saying, didn't he? He had one race in Brands Hatch previously, but that's his only ever race in a car. So I don't think he's got necessarily a massive amount of karting background history either. So Max Brown leading in GT2.
And he leads, by the way, from the number 77 car. That's Paul McLean in the ex-Dempsey Del Piero racing car. The car that took Patrick Dempsey to a podium at Le Mans.
Yeah. The start of his adventure in sports car racing at Le Mans. And there is Nick Halusa ahead of Mike Newton. So Halusa up to 4th, Mike Newton best of the LMP2 cars. Behind him, second in LMP2 is Jonathan Simmons in that Gulf liveried Lola.
It will be this lap and one more, I feel.
Yeah. Way to the laps by the time Keith Freezer gets to the start-finish line.
Keith driving beautifully, and look at this. This is a lot closer.
Yeah. Sean Lynn, Bentley, Max Lynn, the open cockpit of the Cadillac. Then with also yellow highlights around its cockpit, Nicholas Halusa in the Audi R8, car number 9. I'm trying to think which of the period Cadillac drivers Max Lynn's helmet actually reminds me of.
Well, let me think. Who
Christophe Tanso.
Tanso was there, wasn't he? Max Angelelli was there.
Yeah. It was a very French-heavy team, wasn't it?
Dams was the associated team for them with their international efforts. 4 cars at Le Mans.
Franck-Lagorce.
Indeed. Comas.
Yeah, Eric Comas. Oh, I saw a great Eric Comas video when I was idling my time at home last night when I should have been doing even more prep.
Popped into the TV booth in the middle of the night at Le Mans.
Yeah.
Eric Comas.
It's a great thing. Eric Comas, a Japanese journalist, who was probably an early influencer, being strapped into or bolted into a Toyota Group C car, and Eric Comas then took her out for a lap around Fuji. The terror, even before they'd left the pit lane, was shrieking.
Remarkably, I posted that video on Daily Sports Car last night.
Oh wow, okay. Here we go, 3 seconds on the clock, so we're halfway around the final lap. There's your race leader, Keith Freezer. Here's your battle for second, Sean Lynn versus Max Lynn. Max chasing in the Caddy, Sean Lynn leading in the Bentley, or in second place in the Bentley. The Audi waiting to pick up the pieces, if there are any. Into the loop from Farm Curve they come. The Wellington straight remains. Is Max close enough to have a lunge at the Bentley? Great exit there from Sean Lynn. He comes onto the Wellington straight with breathing space. But can the Thundering Cadillac close in behind? He's close, but he's not close enough. Sean Lynn goes in early into Brooklands. Defensive early line. Keeps the door closed. Keith Freezer's going to win this. The second victory in Endurance Icons also goes to yesterday's winner, Keith Freezer in the Zytek. Claims it. And behind him in second place, Sean Lynn, 69 hundredths ahead of son Max in the Cadillac, with Lucas Halusa just 0.8 behind in 4th place, and Mike Newton, the best of the LMP2 cars, finishing in 5th place overall, 10 seconds behind the leader and only 3 seconds behind Halusa's Audi. So that is your leading quintet. The car started by Kenny Murray. Jonathan Simmons will bring that Gulf Lola to the line, second in LMP2. Here's Max Brown on his own in the Ferrari GT2 car. That car a winner at Spa, a winner at Silverstone as well. driven by Giancarlo Fisichella and Jimmy Bruni.
There's going
and
to be
a winner
again.
at Le Mans with championship winner rather, Tony Villander also drove that car during the season.
One of the classic GTE cars of its day. Unturbocharged, normally aspirated V8 engine, a real screamer. This car
And
crosses
a
the
win
line.
for Max Brown.
He'll be on the phone to Dad.
Yeah, well, Dad spent most of his time not in the cockpit, on the phone yesterday and on Friday. He was delighted to be here to race cars, to race that race-winning Ferrari, and also to race his own British GT Championship McLaren.
Yeah, we'll be seeing a lot more of Zach Brown at these major historic race meetings. He already does quite a lot of historic racing, but he's loving...
Well, he's going to have less time to do that, though, because Formula One's not going anywhere, and McLaren's hypercar program will be active next year at the World Endurance Races, so that's another 8 weekends that he doesn't have time to go out and play with his toys.
No sympathy, self-inflicted. He could, though, do Legends of Le Mans, of course.
He could indeed.
WC package.
I'm sure he's got plenty of those in the garage. Well, he has.
He could race the 458.
He's got the GT2.
He could race the 458. Just chuck it on the back of the truck, Deanie, and it'll be absolutely fine. Roll it out.
Keith Freezer here, the winner yesterday and the winner today in the Endurance Icons
Trouble
races.
for the 83 car.
Well,
that has finished the race, by the way.
Martin Short's influence is long-ranging.
Oh dear,
oh dear. Well, that's a 3 out of 3 retirement strike rate for Roll Centre Racing. That's not the way they normally bat.
No, it's
All right, let's take a look at the results then. Keith Freezer, our race winner from the Linz. Sean and Max completing the podium. Nick Halusa in 4th place in the Audi from our LMP2 winner, Mike Newton. Our GT2 winner, Max Brown, finishing in 8th place in the Ferrari that he raced with his dad yesterday. And GT1 winner is the Sota and Hill Nissan, finishing in 11th place. And Jaco's dad, Simon, telling me this morning that put in a lap yesterday, the fastest that the car did, and he said it's one of those laps where the driver comes in with eyes like saucers. There might be more in the car, but there's no more in me. And unfortunately, Ian Stinton and Marcus Short failing to finish the race. But what a great chance to see more recent Le Mans and endurance racing classics going head-to-head here on a fitting play field, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Keith Freezer, yesterday's winner, leading the field away. Sean Lynn going by Mike Newton's MG Lola in the Bentley Speed 8. Newton hanging on to 3rd place as the Cadillac and the Audi gave chase. And Newton not allowing the Bentley to get away. An issue for the LMP2 Courage of Mark Drain, and then that car started again only to stop, bringing out the safety car as we got into the pit stops. Away from the safety car, a big lockup from Nicholas Halusa in the number 9 Audi, and I wonder whether that actually perhaps blunted his pace later in the race. Mike Newton at this stage still hanging on to 3rd, and Max Lynn in the Cadillac trying to find a way by. In the 51 Ferrari, Max Brown racing at the head of the LMP2 field, the GT2 field. LMP2 leader Mike Newton still fighting with the Audi after the Cadillac had gone by, and in the closing stages as Keith Freezer led happily, it was Sean Lynn holding off his son Max by just over half a second at the checkered flag to complete the podium. And that is it for the Endurance Icons for this weekend. That's a championship in the making that absolutely has legs. It's a new creation from MRL and a roaring success. Let's hear from our top 3.
Let's grab a word with our race winner, who is just about to take a very well-earned drink of water. So Keith, there we go. Oh no, it's broken. The top of his can of drink has broken. Keith, if that's the only thing that fails, the top of your drinks bottle, that's a good day.
Yeah, in Canada we don't have pull tabs. I guess I need more practice on how to open that.
A win yesterday, a win today. The safety car made it interesting though at the restart.
Yeah, for sure. I had to make sure I, got right on it really quick. So I have a little longer legs than the other guys, so I have to take advantage of that. But yeah, they were quick. The Cadillac was, I think, a bit quicker than me actually.
Was there much difference in the grip levels and the track surface after the overnight rain?
It was, it felt a little greasy. On Saturday, whenever we qualified Friday, the track was so grippy. I was running 3 seconds slower, 4 seconds slower. So it definitely felt slidey.
And it's a car that's got, a very special name on the side, Nigel Mansell, the history of this car.
Yeah, it does for sure. So I bought it from his museum and his name's on the bill of sale. So yeah, it's pretty good.
So you got the car and you got an autograph as well?
I did on something else, but not on the car. Yeah.
Well done on the double win.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Sean Lynn and, of course, Max Lynn. So we'll work our way down this way. Freddie, our cameraman, doing a grand job. Gentlemen, can we grab a word? Is that okay? I need Sean to start. Sorry, Zach, I've just interrupted a conversation between Zach Brown and Sean Lynn. I do apologise. Sean, many congratulations. Second position.
Yeah, thank you. I was surprised with that, to be honest. I think after being getting a penalty yesterday for the pit stop, when I came out, I thought, oh my God, have we done it again? But no, it was great. And I saw that Mr. Lucer was coming. I think it was him in my rearview mirror. I don't know if it's him or Max, but I just put my foot down towards the end, going as fast as I could, really.
What you have done and your team have done, MRL, and in conjunction with the BRDC and Silverstone, is build something very special.
Yeah, no, it really, really is. So I was just saying, to be able to bring some beautiful cars out safely on a great track, and Silverstone's so amazing because it really is where these cars should be. It's really exciting. Hopefully, we're going to lean on this to go for next year in 27.
Right, so the announcements will be made in due course.
Absolutely.
Just tell us a little bit about your car, because of all of the cars, it is absolutely stunning. We'll wander this way, and then Freddie can get it in the back of the shot as well. The Bentley, I gather it was second at Sebring, but it was a spare chassis at Le Mans.
Yes, it set the fastest time at Le Mans. No, it did the Le Mans practice, set the fastest time, and then Bentley, and Brian Gush is here actually, obviously he was head of the competition department. They brought in the number 5 car, which had never done anything, and then obviously they put that in, brand new fresh car, and then it won Le Mans on its side. That's the only race that one did, and Bentley still have that. But this is chassis number 1, which I bought in 2018. Very lucky, very privileged to own it, and I really love it. It's my favourite car.
You're just talking about it and it puts a smile on your face. Tells me everything I need to know, Sean.
Exactly, it's just a beautiful car.
Well done, well done. And then we better have a word with Max as well, because he finished in what was 3rd position. So he's talking to Keith Freezer at the moment. Max, a quick chat. You've not done, I don't think, any races in this car prior to this weekend, or not very few, but it's gone well.
So the last time this car ran was 2001 at Le Mans. And we purchased it about 4 years ago, and it's been a 3.5-year rebuild. And this was the shakedown. So she has not turned a lap on the track since 2001 until qualifying here. So to be able to bring it in, to run in P2 and to be able to bring it in P3, it's a phenomenal job by the Progressive guys. I don't know how we managed to get it to the end, but we did. And she was running perfectly. And it was just cool to be running around with factory Cadillac, factory R8 and the factory Bentley.
It's like being back at Le Mans in the early 2000s.
Oh, I can only imagine what it was like. I wasn't even born by that point.
Lots learned, I would guess, then this weekend, both from yourself driving the car, but also, importantly, the team from an engineering side.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's only the start of this project. We've already got a shopping list of things to do when we leave here, but it's an outstanding starting point. But yeah, we're only going to be building the car from here, and she'll just gradually be getting better and better. So we look forward to the project.
We look forward to it as well. So there we go. There's our top 3 from the endurance icons, and that rather conveniently brings us into the lunch break here at the BRDC Classic at Silverstone.
Just to think, for 75 years, all the greats have raced around this track.
Having the track right outside of your office, it's such an amazing place to work.
The passion that everyone has here and the collaboration is just second to none.
You're part of a team that delivers some of the biggest sporting events in the country.
I would describe Team Silverstone in one word as incredible.
I would have to say unstoppable.
Family.
Amazing.
It's a very, very proud feeling to say that I work for Silverstone.
Me next to you, and you next to me. Hello, I got places to be. Like me next to you, and you next to me. Hello, I got places to be. Like me next to you, and you next to me. And you next to me, and you next to me.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody. It's 1981. 1982, 1983, 1984. Welcome back to the BRDC Classic as we get ready to send out our second race for the GP Icons presented by Goodyear. This new program designed by Motor Racing Legends and in partnership with Goodyear to offer a chance for 3-litre era Formula One cars to come out and play, and a mouth-watering selection of very familiar and some maybe not quite so familiar shapes ready to go out. Martin Haven, Bruce Jones with you. Graham Goodwin will be back in and out during the course of the afternoon as well, depending on whether we let him off the naughty step or not. But Bruce, we had a great airing from these cars earlier. Alex Ames ambling over. He's just been racing about 45 minutes ago in a Formula Junior, and now heading over to jump into, like a lot of these drivers, some very different machinery. In fact, he's not in this field, but most of the drivers who raced against him, or most of the drivers in this field, also racing in a whole host of categories, including Formula Junior.
Yeah, and Alex Ames very much connected with the Halusa family, looking after a lot of their cars. And Lucas Halusa was winner yesterday. He'll be starting on pole position, and a Brabham BT49. So what are we looking at here in GP Icons? It's a new idea, as you explained, leading to a championship next year run by Motor Racing Legends. It's Formula One cars from the late 1970s, well, the early 1970s, all the way through to the early 80s. It touched on the period of ground effects. They're not allowed to run with those effects anymore, but what do you need to think? You need to think Brabham, Hesketh, McLaren, Williams, Arrows, Surtees, et al. And et al. Is always a very good entry in Formula One because it's the others as well. But these cars, they were right on at the time. They look right now. And certainly it was a time of change. Formula One is always a time of change, Martin, of course, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, very much so. Yeah, some of the big names that are still going. Williams, of course, you've got McLaren as well. Brabham have since departed the Formula One world. But then there are some of the smaller teams that have continued under the names, like Arrows as well. Surtees no longer with us, either the man himself or his team. That came and went after a few years. But teams like Minardi, there's Minardi on the grid driven by Max Girardo. Minardi no longer racing under its own banner. It was bought by Paul Stoddard and then sold on, and is now, was then Toro Rosso and has now become Racing Bulls. So the team continues to operate from the same base. Williams does under the same name, which, like McLaren and Ferrari, they're a bit of a rarity now. Teams that existed in the 80s but are still racing under their current name.
Yeah, one of the keys, absolutely, and it will be shown in this GP Icons event presented by Goodyear, is the fact that the Ford Cosworth DFV, the engine that hit the ground running in 1967, transformed Formula One, and that was the backbone of teams like McLaren, Williams, as they worked their way through the 70s into the 80s. It took Williams a while to start winning. They took that first win here. I was here. Clay Regazzoni. It was all going to go to Alan Jones, who was the team leader, but during that race, Clay Regazzoni came through to the front, and boy, you can probably still hear the sigh of relief. That's Frank. Well, he was then just plain Frank Williams, and at the time, along with Patrick Head. But just great to see these cars again. Look at them. Great big wide front tyres, even bigger rear tyres. Lovely big balls of slick rubber. A couple of Arrows in the mix. One is the Arrows A4 and one is the A5, so just a mild evolution. What we're seeing there with Simon Fish on board is the A4. And then a Brabham that looks sort of out of period with everything else, because it's the only car in this event that has a front radiator. There it is on the left of your screen, car number 7. Everybody else, though, followed on, and as the aerodynamics changed, they went, tell you what, we'll put some side pods on the car to put the radiators in. That'll move the weight further back, and so the shape changed. But you took those nose wings off the Brabham, and it really could have been a car from the mid-1960s rather than 1970. And the car right in front of screen, McLaren MP4 won. That had its first victory here, 1981, John Watson at the wheel. But the main thing about that car was the fact, of course, it moved to carbon fibre monocoque, and that suddenly was one of those sort of periodic quantum leap forwards, and everybody else soon followed.
And it was that big move, wasn't it, away from the old Teddy Mayer run McLaren team. MP4, the nomenclature that the car has carried for many years. Marlborough Project 4. And Project 4 was Ron Dennis's team that was brought in. Ron Dennis was then one of the forefront runners in Formula 2. Ron was brought in to rescue McLaren, backed by the Philip Morris Group. And so MP4, McLaren, Project 4/1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And now we're back into a different naming brand at McLaren under the auspices of Zach Brown, who is here this weekend racing with his son Max. They've just won in the endurance icons in the GT2 category before lunch, and so Zach running the McLaren Formula One team remotely.
Well, his original plan was to leave after yesterday. He had so much fun.
Yes,
he was
I heard
supposed to be
that.
heading to Hungary, but somehow the lure of having a couple of races at this event. You know what? He will also be looking at these GP icons, because that's very much the age of car that Zach would have watched when he was a sort of hoped to be race driver in California, but certainly, and he's got an amazingly fine collection of cars, largely driven by his love of things of Ayrton Senna, of McLaren, and Mika Hakkinen,
and Nigel Mansell
et al.
He's got a Nigel Mansell championship winning Williams, and he's got a couple of Nigel Mansell Indy cars, the first one that Nigel won a race in, which was the season opener in Surfers Paradise. Anyway, that and more later. Lucas Halusa starts on pole. They started, they finished yesterday, or in a couple of cases didn't finish, but Lucas Halusa and Michael Lyons in the blue Hesketh are on row 1. Steve Hartley in the McLaren and the FW8 Williams of Nicholas Halusa on row 2. The Arrows A4, the orange and white car of Simon Fish, and Ewan Surgison's red Surtees with the white nose. That is starting on row 3 of the grid. Philip Buhofer in the older Brabham, the green and yellow BT33 with the green not Candy Tyrrell, Benetton Tyrrell, thank you, of Ian Simmons alongside. Then another Williams, Osvaldo Joao in his FW08 with Nick Pink in the slightly newer Arrows A5, but equally orange and white. Andreas Halusa in the James Hunt, Jochen Mass era McLaren M23. Max Dorado, the black body and yellow side pods make his Minardi M185 very easy to spot. Graham Edelman in the Yardley BRM, glad to see that's back out again with its BRM V12. Then Peter Williams in the unique Lek. They were only built for one driver and one team, and Christopher Perkins is the man at the tail of the field in his slightly older Surtees TS14. That's the blue and yellow car at the back of the field. The high air box certainly dates it to, if this was Antiques Racing, well, that's probably 1973, 74 era.
Well, yeah, we know it wasn't from the Spanish Grand Prix in 76 onwards. Little know-me fact to insert there, they were removed. And one thing you would have noticed down the course of this field, you have the theme of the Ford Cosworth DFE, also the theme of the Halusa family. All three sons out in this race. One starting the pole position, the Brabham BT49, that's Lucas. Fourth position on the grid, Nicholas in one of those 1982 ex-Keke Rosberg Williams FW8s. And Andreas in a McLaren M23. They do choose rather well, don't they? But look at these shapes. For everyone, I mean, literally, you move 2 years and the formula appears to change, but for a long time it was big wings, big air boxes, Ford Cosworth DFE, and up front yesterday, by the way, the Hesketh led for a very long time. Michael Lyons looked as though he had it in the bag, but it was just starting to go away from him, and also Lucas Halusa getting more and more conversant with the Brabham, eventually came through, so the noise goes up, they sweep through Woodcote looking for the lights. When they green, we're going to have a thunderclap.
A nice even start from our front row men. Lucas Halusa with the white and blue Brabham on the inside line, but Michael Lyons around the outside in the Hesketh. That Hesketh 308E, the last version of the Tony Southgate design car. I think Southgate here this weekend as well. All sorts of luminaries coming to the BRDC Classic meeting, but it is Lucas Halusa who leads in the Brabham BT49, the last of the non-turbo engine Brabhams.
Yeah, time of real change. Frank Durney was the man who put his name actually to that Hesketh, the last of the run, but of course Harvey Postlethwaite before him. But already our pole starter Lucas Halusa is looking very handy indeed. Of course, his car 5 years younger and made to have ground effect. They're not allowed to run with the skirts under those side pods touching the ground anymore, but certainly at the time it was very effective. Bernie Eccleston running a really, really tight ship at Brabham. A lot of people still think they're some of the crispest looking cars. Gordon Murray, of course, on the pen. Or it might have been a pencil.
Yeah, Gordon Murray very much defining the look of Formula One for a decade, particularly with Brabham, then with McLaren. And here, a little further back there is the Surtees, so that's Ewan Surgison, the first of the two cars, the red car with the broad white arrow. That's the trademark colours of John Surtees' team later on, and the arrows going around the outside. Simon Fish, the arrows A4. Again, that familiar orange and white livery, and the crisscross on the side pods. That's because It was emulating the tiles of Ceramica Ragno, which was the one of the title sponsors of the Arrows team for a number of years.
Yeah, brought in by people like Andrea Adamic, an Italian racer. But Ewan Surgison's going so well. That number 58 car, Ewan started 6th, is 5th. That's a car from 1971, tackling cars from the 80s. The Lek is making its way forward, as too is Michael Lyons in that blue penthouse liveried Hesketh, really getting Lucas Halusa very much up on his tiptoes to try and stay in front.
And they're leaving Steve Hartley behind in the McLaren MP41, and Nick Halusa in 4th place in the slightly younger FW08 Williams, not able to stay with Hartley either. Hartley hugely experienced in this car, he knows it inside out, he's been racing it for years and years and just loves it to pieces. But he did admit yesterday that Halusa and Lyons just had pace in their cars that he couldn't really match. He comes out onto the Hanger Straight in 3rd place, a track that in almost this layout that these cars would have known really well. Stowe has changed since they were contemporary cars here, but a lot of the track layout would be very familiar to the cars, designers and drivers of this 3-litre Formula 1 era.
Yeah, just have to remember how venerable the circuit is here. Opened in 1948. It's a bit like if you had the drivers in the 20s who'd raced at Monza. They could still go to Monza and recognise the flow of the circuit. Yes, of course, the bank part isn't used. But what we're having here is 2 young guns, Lucas Halusa in his 20s, Michael Lyons 35, and Steve Hartley with many historic Formula 1 titles to his name, over a decade and more. There is a changing of the guard, and I really suggest that Ewan Surgison is getting nicely into the mix. He just lost a place, unfortunately for him, to Simon Fish, but in a much older car, that red and white Surtees there. And of course Surtees would run in Can-Am. He took the title with the red car with that big white arrow design down it, and it's one that really stands the test of time. There's another Surtees in the race, that's Christopher Perkins' car. That's blue with the white Surtees arrow down its nose, but that's towards the tail of the field, the ex-Carlos Pache car. And having had Michael Lyons close in on Lucas Halusa for the lead, it looks like it's going out a little bit, but Michael is running a car that's 5 years older, 4 or 5 years older, and he's driving it absolutely beautifully. But again, Martin, it's historic racing, it's GP icons, but what I love, the engine note, the car designs, and those great big fat balls of slick rubber.
Absolutely. Cars that were designed for one purpose and one purpose only, and without the huge proliferation of aerodynamic flicks and tucks that are currently part of making cars go quick. Here it was a simple wing at the front, a simple wing at the rear, and basically adjust the two to balance the car aerodynamically. So these two going well. Again, as you say, Michael Lyons in a much older car than Lucas Halusa, and Ewan Surgison as well. We just saw Simon Fish in the Arrows had got by Ewan Surgison's Surtees. Surgison's car 11 years older than the Arrows. I mean, an entirely different century effectively in terms of Formula 1 design.
Entirely so. We talked to Chris Perkins. He was one of the retirements yesterday, but he has just brought that Surtees TS14 into the pits. Hopefully it can be fixed and go back out, but he's only got 20 minutes to do so, so perhaps that's the last we'll see of him. But again, a real history lesson. And again, the individual sponsors, you talk about Ceramica, Bangladesh, the stuff that came with Andrea de Adamic and so on and so forth, but Café do Brasil, that was the immensely popular racer, nicknamed Moco. Carlos Pache, alas, it didn't last the endurance of his entire career because he met a premature death, but Carlos was one of those people that just charmed people up and down the pit lane. Must have been the real yin to John Surtees' very directive yang, I think.
And the circuit at Interlagos, named after Jose Carlos Pache, a local hero in the decade before Ayrton Senna came along to replace him as not just a local hero, but a massive Brazilian hero. And of course, so closely associated in later years of Formula 1 with McLaren. And then in his final season with Williams, Frank Williams had professed the desire to get Ayrton Senna on board, actually no matter what it costs. And for Frank Williams that was a massive admission, because if Frank could spend 12 million on the car and 1 million on the driver, or 1 million on the car and 12 million on the driver, it would never be the driver. But Senna was different. He knew when Mansell was racing for them that there was a great little tale the other day about Patrick Head. Mansell would come in and complain about everything, you know, right down to how the tea was lukewarm and the sandwiches were a bit curly. And at the end of a 2-hour debrief, Frank would take Patrick ahead and say, he is our biggest asset. If he wants to complain, nod, smile and say you'll sort it, but we've got to keep him on side. So just occasionally he would meet a similar mind, and that was Frank Williams and Alan Jones. They were very straight-talking individuals, and Patrick Head got on with him enormously. There is the surtees of Chris Perkins. So whether that's gone down onto 7 or not, early surtees, Brook Bond Oxo sponsorship on the car. And out front, Lucas Halusa still leading from Michael Lyons. Not much between them, just 1.7 seconds. Halusa's last lap was the fastest in the race, of 54.2. Michael Lyons' fastest is a 54.7. Actually, Michael lost a little bit on that lap. Back here now, this is a little further back with Max Girardo. Didn't see much of him in this M185 Minardi. So Minardi's 1985 and 1986 Formula 1 World Championship competing car. It was designed originally for a turbo engine, which was supposed to be built by Carlo Chiti, who had left Ferrari a number of years earlier. The Motori Moderni V8 or V6. It wasn't Moderni, it wasn't powerful or reliable or on time. So they started 1985 with Cosworth engines in this car, and a fabulous look at this. And look at how far forward the driver sits in these cars. Both the Williams, which is a little less cab forward, but especially the Minardi, almost looks like they looked at a V16 Auto Union with the driver almost in front of the front wheels and went, yeah, that's where we're going to put him.
Yeah, put the driver in the front third. Doesn't always work. Right, good little battle there. Certainly Max Girardo looking busy in the, fighting over 10th place, but for now Osvaldo Zhao is having a sing, and now we're getting a closing in, because suddenly Michael Lyons got a lot closer, but then at various points on the circuit, our race leader Lucas Halusa and his Brabham pulls away again. But towards the end of yesterday's race for the GP Icons, Michael suddenly lost a bit of performance, but at this point he's still absolutely on the fly in the head skid.
I wonder where the Lucas is, because that's gone from 1.7 seconds down to 0.15 and now out to 0.7. But as he went into Stowe past the camera, it sounded as if maybe the engine was a little fluffy.
Oh, Chris Perkins is back in the race. That's good to see.
Out. The Cosworth V8 had a bit of a reputation for vibration, well earned. They always used to say that if the vibration stops, turn the engine off before it blows up. Brabham the Surtees not going quite as quickly as he might have liked. But Chris Perkins is back out of the pit lane. However, looks like one of the Williams is going to catch him. Lucas Halusa seems to be running okay at the moment, but Michael Lyons is a lot closer, and I don't think that was in traffic. So whether Lucas had a little issue, ran out wide somewhere, trying to carry a bit too much speed or not, remains to be seen.
Yeah, Michael is quicker through the corners, but the first part of the circuit, bear in mind that's a very quick stretch of the circuit, all the way down to the tail end of the Hangar Straight, is where the Brabham has an advantage. You gain 0.6 of a second on that section alone at the start of this lap. Middle sector gained a little bit more. The final sector, the gap will be closed again. Yeah, 0.6575. So the last bit, you think Brooklands, Luffield, Woodcote, that's where you're really having to turn the car around, is where Michael Lyons is finding an advantage. And okay, his car did not have ground effects. The one in front did. That has since been removed, but it does have the larger side pods, and that still provides, even though they're not sealed to the ground as they were in ground effect days, it provides more downforce.
And it's a more modern chassis, so all sorts of chassis developments will have gone into it. You'd think, even if the driver was equal, the Brabham is the better car. Now then, that's a bit of a disaster.
Out of third place, Steve Hartley. Now, why has he parked it like that? Is that on the exit of Club? Just trying to work out where that is, actually.
Not sure whether there are black marks there. Has he just spun, or is that somebody else's incident? Or has he rolled to a halt? The steering wheel is off.
If you rolled to a halt, you would by and large park the car parallel with the barriers or find a place to pull away with your valuable Formula 1 car. I think that's had a little bit of a rotation. Let's have a little look at the tracking map and try and confirm where that one is. Car 77, it's listed, well, it's not actually, no, I'll tell you what, it's towards the end of the lap. It's coming out of Laffoul, I think.
Yeah, we're only 10 minutes in, and he has stopped halfway down the Wellington Straight, but facing sort of almost back towards traffic. We're going to see him in a moment as the leaders come by. They will see yellow flags here, and Hartley is on the left-hand side of your picture, and just past the bridge, I think. So before that, maybe. Well, the tracker shows him at the end of timing section. So there he is. So in fact, it's just before they get into the loop. So it may well be that the car has looped around under him. Now, Nicholas Halusa in third, Simon Fish up to fourth, Ewan Sergison will be in fifth. This is Nicholas Halusa in the gorgeous FW08.
Yeah, one or two of those in the race, one with Osvaldo João, entered by Front Row Racing, and one with Nicholas Halusa. João is in 10th place, but Nicholas up into third place. 2 Halusas out of the 3, heading for the podium at the moment. Come on, Andreas, he's down in 11th.
I think he might have a little more work to do in the M23 McLaren. That's a 1976 car. That is, again, very much of a totally different generation. To the Tyrrell, to the Minardi, to the Williams. These are all mid-80s cars. The Lek coming towards us. Again, that's another car from the 1970s.
Well, let's explain about the Lek. Lek was the family refrigeration company from the south coast of the UK, of the Purley family. David was a rising star in racing. He hit Formula 1 in 73, was it at the end of 72, but certainly 73 he featured and got fame for something he didn't want to be involved with, which was saving a rival, or trying to save a rival, Roger Williamson, who was in a burning car. He got the George Medal for that. Took him time to get back into Formula 1, did it with the family team, and here at Silverstone in practice he had one of the biggest Formula 1 shunts ever, literally slamming with no abated pace to the side of the circuit. Somehow, by being a dogged so-and-so, he survived it. The nurses had to cajole him and tell him he's being pathetic. He pulled through. This car was built back up so that he could prove he could drive in Formula 1 again. He raced in Arrows for a while, and then, believe it or not, having recovered from all of that, he was killed seeking thrills in a pit special stunt plane off the south coast. High adrenaline individual, very talented driver, but a phenomenally brave driver too.
And of course, a car built in a factory where they were also making washing machines. That's as bizarre as a clothing brand taking over Formula 1 team, or a energy drinks manufacturer taking over.
That would never happen.
But Benetton and Red Bull certainly had a lot more spare cash than Lek did. Even talking about white goods supporters and Tyrrell, actually, even Candy Electromagnetica, the Italian washing machine giant, never had enough money to buy and run a Formula 1 team. So Luciano Benetton's crew started as a sponsor with the Tyrrell team, and of course then went on to fund their own team very successfully, so with 2 championship wins for Michael Schumacher. And down the inside, Max Gerardo, great move by the Classic car dealer as he moves up into 8th place ahead of Ian Simmons, and through as well goes Andreas Halusa, and he's going by Max Gerardo, that's Osvaldo João, isn't it, going by Max Gerardo as well. So this little threesome have been battling all the way through the race. Behind is Andreas Halusa, the red and white M23 McLaren.
Well, what a great shot to have a Williams, a Minardi, Blink, Tyrrell, McLaren in behind. Sort of now, as it was in period, except for the Minardi fighting against these teams.
Well, in period, the Williams would have been lapping the Minardi and the Tyrrell, who had probably been battling for sort of 6th, 8th, 10th place on a good day for Minardi and not such a great day for the Tyrrell. But, yeah, again, so much of this comes down to the way that the drivers are prepared to push the envelope, and in these hot, sunny conditions at Silverstone, it looks like they really have got the cars up on their toes. They will be bathed in sweat and wreathed in smiles, I think, by the time this race finishes. These 3 were a little bit strung out yesterday, but Max Gerardo in that black and yellow Minardi has really got the bit between his teeth, really enjoying himself. Driving standards being advised for Michael Lyons now.
That happened yesterday. Remember, he had a slide off the circuit, and we thought, you can't be pinged for that. He was actually just overcooked it into a corner, rejoined the circuit, didn't gain any advantage, actually lost time. I think it was down at Stowe. Yeah. At the moment, though, he is falling away from Lucas Halusa, but inevitably he's going to have to take more of a risk to try and keep up with the younger Brabham. Lucas now 3.3 seconds to good. This is a fabulous scrap, though.
And that lap time from Lucas Halusa on the top of your pile on the left, 1:53.334. That's his last running lap, and he is on a purple second sector as well on the next lap. So he's continuing to set faster and faster race laps.
But yesterday I was saying he really looked as though he was learning his craft with that Brabham around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. His best lap yesterday, fastest lap of the race, 1:54.0. He has just taken 7/10 of a second off. Now, that is a big, big find, and he could be faster on this lap.
Well, here he is in the Brabham BT49. such a pretty car, as so often was the case with Gordon Murray's designs. There's not a line out of place. I don't know whether he designed the livery as well, but you kind of imagine that he probably did. He is a pernickety old so-and-so. He was a particularly young so-and-so in those days.
He was, but I think he was only allowed 2 colours, white and navy blue. Keep it plain, keep it simple. Sponsorship, you'd never get a dairy company. Oh, hold on a second. The primary sponsor in Formula 1, Parmalat, well, that stood the test of time, stayed for many, many years.
Yep.
And the other sign writing on the car bearing allegiance to Goodyear, the predominant tyre supplier of the period, and it really was. If you think 70s Formula 1 into 80s, it was Goodyear all the way.
Well,
and that's why it's GP Icons presented by Goodyear, no less.
Absolutely, right into the 90s, Goodyear with 250 Grand Prix wins under their belt. So a very successful tyre manufacturer. I can remember Leo Mayle, who was the man who controlled Goodyear's Formula 1 budget and program, talking about it, and he was saying for every dollar they spend on building tyres, engineering and designing tyres and shipping them around the world and fitting them, they spent $100 on telling people they were doing it. That is how you make use of the technology that Formula 1 gives you, by shouting about it from the rooftops. And you'd go into any tyre dealership and have Goodyear, Formula 1, Eagle, Wingfoot and all of that with F1 posters up.
You did, bear in mind a lot of this wasn't televised until really in the UK. 1976 was a bit of a watershed. Not every Grand Prix was on, it was almost a rarity. In fact, James Hunt having that final round at Fuji, fighting against Niki Lauda, that was televised live, and that was a real rarity. So therefore a lot of people got their magazines, they got their other ways of getting their information, but just don't think it was all seen all the time. Oh, a little bit of a mistake from Max Girardo there.
No, I think he's just really enjoying it, that with the car really rotating nicely under him there, the tight and twisty stuff. It's not really what these cars were designed for. They'd have had more downforce for tight corners like that in places like Monaco in period. Here, they'd have been running not quite Monza trimmed back wings, but very much trimmed back wings. So I think he's just really enjoying it and chasing Osvaldo João in Williams number 5 right in front of him.
No, entirely so, and Max has raced this car at Monaco in the Monaco Classic the last couple of years, so you know he is accustomed to the car Monaco Historique, I beg your pardon. But again, most of the time Max's real passion has been rallying and anything to do with Lancia, but he really is becoming a very, very good single-seater racer, and most certainly to stretch the legs around somewhere like here is very, very special indeed.
Well, the next step obviously is to start getting some Auto Deltas with the Alfa V12 out. Because those were fabulous looking cars. An ex-Eddie Cheever Alfa Romeo, yeah, I'm up for that, please.
Oh, it's got to be Bruno Giacomelli, late 70s. The sort of cars that he hared away in the American Grand Prix at Watkins Glen. That win never came his way. You sort of, as he rocketed off in the Alfa Romeo, you go, it's going to break, it's going to break. It's broken. But for Bruno, one of the loveliest men who's graced Formula 1. I think you were there. We had a fantastic interview at the NEC once, Autosport International. I seem to recall about 400 of us piling into a Land Rover.
It's very likely. Very likely that we can't remember much of it as well, but fantastic action from Osvaldo João and Max Girardo. They've dropped Ian Simmons in the Tyrrell now. The last couple of times I've seen Ian racing, he's been one of 3 or 4 Tyrrells out competing. There is another big historic meeting this weekend at Monza, so it's sort of divided and separated the field a little bit, but some great quality here. I have to say, excuse me, I haven't seen a Minardi being raced in historic racing for a very long while. You've said he's had it out at the Monaco Historique. I haven't seen that, haven't commentated on that, but really great to see some of the cars of my misspent youth out and about. And at the first circuit I went to a Grand Prix at as well, so yeah.
Yeah, that sort of ties it all together, doesn't it? So Luca Salusa, he's not really dropping Michael Lyons that much. It's only still 3.8 seconds. And, you know, Michael is driving absolutely beautifully. He knows Silverstone really well. He's been racing historic Formula 1 for a very long time. For Luca Salusa, it's still a relatively new game for him, but he's just really applying himself. What's the best way to warm up for this? Race a historic Formula Junior, Lotus, the start of the day here, which he did with greater prompt, was in that lead quartet. And then suddenly to get out on the same circuit on the same day in the car with a tad more power and downforce and everything else. Well, there we are. What a joy. There's Steve Hartley's McLaren on a flatbed, so that's being removed from the circuit.
And this man, Nick Halusa, was out in the Endurance Icons just before lunch in an ex-works Audi R8. So again, they can turn their hands to anything. from historic Formula Junior straight into the Audi R8, 5 minutes to inhale a sandwich and into a Williams FW08. I mean, he's probably had better days in his life, but not many.
I think not. Monday's going to come as a bit of a disappointment. Here's Michael Lyons still pressing on the car that Rupert Keegan drove. You can see, in fact, the family sponsor there, BAF on the rear wings, British Air Ferries. That was his father's company, and Rupert was the bright young light after James Hunt coming up through Formula One, had the same sort of long hair. But, and in fact, did really well. You might say he never scored a point, but he came 7th in this because points only used to go down to 6th place. And that, by anybody's reckoning, is still a top result, particularly for a small team like Hesketh, a team which by then was on the decline. It went into the following season, did about 7 races, I think it was, and then shut shop. Hesketh, if you want to know where it came from, if you're at Silverstone and you shout when you're looking east, they'll probably hear you at Eastern. There's just the other side of a fast expanding Toaster was the family home of Lord Hesketh, and it was there in the stable quarters, in the stable blocks that a Formula One team was run. So there we are.
So here's Ewan Sergeson, 5th place in the Surtees, leading his particular class from Philip Buhofer. Philip Buhofer in the earlier Brabham, the BT33. That was that sort of bright greeny blue car with the yellow canard wings. Sergeson in a much more advanced looking late 70s Surtees. So this is the TS9B, the other Surtees that we saw, the TS14 of Christopher Perkins, is actually a slightly later car.
Yeah, Ewan's car is certainly not long in the tooth. That's 1971. It's only a year after that Brabham. But the Brabham was really the previous year's cars. That's the one with the front radiator. This one, you can see the ducting. That was the first. The TS, oh dearie me. Well, that's okay. If you're going to go off, do come back. And
Simon Fish in the Arrows A4.
And he's running
Simon
4th.
in 4th place. Maybe running out of tyres or just overextending the ambition a fraction in a way that the Arrows wasn't entirely happy with.
But
again, with these things with the manual gearbox, may possibly just have missed a shift under braking. It does happen.
Yeah, when they raced here in Imperial, it wasn't as twisted. They didn't have this inner loop. You know, once you get to Farm and then twisting through, it was obviously a very different layout, much more around the old, towards the perimeter roads that were the base roads for the circuit when it opened in 19...
Down to Abbey.
Yeah.
I remember hanging off the grandstand in very light drizzle and watching Keke Rosberg over the curbs exiting Stowe on that famous qualifying lap. I'm thinking he's going to have a big accident or this is going to be a quick lap.
Yeah, so did he, but he got to the end of it. That's the important thing. What was the average speed? 160 miles an hour?
60 point something, yeah, exactly, with a slow puncture.
The joke was Keke was a prolific smoker, that he probably had time to go around and get back, and his cigarette would still not have got down to the stub.
Right. Yeah, stubbed his cigarette out and went, right, let's do this, and he did. So Lucas Halusa leads from Michael Lyons. Nick Halusa in 3rd place in the Williams. Simon Fish still 4th in the Arrows A4. And Ewan Sergeson leading his class in 5th position. Our other class leaders, well, Max Girardo leading his class in the Minardi in 9th place. That's for, I was going to say for Italian cars, but maybe Italian sponsored cars, because Ian Simmons' Benetton Tyrrell is in that class as well. And the leader has gone by Ian Simmons.
Just taking a look at that.
Lyons doing so as well.
So just taking a look at that green Tyrrell in the background with the Benetton sponsorship. At the start of the year, they had the 011 chassis, and that scored the last win for a Ford Cosworth DFE in Detroit, of all places. Latter half of the season, they moved on to the slightly more sculpted 012 Tyrrell. That's what we're seeing in Simmons' race right now. Should just come home in the top 10, but time has run down. 2 seconds, the checkered flag can be unfurled. Waiting for this driver, for Lucas Halusa. Got it done. The last 2 laps, the gap has come down to just over 2 seconds, but he's paced it. He's had a really good couple of days here.
He has indeed, and they just crossed the line with about 7 or 8 seconds left on the clock. So 1 more lap to go. He's in traffic now. He's got to get by the Minardi of Max Girardo. Max will try and make it as easy as possible because he knows he's not racing him for position, but the man who is racing Lucas Halusa for position is Michael Lyons in that blue Hesketh. But again, Max Girardo pulling over to driver's right on the Hanger Straight, and so Lucas Halusa got by. Michael Lyons will catch him in the Vale, or maybe coming up to Club Corner. Yeah, still hasn't got by, so he's going to have to go by him down the Hamilton Straight opposite the wing. Again, still not quite close enough on the exit of the corner. You've got the Leck-Williams battle a little further back, so that is going to hold things up as well for our race leader. It is not over yet for Lucas Halusa in the Brabham. He goes by the Williams just of Osvaldo João. And the leg actually being lapped by Osvaldo, and he's going to be double lapped by Lucas Salusa. So Michael Lyons gets by Max Girardo into the loop.
You know, when a lot of these cars were retired or superseded in Formula One when I was a teenager, I thought, well, I'll never see those again, will I? I had no idea the historic scene. To me, the historic scene, it existed then, but it really was ERAs and things from pre-war cars. I never imagined the cars of my childhood would become historic cars, and now I'm having cars of my advanced adulthood becoming historic racing cars, which is a little sad, but I just delight in seeing these cars again. And for Michael Lyons on this final lap, a bit too much traffic for him, but no problem whatsoever for Lucas Salusa. Takes the checkered flag, eventually the margin of victory, 1.8 seconds, really well driven by the pair of them, Lucas Salusa in his Brabham, Michael Lyons in his Hesketh, somewhat older, different class of car, and then Nicholas Salusa should be the next driver to take, well, the driver who's going to come through to third place. Looking for him, it should be a Williams. That is his brother actually coming through, Andrea Salusa in his McLaren to finish 11th, but a good scrap. And GP icons, this is a toe on the water for next year. The sights, the sounds, and if you get up close, also just how small the Formula One cars were in period is something that is a real treat still to see.
You do forget how tiny they are. Even the ones with big full-length side pods, like the Williams, like the Arrows, and the Brabham, they still look minute. And then you get the ones with stubby, the Brabham with little arrow-shaped side pods, and the Tyrrell even smaller. You barely think, well, how on earth do they fit a radiator in there? Here's Simon Fish. Again, the full-length side pods, that's a real sign of a ground effect car at its best. The Arrows A4. Such a successful, plucky, small organisation, Arrows.
Yeah, we just lost Alan Rees just a few backs, one of the founders of that a few weeks ago. Ewan Surgeon, there he is in that 1971 TS9B. So we were talking about change. The start of that season, the car didn't have a full width wing. It was more the shape of the nose was pretty much the shape of that Arrow, but they decided to go bluff, put those openings to the radiators to get the air back through to those side pod mounted radiators. But driven very well. Ewan Surgeon, Abbott Motorsport, great name, isn't it? Abbott. But then he's been chased home by Philip Buhofer. That car's only a year or so earlier, but it looks as though it's from another decade. But anyhow,
is.
In class.
Absolutely different planet, isn't it?
They've had a scrap. You can sort of scratch that away. That was driven by Rolf Stomlin and fleetingly by Graham Hill, but very much in the essence of what Jack Brabham would have driven.
It is a 1960s racing car, and plainly the Surtees is a 1970s car. Now, you know, obviously there's 1 year between the end of the 60s and the beginning of the 70s, and that's sort of what separates those designs, but it is still a car, effectively that BT33 is effectively a car that Jack Brabham would have driven. It's a cigar tube. Okay, it's got a couple of tiddly wings on. The rest of it would be absolutely what he would have driven when he was winning championships. But the Surtees, that's a very different thing indeed. That's a whole different generation of car. And again, you can see it between the Hesketh there and into the 80s, the ground effect cars, like the Williams, like the Brabham here, like the Arrows. Again, it's another whole sea change. And we see fewer of those as Formula One gets more and more regulated as we headed into the 21st century. But then you did see, as we went from sort of groove tyres, you suddenly had much narrower wings, and the cars changed again. And then we went from upper surface aerodynamics to the most recent ground effect era. Again, cars completely changed, became so much more simpler looking, and then we've left that and we've gone back to more upper surface work for the aerodynamics. So it is a constantly evolving cycle, but you can definitely, as we saw in Formula Junior, the front engine cars and the rear engine revolution, here you can see what the different rule changes and discoveries of aerodynamic prowess did to the cars. Lucas Salusa, our race winner from Michael Lyons, and brother Nicholas Salusa with the Arrows in 4th position of Simon Fish. Ewan Surgeson finishing in 6th position, winning his cars ahead of close rival Philip Buhofer. And then the Lek in its own private little groove. Peter Williams started in 14th. The Minardi M185 and the Till 012. Steve Hartley, the only car not to finish the race, and even the BRM, which appears to be reluctant to proceed much further with its beautiful V8 engine. Note, I'm sure will have been pleasing an awful lot of fans. Stopped right underneath the BRDC suite. That's to give them a better view of its gorgeous sculptural lines. Again, a pre-side pod car. It's got a front-mounted radiator. Those bulges beside the driver, they're not aerodynamic side pods, they're not aerodynamic devices. Those are the fuel tanks.
Just think about it, driver sitting between fuel tanks. Anyhow, what we had in the GP icons, and it was the Hesketh on the outside, the front row. Michael Lyons having a challenge, looked as though he might have swept around the outside in Cops of pole starter Lucas Halusa. Didn't, but in behind some great battles. Simon Fish with Ewan Sergeson having a great deal of fun. Surtees against Arrows in that pack, and it got sorted out eventually in the favour of Simon Fish in his much more modern Arrows, but up front it was Lucas Halusa, Michael Lyons seeing what they could do. The gap stayed small for a couple of laps, but certainly the younger vintage of the Brabham and the increasing talent of Lucas Halusa at the wheel made him pull clear. Then there was a fabulous scrap for about 10th place. Max Girardo in the yellow and black Minardi, the meat in the sandwich, and the third of the Halukas, Andreas in a 1974 McLaren M23 with the 1976 air scoops on the top. Ian Simmons in his Tyrrell there. But Max Girardo is having a huge amount of fun diving in and out, and one of the FW8 Williams with Osvaldo João also in the action down there around the twisty parts of the circuit, and then drivers all loving it when they got to accelerate out of the corner and down the Wellington Straight.
Osvaldo João really picked up 2 places out of the loop in that one move. Fantastic stuff from him. But Lucas Halusa just had enough pace to keep Michael Lyons at bay all the way through. He set the fastest race lap on lap 8 of 14 at 1:53.3, and a big improvement as he really dialed himself into this car and into the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. His fastest lap yesterday was a 54.0. He went 0.7 of a second quicker today in equally comparable conditions. Beautiful sunny weather, dry track, little bit of a breeze. So where would that would again maybe a little bit of a tailwind down the Hanger Straight, which is good for speed but a bit tricky for Stowe. And in the end, it's Steve Hartley, his car stopping at the end. Chris Perkins Surtees made a couple of pit visits, but did get back out in the end.
Well, I'll tell you what, just yesterday I managed to catch up with Michael Lyons. He came second yesterday, second today. Let's hear what he had to say. GP Icons, really exciting new assembly of cars, Formula One cars. Let's talk to the man who's on pole position, Michael Lyons, not in the newest car in the field in the Hesketh, but you made it fly.
I've had the car for a little while, haven't I? And we've been lucky enough to get it in quite a good window. And normally I'm sort of not saying stuck on tight tracks of places like Monaco and things is a bit the wrong way to describe it, really, isn't it? But unleashing them on the Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone is just awesome. They're a lot of fun.
Well, it was visual how good much the fun was, because you were really working your tyres on the early laps, getting a bit of an early 70s style drift.
Yeah. As we listen to a V8 whistle past, they are, those early 70s cars without the ground effects, they are fast going sideways. That's why I love driving them, they're just mega on the limit. If you've got a little front tyre that you've got to look after, you've got a big rear tyre that you're not worried about too much. So, yeah, it's always, when you've got them in the window and they're really good, you sort of steer them from the rear and you get to have some fun with them,
But also getting to see them compete against something like the McLaren MP4, which obviously was a quantum leap forward, as we saw with John Watson here in 1981. Suddenly that was a carbon fibre monocoque, very different way, with the ground force too, different way of driving.
Yeah, completely, and you can see that from sort of like the guys like Lucas who was sort of ahead of me on the old tyres, and then I was able to pip him a little bit on the new, and obviously Steve in that MP4, they've got the stability and the high speed. I think I'll just make up for it with a bit of stupidity, really. In theory, I should have a bit more straight line speed as well, but looking at the speed traps, it was actually quite similar. So I think we're going to have a mega race this weekend.
But talking of the BRDC Classic, it's a new name for a meeting, it's a different way of doing things. What other categories here do you love to watch?
Well, I've always had a soft spot for Formula One, having grown up with my parents sort of driving in these historic cars and seeing those. I was meant to be in the GT3 race, but unfortunately we've had a bit of an issue with the gearbox, so I'm not sharing that with Neil anymore. That's close to my heart, because that's the era of cars I was racing, and going back on this festival was under its former titles and what have you. I've been lucky enough to drive some of the Group A cars, which they're mega as well. That's from my sort of childhood, so I enjoy seeing that mix amongst obviously the 60s and 70s stuff, because it's sort of what I've grown up around, which is a bit out of place given that I'm only 35 years old, but I love seeing all those cars. And when you look at some of the sort of earlier 60s stuff, they're fast going sideways as well. So watching Cobras and E-Types do big skids all the way around the GP circuits, sort of mega for me.
Just one final thought. The fact that you just said you're 35 years old, you raced in period in cars that are already in historic racing. That must feel a bit weird.
Even weirder, last couple of weeks ago we actually found one of the AF Corsa cars that I raced in GT Open, and we had a client just buy one, so it sort of feels full circle, because we were pushing that in the workshop the other day, and I'm looking at it going like, really doesn't feel like that long ago. Then I was sort of trying to race that properly, so to speak. But looking at the strength of the grids and the numbers and the level of the pro drivers that are in it as well, I can't really say that this isn't proper anymore, you know. There's lots of teams doing it right and the cars are being run well, and it looks really competitive, so I can't wait to get back out in that as well.
We'll watch the space. Michael Lyons, thanks very much.
Thanks, Reece. Look forward to seeing you over the weekend some more. Hopefully we'll have good stuff to talk about.
So Michael Lyons there after a spirited pursuit of the leader and eventual race winner in the GP Icons. Next up, it's going to be historic touring car challenge for a 40 minutes race, and this is what remains in what's been a packed day already, and lots more to come. So historic touring car challenge to come, followed by MRL's GT3 Legends at about 20 to 3 on our current timetable. Then we get the first time we've seen it for racing. They qualified this morning, HRDC's Top Hat 3 1966 touring cars. They qualified on a dry track, so that could be a bit of a topsy-turvy grid in racing conditions. And to round it all out, don't miss at 4:45 on our timetable at the moment, the Historic Sports Car Club's Road Sports Championship. That really is a mixed bag of gorgeousness, all sorts of very beautiful cars from the 70s and 80s that will wrap up what has been a spectacular weekend of racing. Seldom seen this much variety in historic racing. So before we get into the historic touring car challenge, let's learn a little bit more about what you're about to see racing.
The Historic Touring Car Challenge. If you grew up watching touring cars in the 70s and the 80s, this is the grid for you. From screaming BMW M3s to turbocharged Sierra RS Cosworths and even the mighty Skyline GTR, this is a proper touring car time machine. These cars move, they lean, they fight. This is touring car racing as it used to be. With icons like the M3 and RS Cosworth celebrating 40 years of competition, the history is just as powerful as the racing.
Fabulous stuff. Martin Haven cars out on their formation lap, and very entertaining yesterday. Mixed bag again, as just about every grid here, but to the fore yesterday were the Skylines, and it did look as if the Calibre Ford Sierra Cosworth would be in amongst it. Some problems for that, but this is our grid.
Yeah, Julian Thomas had a puncture, but they started as they finished yesterday, so the Middlehurst family Skyline ahead of Simo Arthur. Darren Fielding the best of the M3s, with Toby Partridge and Steve Soper similarly mounted alongside. Julian Wood has Jake Hill alongside him in the best of the Nissan Skylines, with Lewis Fox's M3 and the similar cars of Michael Cullen and Ernie and Will Graham on row 4 of the grid. Tom Holbrook's M3 ahead of the best of the Escorts, Frank Guest ahead of Andrew Cahill, and then the CSL of Pat Blakeney-Edwards and Martin Grant Peterson. Gary First and Julian Thomas delayed with a puncture in race 1, fought his way back up to close to the top 10. Expect that car to make a lunge for the podium in this second encounter. Then Fred Shepherd, Nick Bartlett ahead of Mike Whitaker and James Slaughter. We have 26 cars on the grid, and among them some of the fabulous Ford Capris and Rover SD1s that would have raced here at Silverstone in period. The Broadspeed Capri of the Pearson family caused problems. Most of these cars a little further back did as well. Nick Well didn't drive yesterday with son Harry, but that car retired anyway. And the Liberal and Freitas Art car also failed to make it to the finish. So they will be the 25th car on the grid with Nick Strong alongside them. Nick in his Skyline as well, one of the whatever it is, half a dozen Skylines. In the middle of it, the big Camaro, the ex-Frank Gardner car. There's a couple of Patrick Motor Group Rover SD1s in there. There is the yellow and black Zaxpeed style Ford Escort of Nick and Harry Well. And again, not sure whether Nick is due to drive today or not. He's on the entry list, but he was yesterday. But Harry did, well, the stint and brought the car in and then was ready to go out, although it didn't go back out. So we'll wait and see exactly who turns up in which car. We do know that Chris and Andy Middlehurst will share the car on pole position. We know that Simo Arthur, the Australian driver, will not share that car. He's driving on his own, as is Darren Fielding, lining up in third place in the ex-Steve Soper DTM BMW M3. Soperman himself driving that Bastos liveried car. I think it will Toby Partridge will probably start it.
Watch the Sierra Cosworth from the start, just coming up right now, but it's an all Nissan Skyline front row and about to go racing for 40 minutes here at the BRDC Classic.
Julian Thomas with a lot of work to do, starting down in 14th place, but the car was quick enough to be among the front runners yesterday. The cars head in 2x2 formation to the line, and away we go. An all Skyline front row, an all M3 row 2. Capri already off on the grass and pulling off, in fact, rather than going off there, I think. So we will disregard that for a moment. The CSL that won its class, the Jägermeister liveried car in the middle of the field, that's got away nicely with Pat Blakeney-Edwards and Martin Grant-Peterkin. That's why it has to have that wing to fit all the digits on. And Simo Arthur taking the unauthorised line as he went a little wide into the Beckett's S's, moving up into second place. Darren Fielding, and already Julian Thomas in the top half dozen, I think.
He is indeed sixth place from 14th on the grid and made a very early move that's safe. It's still more leapfrogging up the order.
There he goes, look at that.
Fourth.
He's up to fourth from 14th. That RS 500 Cosworth is a quick piggy in a straight line, and he's right with Simo Arthur already. So it's now up to Chris Middlehurst, the young son of Andy Middlehurst, to try and make a break, and he has done so. Darren Fielding up to second place in the M3. Julian Thomas up to third already. This is ridiculous pace for Julian Thomas. He loves this ex-Andy Rouse engineering Sierra, and he is really showing exactly what it can do here. He knows he's got a challenge on his hand to try and beat the Skyline. First of all, he dispenses with the BMW. He's up from 14th to second in half a lap. 38.5 minutes to go. He's got to get to the Middlehursts, but then he's got to somehow beat them, and that's not necessarily going to be an easy job. And that is the Whale family Escort, and unfortunately it's gone even less far than it did yesterday. At least it made it to the pit stops. Up into third comes Simo Arthur in the white Skyline on the inside of the BMW, using that four-wheel drive traction out of the tight left-hander at the loop. But the race leader, as they come down to Brooklands for the first time, is Chris Middlehurst.
Yeah, what a treat, what a visual sight, what a great race so far, particularly from the Sierra Cosworth. Doing what he can now to close down the leader, the number 7 Nissan GTR, as the pack of BMWs comes through. Simply never ending.
Well, what an oral treat is going to be for the fans. You've got the sort of slightly muted tones of the Skyline and the Sierra. You've got those 4-cylinder 2.5 litre M3s hammering away with their distinctive bark. And the Camaros V8 thundering by, 3-litre Capris, V8 Rovers. So many different sounds to go with the different sights as well. And this M3 battle, it is Toby Partridge in the Bastos livery car that he shares with Steve Soper. Then a Tyson Advan car right behind the black and red car. That is Lewis Fox, another period livery.
Yeah, better start today for that car. The number 26 car up in 6th place. It's a 2.5 second lead, by the way, for the Skyline over Julian Thomas's chasing Sierra Cosworth, but it is too wide and too deep.
Tom Holbrook is coming down the inside, the Dutch driver. He slips through. Another Japanese livery car. That's a Macau livery. The Tyson Advan car is a car that would have raced in JTCC in period. Tyson Advan, a very big sponsorship partner for many Japanese race cars, and that is a livery that would have raced in the Japanese Touring Car Championship. So it is Simo Arthur in third, just ahead of Darren Fielding, who's the best of the M3s. They definitely have the volume here, and Lewis Fox moves ahead of Toby Partridge, and coming around him, Tom Holbrook as well. Holbrook going a long way around the outside of the Bastos liveried car. It looks as though maybe Toby Partridge actually has a little bit of an issue there. Michael Cullen closing in from behind. That very much more sort of British sponsorship look. I don't know why I think it looks more British, but it definitely does. The white car with the light blue, dark blue highlights. And he moves through as well ahead of Toby Partridge. So Partridge down to 8th place and 5th in class. And then behind is the best of the escorts, Frank Guest in that red Mark II Escort with the white stripes, ahead of the Camaro of Fred Shepherd.
What is the gap coming down to? Lead us across the line, 2.4 seconds it was.
Bosh!
0.9 of a second now, so Julian Thomas is absolutely on it.
Just about to say that Chris Middlehurst had the fastest race lap at 2:14.902. In fact, it was higher than that, 2:14.4 the previous lap. Middlehurst has just gone round 2:14.9, but Thomas in the Caliber Sierra, Julian Thomas, 2:13.3, took 1.6 seconds out of Chris Middlehurst's leading Skyline on one lap alone. And from 14th, how many laps have they done now?
Two.
He is now right with the pole sitting car.
Fabulous stuff.
Julian Thomas has been turbocharged today, never mind the Sierra Cosworth.
And he's taking a very wide line here, looking to get the slingshot through and off the turn. Is that going to work here?
Again,
great traction for the Skyline, of course, but
very different cars. The Skyline heavier with four-wheel drive, more nimble Sierra Cosworth. It's lighter. They're both fairly equal, just a little over 300 horsepower each. You would think maybe towards 350, but in terms of lap time, Julian Thomas has this one with some edge over Chris Middlehurst.
And what we saw last time around, by the way, was a much quicker end to the lap from the Sierra. That was where some of the time was lost by the GTR.
Again, the Middlehurst here should have the advantage in the slower stuff. The Sierra's only got 2 driven wheels, and the Skyline has 4. The R32 GTR, but in the quick stuff, particularly Sector 1, I would think, Beckett's S's should really work well for the Sierra Cosworth, and down the Hangar Straight it should carry that speed as well.
It's dropped back a little here.
Yeah, in fact, I was going to say, is there any difference in top speed? Julian Thomas, 147.8 miles an hour. Chris Middlehurst, 147.8 miles an hour. It's actually Simo Arthur who's the quickest car on a straight line, 150.1. Julian Thomas, yeah, dropping back a fraction. But again, how these cars make their lap time is very different because of the nature of them. A slightly heavier four-wheel drive car and a slightly lighter two-wheel rear-wheel drive car. They're going to make their pace in different places. To me, it seems that Sector 1 of the lap, where we are now, should be the best for Julian Thomas, and his speed down the Hangar Straight will be at least equal to the Skyline in front of him, but he should close through the Beckett's S's.
Flings it in, absolutely flings it in.
And that's where the weight counts against the Skyline and the understeer inherent with those 4 driven wheels as well. Not quite as nimble, and there you go, he is right with him in a straight line. Nothing to choose in terms of top speed. That might be because Julian was in the toe of the Skyline last time. This time, 148.4 for Middlehurst, 154.6 miles an hour for the Sierra Cosworth.
Here he goes.
He's going the long way round the outside, and Chris Middlehurst will give him racing room, and Julian Thomas will return the compliment if Middlehurst comes calling as well. He's not going to roll over and let him go by, but this is not a championship race. This is racing for the enjoyment of it, and crashing into your rivals is low on the enjoyment rate for all of these drivers.
Fans on the spectator banks and in the open grandstands here will be loving the sights and sounds all day. But this, a more accessible memory for many than some of the others we've seen so far. Not least because of the TV coverage these cars got in period.
Well, also not many of us were alive for the pre-war sports cars or you know, cars from the 30s, 40s, maybe even 50s. But these machines, yeah, as you rightly say, lots of TV coverage. That's how we know so much about the Skyline's successes in Australia, for instance.
Simo Arthur is getting involved in this as well because he's closed that gap to the Middlehurst skyline. There they go, almost as one. That's giving Julian Thomas a little bit of a breather to get away.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be team formation orders either. I don't think Chris Middlehurst can expect an easy ride from Simo Arthur. Having made that mistake on the first lap, I'm sure the Aussie is very eager to get to grips with the Middlehursts. They beat him yesterday in that silver and pink skyline, but the White Machine finishing second on yesterday's podium. He will want a little bit more than that today.
Yeah, these two of 5 we have on this grid this weekend, and they're all pitted together in the awnings. It's a fantastic photo opportunity for lovers of the Godzilla, the R32 Skyline GTR.
It's such an iconic car, isn't it? You know, from its racing success, but also from so many different tuning operations that turned it into an absolute road racer.
Simo Arthur, by the way, closed that gap to the Middlehurst car, as we've got problems for the 54 Capri, by dint of the fastest lap of the race. It was a 2:13.138 last time around, so a scorching lap from Simo Arthur. He's dropped back just a little in those last couple of corners, but not too far. He's got pace in that car.
And Julian Thomas, 2:13.8 to the 2:13.1 of the third place car, but a 2:15.7 from Chris Middlehurst last time round. That's why Julian Thomas has been able to pull away and why Simo Arthur is closed up, because this skyline, car number 7, was a second and a half slower than the cars around it and a second slower than its best lap of the race.
So under 30 minutes to go. First 10 minutes have elapsed at the moment. It is Julian Thomas trying to just edge away from this battle pack of skylines.
And not too far from the pit window opening as well, because although these cars are not all double driver cars, the Middlehurst car in second place certainly is, you still have to make a mandatory pit stop. You can't just drive it on your own and not stop. That doesn't seem entirely fair to anybody. And a change for second place. Simo Arthur did get down the inside into Brooklands, got by Chris Middlehurst. I wonder if Middlehurst is just a little ailing.
Is it definitely Chris that started the car?
Well, I don't know. It may be Andy Middlehurst that started it, but Chris's name first on the entry list is normally the way they start. Doesn't have to be, I suppose. I think Andy did start it yesterday, didn't he? And,
he did.
And Chris took over afterwards. So let's maybe assume that they are doing the same this way round. So I could be maligning the young lad instead of his dad.
Well, immediately freed from the battle with the Middlehurst of indeterminate origin. Skyline.
Well, they're off the same origin.
Indeed.
Indeterminate age, maybe.
Simo Arthur is closing the gap to the leader. No doubt about that.
See a lot of Andy Middlehurst. He's been associated with Skylines for so long, since they were a current racing car, racing them in the production saloon car category here in the UK and winning championships. But he's done more than that as well. He's a great single-seater racer also, and he does an awful lot of historic racing. It is obviously mecca for Skyline fans, enthusiasts and window lickers of all ilk in the UK, the Middlehurst garage, and has been since these cars were current. But the other daddy of Skyline building, Rick Wood, who's built a couple of the cars in this field, not racing unusually this weekend, but a lot of his cars are.
A long time since I've seen so many different versions of GTR at a race meeting. We have 9 of them racing this weekend, 5 of these R32s, 2 of the R35 GT3s, and we've had 2 of the R35 GT1s as well, the endurance icons. One unfortunately had a bit of a whoopsie yesterday, so if you liked fast Nissans, there's few better places to be outside of the land of the rising sun.
Absolutely right. They definitely have a major following among motorsport enthusiasts. There's Darren Fielding still in 4th place, and still Billy No Mates all on his own, isn't he? He's ahead of the M3 cluster.
He's quicker last time around, Darren Fielding, than the Middlehurst car. That was 2:14.1 against 2:14.4, so hanging on in there, 4 seconds back from the second of the Skylines in 4th place. But again, a very, very good run. No doubt now Simo Arthur is on the rear lid of the Sierra.
Absolutely. I wonder what Julian Thomas took out of his tyres in those first 3 or 4 laps. Not in the opening lap when he was weaving through traffic. That was just down to the outright pace of this car and driver combination compared to the drivers that he ended up behind. And Simo Arthur pulls over. His run for the lead has gone. That is the end of it. The car slows dramatically, exiting Copse Corner.
Knew immediately.
Is crawling into the Beckett's S's, and he will do what he did on lap 1. Straight line, the Beckett's S's. But this time he'll... Oh, hang on a minute. He's had a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete. Has he just found a gear that he was missing?
Well, remember yesterday it was the number 7 car that was in gear shift trouble, wasn't it? They were talking about having to find out where the gear was and remember it.
Yeah, that's right, yeah, because the gear lever was in all sorts of different positions. Now, Simo Arthur does not have a Nismo gearbox in the car. This car is racing with an Australian-built Hollinger transmission, so it's a very different car in that particular area to the Middlehurst, well, to any of the other Skylines, in fact, in the race. But breathing a little easier now, Julian Thomas, because Simo Arthur was definitely filling all the mirrors. The Skyline's not a narrow car. I mean, look at the BMWs behind. They're a full-size car. The Skyline is a car and a half, isn't it? It's struggling to maintain its size.
I've noticed, by the way, we've not got the second of the Sierras out this afternoon.
Michael Cullen, by the way, in that white and blue machine, now up to second in the M3 class. He's got ahead of Tom Holbrook and Lewis Fox. And there's Lewis Fox behind him in the Tyston Advan car. Tom Holbrook a little further back. And the Liberal and Freitas Art car has come all the way from the back of the grid up to 8th place to go ahead of Toby Partridge. So they've had a phenomenal... They started 25th.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know whether they've had for breakfast and lunch what Julian Thomas had for breakfast and lunch, but something impressive.
Portuguese, it'll be pasta donata and nothing else.
Oh, a nice cafe, maybe a cortado or something. So here we go. This is the second place battle in M3s. Michael Cullen with Lewis Fox right behind him, then Tom Holbrook just a little further back. And Simo Arthur and Chris Middlehurst, pit window is open. Are they both in?
So...
I can't see the edge of the timing screen.
I'm just looking here. Middlehurst is on pit lane.
Yeah, okay, so they're pitting earlier. So we will find out when we get down there if it was Andy Middlehurst who started. Simo Arthur has pulled off, so Darren Fielding is now up to 3rd overall.
So, also, by the way, the number 8 car had
look for a grey-haired old man. In comes Lewis Fox.
The company boots is 3 of us.
We're looking for there is Andy Middlehurst. So it was Andy who started and Chris who took over. Well remembered from yesterday, Graham Goodwin.
Chris, the quicker of the two nowadays.
My memory doesn't even last to yesterday.
It's a number of the other cars on pit lane, including Tom Partridge.
Toby Partridge to hand over to Steve Soper. There is Soperman in the doorway waiting to get in. Julian Thomas in splendid isolation out front. Will have to stop.
Not for much longer, methinks, with Chris Middlehurst about to climb aboard the car. So Simo Arthur has continued.
Yes, he is. He's still going, isn't he?
So just waiting to see how that all emerges. Lost all that time in the first sector.
So Steve Soper being bolted in to this Bastos BMW. Little drop of tyre pressure, or check of tyre pressure. Oh, this is not good. What's going under the front? Is that just a blower? Hopefully it's just an air blower for the oil cooler down below. So a car that would have raced in that livery in the Spa 24 Hours. And in comes another of the BMW CSLs.
Brake car. BMW running now in second. What is that? 6.5 seconds back from Julian Thomas.
Yep.
Simo Arthur, meanwhile,
still going round, isn't he?
He is.
And actually, he is in 4th place, and his last lap, a 2-minute 24.2.
Yeah, it will be. He clears now. He's broadly speaking back up to pace. He's a little off. There is, I think, a little bit of a problem still for that car. Lost a huge amount of time. We saw that happen.
Yep.
But since then has got pretty much back up to speed, if not quite the punch he had before.
Michael Cullen heads into the pits. Simo Arthur follows him in. And through goes Tom Holbrook. If we hold this shot, watch the BMW, we should get the Liberal and Freitas art car, the multi-coloured car coming through.
Quickest car on the track at the moment is the second placed BMW.
Look at this,
there
and imagine trying to replace a panel on that.
That must have been some party.
That's just fabulous. I just love that car to pieces. Saw it in the collecting area last year, or actually at Scrutineering Bay last year. Didn't race here last year. It was here, but didn't race. In comes the Daily Express Rover. The ex-Brian Muir and
GT Motorsport, nothing to do with me, I should say, immediately.
No, they look like they know what they're doing.
They do. A very good reason why it wouldn't be me.
And again, Rickwood Motorsport as well. This is a Rickwood-built car. It's a replica of a car that raced in the Japanese Touring Car Championship, or Japanese GT Championship would have been, I guess.
Keeping an eye, by the way, on Julian Thomas and his relative pace against the number 8 car. That's Darren Fielding BMW.
So in fact you can see the names on it. Anders Olafsson, Naoki Hattori, David Brabham. This is a replica of the car that won the Spa 24 Hours for Nissan.
That's the lead battle, or the lead gap. Let's say what we see.
6.3 seconds, Julian Thomas to Darren Fielding. The team may be keeping him out for a moment until there are no cars nearby where they want him to stop, because even a second lost in the pits could cost you the race here.
Here he comes, leader in the pits now, and little doubt, I think, that we'll see Darren Fielding follow him down pit lane, or does he? He does not. I think he's going to go through and lead the race.
Yeah. M3 leading a touring car race at Silverstone. What are the odds on that? Well, it's happened over a number of times, hasn't it? But Julian Thomas, can he win this race in the Caliber RS 500 Sierra?
Well, that was as impressive a first lap as you'll ever see in any Formula.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nobody ahead of him was slow. Nobody.
I think, and Michelle didn't get up here during lunchtime to find out what our highlight of the event was. That might be it so far, actually. Just that one opening lap from Julian Thomas. That was just astonishing. Mind you, I have to say that the Liberal and Freitas BMW to come from 25th up into 8th place in the opening lap as well, they clearly had their Weetabix for breakfast. So here is Darren Fielding, our race leader. What a great looking machine this is. This is the 2.5 litre Evo version of the E30 M3. You can tell from the slightly higher, deeper rear wing. The other cars are 2.3 litre versions.
Once saw that described as a barn door with barn spelt with an H, which I thought was very clever.
That's very good, very good. And behind, one of the two Patrick Motor Group Rover SD1s. Raced in the British Saloon Car Championship in Pura. They were Group 1 cars up against predominantly 3 litre Capris in the years when Andy Rouse would have won the championship in an Alfa Romeo 2.5 GT V6.
18 minutes remaining, 3 minutes away, beyond the halfway point, 40-minute race, of course.
So Darren Fielding and Tom Holbrook, the Dutch driver, who's currently in 2nd place, yet to pit. They've come out behind Simo Arthur. And he's lost nearly a lap with a pit stop, and Fielding really pushing this ex-Steve Soper car very hard indeed.
And by the way, as a statement of intent, Chris Middlehurst on his first flight lap, the fastest lap of the race by a second. It's a 2:12.280.
Oh, and Simo Arthur grinding to a halt again, and just as he's going past the pit lane, Darren Fielding dives in from the lead in what is not an original Steve Soper car. Actually, it's a replica built in 2021.
Back up to speed again.
But Darren Fielding, the MRL Historic Touring Car Championship champion in 2023 and 2024, has pitted, and I'm afraid Simo Arthur, if this car, I'm not sure exactly what it is. It seems like electronics, doesn't it? If it keeps stopping and then going again.
I don't know what electronics they were running back in the day, but probably some form of Windows.
Well, what it's probably, he's probably just getting the keyboard out and going to the C prompt.
Yeah.
Ask your father.
I would
That's
not.
another one of
I
my
would
cultural references.
Would not be surprised by if you open the car door and there was a rubber-keyed Spectrum in there.
Now then, you remember we talked in about the GT1 Nissans To run those cars, they had to go back to the team that ran them in the first place to get all the access codes to even start the engine. But before they could do that, they had to go on eBay and buy a 2011 Windows laptop. This is part of the problem with running older cars, is that old software doesn't port onto a modern computer. You have to go and get some enormous beige Toshiba brick that's the size of your front doorstep to start the car.
I'm not going to tell you where, but went to one organisation that operates a vast number of truly historic race cars, and they showed me the electronics store, and one side of that was a rack, shelves full of laptops. And
They must almost have somebody permanently scouting eBay for ancient laptops.
It's car specific.
There's definitely a business there. We'll just buy every old laptop. Anything pre-2000 off eBay has got to be able to run a Formula One car.
Here comes Julian Thomas. He is trying to head for the hills, and there's a good reason for that, because Chris Middlehurst, another fastest lap of the race, 2:11.679, is that it? That is him. It's pretty much the length of that straight, or maybe a little less, and it's 9 seconds was the gap at the end of the last lap.
15 minutes to catch 9 seconds. There's Darren Fielding. Fielding is in second place on the road, unless Tom Holbrook hasn't stopped. No, he has, so he's on his outlap, so Holbrook will have dropped back. The timing screen hasn't yet caught up with that.
We'll catch that as they clear the first timing set, the next timing sector. But I think it's Julian Thomas leading the race, but Chris Middlehurst, well, absolutely a light here.
Great opportunity here to compare the car in front, the original 2.3 E30 M3, and the Evo behind it. Not that dramatically different, but that big rear wing, particularly for some of the tighter DTM circuits, we're using a lot of airfield tracks in those days. That was a big advantage against the Mercedes and the Audis.
So on the road, what we've got is Julian Thomas ahead of Darren Fielding, because there is Fielding in the background, and then behind them, just sweeping into view sideways, is Chris Middlehurst.
Excellent. Rubs hands with glee. 14 minutes, 14 seconds to sort this out. And Julian Thomas is going to have to take the whip to this Sierra RS 500, as he did on the first lap, because, again, Chris Middlehurst is setting the place alight with that Skyline. In fact, if he pulls onto the grass, he will literally be setting the place alight with that Skyline.
Yeah, rapidly closing. Darren Fielding. Still waiting, by the way, for the fourth place car to come through Sector 2, so these three are way ahead. Across the line, the gap is Julian Thomas 2, Darren Fielding 4 seconds, a further 2 seconds back now to Chris Middlehurst, 13 minutes to go. Then it's Tom Holbrook, and then it's Michael Cullen. They're the top 5.
Now, yesterday's fastest lap was the Skyline lap 2:11.652. Chris Middlehurst has just done a 2:11.679. It was not Chris Middlehurst who set the fastest lap yesterday.
It was
It was Jake Hill.
It was right at the end.
In the Wooden Hill car, which is down in 12th position. And that is the lap that his dad was talking about, that he got out of the car, glassy-eyed, going, OK, I don't know what's left in the car, but I've got nothing more than that.
Well, he, at the moment, is about 3 seconds away, Jake Hill, from a top 10 place.
Yeah, well, he's now moved into 9th place, in fact, on that last lap. He's jumped 3 spots. He's got ahead a couple of the Group 1 cars in front of him. Again, Simo Arthur going very, very slowly. Was that little bit of smoke haze that time? Through goes Julian Thomas, Darren Fielding as well. Simo Arthur, I mean, so frustrating to have a car that's absolutely brutally fast and then turns itself off, as it clearly has done now a couple of times on him. And he's back down into the engine lights on, limp hope mode, phone garage urgently. Do not drive, all of those things coming up on the dash.
So top 3
what
cars
a pain.
were absolutely gutting for him after what's been a brilliant weekend. But top 3, meanwhile,
done nothing wrong, and I think actually, again, the way it keeps coming and going, you just know it's electronics. Meanwhile, battle for second has been joined. Darren Fielding, number 8 BMW, and right behind car number 7, Chris Middlehurst in the Skyline.
Yeah, and Julian Thomas is going to be hoping against hope that the BMW can hold up this storming Nissan for at least, and he can't.
The way that Chris Middlehurst took a much tighter line in Luffield, he was straightening out the exit so he could just basically drag race straight past Darren Fielding, who stood no chance whatsoever. Well, the Skyline, a 2.6 litre turbo against a 2.5 litre normally aspirated BMW.
Well, lap times last time around 2:15.1 for Julian Thomas, 2:14.7 for Darren Fielding, and Chris Middlehurst 2:12.2. That tells the story. 3.5 seconds is now the lead gap, but he's that's Steve Soper.
No, that's Darren Fielding's
that's Darren Fielding's car. Had another crack at it there, didn't he?
Well, again, Beckett's S's.
Yeah.
You know, that's where the BMW will be alive compared to the heavier four-wheel driven Skyline, but as soon as they get onto a straight bit, boom, that six-cylinder turbo engine just lights up, and the BMW wailing away up to its normally aspirated 9,500 RPM rev limit just ends up breathless.
Tell you, Jake Hill is shaping up to another special lap here. He is there in 8th place. He's got a bit of time to catch the 7th place car.
Well, here's Michael Cullen, second of our M3s in 4th place. There's the M3 of Tom Holbrook in 5th place. There's Steve Soper in 6th place. There's Lewis Fox in 7th place, and we didn't quite hold the shot long enough to see Jake Hill's Skyline whistling up behind them.
It's 21 seconds the gap he's got to make to get onto the back of this group, but he's just put in another fastest lap of the race. It's a 2:11 dead.
2:11.0, 6,500s quicker than he went yesterday. 2/3 of a second faster. Now, 2/3 of a second isn't very much, but it really is when you're hanging it out on the ragged edge, when you think you've got everything you could possibly get out of yourself yesterday. He's gone faster again.
Tom Holbrook pushing on in 5th place. Behind him, putting in very quick laps indeed.
That is Superman.
It is indeed. Who's catching me?
Card.
Steve who? Oh, come on.
Absolutely right.
Still, by the way, Chris Middlehurst is edging closer and closer. Now 2.5 seconds from the lead, 9 minutes to go.
Julian Thomas having to take a slightly awkward line there to get by the 3 litre Capri as he went past, and you just saw the Skyline, and it will grow in his mirrors, that Nissan. Every time he looks on the straight, it'll be bigger, it'll be closer, and unfortunately again, even a Capri wasn't enough to slow down the pace of Chris Middlehurst. Unfortunately for Julian Thomas, that is. For Middlehurst, he dealt with that traffic superbly in what is one of the more tricky parts of the track for the Skyline.
And now he's beginning to look like he can power up to the rear end of the Sierra. That's not 2.5 seconds anymore.
No, he's absolutely slashed away at that. It's a better lap for Middlehurst this time round. And he's right with Julian Thomas. Now he's in striking distance, 8.5 minutes. That's probably the better part of 5 laps. So this one probably plus 4 more we might even get, depending on when they get to the line. And I think that's going to be this lap and 4 more too many for Julian Thomas. If Middlehurst is not in front of the line, I will be very surprised.
He just seems to have the much quicker car in a straight line, if nothing else at the moment.
But he's driving it absolutely superbly. He knows what the car does best, and he's making sure that he can use all of that. And again, having to be defensive, Julian Thomas, taking the middle and leg guard through the corners there means that Middlehurst can straighten out all those corners, feed them off, and just turn each straight into an even longer straight, and that's where his advantage lies. But Julian Thomas taking the whip to the horse again, ponying down the straight just ahead as he turns into Brooklands and down to Luffield again. Middlehurst will go out wide, V the corner off, and then cut back underneath. On the gas now as they start to head through the long 3-part right-hander at Luffield. Yep. Julian Thomas may just be ahead at the line. He might not be ahead by the time they get to the end of the Hangar Straight. Chris Middlehurst is right with him.
World's biggest border collie meets world's fastest sheep at the moment, and this is a cracking battle. It's almost as if he's looking for where the opportunity might open up. Sublime stuff in defence here so far for Julian Thomas. Bit more nimble through those turns.
He can't put a foot wrong, though. This is the real problem for Julian Thomas. He's been caught, so he knows the car behind is faster, and that puts real pressure on. It's that scoreboard pressure. When you know the other team can score faster than you, you've got to defend.
There's one other factor that may come into this, and that is Darren Fielding coming closer and closer again because they are battling. So he's not out of this.
No, only 3 seconds back. Now traffic, and it's Simo Arthur again going very slowly. I have to say, I'm not entirely sure why he's bothering. Maybe he's just trying to get something fixed in the car. He's now down to 21st place, and he is 3 laps behind the leaders. They're coming up behind the Patrick Motor Group Rover SD1, one of the 2 cars here in Patrick Motor Group liveries.
By the way, Jake Hill is going to be with the 7th place car. Now he's taken, 5-6 seconds a lap out. Here we go, and he's got the run now, this time up the inside and to the lead from Chris Middlehurst. Julian Thomas can do nothing about that.
Yeah.
He was looking for whether an opportunity might arise. Goes a little wide maybe, but he's got the traction down, and it's good life Vienna.
And in that Rover, Mike Whittaker trying to stay out of the way. He couldn't do so. Great history with that Patrick Motor Group Rover. Genuine Works touring car from 1980 to 1982, and then it was on display in the museum at Patrick Motor Group in Birmingham. It was recommissioned to race in the Goodwood members meeting this year. So it's been a quarter of a century, I was going to say gathering dust, but being finely polished, but certainly not racing. But it's out in the hands of Mike Whittaker. Not on the pace of these cars. It wasn't in period, never will be. But in terms of the Group 1 cars, then it will be right there. But these cars, again, Julian Thomas now in the slipstream behind Chris Middlehurst, and Darren Fielding still only 3.5 seconds back. He's doing an astonishing job in that 2.5 litre normally aspirated BMW against these turbocharged monsters.
Yeah, he was mighty yesterday. He's no less so this time, but now with the Skyline having made its way past the battling Sierra Cosworth, it's beginning to stretch away again, this little battle pack at the front of the race. They've got a little bit of space, and there you go. That is the gap to the BMW.
Oh, hello. Why is Chris Middlehurst having a little weave coming down the straight? He's not trying to break the toe like we're in some Formula Junior or 500cc category slipstreamer.
He's not dropped Julian Thomas quite yet.
No,
That's an example of that, by the way. Last this lap, purple sector 1 for Julian Thomas.
Yeah. But again, Julian getting the toe. Here's our BMW battle, 3-way battle. Soper now ahead of Michael Cullen. Cullen with the blue highlights, and coming around him, Tom Holbrook nearly got by into the Beckett's S's.
Well, Tom Holbrook has got 12 seconds gap to a charging Jake Hill, because Jake, the first lap under 2:11, a 2:10.799.
Crikey.
Now, I don't think he's got time to catch this group. We've only got 3.5 minutes to go.
Look at this, side by side down the Hangar Straight. Michael Cullen on the inside, the driver's right. Big sheet of flame out of the exhaust on the overrun. That's how highly stressed these 2.3 litre four-cylinder BMW engines are, and Cullen goes straight on. So big mistake by Michael Cullen, or a failure in the car, but he's gone straight on there and come back on very slowly indeed.
Where's Jake Hill?
Did he go for a gear? There's Jake Hill, that was your answer. Did he go for a gear that wasn't there? Yeah, that sounds horrible. So that was the Camaro going past us. That's not Michael Cullen on the microphone. So past comes another BMW. This is the battle with Lewis Fox. So Lewis Fox in the red and black car.
2.5 minutes to go. It does look as if Chris Middlehurst has got a little bit of a gap, 1.3 seconds.
But now the Skyline, I heard the Camaro, didn't hear the Skyline at all. The Camaro right in the way of the Skyline. That's really going to blunt his pace at the exit of the Beckett's S's. And if the Ford Sierra can pick up the toe here, then that gap will come back down again. Julian Thomas, purple sector 1, fastest sector 2 on the last lap, top speed down the straight as well. It is not over.
No, he's looking racy, isn't he?
always does. Julian Thomas, never less than 100% competitor. Chris Middlehurst just with enough. If he caught the Camaro going into the Beckett's S's, then Middlehurst might have been having a Sierra Cosworth alongside him down the Hanger Straight.
Jake Hill, by the way, I said he was 12 seconds back. He's 3.5 seconds back from getting that car up into 5th place.
Well, he's gone by the Tyson Advan car that we saw. He's closing on Tom Holbrook as well. So Jake Hill having an absolute fit in that Skyline. Car number 87, that's the dark green, purple and black HKS livery car. For our spotter to pick it up briefly, we've got a minute in this race. They will have one more lap, I fancy.
You know, that could be enough for 2 places for Jake Hill.
Yeah, Jake Hill, the man on the charge, and Julian Thomas not able to stay with Chris Middlehurst. There is Middlehurst, there is Thomas. Is that car going as quickly as it was?
Doesn't seem quite aggressive into the turn, does he?
Maybe not.
It's not a bad middle sector, but it's going to be the 3rd sector time that tells the tale. And he can't afford to lift off much because that BMW is right there.
Julian Thomas is not a man for lifting off. Either the car makes it or it doesn't, but he drives
it's fine.
Flat out. And there is still the chance of getting by Chris Middlehurst if Middlehurst is caught in traffic. It only takes him to catch one car in the wrong place on the final lap, and this is the place that would have been, but he doesn't catch anybody significantly in the Beckett's S's, so he will come out of Chapel Curve onto the Hanger Straight with a head full of steam and with a handy advantage over Julian Thomas.
It's enough now, isn't it? Final lap.
Is it?
This race.
If he falls over the BMW into Stowe or through the Vale, it might not be, and he's very close to being in the wrong place. Julian Thomas will not give up. Darren Fielding in 3rd, Steve Soper in 4th, and Jake Hill up to 5th position.
It would not be, by the way, the 1st or even the 2nd time we've seen the lead change in a race this weekend at the BRDC Classic.
On the last corner.
Indeed.
No, indeed.
Jake Hill is up into 3rd place and is catching Steve Soper for 4th.
Into 5th place and catching Steve Soper for 4th. Yeah, so final lap then, halfway round the last lap for Chris Middlehurst. And Julian Thomas still in the back of the shot, but the gap has grown. He is safe from assault from behind as long as nothing in front trips him up. So far the car has been as flawless as the pace that Chris Middlehurst has provided. Andy Middlehurst kept the car very much in the mix for the lead of the race and in the lead of the race against all the best efforts of Julian Thomas in that Caliber Sierra. Chris Middlehurst has just ratcheted the speed up to 11. 2 minutes 11.679 in fact. Jake Hill again with the fastest lap, 2 minutes 10.799 a couple of laps ago. The checkered flag awaits though. It is a 2nd win in a row for Andy and Chris Middlehurst. The Skyline does it again. This time it's not a Japanese 1-2 because it will be 2nd place for Julian Thomas, the man who could have yesterday but had a puncture just before the pit window, and Darren Fielding 3rd overall. That is a massive, massive result for the car and the driver and the preparation team, and whoever recreated this car back in 2021. What a flyer. Here comes Jake Hill. He's gone by Steve Soper.
He's gone by Steve Soper up into 4th place. What a charge.
Not that car, the one behind. There is Mark Manton. We've seen him in the Capri before, but Steve Soper has been defeated again by the power of the Skyline. There is Jake Hill, a former British touring car champion, around the outside, and with the fastest lap of the race under his belt, a 2:10.799. Again, a great indication of just what some of these cars are truly capable of. Absolutely prodigious speed from Jake Hill in this car built by the daddy of the Skyline, Rick Wood.
And that's the point I was going to make before we switched quite correctly to that little battle of the mark of what Darren Fielding did in that BMW M3 against two absolute monsters, and he kept them honest, and he kept them in his crosshairs,
Absolutely
looking for any opportunity. It wasn't quite there, but under 7 seconds back from that battle.
How much fun is James Slaughter having, by the way, in that 3-litre Capri, just absolutely cornering it on the door handles. Closing up behind him is the Tyson Advan Skyline. Nick Strong goes by. That's not for position. Strong's already a lap ahead. But
yeah, James Slaughter
loving that every inch of the way, I imagine.
Yeah, 18th across the line, but absolutely going to get a recall for the
pretenders, professionals. That's the P word I was looking for.
Yeah, that's audition fully sorted.
Bodie
All he needs to
Doyle.
do now when he gets to collecting areas, jump out the car and slide across the bonnet.
Absolutely. Probably so sweaty he would do as well, I should think. This has been a hot race weekend at the BRDC Classic. And everybody in any of these cars, open cars or closed cars, has definitely worked hard for their living.
Well, anybody trackside to watch that will have seen some spectacular stuff from the top three. Plenty more besides, but I think in particular, trackside, Jake Hill's charge at the end there would have been worth watching from the grandstand seats.
And I'm sure our circuit commentators will have made very well aware, everybody, that he was coming, because that was a pretty spectacular run from Jake Hill.
Well, to give you an idea,
again from Darren Fielding as well, this car just punching so way above its weight.
Well, I mean, in terms of there's almost the fastest lap per car tells the story, doesn't it? A 2:11.679 from Chris Middlehurst. Pretty much a full second quicker than that from Jake Hill. A 2:10.799 serves as the fastest lap of the race. And here's the results with you.
Yeah, the Middlehurst family Skyline taking victory by 1.1 seconds from Julian Thomas in the RS500 Sierra Cosworth, and Darren Fielding third place in his Evolution E30 M3. The Wooden Hill Skyline finishing in fourth place with the fastest race lap, shattering the previous record by a country mile. Toby Partridge, Steve Soper finishing in fifth. Tom Holbrook, the Dutch driver, in sixth position in the battle of the M3s. Best of the Capris was Gary First, yes, ahead of Frank Guest in the 1600 Escort, 2-litre Escort actually, and Phil Shepherd in the Camaro having a fantastic time as ever, thundering around. If Phil Shepherd ever drives anything under 5 litres, I want to be notified about it. I don't think he believes in small capacity. I don't think he likes a screamer. I think he likes a thunderer. Mike Whittaker, the best of the Capris, ahead of that very sideways 3-litre car. And then the Liberal and Freitas BMW that rocketed right up the order, slipped, had a ladder in the first part of the race, had a snake in the second part, and slipped down to the bottom. And one car, I think in the end, failed to make it to the finish. That was the Nick and Harry Whale car, and the Escort barely made it past the start of the race. But it was a race for the ages here. A fantastic start with the two front runners from yesterday's race, Andy Middlehurst and Simo Arthur in the Skylines, immediately being dogged as Simo Arthur got it wrong in the Beckett Sessions first time round by Darren Fielding's 2.5-litre BMW. And then coming from behind, from 14th on the grid, the Caliber Sierra Cosworth, Julian Thomas making it up into second place by the end of the opening lap of this 40-minute encounter. So a fantastic opening effort from him, leaving a squabbling pack of BMWs in the wake of his Sierra and of Nick Fielding's BMW. But a lead taken early from Julian Thomas to get ahead of Andy Middlehurst, and he managed to hang on in front. Simo Arthur had 2 or 3 mechanical or electronic probably issues with the white Skyline that finished second yesterday. We saw it rolling very slowly a couple of times. In the end, he did sort of crawl towards the line and finished 22nd, but in the pit lane. So not quite the finish that he might have hoped for after finishing in the runner-up spot yesterday. Post the pit stops, after Andy Middlehurst handed over his son Chris, he got by Darren Fielding's BMW, and then after a good battle with Julian Thomas, just in traffic, making enough of the difference to get by the Sierra to take the lead, and he was able to keep his nose clean and just out of harm's reach, tantalisingly close to Julian Thomas, to the checkered flag, but not close enough to allow the Sierra driver to have a realistic hope of victory unless fate intervenes. So 2 wins in 2 races for Chris and Andy Middlehurst. Julian Thomas in second, Darren Fielding a hero's drive in 3rd place. Let's hear from them now.
We've got our winning pairing. They're just finishing off their conversation, and then here we go. We've got you both. Well done, guys. We'll start with you, Andy, because you started the car. You said the car was going off a little bit in your stint.
Yeah, it was a little bit understeery. I think that, you know, a lot of people running new tyres, so a little bit understeer on the tyres. So yeah, but I thought I'll keep in there. Chris will be a bit quicker than me there anyway.
A double win in the BRDC Classic.
Yes, it's unbelievable. So we've got a lot of people to thank because we had a lot of problems with the car. You know, Rick Wood's been good with us all weekend, and Rod Bell building the engine. So we're lucky to be here.
Well, you were out there, you know, your likes of yourself, Julian Thomas, Simo Arthur, you were all pretty close.
Yeah, there's not much in it, you know, the cars are all very simple. Yeah, very simple, you know, similar, you know, in performance.
Well, you had a great stint, and Chris, when you took over, I suppose that the focus for you was to try and get back into the lead again.
Yeah, the reason why we lost so much time is on the outlap. In the pit stop, it was running quite hot. It came out the pits and then it started to go into like a limp mode because it was too hot basically. So I had to just I was just going round at like 40, 50 mile an hour, hoping that it would cool down, and then once it cooled and on Hanger Straight it got going again. But we must have lost like 15, 20 seconds on the outlap just through that. So obviously I was having to chase everyone down where we would have been there or thereabouts. So it's just it's a hot day today and you're pushing the cars, so at least it didn't actually overheat. It's just like I say, a limp mode. So it was nice to come through though and obviously win it, you know, when we dropped back so much. The pit stop was good, and then I came out of the pits and I was like, oh God, this is just what we need now, isn't it? Cutting out, but I guess it made it a good race to watch from the outside, and it was fun coming through. And Julian was very quick, you know, Julian Thomas, and right on my heels the whole way. And I had to push, you know, and we were understeering a bit. I think my dad said we were on like used tyres, some of them were on brand new tyres, so we couldn't really budget for new in each race because they're a couple of grand a set. So we made the used tyres last, and decent time. So really happy with the result, and big thanks to obviously the Middlehurst team and Rick Wood as well for running the car with us. Well done indeed. Did a great job of hunting down Darren Fielding initially and then working his way past Julian Thomas. Where is Julian? We need to try and find him at the moment, so just bear with me whilst we try and work out where Julian has disappeared to. I can see Darren Thomas, so I might grab a quick word with Darren in a second, but Julian has disappeared somewhere, so we'll grab Darren. Do you know where Julian's gone? He's in the next... right, okay. That clarifies that one as to where Julian Thomas has gone, so we won't be chatting to him, but we can have a chat to Darren Fielding, who just missed out on a podium yesterday, but the wheel of your DTM spec BMW were pushing hard today.
Oh, yes. I mean, I had got a bit of good fortune with Simo Arthur's car having problems, but I just kept it pinned all the way around, tried to make no mistakes, tried to keep in touch with the front two as much as I could, hoping they'd have a problem, which they sometimes do, but I'm over the moon with third. Yesterday was close, but I must admit yesterday's race was absolutely fantastic. I was really happy with fourth, had a great battle. My mistake in the pits gave me the drive-through penalty, which was a shame, but yesterday was fantastic, today is even better.
You were keen to get away in the pit stop today as well, because I think there were about 4 seconds or 4 fingers being held up by the mechanic, and you were already dipping the clutch and getting ready to go.
I just want to make sure I make the most of every opportunity I've got to catch up with these things.
They were never far away. I suppose you were hoping they were going to squabble and that allow you to come back to them a bit more.
That's what I was hoping, or maybe a mechanical failure or something, but I'd never wish that on anybody, but I'll take whatever I can get.
Tell us a little bit about the history of the car. We know it's an ex-DTM car. What is it, Steve Soper, Johnny Cicotto?
It's not actually DTM, it's on its way to it, but it's not fully DTM, so next year it may be DTM next year, so hopefully next year it might be a little bit quicker.
You might be a winner at the BRDC Classic next year. There we go. We didn't get the chance, unfortunately, to speak to Julian Thomas because he's going straight out into the next race, but we did speak to our race winner and we did speak to Darren Fielding. So from touring cars, we're now going sports car racing. We've got the GT3s heading out onto track in a few moments' time.
Well, thank you very much to Mark Werrell. Great job there. We were shouting into our imaginary microphones. Being a pace setter, if not the pace setter. His name is Phil Keane, and we sent out our young cub reporter yesterday, Graham. That was you.
That's a label.
Well, let's hear what we had from Phil Keane.
Racer of old, I've got to say now. You still don't look any older than you did when I first met you racing for Martin Short at Roll Centre Racing. Phil Keane in front of, I can only describe as the mighty, the beast of a Writer Engineering Serini Chevy Camaro. Tell us a little bit about this car.
Oh, it's great fun to drive. It's basically back to basics. Just a normal Camaro with a big engine in it, very little aero, loads of power and big slicks. So it's really enjoyable to drive and makes a great noise.
You were hustling around with aplomb in qualifying yesterday. In the longer run, how did she go?
Well, I'm not so sure. New tyres, she's okay, but when we start getting towards a race distance, 50 minutes, we might struggle a little bit with tyres, but we'll give it the best shot we can and see where we end up.
Phil, you've been around GT3 racing for a long time now. You've raced pretty much everything apart from this until this weekend. Tell us a little bit about your reaction to the grid for this GT3 Legends.
Oh, it's fantastic. There's a great mix of cars here, and it's good to see all the cars I drove in period. Makes me feel very old.
With the noise in the background as the cars fire up, GT3 has always been competitive. The numbers, the depth, the variety, 12 different makes here. Who do you most want to beat?
All of them. I don't know really. It'd be nice to beat the Astons because they were the ones we were always chasing in period, so we'll stick with the Aston.
Tell me a little bit about your reaction to this new festival, the BRDC Classic.
Well, it seems brilliant. It's good that someone's taken it over, and it's great to see so many people and cars here. It's fantastic.
Competition.
Okay, here we are, the GT3 cars coming around, and great to hear from Phil Keane. 2006 GT3 started. Who was racing it back then? P. Keane. Still Keane now, still racing, and always worth watching. And his car is just going out the bottom of the shot. Black, all black, 7.9 litre V8. Plenty to play with, but it does cook its tyres. But looking down, we've got Jonathan Mitchell and Graham Davidson, first and second yesterday. That's how we're forming the grid today. Race results. So Aston Martins, as we heard from Phil, with the cars they chased in period and those V12 advantages still at the front. Jonathan Mitchell racing three different sorts of cars today. Phil Keane starting third in that black Camaro. Danny Winstanley going better and better. Stepped up from Caterham's, going beautifully in the Audi. Richard Leary got involved in a little bit of an accident at the start of yesterday's race. But look, there's been plenty of pace from his Mercedes. Carl Tilley, he races all stuff all around the world, but he's in an Aston Martin. Good to see a couple of the BMW Z4 GT3s. They're always in the mix, and that's where Julian Thomas went. It's marked in pink, so we can see that he's in this race. Audi R8 LMS. But here we have cars spanning about 4 years of GT3, the end of the first decade, pretty much. Started in 2006. Where did it start, Graham? Right here at Silverstone.
Indeed. I'm just looking in the background. I can see the Zach Brown and Maxwell Brown McLaren. Looks like Zach has decided to keep racing here rather than pop to the Hungaroring. We're about to go racing though, Bruce, and this could be quite spectacular. We have 50 minutes of racing with the GT3 Legends to continue our afternoon of amazing variety here at the BRDC Classic.
Wow, I mean, it has exploded on the scene as a historic category as much as it exploded on its scene when it was launched here with a packed grid of cars. Watch out for this leopard liveried Audi. That will be starting the back of the pack. Alvaro Perret had a problem yesterday, but right now, what is going to be released? 7.9 litres for Chevrolet V8 is trying to go up the inside. That's Phil Keane in the black, but Jonathan Mitchell keeps the blue Aston Martin just in front of 2019 British GT champion Graham Davidson. Into Copse, out of Copse. Looks like they've stayed within the white lines at the edge of the circuit. That's the first time for everything. But Graham Davidson having a challenge, got his nose ahead into Maggots. Can he turn into Beckett? Well, he can turn, but I'm afraid that wasn't quite the classic line. He's going to have to give that position back. But that could so easily have been a shuffling of the pack, and more to the point, the dominoes going down in many ways.
Yeah, we'll wait to see where Graham, if indeed Graham opts to give that place back. He really should, but he's pulling over and he's doing that. But is he going to be able to grab the second?
Phil Keane must be pressing so hard to leave no gap whatsoever.
Here he goes.
Half a gap, that's up the inside. Graham Davidson, that's a bit like, do you remember that move in the Belgian Grand Prix when Lewis Hamilton got done for going with the bus stop and immediately the next corner dived up the inside? I think it was against Kimi Raikkonen in period, if I remember. But this is fantastic racing. Why did GT3 catch on? Did the cars look good? Yes. Did they sound good? Yes. Did they race close together? Do you have lots of manufacturers? Yes, yes, and yes again.
Indeed. 23 cars we have on this grid. Good to see the ex-Ram Racing car from ABBA Racing back in the fray.
Going very nicely indeed. Started at the sharp end of the grid, has gained a couple of positions. The Audi making a move, blue with the white stripe just out the right-hand side of the shot behind the Black Falcon Mercedes. That is Julian Thomas, fresh or perhaps not so fresh from his run in the historic touring car racing. That fabulous Sierra Cosworth that he has just made. There's Julian Thomas, Eric, car number 192. Look for progress from him. He's got every reason to feel a little bit weary though, but he has got a driver change coming up halfway through the race.
And I've realised after a chat with Sean Balfe, who'll share this car with him, that is the only one of these cars I have lapped at speed in, because that is the ex-Audi UK demonstration car, operated for much of its career as a two-seater car to show off the capabilities of GT3, and I have been out in that car. I think it was Alan English giving demonstration rides.
Oh, I thought you meant you were at the wheel. I was waiting for Martin Haven to come in and redefine speed, but here we
that would be brief.
There we go. Right, so Aston Martin's coming through. Actually, they're very much in grid order at the moment. So let's have a look at this move. I wondered if he could get turned into Beckett. So deep into Maggots, so fast into Maggots went Graham Davis. A brilliant bit of camera work to catch that. And again, Scottish racer there, Graham Davis must have been sort of swearing a bit like Muttley there from Wacky Races and had to give the place back, but he did very well to slot it ahead of the black Camaro. One of the Nissans didn't get to start the race, Charlie Kennedy's family-run car, so that's a shame, but we've still got one of those unbelievably fabulous Nissan Skyline GTRs. But the first three, they really are making a surprising break. And Richard Neary holding down fourth place, being challenged by the second. That's the ex-Brian Eichkotter car in behind, and that's one of the Lins on board. It's Maxwell Lynn. He's in that. He's a busy boy. A lot of these racers have been doing all sorts of racing today.
Jimmy Broadbent aboard that car later. He did a good job in the second half of the race yesterday. This three, though, are getting away, no doubt about it whatsoever. There's another battle back of three behind.
I'll tell you what, it's fantastic having him on the programme here at the BRDC Classic on the full Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Let's take a look at, this is a moment for Max Lynn. Looks as though he's keeping it on the straight and narrow, being challenged by Danny Winstanley. If you look in the bottom of your screen, you'll actually see touring car drivers from the historic Touring Car Challenge having their podium ceremony. That's on the inside of Cops, but there we have it's nip and tuck. And Danny Winstanley was really impressive. This is an Audi that spent its racing career in the United States, but I must say it's going very well back in the UK. But Jonathan Mitchell, what's he raced so far today? Lotus Cortina Mark 1, did he go very well? Yes, he did indeed. What else has he got up to? This is his third race today, and we've only got 5 minutes past lunchtime. I think you could safe to say that. Yeah, oh yes, and of course the person who should be up on the podium in second place is replaced. That is Julian Thomas, because he's in this race. He's in that number 192 Audi. You really have to be super quick to move across from one race to another. And look at this. This is chasing and harrying, and this is what Phil Keane does very well. It doesn't really matter which manufacturer name you put next to him. Like a lot of the top GT3 runners, he's tried pretty much every chassis, but you think of him in GT3 racing, I largely think of Phil as a Lamborghini racer. He's had so many years with that.
I mean, Phil often spoken about as not ever having won in British GT in the championship term. This is one of a lot of races. He has actually won a championship, albeit a class championship, the short-lived GT4 Light, and of all things, probably a car that is the least like this car on the planet, a KTM Crossbow. And the link between, by the way, those two cars is that the racing versions of those KTM Crossbows were built by Writer Engineering.
Yes, indeed. You get a lot of these specialist companies. Further down the order, you've got Fred Shepherd running in the Ford GT. Ford did not finance that project, but they were asked to do so, or to help out by Maytech. They were given the chassis. And Fred is at the moment down in 15th place, but again, it's the diversity. Of course, Ford are now back in contemporary GT3. A few years ago, they brought in the GT3 Ford Mustang. Sounds fabulous, but that Ford GT was a toe in the water. But Writer Engineering, likewise, they really helped KTM. They helped with this, and they helped an awful lot with Lamborghini in the early days as well. So specialist companies have sort of dragged some of the manufacturers into play, and then those manufacturers have actually stood back and went, this is very good, isn't it? We have massive races, Spa 24 Hours, the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and then, of course, GT World Challenge, 4 championships for them all around the world, and they get gathered together, Intercontinental GT Challenge as well. And you pointed out, you were saying that of all places that you know of a GT3 car, was it Guyana or Panama, you said?
Guyana. The last couple of weeks in the rain, we had some spectacular GT3 cars involved. You're talking about those specialist manufacturers. Well, one of them is leading this race because, of course, ProDrive, a long connection with Aston Martin, and a whole flurry of GT1, GT3, GT4, GTE versions of the Vantage, the DB9, came from ProDrive under the Aston Martin Racing banner, and there's 7 of them racing here, including our top 2 cars.
And again, it's just the engine notes. The Ford GT rumbles past our window, but the more pure engine note is the V12 under the nose of the Vantage. Graham Davidson still holding on to second place. Race lead. Oh dear, this is a little early for a pit stop. Maybe there was a puncture there. That's one of the many Gallardos, and that was the Bobby Thompson car that's coming for a pit stop. But Phil Keane is far from finished. But just remember, what we heard from him in the interview you did with him is the fact that it's a bit of a feel for this race at the moment. They're trying to feel what they can do, but what he does know, the tyres do get consumed a little bit easily as he gets encouraged to make racing moves.
So he's keen, no pun intended, to get by as quickly as he can, because I'm sure he'd rather defend on worn tyres than attack.
Yeah.
I will, by the way, revise an answer I gave to you about GT3 and yesterday's run. Oh, trouble for the race leader.
You know, that's really weird, because as he came out of Woodcote, I thought he's not accelerating as fast as normal, or is it just my eyes not helping me out at all? So first has not become second, it's become Nowheresville. So into the lead goes Graham Davidson. He had the lead before, but I had to give it back.
Puncture? Is it down at the front right?
It's possible, but he just seems slightly slower coming past our commentary position, not that we can see them out of the window. Oh, that's a disappointment. He's had a phenomenal meeting. So suddenly it's a change of game. Graham Davidson now in the lead. Phil Keane giving chase. Danny Winstanley in the Audi in 3rd place. Next up,
he's definitely down that corner, and I don't think it's a puncture either. I think it might be suspension. I think the tyre was up, but it looked like the wheel was not where it should be. Could this be a very rare win for a Chevy Camaro GT3? I'm not sure I can remember ever seeing a Chevy Camaro GT3 win a race.
No. I'll have to really rack my brain to think of one. Right, so Graham Davidson, well, he had the lead, well, for all of about 3 metres, didn't he, before he went straight on at Beckett's, rejoined, slotted in, but these two are now a fair distance ahead of Danny Winstanley, 6 seconds, 5.5 seconds clear of the Audi that is now in 3rd place. But I tell you what, when we come back next year with GT3 Legends here, the field will be closer, because when you get a historic class, these cars have been put away for quite some while. You can be sure all the teams involved, we've got a lot of top names, Team Scott Sport, Team Parker Racing, et al. They'll look at these cars. Okay, let's get the collective people who ran them in period. Right, let's talk to them, and we'll work out how to get the very most out of the tyres.
We're already getting some of those teams. I was just walking through the collecting area, or rather the parking area, yesterday afternoon, and a number of transporters from contemporary GT and sports car teams are here. With a variety of historic race cars for their customers, and there's zero doubt there is a business proposition for professional teams running historic racing.
100%. I spoke at the end of last year to Barwell Motorsport's Mark Lemmer, who loves all things racing, has been doing it all his life, runs in the family. And I said, GT3 Legends. He said, yep, looking at it very seriously. Hang on, he said, we're doing an announcement in a couple of days.
I think they're running a couple of cars.
They are. Peter Malsdale in one of the BMW Z4 GT3s, and certainly we've seen them at other events this year. And I think Mark's rather enjoying being in this ahead of being in contemporary racing, because he can race. And I tell you what, the show that's put on off the track for all the teams and drivers is very spectacular with Motor Racing Legends, and a lot of people rather enjoy that. So that's good to see, as it is good to see these cars out on the track. And at the moment, Phil Keane's just hanging back. Is he cooling his car a little bit? I can't tell.
Danny Winstanley hanging on there in what is now 3rd place.
Okay, this is the moment. Out just at this point, you think, hold on, that gap was nearly 2 seconds. It's not 2 seconds now, and this is the point at which, unfortunately for Jonathan, well, he already knew, Jonathan Mitchell, that something was awry. Haven't got our foot to it. He was able to turn the car.
It was definitely that corner.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not it's a puncture, whether or not something has come adrift, but it was definitely that front right corner that was the problem.
Well, it's a shame to take out one of the runners, and if these two hadn't been fighting, I think either of these drivers, Phil Keane in the black Camaro or Graham Davidson in the Oman livery. This was an ex-Ahmad Al Hati car that ran it for 3 years or so in the British GT Championship. That's his livery, but I thought these two, if they'd separated from each other, they would be able to close in on Jonathan Mitchell, because certainly Graham was having to be a little bit defensive. The last few laps have been a bit better for him, and as you could just see there, puff of dirt going up because Phil Keane getting a little bit looser. Is that tyres already starting to go away? I hope not. He's still got 40 minutes of this race to go.
He's pushing hard still, isn't he? He's trying to force the error from Graham Davidson, who is a very experienced GT3 racer, a British GT champion in his own right overall, something which for all his attempts Phil has never achieved.
It's all right. It's not rankling at all.
Not in any way irritated him.
Right, there are classes in this race, and fresh from coming second overall in the Historic Touring Car Challenge in his ex-Rouse Sierra, Julian Thomas is 10th overall, leading his class. So he's having a very good day, heading for a podium of some sort, but being Julian, he wants to go further up. And now it appears to be the curse of the Lamborghini Gallardo, because we don't want them in the pits yet. The pit window isn't open, but Keith Freiser, who not so long ago was in the Endurance Icons event earlier today, having a really good run to victory, well, something has run a little bit awry on his Gallardo there.
Yeah, a lot of this will be about teams and drivers. You said it yourself just a little earlier, Bruce, finding out more about what they can and what the point cannot do with these cars. So Danny Stanley in the middle, well, it's in splendid isolation. Behind, though, could see the ABBA Racing AMG SLS and the number 5 GTR, the Nissan GTR, in very close contention still. Here they come.
Here they come. I do remember when the AMG SLS Mercedes was launched, a lot of people just loved it because it was different. The gull-wing doors, they had their own problems in terms of racing, and as you pointed out, if you landed on your roof, you couldn't open your doors, so there were explosives, weren't they?
Explosive
to blow
bolts.
Bolts away.
Basically blow the door. What's it? It's only supposed to blow the doors off.
There we are, paraphrasing in the right way. Everyone's
Indeed.
nodding.
I have to be very careful there. So the Nissan not out of this.
No,
this is a spectacular looking big switch there, though, and that is going to be enough for Nissan to be right there.
That's a little puff of Clément Ferrand. Jack Brabham driving over the curb to throw stones at the drivers in behind, but look at the grunt you get. Of course, balances. Now Graham Davidson is cutting the corners and kicking dirt in the face, Charles Atlas style. And certainly we expected the Nissan to come on strong, but now Richard Neary must be thinking, I'm a bit old for all this. No, of course not. Richard Neary would never say he's old. Starting his career with Thunder Sports, and it's been a long time ago, racing with his son Sam. But like a lot of proud fathers, you have to eventually realise that the passage of time might make you slow down a tiny little bit, but he's such a dogged competitor.
Well, Richard, another race winner on this grid from the British GT Championship, albeit in the next generation of Mercedes AMG, the AMG GT, due to be replaced in the coming months by the third generation car in this history of GT3. Been a key part of it is the mates that have actually come with a second, third, fourth, fifth generation car.
And that's the thing, and we were talking about this yesterday, it was about, not quite at this point, that the manufacturers worked out they didn't need to make their car so it was super sharp. They needed to make it so that it could be compliant enough for the gentleman driver in the crew, because it's almost always been Pro-Am in terms of GT racing, could drive it and improve rather than being scared by it, actually probably going backwards. And the evolution from the SLS Mercedes to the AMG Mercedes that followed was very much in that ilk.
I remember, oddly enough, and there's a parallel with that car, Ram Racing, who were of course based on the Silverstone Techno Park back in the day, when they transitioned to the new AMG GT, joined them on Silverstone Aerodrome for the first shakedown of that car, and straight line testing underway, looking at the ergonomics of the cabin, etc., talking to their pro and drivers, and immediately the talk was about how much more friendly this was to the customer driver.
Yeah, the drivers, in fact, when they got to try it, just couldn't believe how much of a leap forward it was to bring them into the mix. And with a good driver coach, with a driver who listens, you can close in. Talking of closing in, Carl Tilley in 6th place is getting very close to the Nissan of Max Lynn, who again is still just tucked in behind Richard Neary. So we've got a 3-way battle for 4th place, and Carl, if there's a race somewhere in the world, he's probably in the paddock walking around with his helmet under his arm, running Era Motorsport and driving a huge diversity of historic machinery as well as contemporary, but he'll be enjoying this one.
5 minutes in the halfway mark. No, it's actually not halfway mark, it's not allowed races in. 15 minutes in. Seems like we're going a little longer because the action just hasn't quit. But with the loss from this pool of the then race leader, we're now left with Graham Davidson trying to fend off Phil Keane. Danny Stanley, meantime, doing what he can to stay in the mix here. Not got quite the pace of the two cars ahead, but he's got enough pace to be edging away from Richard Neary in 4th place.
Okay, I do not want to be the spoiler or the killjoy, but I appear to be both of them here, because majority of these drivers, because of their driver ranking, and also because some of them are going solo, you get a time penalty at your pit stop if you're a solo runner.
I've just remembered where this is going.
Okay, 20 seconds extra for this man, Graham Davidson, our race leader. 20 seconds for Danny Winstanley in 3rd. How about the one in between them, in the shadow, the black Camaro? Too good, Mr. Keane. 60 seconds. Yesterday they got swallowed up because
pitted on the safety car.
There was a safety car, and he came in, and I was thinking, well, he's going to be, down out, maybe in about 15th place, but not a bit of it. And eventually he came home in 4th place yesterday, so he gobbled up almost all of that. In fact, we had the situation where the safety car came out and picked up the car in 5th place. We had the first 4 with an entire lap advantage, but then the others were waved by for a furious dash to the finish. So they closed right onto the turn just as the car in 5th caught that 4-car train. Off they went, and victory went to Jonathan Mitchell in the end in his Aston Martin from Graham Davidson by half a second. But for Danny Winstanley, he'll have done the sums. He'll know he's running in effective 2nd place.
He will indeed. Point we're making, about to make, just when we lost the number 7 car, was we had a quick conversation about the depth of interest in GT3 down through the years. More than 20 makes in GT3. Not all of them, actually, in the case of one of them, never raced. That would be help me here, it's the French make, the Venturi, never raced.
Okay.
But did build a GT3 car, and we've had a number that have had a bit of a stab at, not for terribly long, but certainly 20 plus makes.
Yeah, and you forget that makes like Maserati sort of entered it right at the beginning with the Grand Sport line, Morgan, another.
They came back, by the way, with the Gran Turismo a little later on that was not raced a great deal.
Yeah, Lotus did it, Ascari did it, Morgan did it twice with the Aero and then the Aero Supersport. Many beside, and there'll be a lot of others that never quite surfaced that were sort of probably somewhere down the line. Remember, it's basically a road car based racing car. Road car, that's simplifying it far too much. These are far more than just road cars, but the essence is they're not meant to be built as racing cars to go racing. They're road cars that are developed upwards, but of course the speed. We've been talking about the advancement in speed. And what did you say the other day? It was something like
22 seconds.
22 seconds around what, here?
Spa.
Around Spa. So I was going to say, it would be extraordinary for here.
It comes with the health warning, of course, that the circuit has changed, is a little quicker, but the advancement in terms of performance of these cars, difficult to comprehend, really.
It really is staggering, and a way of putting it is that the GT4s, GT3s of this period, 2006, these are slightly later, these are 2012, 2013. GT4, when it came in, way slower, far less wing, far less power. But now they're at the pace of the original GT3s. No, actually, they're faster.
And remember, with the balanced performance that allows these very different cars, and by the way, the following car here, which is the Shortland car, has caught the Nissan. This is now a battle that you can, of course, restrict these to be within a performance window. You can also de-restrict them, as some championships choose to do. And for quite some time at Spa-Francorchamps, the quickest GT car in contemporary competition was not a GTE car, it was a GT3 from the GT Oaking.
Ah, yes, of course, slightly different rules. Right, here we are. I mean, the Nissan, ever since it came in fact, long before this model, very late 80s, the early 90s, the GTR in Japan was sort of a bit of a well-kept secret, not a secret anymore. It just became one of those totemic cars. And, of course...
Cult classic. It just is.
Cult classic. And I'm just going to give you a tiny little vignette going into the Fuji Speedway. It was a Formula 3 race there. I was out there for it. And I was looking down to the lower car parks as in came a Nissan Skyline GTR. And just where it should have been slowing down, it was speeding up. And it turns out the passenger was a certain Edmund Irvine from Conlig in Northern Ireland. And the driver was a Mika Hakkinen. As Mika was trying to slow down, there was adjustable boost control that Eddie was on. So we had slowing down and not slowing down.
Oh dear. We must say thank you to, what's his name? Martin Haven. He's bringing the tea break. We'll be back with you. No, we won't. But
no crumpets,
these
too warm.
R35 Nissan GTRs in all sorts of formats. But, most notably for European viewers in GT3 format. Came in 2 iterations. This is the earlier one. It was a 2015 re-homologated car and a vast difference to this car.
Kyle Tully very much getting in the mix. He's been chipping away. He's in that green Aston Martin, making it, well, it should be the 3rd Aston Martin. It's the 2nd Aston Martin following the demise of Jonathan Mitchell. leaves us with 22 runners. We had a few more yesterday, lost a few, but this is a field that's going to grow and grow because it's not just the cars we're seeing on the track in the first full year of GT3 Legends, it's the cars you hear that are coming, the drivers who are going, right, what can we do, where can we find a car? I would reckon we could probably get almost double this number for next year. Certainly I think we'd be approaching 40.
I think pretty definitely. Carl Tilley, by the way, is here a Motorsport team, still in contemporary competition, LMP2 and in GT3 with a Ferrari in the Creventic series, and as well as an absolute array of historic machinery.
Yeah, everything from Lotus Elands upwards, and in the 24H series, of course, they're running Jake Hill, who just had such a spectacular outing last time out in the historic Touring Car Challenge just before this. I mean, what an array of machines we have here at BRDC Classic.
And also the last remaining Blue Coral liveried car.
It's lovely to see that.
John Creasley's team of blessed memory, and Carl was peddling that car in Endurance Icons a little earlier.
Yeah, what you have to be aware as you're watching this, whether you're watching it live or watching it at the circuit, some of your favourite cars are being put into collections by people with exquisite taste, or maybe just the cars I like other people seem to have snapped up already, put it that way. But, you know, crossing the years, I do think these SLS Mercedes are going to be totemic just because they're a little bit different. And Richard and Sam Neary drive this really well. Here comes a move from Carl Tilley. Can he pull it off? Yes, he can on the way in. Can he still be up into 5th place on the way out? No, the Nissan gets ahead. Hey, that's just a classic Brooklands move, isn't it? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
And we should make clear, by the way, after watching the historic touring cars a little earlier, that's not because it has a four-wheel drive advantage, because there are various things you can have on a road car you cannot have on a GT3 car. Four-wheel drive is one of them, a hybrid drive is another. So in the newer cars, things like the Honda NSX and the Ferrari 296 that were not available without hybrid drive, can't have that in the GT3 version. And similarly, numbers of these cars that are/were only available with four-wheel drive, they must redesign the car to be rear-wheel drive only as part of the balanced performance.
No, entirely, and I mean the real success of all of that, of course, is the fact that we've had, as you were pointing out, 20 or so manufacturers involved. I mean, I can't think of any other series in the world that would have had that. Yes, you might throw early 1960s Le Mans 24 Hours, but they weren't running in the same category. They were running in multiple classes, but across one class of racing that's gone global. And of course, if you look at the World Endurance Championship, you've got the hypercars and you've got GT3. Some people were a bit sniffy. They went, we used to have GT1, it was much quicker. Yeah, but how many manufacturers are involved? That dwindled and dwindled. The cars were fantastic. We're going to see some of those, we do see some of those in Endurance Icons, and more of those will come out of the woodwork. But this was about making a universal formula, and Stefan Rattel and his gang got it right.
And it's recognising that to make this sustainable as a sport, you cannot simply rely on factories choosing to go racing with the backing that's required. You have to have, what we've got here is people with the passion and yes, the resource to do it, to come out and put their money where their literal mouth is and go racing.
Yeah, and one thing I know full well, my father worked in the industry all his life, is that for a while the marketing people are in and people go racing, and then the bean counters take over, and those programs, unless they're really successful, are hauled back in. Carl Tilley having another nibble at the back of Max Lynn's Nissan. But again, you put these cars side by side, no one ever thinks the Aston Martin is small, but it suddenly looks very tiddly and very low in comparison to the Nissan. And another time for another visit for the Gallardo. So again, waiting for that pit window to open, but that's the beauty. Different shapes, different sounds.
A lot of it, the Nissan GTR, fairly slab-sided, I'd describe it as. It's an impressive looking car, but a fairly slab-sided, lot of bodywork against glass on those cars, and tends to make it look bigger than it actually is.
Yeah, that's true as well. But then again, we used to have the Bentley Continental that just made me laugh every time I saw it. It's not as though the BMW M6 was particularly small either. What's happened at the front? Well, Graham Davidson, the last two laps, has just eked a little away each lap. He's now 2.3 seconds clear. In the background, it's the all-black Camaro trying its best to hang on. Phil Keane doing everything, but he's still sitting there 2.5 seconds or so in arrears. Then near 9.5 seconds clear of Danny Winstanley, who actually the last few laps Richard Neary has been closing in on a little by actually just responded a bit last time out, Danny Winstanley in his Audi. So let's go through this order. We've got an Aston Martin, from a Chevrolet, from an Audi, from a Mercedes, a Nissan, another Aston Martin, only 5 mates in the top 5. So this is true period.
But then the first, the BMWs, the 888 car, we've not really seen much or heard much, and obviously pit window is open because all of a sudden in they stream.
Yep, opened 30 seconds ago, and it's good to see the leopard liveried Quintec Audi is still having a run. So there's Sam Neary waiting to take over from Father Richard from 4th place overall, but some of the cars that fell yesterday are going today. That's good.
See over his shoulder, ex-British GT champion Mike Jordan. They did welcome some of the cars that are under the care of his organisation, which I think includes, actually it's the other Nissan, I think.
Oh, in the other race, in the endurance icons perhaps.
But pit window is open.
Yeah, they're running that number 77 Gallardo as well.
Graham Davidson is into pit lane, so Phil Keane leads the race for the moment and will go as long, I think, as he can with a clear track ahead of him, but he's got a big and very bitter pill to swallow.
And why would he stay out as long as possible? He's hoping there's going to be a safety car period, because his pit stop has got to be 40 seconds longer than this, the race-leading car, the Aston Martin of Graham Davidson. Graham and almost everybody else around him will be having 20 seconds extra, and those at the back of the field that don't have the high driver ranking, they can close in a bit, but such has been the pace the first half of this race that they're probably not going to be close enough to topple those who came in from even the bottom end of the top 10. But Phil Keane will stay out, and he'll be going, rain, incident, can someone get a safety car period, then I'll be able to pit. Other people will be running on the track at a bated pace behind the safety car, and I may claw some of it back. How often does that happen 2 days running?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? There's almost an inevitability of drama somewhere. It is, after all, a car featuring GT or sports cars, and there always is. What we don't have here very much of is traffic. It is a pleasure to actually watch these cars stretching their legs, as it were.
Yes, it's actually really unusual. I'm just having a quick look at the tracker map to see what is in front of us. It's a slightly distorted picture at the moment. Graham Davidson having sucked up those extra 20 seconds, but since almost all of his rivals have got 20-second extra penalty or 10 seconds, you know, he's not going to be losing loads and loads of positions. But at the moment, actually, I tell you what, the cars are really fairly evenly spread around the circuit, so if you catch a car, you're probably not going to catch too many in a tussle, because they seem to spread out a little bit. And don't forget, now what we've got in this GT3 Legends race, 50 minutes duration, drivers going out and just getting a bit of a feel for the car for the first half a lap or so. So the pace will be varying, but Phil Keane's pace is not varying. It's just absolutely hammered down. Fastest lap in the race goes to Phil Keane. Graham Davidson, only by a few hundredths. Oh, Jonathan Mitchell, sorry.
Jonathan Mitchell, who's out in the race, of course, at 1:58.5 early in the race.
Yeah, that's half a second faster than the others, isn't it?
So it's amongst, it is the top two cars, Phil Keane and Graham Davidson, who are running fastest of the cars that are still running, and they're some way away from the next. But it's Danny Winstanley with a 1:59.7. Both the top cars are 1:59.0. But so this is all going to shake out. We're waiting for Phil Keane. Still needs to pit, as does Max Lynn, as does the 888 BMW.
Right, what Phil Keane has got ahead of him, he doesn't want to be slow, but in fact the two cars immediately in front aren't slow, because it was Carl Tilley's car, the Aston Martin, that came in from 6th place. That's in the hands of Christian Albrecht. There is the Richard Neary to Sam Neary car. Gullwing door up once that goes down. Once it goes in the garage, that's not so good.
Well, what's happened there?
Okay, so one of the... Just remember, he was in 4th place, wasn't he, before he came in?
He was.
And Team Abba Racing pushed that back into the garage. Well, that's a big shame. Let's hope that at least can get out to play, because Sam Neary will be learning as he goes. No clues as Richard Neary.
Oh dear.
Shoulders down though, wasn't it?
It was rather. That car with some history. We said X-Ram Racing raced at the 24 Hours of Dubai, and that car, the very first Creventic 24H Series Championship winning car. And I'm told that Creventic have invited it back to race in a contemporary race at limited or no charge. That'd be a shock to Evo if he's listening in.
Yeah, if you don't know what the... Oh, and in comes Phil Keane. Okay, this is the one we were waiting for. He was getting some... Well, he could have maybe done another few minutes. No, I think he squeaked in by the skin of his teeth, actually. He went across the line, I think, bang on the moment that he had to do it by. And so here we go into the pit lane. Still a few other cars in there, but he will have 60 seconds, not 20 seconds over the standard pit stop time.
If you are on pit lane, by the way, no, that's not an earthquake, it's just the Camaro pitting. 6.9 litre lump at the front of this car, and it's been a very effective lump. so far.
It really has. Each car making an individual sound out around the circuit. Phil Keane is not getting out, not because he refuses, but look at the name on the roof, Thomas Enger. And Nicky Katzberg also took these races. And it's not always in the top championship. They race in all sorts of series, and that's been the thing about GT3. It's eligible almost anywhere.
Thomas, long-term employee at Writer Engineering after his racing career finished. It was good to see him around.
Actually, this was the car that did, well, the names are from the ADAC GT Masters. The other name was Albert Turnfontaxis, who was he was a quick driver with a very strong sort of Austrian aristocratic lineage, but he was one of the most entertaining people in the pit lane. It was like a giant spider, all arms and elbows and enthusiasm.
Last time I actually saw Albert at a race meeting was the Spa 24 Hours some years ago, overnight being led away in handcuffs after, I think, smouldering 2 weeks of the party.
Well, as I said, a great
If you're listening and watching Albert,
we miss you.
We do, very much.
Right, what we've got at the moment, okay, this is the lap in which the scoring board seems a little bit scrambled because some of the cars are listed as being in a higher position they are. They just happen to still be in the pit lane at the time. But we've got 2 BMW Z4 GT3s, both owned by the von Oeynhausen family, father Marcus and son Christoph, and they were listed as 3rd and 4th, but they're still sitting in the pit lane while the likes of Graham Davidson, erstwhile race leader, go charging forward. There is one of the pair, that's Marcus's, that's son, and that's in the very famous Park VDS Racing livery, and the Van der Straten, the VDS, the Van der Straten family invested in motor racing, sponsored people for a long way from the 60s all the way through. Had a hiatus, went motorbike racing, came back, and then just a week ago, 2 weeks ago, Mark Van der Straten
very suddenly
came to the end of his line very suddenly, just after the Spa 25.
Quick half rotation there for the number 21.
That's the Japanese livery car, the team Totsuyama Audi, and again that just emphasises, let's have a look at how it went. Well, it's looking pretty good in the straight line, going just deep into the corner. Actually, car looked relatively well balanced, and on it went. Maybe that had just recovered. But so again, very strong GT racing scene in Japan, and that would have competed out there. And it's interesting. So a lot of us will be treated to liveries we've never seen before in the UK and across Europe, because they are being brought in from all around the world. But here comes Phil Keane, back on track. He's had that super long pit stop. Not super from his point of view, but super from the point of view of all his rivals.
So the 3 cars that came in together, this is indication of the damage that's done to Phil Keane. He's just passed the 3rd of them. So they've been on pit lane together. He had a big lead over that ex-Optimum Motorsport 888 BMW. And has now overtaken that 4th position, and we'll soon see where that leaves him in the overall standings. But he's going to be in a position where he needs to attack now. Little doubt in my mind that Graham Davidson is going to be in a very competitive position once this all comes out, and I think does now lead the race from waiting for the second sector times. It will be from Danny Winstanley and
that would tally.
Christian Albrecht.
Yeah, that Audi running very nicely, and Christian Albrecht took over the green Aston Martin from Carl Tilley. So, new race leader, old race leader really, but he's back into the league. Graham Davidson, as you said, British GT champion in 2019. He's had a lot of good partners to race with. One of them, Maxime Martin, of course, we've just seen the Mark VDS liveried BMW that he would have raced with considerable success. But that's been the history of the British GT Championship. A lot of overseas sort of works contracted drivers coming to compete as the pro to the AM, if you will.
Up in 4th, by the way, is that number 5 Nissan. I believe that should be Jimmy Broadbent now aboard the car. Jimmy finishing a fine 5th place yesterday after a bit of a stall getting out the pits, which possibly cost him a shot at a better finishing position eventually. Well, but he's in a better position now.
Okay, now Phil Keane listed as 6th place. He's fallen from effective 2nd, just 2 seconds down on Graham Davidson, to 6th. His next target, he's only a whisker behind Steve Osborne. Steve running in the number 98, I can't read, 88, so that's the West Suffolk Racing Run Mercedes SLS, the other, the Gullwing Mercedes, and the Black Falcon livery, which is green, should be called Green Falcon when it should.
It's a 44 seconds off the lead for Phil Keane.
Okay, that tallies. His pit stop was 40 seconds longer, and he might have lost a second or two coming in and out of the pits.
And he came out behind a reasonably quick car, but which he's dispensed with in pretty good order. But looks at the moment as if Graham Davidson is powering on here, untroubled. Under 15 minutes to go now. Has anybody got an answer here? Danny Winstanley was quicker last time around by about a second.
Okay,
but more than a second.
Okay, well, that could be a factor. We'll see if it goes in, but the clock is not going to be his friend. As you say, under 15 minutes left in this race. And Graham Davidson, what he has is the experience to keep pressing on at very near to the ultimate pace, not to do the bit when you slow down, lose concentration, slide slightly wide. He's been around the block too many times, and yesterday when he was interviewed, just finished second, just half a second down on Jonathan Mitchell, also in an Aston Martin. He was polite enough in the interview, but you could sense his disappointment, and today he's sort of a toad. But he would have wanted to take it to and beaten Jonathan on the track, and that he can't.
We said it before the other races earlier today, that every driver on every grid in this BRDC festival has got a target. And no doubt at all that Graham Davidson's target is to win. And why shouldn't he? He has won. He has been a national champion in GT racing in a car identical to the one he's racing today. And anything short of that feels like a disappointment. It's fun, but it's a disappointment. Now what he's doing is fixing that.
Yeah, exactly so. So that's the great thing. If you have two races over the course of a weekend, actually particularly separated by a day, it gives you a chance to assess life. But as I said at the start of this race, if we're here in 12 months' time with GT3 Legends, there'll be more cars, and even if we had the same number, they would all be slightly quicker because people would have become more accustomed, because these are different to the GT3 cars of today. There's been that evolution, but anyhow, if you have something that you can develop, you can talk to the engineers and go, actually, it was a bit softer here, and you will suddenly get a better setup.
Phil Keen, by the way, up to 5th, going ahead of that 88 Mercedes SLS GT3, Steve Osborne. Bring that to the sword reasonably quickly. Is not, though, catching the leader. So a little quicker than a few of the cars ahead of him, but I think the gaps are going to be such that he's going to struggle to make any further progress without external help.
Yeah, he's 18 seconds down on
Jimmy
Broadbent in the number 5 Nissan, so that is not going to happen in terms of catching, because we only have
pace, is it?
No, we're calling that 2 minutes. We've got 12 minutes left, 6 laps. He's not going to be taking 3 seconds of that. We can give it a go, but I wouldn't suggest that's going to happen. There's the sighting of the Brown family McLaren with Max Brown in. When I interviewed Zach on Friday, I think it was, I presumed he'd be going off to the Hungarian Grand Prix. That was the plan. I said, okay, also tell me about Max, your son. What's his racing history? He said, it starts today. Well, he has done exceptionally well. He was out in the Endurance Icons race in a Ferrari, and just having the best time. What a place to start.
So we've got on the timing screen Williams and Grimes. Is that a change? Because it's supposed to be Johnny Molan.
No, that changed a while back. Car number 16 is
so it's Bon Grimes,
Gareth Williams and Johnny Molan.
And Johnny Molan.
Yeah.
It shows Bon Grimes.
Okay, Bon Grimes is opted, so maybe I pulled the wrong name out. Maybe.
Okay. So if that is Bon Grimes, he's right with the family Brown for 14th place.
Well, in the results sheet yesterday, it was down as Williams and Molan, and now it's Williams, and who knows, maybe they're just sharing it out evenly between them. But right, Danny Winstanley here. This was a car, as I said, raced this Audi in the States. The Audi that's giving chase is a lap down, unfortunately. The driver up the board is probably Fred Wakeman. Chris Ward would have done the first part of the race, and that's a car, a great livery. Lovely to see these Japanese liveries. That raced in Super Taiko with a driver from Northern Ireland on board, and that was Richard Lyons.
Met Richard Lyons the first time at Suzuka. It's a great place to do that. The time he was handling, I think he was the driver advisor for the Audi effort, the Suzuka 1000Ks, before it was more recently revived. And great to meet him, and a fantastic interview.
He's a good character, isn't he?
He most certainly is.
But like a lot of people, that you can put your career out around the world. I'm so pleased to see we've got some Z4 GT3s, and if you're standing on the battle right here, well, let's have a little look. It's closing in. This is actually the battle for 7th place. Steve Osborne in the Black Falcon Mercedes, the livery that would have been running the Nürburgring long distance races, the Dubai 24 hours at the start of the year, but a huge amount of pressure. And Christoph von Neuenhausen is really pressing. He's the better of the two Neuenhausens. Marcus's father's about 5-6 seconds further back, but Christoph hasn't had much experience, and around the outside, is that going to work?
Well,
worth trying. Yes, it is going to work, because he's going to be up the inside to the following corner. But can he get turned in enough? And Steve Osborne, I tell you what, was very gentlemanly there. He decided going into the loop, no point damaging the car. I'm having a good run. We've got 10 minutes left in the race. I'll see if I can fight my way back. But great move there from Christoph von Neuenhausen.
2 8s, 5 8s, 2 V8s, 88 passed by 888 in that little exchange. But again, could there be more different ways to go about the GT3 conundrum? A re-engined well, small tour, Grand Tourer, I guess, or sports car, and of what I can only describe as a pretty massive. I remember seeing the first time I saw an SLS on the road. It was actually a road car just in the villages around the Nürburgring on our way in for the Nürburgring 24 when the cars were new. And it was almost cartoon-like in terms of its apparent width. And it was accentuated because it's a low car.
Was it in black as well? Because it really
silver.
is silver. Because when it's black, I mean, it's baby black Batmobile. It's quite astonishing. Right, what's happening at the front of the race? Well, 17 seconds the good is our race leader, Graham Davidson. You'd have to say in the final 10 minutes that he's got this one in the bag. But as we saw with Jonathan Mitchell, who was leading in his Aston Martin when he pulled off at Copse quite some while ago.
Phil Keane is catching now. Phil Keane in the last lap or so, just this last lap, he's taken 4 seconds out of what is an 11-second advantage. We'll keep an eye on that advantage. It could just have been a bit of traffic for the Nissan, but if he can maintain that, that's doable.
That is doable. We did the maths earlier, and we sort of sniffed and went, well, he's got to do 3 seconds a lap against Jimmy Broadbent. That's not going to happen over 6 laps, which is what we reckon he had left with 12 minutes on the clock. We've now got 8.5 minutes on the clock. Yes, maybe it's doable, maybe not, but 10.8 seconds. Here is the man, Danny Winstanley, stepped up from Caterham's. Very, very different. Imagine the aero difference between a Caterham that he's been racing and one of these GT3 cars, but he's really settled down really nicely. But unfortunately for him, he's about 17, 18 seconds down on Graham Davidson in that number 47 Aston Martin Vantage. There is the Brown family car, and I presume it was that started, and Max who's finishing. And to be running just in front of the race leader and not disgracing himself, I tell you, Max Brown, it's a good thing he's got a father involved in racing, because even if he didn't, I think people might want to start putting him in their car. He's settled in incredibly well.
I can tell you, by the way, that Phil Keane is catching at a rate.
Okay, well, let's take a look.
Take another almost 2 seconds out in the first 2 sectors of the current lap. That would be enough at that pace. Now they are watching the timing screens and the output as we are, and they will know more than we do about whether or not that is pace he is finding. And by the way, one of the reasons he's on the charge is because he's under pressure from behind from Scott Malvern. I hadn't noticed that one. It's a very quick lap behind. So Phil Keane is not just involved in trying to chase down Jimmy Broadbent, and that gap's come down to 7.5 seconds. He's interested in fending off the number 13 car behind in the hands of Scott Malvern, who's just gone through at a 1:58.9. By far the quickest out there at the moment.
Okay, that's really interesting. So Sean Lynn started the number 13 Aston Martin. It's blue and yellow, ex-ES Motor entered car, but Scott Malvern, we know how good he is.
ES Motor, the family business of Selyolich in Turkey. Of course, he's still involved with TF Sport to this day, taking a win in LMG GT3 last time out.
Okay, well, here's this battle. This is the battle for 5th place, but in terms of pace, it could be the battle for the lead of the race. Graham Davison way out clear. That long pit stop for Phil Keane, enforced by the rules rather than any fumbling from the crew, but suddenly in that black Chevrolet, he's got Scott Morvan in the blue and yellow Aston Martin right on his tail.
I think Jimmy Broadbent may be driving around a problem because he is not at quite the pace he otherwise would be.
He's not. He's shed 2 or 3 seconds a lap, I'd say probably 2 seconds a lap, and that could be all manner of problems. And this is the duo that's going to be catching him. So suddenly, Jimmy Broadbent, we thought 2 to 3 laps ago he was safe in 4th place. He wasn't close enough to Christian Albrecht, who's in the number 18 Aston Martin in 3rd, but he surely was safe in 4th. But now he could be passed by this driver, Phil Keane, in the all-black Reiter Engineering Camaro, and also by Scott Morvan, car number 13. He started by Sean Lynn. It's Team Parker Racing run Aston Martin, so this is keeping things busy.
Yeah, they're going to be with... There is an Nissan. They're going to be with him, I think, on this lap or the next one.
Yeah, they took another 3.5 seconds out of them on that lap.
But that's not just that's not pace. There is, I think, an issue for that Nissan. We know Jimmy Broadbent was capable of better pace than that. We saw it yesterday in his pursuit of the position he currently holds, 4th. But as things stand, he's been hunted down by this pair, the Camaro and the Aston Martin. There is the Nissan. Here come.
It's
visibly quicker.
Yeah, and just think, first thing this morning, Jimmy Broadbent, he's out in the next race in a Ford Mustang, isn't he? But of about 1965 vintage. So things are very, very different. He started the day on a wet track. Wet? What, this summer? Yes. Rain came at 5 o'clock and then again at 8 o'clock. But this battle for 5th place is going to be the battle for 4th place very, very soon indeed. Within if not the end of this lap, the start of the next one. Phil Keane hanging on to 5th place, but the pressure from the ES Motor sponsored Aston Martin is intense.
4.5 minutes on the clock. I don't think that's going to come quickly enough for Jimmy Broadbent. He's going to hope that something occurs here that just keeps this battle away from him. Yeah, look, a bit of a run down the outside. There's no way through there for the Aston Martin.
In fact, the only hope for Jimmy Broadbent is this battle behind heats up even more and they start to delay each other, maybe slide a little bit wide. But these drivers are too good for that. Scott Morvan pressing on in that Aston Martin. Phil Keane, possibly, well, he told you a couple of days ago he was just concerned about the tyre life.
Tyres at the end of this race, and remember, we've not a safety car here. This has been full green, and he's been on it for the entire, what is that, 46. And, here is Max Lynn watching on with his dad.
With Sean on the left in the dark soon, looking at their cars. And Max Lynn's car is in 4th place. That's the one Jimmy Broadbent's driving. And Scott and Sean Lynn's car is in 6th place. And that's the one that's closing in the background.
They're with him, and it's now a 3-car battle. It's the Nissan. Reasonably powerless to defend on pace.
Well, Jimmy picked up the pace. He improved from a 2-minute 3-second lap to 2 minutes 1. However, the chasing duo are in the low 1-minute 59s with a high 1-minute 58. So Scott Morvan is the quickest of the 3. He's in 6th.
Now this could actually affect the opportunities for Phil Keane, because if he just cannot get by, it's a matter of where he puts the car. He's gone to the outside. Should have enough here to go by the Nissan. Has he got to the corner first? Yes, he has, and that's good news for Phil Keane, because he's managed to put the Nissan between himself and the Aston Martin for now at least. We're under 3 minutes to go. Aston Martin through on the inside, and now it's order restored, albeit 1 position each further up. Jimmy Broadbent drops a couple of places, and the other 2 cars leapfrog through, and that now becomes a battle for 4th.
Well, it was coming. I just thought that might take a face full of dust, Mr. Morvan. Thinks Phil's trying to take the shortest line around the circuit. Meanwhile, by the way, Graham Davidson leading the race by, well, quite a lot, because he's crossed the finish line with 23 laps on the board. Danny Winstanley in the Audi has still got to get there. Maybe it's as close as much as 20 seconds or so. But the battle for 4th place is now Keane ahead of Morvan, and from 4th to 6th is the Nissan in the background, and that's unfortunately Jimmy Broadbent falling back.
Yeah, 14 seconds is Graham Davidson's hard-earned and defended advantage, and he's driven beautifully. No doubt whatsoever about that. Christian Albrecht, meanwhile, is 8.5 seconds back and not quite as quick last time around as Danny Winstanley. That looks like the order we're set to see without any further dramas on the podium. But what about 4th place?
Yeah, just looking down the order, one of the cars that retired yesterday, one of the very few to park up, was the John Strobridge Alvaro Parent Audi. That's going really quickly, but it's down the order. I think Alvaro may catch Massimo Vignali to move up to 12th. So there are some other cars that on another day they could be up in the mix. So there will be other days, but here at Silverstone, the BRDC Classic, we're getting very close to the end. Just over a minute to go until the checkered flag can be unfurled. And barring disasters, you have to think it's going to be Graham Davidson. Second yesterday by just half a second behind Jonathan Mitchell. And today it's his in the palm of his hand.
One more factor here, there is traffic ahead for this battling pair. Remember, that's a battle with the Nissan and the Aston Martin, a family battle, because it is Sean Lynn, Dad's car has gone through on the car that was started by his son, now being pedalled by Jimmy Broadbent. I wonder if it's just outer tyres, or if that's what it is. He's just not confident he's got the bike left in this car.
Could well be. We're going to get one further lap, because here comes Graham Davidson. He's sweeping through the Lovefields. Woodcut is next, and then the next time he comes around, he should see that checkered flag. As you said, 14 seconds and a little bit of small change clear. The checkered flag will be on the right-hand side in that gap in the wall next time around, but he's all on his own. The good news for Graham is the cars up ahead as he sweeps through Copse are just turning into maggots now, so they shouldn't even trouble him. But he's got such a margin. If he does catch them by, let's say, Brooklands, he can back it off a little. He's got this one in the palm of his hand.
The number 16 car, by the way, as the clock expires, goes one further place up to 14th. But it's going to be, I think, a reasonably easy run to the flag from this point for Graham Davidson. He's away and clear. Still some doubt about that fourth place, but that is not for a podium position. They seem pretty clearly defined. Bruce Jones, it's been an impressively consistent and rapid run from Graham Davidson.
It has. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything else. I mean, he's completely conversant with these, but of course, as you move on to more recent cars, things feel a little bit different. There is a bloodline, but developments come and they go. But he has got half a lap to go, and you don't win a title like the British GT title without having the ability, and he's been super quick for so many years. He'll enjoy this today. He'd have loved Jonathan Mitchell to be out there, importantly to be just behind him. But you know, Jonathan pulled off. We haven't found out for why as yet. Maybe after the race we might, as he comes into where the interviews are being conducted by Werrell. But right now, Graham Davidson is taking this in his hands. Just remember one little factor. He'll know full well that Phil Keane had to have an extra 40 seconds at a standstill in the pit stop. And at the moment, actually, Phil, by dint of looking at the timing screen, he's 42 seconds down, so it would have still been incredibly close.
Since he came out, he has closed on the leader by about 2.5 seconds.
That's it.
That's what he's managed to do in terms of the overall pace. It would have been stupendously close.
It certainly will. So
because the other factor, of course, is that he wouldn't have come out in the traffic he came out in.
Yeah, no, so many elements you can put in, but there the checkered flag unfurled and taken. 25 laps on the board. Graham Davidson second yesterday, just half a second down on fellow Aston Martin racer Jonathan Mitchell, but today he got the job done, with Jonathan Mitchell pulling off with Graham pretty close to his tail at that time. Phil Keane was on his tail. Phil had a much longer pit stop because of his driver ranking, and at the moment Danny Winstanley comes home to take second, 16 seconds down on the race leading car. There comes the United Autosport McLaren coming through. That's a lap down for Zach and Max Brown. And into third place, Christian Albrecht. There he goes, car number 18. So we've got an Aston Martin in first, an Aston Martin in third. Between them, an Audi, and waiting for the Black Rumble. And just there on cue, coming past our commentary box window, Phil Keane into fourth place. Scott Morvan eventually 0.8 of a second down. There he is in the third of the Aston Martins.
Where is the Nissan?
Where indeed is the Nissan? Jimmy Broadbent, he's come through. Okay, well, look at that. I mean, he lost about
2:04.
Yeah, he lost about 30 seconds.
There was a struggle somewhere there.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll hear later from Jimmy what the issue was, whether it was tyres, whether or not there was a systems issue. But his pace definitely dropped off. And as I said, from what we saw yesterday of him in the same car, he was capable of better pace than he was able to produce when that gap started to come down as much as it did.
Yeah, and behind Jimmy Broadbent by about 15, 16 seconds is that BMW Z3, and that is Christoph von Oenhausen. Steve Osborne next in 8th place. Here is the car that made a massive charge, made a massive noise. Phil Keane, but having to claw back against your main rivals an extra 40 seconds. That was a huge ask.
Clawed back another second on the leader on the final lap. It would have been so close.
Yeah.
So close.
There we have it. And completing the top 10, Marcus von Oenhausen, that's the father of Oenhausen. And Nick Maton didn't really get to talk about him too much, but Nick in the Rofco Racing Lamborghini Gallardo, one of the ones, quite a few with the black and white Blancpain sponsorship. But the race winner today, Graham Davidson, Aston Martin V12 Vantage GT3. And I think we can safely say that GT3 Legends is going to be around for some while. But one incredible field of cars. Here we are in its first full maiden season, racing at great circuits around Europe, and it's just great to have.
Crowd pleasing in the paddock, crowd pleasing on track, and very popular indeed with the people that matter in historic racing, those paying the bills. These things are very fast, they're very pretty, they race well, and they're reliable. And that's a key point if what you're looking to do is to squeeze the maximum amount of enjoyment and competition out of what is often, and very much so here at the BRDC Classic, a fast-paced weekend.
Yeah, and if you're running in a category that you may not be time rich, you may have the money to afford the racing, but you can afford 6 racing weekends. Something like GT3 Legends, you can manage that around your working career, or so I'm told. But I think it's been a huge start. I mean, both you and I are deeply versed in GT3 because we've been covering it for a very long time. But I think the proof of the pudding, for those that maybe doubted it as a concept when it was launched in 2006, well, how much more evidence do you want? In contemporary terms, it's burgeoning globally, and now in historic terms, it's doing exactly the same again. So let's take a look at the results. Graham Davidson did go through to victory, 16 seconds the good. So he's in an Aston Martin. Danny Winstanley second in an Audi. Carl Tilley and Christian Albrecht third in an Aston Martin. Phil Keane with that extra long pit stop, not his fault, in that Chevrolet Camaro takes fourth. And then in the battles of the Linds, it was Sean and Scott Mulvern who came out on top. That was in 5th place in their Aston Martin, ahead of Max and Jimmy Broadbent in the Nissan that clearly had a little bit of a problem later in the race. 7th place, Christoph van Ooyenhausen, so his BMW ahead of the Mercedes, Steve Osborne. Marcus van Ooyenhausen 9th in his BMW Z3, and Nick Maton completing the top 10 in the Lamborghini Gallardo run for him by Rothgo Racing. We started with 23 cars. The 3 went missing, and the most important was Jonathan Mitchell, who retired from the lead on the 4th lap of the race. But I think 2 races across 2 days has shown that these cars are enormous fun. It's still extraordinary to me. They're already a historic category, but this is one where the take-up is going to grow and grow. Let's take a look, Graham, back at the start of the race. It was 2 Aston Martins, the blue one on the left-hand side of the screen in pole position. You thought there might be a challenge from the black Camaro in behind, but it was all neat and tidy, but slightly too deep into maggots, and that meant turning into Beckett's for Graham Davison wasn't a thing of beauty.
Didn't go well there, did it? Side by side, Danny Winstanley with the Nissan eventually would form part of the battle for the overall, and this was the trouble that befell the early race leader. Yeah, Mitchell pulling off with, we think, suspension damage on the right-hand side.
Yeah, can't be sure, but suddenly for Graham Davison, the lead was presented to him on a plate, so he grabbed it with both hands. He also knew, as other drivers further down the order, Carl Tilley having a very nice little run there with Max Lynn diving forward, losing the place again. This is what it's about. It's about nip and tuck around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, where you can get fantastic flow. But we knew all along that Phil Keane was going to have a pit stop that was 40 seconds longer than this driver, the race leader. And so there is Phil in 2nd place, but he knew that the trouble was coming. He was praying for a safety car or something. When you're racing against someone of the talents of Graham Davison or anyone in the top half of this field, you cannot give away 40 seconds. But Phil Keane knew he was going to have to struggle. He also knew he was going to have to push and push, worry about tyre life towards the end of the race. And you know what? I think between yesterday and today, he's managed it better. He was still really sweet for his pace at the end. But having that deficit just simply meant that others further up and down the order were gaining ground. That's Christoph van Ooyenhausen going past the Mercedes of Steve Osborne. But it was Graham Davison leading the way. Phil Keane trying to play catch-up after that extra long pit stop, and he had a fantastic battle. Here he is being chased down by Scott Mulvern in the number 13 Aston Martin in a key moment, just getting Jimmy Broadbent in that Nissan between him and the chaser.
And for 4th place, it became a battle for 4th. Graham Davison came out of that battle unscathed, 17 seconds ahead, and a cracking run from him.
Well, it was storming action. I think we might have some storming interviews. So let's go down and join Mark Werrell.
We can gauge Graham's appreciation as to, well, it was a relatively straightforward run to the checkered flag because he's alongside me. Graham, let's start with the first lap and Beckett's to start with.
Yeah, Jonathan's very fast. I made a decision that if I was going to get by him, it had to be early on, and round the outside is a safe way to do it. We kind of went side by side through Copse, and on the run down to Maggots, I think I'd just started to pull a little bit of a lead. Hoped he would back out, had to give enough space, and there wasn't grip, so it went sideways, so I just straightened it up and rejoined, let Jonathan by, and then tactfully made my way forward, hoping that no one would catch me. And, yeah, it went really well. Nice to have a nice clean race, steady running, no safety cars. So, yeah, it was good.
Once Jonathan had sort of fallen by the wayside, that gave you a nice, comfortable margin, so you could just manage that towards the end of the race?
Yeah, I mean, it was disappointing that I didn't get to have another battle with Jonathan. That's the best way to do it. But I'm not sure what happened. I assume maybe a puncture or some sort of mechanical issue. But then, yeah, Phil Keane was giving me a bit of a hard time, which is unfamiliar territory for me. So just had to try and keep him at bay. And then I think once his tyres started to go off a bit, then it was a get to the pit stop and have a breather. So.
Yeah, I suppose you always knew Phil was going to drop away in the pit stops because of his longer pit stop as well. Yeah,
it was just stay ahead of him to maximise the gap to Danny. Danny's obviously very fast, and I knew he would catch me towards the end with his car manages the tyres better than the Aston.
and well, he's just generally fast. And then I knew somewhere in the wings behind would be Sam Neary approaching as well, so I just didn't look in my mirror after the pit stop and just kept going forward. But I had a few wobbles, bounced over a couple of curbs. I think there was oil dropped at Copse the last few laps, so a bit of a big slide there and into maggots.
Made the trip down from Aberdeen worth it. Well done.
Yeah, no, this is what we came for. So.
Well done, Graham. Good to catch up with Graham Davidson. Who else have we got? We've got Danny Wynne-Stanley alongside me. Danny, we spoke to you yesterday when you...
Tin Top Racing at its very best. The HRDC Top Hat Pre-66 touring cars bring together some of the most iconic saloon cars of the era, from Minis and Lotus Cortinas to Mustangs and BMWs. This series is renowned for close, hard-fought racing where performance is matched and competition is fierce. These cars might look familiar, but on track they're anything but gentle. It's wheel-to-wheel, elbows-out racing, just as touring cars were meant to be.
Here's quick-fire action at the BRDC Classic already. We're all set for the cars that went qualifying this morning. This is for the HRDC Top Hat Pre-66 saloons. And Jake Hill took pole in a Ford Mustang. Lots of Ford Mustangs at the front. Sam Tordoff. And it was up and down. They started on a wet track, and the times just kept falling and falling and falling until after the checkered flag fell. Third of the Mustangs is Michael Whitaker, third on the grid. Andrew Haddon alongside him. More Mustangs to follow as we move back to row number 3, and the Reed Moran car, and Brundle, yes, that man, Alex Brundle, and Jimmy Broadbent. Well, hopefully he'll be doing the second half of the race because he's just finished the GT3 Legends race. Jack Riddell making it 7 Mustangs in the top 7 positions, and then a real scrap, an Irish racer, Michael Cullen. He's been out in the BMW M3 earlier today, busy man. He will be top of the Lotus Cortinas, very close with Jonathan Mitchell, who was just out in the GT3 race. And Richard Dutton, who's probably had a long lunch and is just ready to hop on board. He's a real Lotus Cortina star. And then another Mustang, Ross and Johnson in 11th place overall. And this is one we need to watch for. Mark Drain, but particularly young Alfie Briggs in the second half of the race. So working on down. Again, it's Fords all the way. And in fact, I think we have to look down to 20th position to get to a car that doesn't have a blue oval on it. So such is the mix here at the BRDC Classic. And working on down, Jack Walker-Tully. So many names went towards the top of the charts as the track was drying out. But as I said, it was the last lap. Justin Law's car with his son will be starting down in 18th position. John McGurk, and there it is. Christian Albrecht and Carl Tilley. They've just shared an Aston Martin, and now they're moving across, and they're the top non-Ford runner in 20th position overall in an Alfa Romeo Giulia GTA. But look down the run of cars. Little Minis, they've always been it. Lost in A40s. Hold on, let's go a little bit larger. Lotus Cortinas, larger still. Okay, Ford Falcons, Ford Mustangs, and largest of all, a Chevrolet Impala. Little and large, Jaguar Mark II into provide a little more variety as well. There's that Chevrolet Impala filling one half of the track, literally, as it comes down the Wellington Straight. But as the grid runs towards its conclusion, it's a packed field, 44 cars, 22 rows. The first cars are already lining up on the grid. We've still got some quick cars down at the tail of the field, but on the front row, we've got some super quick runners. And there is Sam Tordoff, 600, JCT 600, of course, their dealership Enterprise, and absolutely at the sharp end of the grid. Let's swing it around, because I was expecting to have the Jake Hill Sauter car on pole position. There it is. I think it's been swapped across the other side of the front row, but either way, it's on the front row. So looking from the rear of the grid, there's the best of the non-Fords, the Alfa Romeo on the right-hand side. Carl Tilley will start, Christian Albrecht will finish, tucked in behind a very menacing looking Ford Falcon, and a second one of those, the green Falcon with the gold stripes. So Chris Hoy, who's already had second place in the European 2-litre Sports Car Series celebration. That was yesterday. Today he's driving something completely different. He's been a busy man recently.
He has, sharing that car with ex-British GT champion. We've just seen one ex-British GT champion winning GT3. Marco Attard it is in the Ford Falcon with Sir Chris, and he's loving his weekend here at Silverstone. Chris Hoy late to the party, as we said a little earlier today, after being on escort duty for King and Queen on Thursday evening at the opening ceremony of the Commonwealth Games. After A40s at the back, Riley at the back.
Yeah, and that little, on the left-hand side of your screen, that little Alfa Giulietta GT from 1959, one of the oldest cars in the field. But yes, Sam Tordoff has clearly taken pole position, shuffled around a little bit, or maybe they said, hey, Colin Souter, you can start from the other side of the front row. But anyhow, as the sun seems to have drifted away a little bit, there are a few dark clouds above us, but the track is dry. This is going to be an absolute belter of a race, 45 minutes. The HRDC Top Hat group, and it looks like they put the aircraft carrier at the back. That's the Chevrolet Impala. One of the Alfa Romeo Giulias is slightly slotted in the wrong position, is just being pushed back. But I think we have all the cars, and there's such a big field that they almost go around the corner.
Yeah, Chevrolet Nimitz at the back there.
As long as there's not a Tirpitz to go with it, I think all will be fine.
Here we go.
So, waiting for what will be a massive rumble blast off. It's a standing start, not a rolling start. Lights are red, lights are green. Who's going to get? It's going to be a Mustang first into the first corner, he says, knowing there are 7 of them in the top 7 positions. But will it Sam Tordoff? The answer to that surely is yes. Oh, and dearie me, that is, dearie me, that unfortunately was Andrew Haddon trying to make hay up the inside. For Colin Souter, he's going to hand over to Jake Hill, and Jake's going to have a mountain climbing expedition to climb his way up the order from the tail end of the grid. That was really unfortunate. Fighting for second place, Andrew Haddon went in. Oh, one of the Lotus Cortinas so super sideways, going from Maggots to Beckett's. It put some of the Falcons off on the inside. The Alfa Romeo, I think that might be Carl Tilley's car, has gone shoveled off into the gravel on the first part of Maggots. No problems whatsoever for Sam Tordoff. Where do you want to be? Out front? Anyone near me? No, not at all.
Well, a quick starting Mini, because that certainly isn't 20th anymore, and this may prove to be a problem. Deep in the gravel, might get intervention here.
Yeah, we may well do. And I'm just noticing Alex Brundle started 6th, and he's moved very quickly up to 3rd position. But number 8 sitting in the gravel. It is Carl Tilley. So there it was, the first car that didn't have a blue oval behind all the Mustangs and Lotus Cortinas, or Falcon thrown in as well. And if you see the red and gold safety car coming out, there's the bar on the screen to alert us to that. These two, they can still overtake until they get there. Mustang being harried by one of the Falcons, and then comes the slew after slew of Lotus Cortinas.
And that's Mini, by the way. I think I'm right, the quickest starting Mini was 21st. 14th is what I believe is the 21 car.
If that's Ben, Ben Colburn should be the top Mini. Yes, he is top in class, and he's down listed in. We'll wait and see. But there we are. This is
14th.
Okay, well done. Okay, so clean start from the car that's in pole position. It's red. It's Ruby Stone red, and then unfortunate squeeze. And actually, it was the Alan Mann liveried car that. Pincered the other two in front, and Colin Souter, car number 26, outside the front row, then outside the track. And unfortunately for the driver of number 61, nothing they could do. Andrew Haddon, at first I thought it was possibly caused by him. And of course, at Maggots into Beckett, it got very busy. And this car, the Alfa Romeo, let's take a look. As they go in, there was a Lotus Cortina pitched in very sideways, the white one with the red stripes. Look in the background of the shot, because there's an Alfa Romeo that's going to get caught out.
A hit from the rear, I think, by one of the Lotus Cortinas, and I think that pitched him into one of the other Lotus Cortinas. I think he took a nerf up the rear.
He did.
And that punted him into one of the other Cortinas, and that sent him around. But
it seems uninjured, though. That's a good thing at the moment. So under the safety car, at least it means that Carl Tilley can get onto the back of the train and then see how quickly he can pick his way up the order. So it's going to be more like a video game than a regular race as he spots his way past the Austin A40s, the Rileys, and Alfa Romeos at the back of the field. This one ought to live to fight another day, but unfortunately for Andrew Haddon, he was one of 2 cars that got caught in a pincer manoeuvre, and unfortunately was the one that got shoveled deep into the gravel.
So all sorts of shenanigans underway there. We can tell you the running order. You can see from the time and scoring on the left of your screen, but it's the number 600 of Sam Tordoff, which is the lead car behind the safety car. Then the number 17,
which ironically was the car that came up the inside. That was David Moran. We'll be handing to Alex Reed, but we'll see what messages come his way, because that started 5th. Yeah, we tally with where he was at the point of contact. And unfortunately for the number 61, Andrew Haddon,
it's not going well,
Mustang,
is it?
It's going deeper rather than shallower.
So to continue the rundown, it's Alex Brundle, number 6. Another Mustang in 3rd. That is quite heavily damaged.
Well, that is that classic thing. If you have a hire car, you never injure just one panel of the car. No. You do the whole side.
4th, the 49 car. And 16, the Ross Johnson pedalled number 16. The 119. These are all Mustangs, by the way. the 10, the 711, I think 1 to 8, am I right, are all Mustangs?
Yeah, well, 711 is, that's Guy Smith, who
Smith.
started down in 14th, so it's pretty good progress through.
Oh, it's a Falcon, my apologies. The 10
Oh, yes,
in
of course,
7th place is a Falcon.
Okay, that's forgiven. It's basically a Ford Mustang with a different body in that Falcon GT Sprint format.
Then we get into, well, the theme park that is Lotus Cortina World. The 3, the 96, the 170, 712, 79, then the Mini, 14th. And 2 more Lotus Cortinas before we get into the Sears class. That is led by Marco Attard. That's the car that we'll see Chris Hoy in later, the Falcon. It's an older Falcon, I presume.
Okay.
No, it's the same class as that, of course.
It is. Well, there are a pair of Falcons side by side down the middle, or there's still a few Mustangs a little bit further back. But then you go into the world of the latter Lotus Cortinas, a few of the Alfa Giulias, a couple of A40s, and there, unfortunately, is the car that started on the outside of the front row for Colin Sauter.
That's a shame.
It's been pulled to the side of the circuit. Didn't have to be dragged deep through the gravel trap as Andrew Haddon's car did, but
sadly we'll be robbed of seeing Jake Hill have another chase up through the field because he's been spectacular.
Let's take a look at the start. The front row, nice and even. Colin Sauter, orange car with the black stripes on the outside of the front row, already had lost the challenge for the lead, but it was a car coming through from 5th.
So he got hit.
Them. Both of them. Well, he got hit as well.
No, it was the initial move was Colin Sauter was hit. So you can see the dent in the rear. He was hit by the Alan Mann car.
Yes,
and that pitched him into the 61.
No, entirely yes. So. I thought you were suggesting that the Alan Mann car had been pincered and moved them. No, he pincered the others as you suggested, and so for David Moran, that's a little bit unfortunate, but more important for the 2 cars that he pincered.
Indeed.
Up the inside. I mean, you could say, you know, the gap closed in front of him ever thus in motor racing. But we will wait for the restart, and I think it might be. Well, it's clearly going to be another lap.
It will be another lap. I think it may be just this one lap. They seem close to a place of safety for the rather stricken Mustang. Don't think we're going to need to see the Colin Sauter car recovered. It seems to be very much at a place of safety.
Again, looking down the order, I'm sure if we looked at all the cars after the sorting out at between Maggots and Beckett's, there'd be a few more panels that are slightly crimped or concave rather than convex. But,
indeed.
Right, what we have here, we are the BRDC Classic. It's been 3 days of absolutely fantastic fun. I mean, every time the cars are on track, the next lot are on within 10 minutes. We've got all the infield entertainment as well.
We have.
And an open paddock, that's the
better
key.
Part of 40 minutes, by the way, still to run for this race, just under 38 minutes. And we've still got another race to go, 20 minutes for the HSCC Road Sports. If you have got that time with a cup of coffee or an adult beverage and a associated snack, please do settle in and watch, because that's going to be fun too. A really mixed grid of cars. I'm trying to recall, it was the Morgan, wasn't it, that won yesterday there, followed by Lotus Elan and a Lotus Eclat.
You don't get many of those to the pound, do you?
You really do not. I don't know the last time I saw one of those on the road, let alone on a racetrack. And if you're wondering what a Lotus Eclat is, tune in about 40 minutes time and you'll see one.
It was effectively the Mark II Lotus Elite Sportsback, wasn't it?
It was. It was a kind of. It was the wedge styled answer to how do you get 4 people into a Lotus. I think was the answer at that stage. It was succeeded by I thought, in a kind of slightly brutalistic fashion, by British Lotus XL.
Yes.
Late in its life.
Yeah, can't disagree with that at all.
And contemporary, of course, of the Esprit, much more famous Lotus. And before that, of course, the Elite, the original, the second one. Elite, the wedged version with a little bit of a hatchback rear deck on it, but the Eclat somewhat squared off.
It was effectively abbreviated. Right, let's take a look at these cars, though. We have no Lotuses in the field. Of course we don't. It's a saloon car race, but we have got some
Lotus Cortinas.
Lotus Cortinas, yes, but okay, we can split that hair. But then we've got the low light Morris Minor as well. So we've got real variety, and then right down at the tail of the field, a couple of Alfa Romeos, and tucked between them, Derek Drinkwater in the middle of a car as large as a small state. I think
Absolutely
it might be Rhode
right.
Island, actually.
I think you're probably right.
So, safety car will come in at the end of this lap. Andrew Haddon's car has clearly been finally dragged with its battered panels out of the gravel trap at Copse. Front wheels were locking, which wasn't really helping getting it out of there. But here we have Ford Mustang, Ford Mustang, Ford Mustang, and then further back in about 7th place, a Ford Falcon, and then a whole array of Lotus Cortinas. And so at the end of this lap, the restart will happen. We've already seen the lights out on the safety car, already seen Sam Tordoff to go, right, you know what, you can't overtake me before the start-finish line, but I'm going now. You've got to see if you can catch up with me. And Alex Brundle looking very serious in 3rd place in the metallic pale blue Mustang, all over the tail of car number 17, which has got Alex Reed possibly at the wheel, or David Moran. I can't tell you which, because it suggested one suggested the other on the timing screens.
So the top 3 cars getting a lot of way there with that restart. Alex Brundle, you're right, looking very racy. There's the United States of Falcon coming through, and then along in quick order, most of a year's production of Lotus Cortina on this grid.
Isn't that just such a great shot? Maggot into Beckett's, and you can see how dry and hot it's been here. Any car that gets its wheel anywhere near the grass or where the grass used to be just kicks up the dust. First 3 cars trying to make a break, and Sam Tordoff at front, and closing at the tail of that grouping is Alex Brundle, who was determined to try and get a place on the restart. Didn't quite manage it. Michael Whitaker, his car is in the background of the shot, being overtaken potentially now by number 16, which is Matt Johnson, showing with Robert Ross, but I must say, I noticed the number 49 Mustang really spits flame from time to time. It looks rather nice.
It does. The lead car, by the way, spitting flame from underneath the car, I thought I saw.
We'll keep an eye out for that, but
hope it's not a broken exhaust.
Well, let's hope not. But Alex Brundle looking increasingly serious in 3rd place, trying to get into 2nd, and then look at that back gaggle behind, and it was almost like you reacted to the car in front. If they wagged, you had to wag a little bit more. And at the back of that pack was Guy Smith, not quite a thoroughbred in this car to the extent it was the car he raced to win Le Mans in 2003. But he's loving, and his father Pete is in one of the Lotus Cortinas as well in this race. They often race together.
Excellent stuff. Alex Brundle looking the racier here, but that's allowing our leader Sam Tordoff to get away a little. There's an opportunity side by side now for the 17 and the Mustang, as it's known. And has he got the pace here to get further alongside? He does, and that's position changed for 2nd place.
As our race leader Sam Tordoff, not under pressure, but he runs very wide coming onto the Wellington Straight, kicks up yet more dust. He's sitting on a lead of about half a second at the moment, but now Alex Brundle has gone from 3rd into 2nd. I think the chase is well and truly on.
Just a quick look there, trouble for one of the Jaguars.
Okay, that's had its moment coming out of, well, come some distance. Well, I tell you what, that's a massive tank slapper of a moment, followed by another. Where does the Lotus Cortina go? It's absolutely got to hammer the brakes there. And unfortunately for John Burton, that car has whipped around, but it whipped around in slow motion.
It did, sort of. I think I just spotted, by the way, as we're going to that shot, Guy Smith picking up a place. He may well emerge in 7th at the end of this lap. He does. So the 711 car has. He'll take sponsorship from anybody, even a convenience store.
Got a good agent. So he's coming in, sponsored by Johnson Chimney Brushes or something, and
change 2, by the way, for 4th place, because the Ross Johnson car has gone through ahead of the 49.
Oh no, that's going to be confusing. 2 cars in Alan Mann livery there, red with the gold roof, the gold wheels, in 3rd and 4th positions now. But certainly Alex Brundle looking very, very busy in the Mustang, all over the tail now. Sam Tordoff at the very point where Sam kicked up the dust last time around, but hanging on for now. But look, that gap is coming down and down and down. It was half a second at the start of that. It's a half a second now, I would suggest.
It is indeed. It was the fastest lap of the race so far, early in this race for Alex Brundle. He's on top of his Mustang and looking to do what he can do to close the gap. It's a matter of, is there a way by Sam Tordoff? 2 very capable drivers leading this race.
And the thing is, over the last few years, these 2 drivers have done more and more historic racing, and the more you can do in the more different cars, the more experience you can bring in, because we all know full well that you get a 2 or 3 degree change in temperature, and that can just change the way, particularly in historic racing, that your tyres are going to perform.
I can remember Alex talking to me about his idea for this Brundle racing team before he started it, and we were chatting through the whys and the wherefores. It's fair to say that in some regards there's a bit of sniffiness about it, and was it particularly fair that he is a kind of existing professional race driver, blah blah blah. But here's the thing, he's brought eyes to this part of the sport, and I guarantee you there are people racing here this weekend that wouldn't be had he not done it.
Well, I never understand why people are sniffy about anything. More cars, more eyes on different categories of the sport. Some people can be incredibly insular. Not their fault. They just don't know what is out there on offer. Now, of course, you can go to any championship website and stream their action and take a look. But you know, this talks for itself. This is Top Hat series. It's been running for a long time, but it attracts. It's not a huge budget. Pre-66 touring cars, and they do what they say on the tin. They fight, and look at that. The third place, the fourth place car. I think that's probably Matt Johnson, judging by the way the tail is being hung out there. That was fabulous. I'd pay to see that. But why
we got Alex Brundle looking to see whether or not he could duck to the inside line. Wasn't being allowed to do that by Sam Tordoff. But this could be interesting. Maybe a slight compromise for Sam coming into that turn, and maybe a better run for Alex Brundle, and for that matter, for the third place car coming through turn 1. Down now to Baggett's Beckett's. And if anything, it's Alex Brundle that's now under a little more pressure. Look, game 1 is get people on these grids. But the really great part about that, from this sport, this family, this industry of motorsport, if you achieve that, look at who else profits from it. It's not just the teams, it's the industry, it's the suppliers. It just makes for a better show. It makes for a more sustainable show. And I think Alex Brundle maybe trying to get around the outside here. Don't think he's quite got space to do it. Looks rather close to doing than it actually was. But he might be under some pressure on the inside here. Great battle, this.
It's a really, really tricky battle. It's amazing the difference half a second gain can make by a chasing car, because suddenly the pressure is on the car in the middle, whereas Alex Brundle has been attacking that number 6 Mustang. You know, why wouldn't this work? There was a celebration of 60 years of the Ford Mustang at Goodwood a while back, and the sight of the entire field in these cars. But in fact, in many ways, I think they work even better around the Grand Prix circuit here. And this was a car that just took America by storm. Leah Coker from Ford Marketing pushed for it, they went for it. You have to remember how stuffy a lot of the cars were before that. That's Guy Smith walking away, and he was in 6th, 7th place. He was just behind Tom Sharp's Ford Falcon. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, it's hotting out on the track, but let's hear from the co-driver of Alex Brundle's car, Jimmy Broadbent. He's with Mark Werrell in the pits.
From Jimmy Broadbent when Alex Brundle grabbed the place, Jimmy.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, Alex is awesome in these old cars, you know, and seeing him go toe-to-toe with his other cars. He wins a bit because they slide around so much, but he's a pro, so up to P2 now. Hopefully he can give me a P1 when I get in, we'll see.
You're having to do a couple of things this weekend, make your GT3 debut and also reacquaint yourself with the Ford Mustang, which you drove about a year ago last.
Yeah, I just had to run over now. We just finished. And I missed actually the assembly. They were already on the rolling that by the time I came round. But that's part of the charm of the BRDC festival. You know, you can one race being sort of slightly the car's kind of modern, and then being something which is completely different. But that's why I love it.
You're a busy man, really, with your sim racing and your social media presence, and also then getting to hop into these beautiful cars at weekends nowadays.
Yeah, it makes the driving kind of fun, because you're not only driving, you're also making a video about your experience, so you're sort of dual wielding the day, so to speak. But I'm so used to it now that it kind of feel weird if I didn't make a video about it, to be honest. But yeah, it's a pleasure to do it, you know. And a pleasure to work with Alex. Always, he's a lovely guy, and he's taught me a lot. You know, he put a lot of faith in me when he first put me in his car a couple of years ago, and I like to think I've repaid that ever since. But yeah, lovely guy, Alex.
Have a good stint. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
There we go. We had to catch up with Jimmy Broadbent at some point this weekend.
Well done. And the worst thing is we couldn't speak to Mark during the interview to let him know that his car, Jimmy's car, is now in the lead of the race. And just after that, I was just thinking, that's such a shame you can't communicate. Then it looks like it was about to be tossed off. Well, it was Beckett's tossed off the side of the track. Now they've got a Lotus Cortina. That was the one that had slowed earlier. And he's got clear, but he has pushed so hard. Look at Alex now. He's sliding so wide through the corners.
He got to the lead, dropped briefly to second, and got the lead back again in the space of 2 corners. Great stuff from Alex Brundle. I think he's doing more looking out the side window than he is out the windscreen, but this is a fantastic battle. Like the tail of the dog, the 4th place car in this order. They are gapping 5th place Michael Whitaker. But anything could happen in this quartet.
Got it. Absolutely could. So this is fantastic to watch.
And in traffic, it's even more spectacular.
The traffic is coming their way. They've got a few stragglers already who've had little problems, but they're going to get a whole gaggle of cars sitting in front of them soon. They'll go past at great speed, but it's a question when you get not 1, 2, 3, 4 cars coming through. will the people being passed know there are 4? Because they're going to come in, they'll hear them coming. Okay, the little Alfa Romeo, I would just pull to the side of the circuit and stop for a coffee while you, because otherwise this massive bow wave of noise and air displacement is going to come past. Oh, you've got to turn into Brooklands, but somewhere around Luffield it's going to get horribly busy.
Yeah. Is there a bailout button on the dashboard of that Alfa Romeo?
Well, it's doing the right thing. It's hugging the inside line as it goes around Luffield, going towards Woodcote. The Alfa Romeo's oh, good grief, what's happening at the front of the field? And the last of those Mustangs, of the lead quartet, it is just wagging the tail time after time after time. Matt Johnson showing with Robert Ross, and getting a little bit loose and then a little bit more, but 1, 2, 3, 4 Mustangs covered by, what are we looking, 1.5 seconds at the front of the field. Fastest lap of the race set by the one in 4th place. So there's still more to come from them, but where is the traffic? At the moment they've found the back markers sort of one at a time. Actually there's really quite a gap that they can move into. They're getting up to Maggots. The next car they're going to catch is going to be Nick Pert, little Alfa Super Giulietta Super from 1965, so same vintage but way down the horsepower scale in comparison.
Great action, these top 4. Another Alfa Romeo, which shows where it needed not to be.
He waved, but it was too late. They'd already gone past.
Absolutely.
Right, okay. Oh, it's a bomb burst of Alan Mann racing cars. And the Jaguar Mark II, that had its little rotation followed by a big tank slapper up at Club Corner on the exit a few laps ago.
Is off on the inside. I think he's got him. He has.
But just wait. There will be a place change. They've got to turn in at some point at the end of the Vale, and somehow that Jaguar disappeared and managed to just manifest itself once the quartet had gone past. So Alex Brundle in the lead, hanging on, but that was a real challenge from Sam Tordoff. This is brilliant television, and in terms of putting the tail out on the exit of Club, lap after lap, Matt Johnson is doing that in that number 16 Mustang in 4th place overall, the second of the 2 Alan Mann racing cars.
The only regret I've got is I'm not sitting in the stands watching this. Fantastic stuff. Alex Brundle just slight gap now this time. Had a bit of space to be a little more neat and tidy under a tiny bit less pressure. I said that out loud as well. But 4 Mustangs deep, this lead group. Brundle in the blue car ahead of Sam Tordoff in the number 600. And then the 2 Alan Mann liveried cars, 3rd and 4th. This is not quitting, is it?
No, it's going to go all the way to finish, and luckily we've still got plenty of minutes. 23 minutes remain. Can't see anybody else getting close. The best of the rest is Jack Riddell. He's about another 5.5 seconds back in 5th place overall. He's got a bit of a buffer of a second and a bit to Michael Whitaker, so it's Mustangs all the way in the top 6. Best of the rest, first of the non-Mustangs, 7th overall. Tom Sharp in his Ford Falcon. That's car
heading
number
for
10.
Pits. Sam Tordoff is getting out of this.
Sensible.
If he thinks he can go more quickly, I'm sure he does. That's what that's about. It's get with the pit window open, get the pit stop burned, solo driver, get back out there, find clear air and attack.
The flip of all of that is that, you know, the longer you're out there, the more the battling, the more there may be a safety car period, but you can never bank on that. So pit crew diving into position to work on the car there for Sam. As you pointed out, Graham, he's not getting out of the car. He's going to be doing this race solo.
Michael Whitaker also in from, what was that, 7th place? I think 6th as he came in.
Okay, let's just talk Lotus Cortina for a second, because Michael Cullen is leading that class in 8th place overall. Jonathan Mitchell,
day, hasn't he?
He's had a phenomenal race a couple of days here already. This is day 3 of the BRDC Classic, and tucked in behind him is Jonathan Mitchell, a fraction of a second down, and he in turn has next to nothing of a margin over car number 72, Nick Sampson. So that's a battle, much like the Mustang battle at the front of the field, will probably take us all the way through to the flag.
There we go. That's
I think we've had a car that may have had a little bit of a roll, unfortunately, one of the Austin A35s.
Oh, and that's Alex Brundle, off the circuit, and that's it keeps.
But again, well, he had a moment yesterday in the Mustang as well, so this is not what you expect to see. Sorry, that was another car. It was in the Lola, wasn't it, in the sports car race? But okay, Austin A35s, we only had, I think, one of those in the field.
Good news, by the way, the Austin A35 driver out of the car. That looked like a German registered.
It did look as though it was. Okay, how did Brundle go wide? Let's take a look at the replay. So all have been good so far, sliding it in total control. This end that now looks a wee bit of understeer is arriving. Is there something down on the track? Because he hasn't put a wheel wrong up to that point. And in fact, the car, well, you can't judge it by the car in the background of the shot because that's been getting its tail out every single lap.
Absolutely. Here we go, this group of 3. We'll keep you posted, by the way, on the progress for Sam Tordoff. He re-emerged. Well, we'll see where he re-emerged once he's cleared a timing beam. So, Alex Brundle, having gathered that up rapidly, it didn't look even feasible he could keep that position, did it? But managed to do so. Obviously got the right foot in very quickly indeed. And he goes to the pits now, and he's followed through into pit lane by the third place car, the 16 Alan Mann car, on the A40s ahead.
Okay, fingers crossed for all involved. Is the early pit stop the right one to take or not? We will find out. But going on into the lead is the car that was sitting in effective third place for such a long time. Car number 17, one of those 2 Alan Mann cars, David Moran, Alex Reid. Couldn't tell you which one started the race, but it has been listed. I suggest that it was Alex Reid who started, but never rely on a timing screen, as we know, Graham.
What we do know is that Jimmy Broadbent is going to be climbing aboard that number 6 car. And no pressure, Jimmy. 20 minutes to go. Race leader came in.
He's had one bit of pressure relief. That Alex Brundle actually made a mistake and ran off the circuit, so at least if he clocks one up, it's only evening the balance there. But Alex pacing around, helmet still on, of course, just looking at the state of the car. There he goes. Hands on hips. Again, hot work, hard work driving these Ford Mustangs.
So 17 all of a sudden has splendid isolation. So watch what's going on here. This is the 17. Tail out, and it's been that way for the last 20 minutes.
So a few cars out of this race. We've lost Guy Smith, who was in that sort of septet of Mustangs at the front end of the race. He went out fairly on. We've lost kind of a 26, which of course Colin Sauter pulled out after the first corner after the contact, and 711, which sorry, Mary mentioned 711. That was Guy Smith. Car number 61, which was Andrew Haddon. That was the other car involved in that first corner. And since then we've lost, I would suggest, the Austin A35, or the A30 actually, Daisy, Rhea Sutter and Andy Newell, and it did look as though, unless someone had buffed the roof line, that it had a roll.
Here's the number 16 car, that's on its outlap right now. I can tell you Sam Tordoff emerged in 10th place, and obviously that will wind back as more of these cars get out the pits. Are there driver penalty times for these cars too?
Well, we're just looking at early pit stop for Sam Tordoff. He should be in the lead of the race. I'll quickly flick to.
Well, we've got a couple of cars that haven't yet pitted.
Yes.
So the lead car hasn't, the 119 hasn't. Scream of brakes there. And the 72 car sitting ahead of Sam Tordoff. That car is yet to pit as well. Now, in terms of where he sits right now, 49, 50 seconds back from the leader, but the leader has to pit and is on the pit lane now.
Okay, that will make things simpler for us within the lap. But there's not a lot of space to go past the Chevrolet Impala, but the Mustang managed to do so, and Sam Tordoff did not delay. He knows in a straight line he's quicker. And Derek Drinkwater just becoming accustomed to this great big Impala. We don't want to talk fuel consumption. It wouldn't be pretty.
That's why it's got such a big boot. It's all fuel tank.
Yeah, so I did fill the boot with petrol. That will really make it handle beautifully. Big lump at the front, but even more weight up the rear. Right, here we go. Sam Tordoff. Most of his time in historic racing, he's in a little Lotus Elan, however, going beautifully. His father John also races as well. In recent years, he's been encouraged into the cockpit, but clearly Sam very much enjoying this Ford Mustang, 1965 model. The notchback, the fastback came somewhat later, and number 17 in the pits. That was one of the late ones to pit. That was
our leader. That was our leader briefly. So Sam Tordoff with the 3 cars currently on pit lane. So I think Sam is now leading the race.
I don't know if there's any damage on the front of the car, because this is one that sort of caused the first corner accident. Went up to a gap that closed, possibly front right-hand corners a little. Yeah, a little bit crimped just over the front wheel. So there is the evidence if required. But is any evidence going to be required to see if Sam Tordorf is in the front of the race, or is he going to be passed during the pit stops. But he's put in some very nice tidy laps during this time. He was earlier into the pits than his rivals.
I'm pretty certain he's in the lead of this race. I think he's leading the number 49 car by about 10 seconds. I think that's where we are. We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, that would be sort of the gap they had between them, because I think Michael Whittaker was running in 5th or 6th position before the pit stops. Just remember we had that lead quartet that became a trio when Sam Tordorf dived into the pits.
And he's got, what is that, about 13 seconds.
Okay, there's Michael Whittaker, car number 49, and he's come out ahead of one of the Annan Man cars, so that has been a gain, one thinks.
Yes.
We will see. In the next half lap we'll know.
It is sector 2 where we start to see exactly where these cars are. That's a long sector, unfortunately. But it's going to be close still. This is going to put one or two of the Lotus Cortinas into rather close contention. Keeping a look a little further down. Marco Attard car with Chris Hoy now aboard. That car sits just outside the top 20, but in a battle for 20th place with the number 76. 76 car is the Sam Ashby and Tom Grindle Ford Mustang, yellow car.
Yeah, and we finally got proof it was Ria Sotter, Andrew Newell. I think it was Andy Newell who started the Austin A30 called Daisy.
Trouble for number 2, Minnie.
Okay, that's Oliver
What's
Kerr.
there?
Well, okay, Austin A40 getting a bit jaunty over the inside line. No!
That's suboptimal.
Well, front left wheel, sparks underneath.
Fine, time to leave him. So the second time we've seen a three-wheeler car today with the Morgan earlier in the pre-war effort. Nice thing about recovering a Mini like that is you can lift that corner.
Yes, yeah, indeed you can. Don't try it on the Chevrolet Impala if that comes. Just leave it where it lies. Right, with the pit stops done, just waiting. Right, 13 seconds is the gap between first and second. That early pit stop really has benefited Sam Tordorf because the car that was right in behind him, the Ross and Johnson Mustang, is down in third, but it's fully 14 seconds behind. And as Jimmy Broadbent settles into the pace at the moment, he is a further 2 seconds back in fourth place overall. So the car that Alex Brundle started was in the top 4, was in the lead of the race, has had some loose moments, is having a few more at the moment by the looks of things. Jimmy Broadbent with the yellow-white stripes is being harried. Who's that in behind? Jack Riddell in the navy blue Mustang right on his rear. So as Jimmy Broadbent's wanting a little time to settle down, he's not being provided with any. No. And here is the battle for second place, because Michael Whittaker, white with the black stripe on his Mustang, is certainly being harried very, very seriously indeed by the number 16 Mustang of Matt Johnson and Robert Ross. Things are going to get busy. Again, you can see a few little crimped wings on the other side of the car. So that run to the first corner on the opening lap was a little bit busy, to put it mildly. But for Sam Tordorf, he's managed to pull clear. Now, can he stay there? Hold on, drive-through penalty for car 223. You always have to look for those. That's one of the Lotus Cortinas, Gary Townsend.
Yeah, down in 25th place at the moment.
Drive-through penalty will certainly drop him about 40 seconds, so that won't be too handy. Now, at the time of traffic, the Alfa Romeo Giuliettas just trying to keep out of the way. Not always easy for them, not their job to keep out of the way, though it's the job of the attacking drivers to come through, choose their line, not disrupt the slower cars. They're being driven as hard as they possibly can. That's always drummed into drivers in all forms of racing, but particularly historic racing. Just because you've got a big, powerful car doesn't mean everyone else in the field does, so give them space on the track. Rear bumper hanging loose on the number 16, third place Mustang. That was the car that was sliding around so much at the tail end of that lead quartet before the pit stops. That may lead to a black and orange technical warning flag, because take a look, we get the rear shot, not of number 49, the car tucked in behind number 16, fine on the front end, a few crimps on the side of the car, but that rear bumper, we should be able to see it from the side. We can from this side, so this side is still attached. No, actually, it's just been given a bit of a twist from one side to the other.
Just occurred to me, by the way, I thought I knew those names from somewhere. Johnson and Robert Ross, part of my induction into British GT racing 25 years ago. They were racing a Lotus Esprit in the British GT Championship together.
Wow. Well, that's incredible for a driving partnership. I thought only Nicholas Johnson and Tracy Crone had been going on for any longer as a duo, but that's good to hear.
But That is, unless it's a remarkable coincidence.
Two other people with the same pairing of names.
Indeed.
Who knew?
Jimmy Broadbent has to cede 4th position to that charging 119 car.
Yeah, well, Jack Riddell, again, he's got the advantage in that he did the first half of this race, so he's got the feel of the car already, but Jimmy Broadbent was his best time in the car. He's losing about a second a bit a lap at the moment, because this will be the most alien car he's driven.
He's driven it once before, he's raced before. And there's trouble for the 37.
Well, that's the Chevrolet Impala. Let's have a look at this replay. Ford Mustang losing out to the Nimble. Oh!
Fills the shot.
Yeah, just the camera crews are picking up a shot. Someone interrupts by flashing sideways in front of their camera. It's something that almost turned the lights out when it went past.
You can tell, can't you, why that car was named after the lithe, nimble, little gazelle-like creature, the Impala.
Yeah, when it gets frisky, you can see it pronking around that bit when they keep straight legs, but no, not at all.
The Chevrolet Shy Horse doesn't quite...
oh, the bumper's come off.
Yes,
the bumper's gone off, and that is, well, luckily it's gone to the side of the track as they go past the current wing pits, and, well, the red and gold Mustang should be a little faster. It's a little lighter now, but at least it means you won't get the black and gold, black and orange warning flag, the meatball flag as it's called. Oh, I thought it gone to the side of the track. That's not so good. It's off the racing line, but should someone run deep, you do not want to be hitting a bumper.
Now, that gives us 10 minutes to go. What are they going to do about that? You don't want anybody to hit it. That is, let's say what it is. It's a girder.
It is a girder. Right, I was about to take this moment. Well, let's take a look at the replay. The Michael Whittaker in front. And in behind, that the battle for second place, wait for it, down it goes. At that point you think, okay, the bumper stayed off to the left-hand side, but it hit the pit wall and then came back across the track. I was about to run down the classes during this interregnum as that battle rages on, and at that very moment, I was about to say, leading the roads classes, Ben Colburn, he's 17th overall, he's clear in class by a considerable number of places, but he's got a stop-and-go penalty on one. Presumes that's undercutting the minimum pit stop time. It tends to be.
I think he's got just enough to keep that class position, because we've seen the number 3 Mini out of the race.
In fact, I'm scrolling a long way down to find the other one in the roads class.
1 Mini's out, and is it in the same class as the A30 we saw in trouble?
No, that's in the Leston class for older cars of smaller capacity. So in fact, he should still win class. That's the way to do it. Have a cooling lap into the pits. Well, no cooling lap required for Sam Tordoff. He's sitting here with 8.5 minutes to go, and he's sitting on a very comfortable button. We saw when he was in that four-way battle that he had all the pace, all the race style to have a tilt at victory, but now it's become a whole lot easier for him.
Only car under 230 now is the race leader, as we see the Morris Minor behind, 1949 car, the period green livery of that car. Paint scheme, not a livery.
Yes,
that is a livery.
Well done. That was really good officialdom there, because they waited until there was a big enough gap. The radio message would have come and say, right, earn your corn. Good pace. In fact, tell you what, get up to Glasgow, compete in the Commonwealth Games.
So still this battle though, with the now, we call that semi-lightweight Ford Mustang now. How did it achieve that well?
You don't want to know. I think it actually just eventually shook loose. It had been driven over the curbs so much, particularly coming out of Club Corner, that would have been a degree. But then again, at the start of the race, there was all sorts of contact, small contact, large contact, not just at the opening corner at Cox, but when the cars for the first time got up as Maggots turned sharply right into Beckett's, there was a fair degree of cars running off the circuits, rejoining and just rattling over the infield as well. So that probably started the rot.
The same, by the way, so not part of the C car, another Mustangs appears sideways in the rear of our shot. Not all of these cars period Mustangs. Such is the appeal that you can basically buy one of these from scratch nowadays with period correct parts and go racing like this.
Well, you can't complain when you see the quality of the racing, the fact they have to slide.
Fantastic.
I thought they were about to go either side of the Jaguar. They thought they were going to go either side, but the Jaguar went to the inside. They overtook the Alfa Romeo as well, but this is very good, and it's a place change, a proper place change there. But will it last? That's the question. Can it last? 6.5 minutes remain. Wind picking up here at Silverstone. Bit of waving out of the window there from number 16. That's the Ross Johnson car, but Michael Whittaker, well, he's got a better run through Copse. He'll gain it back. The St Austin A40 up ahead. That will hopefully stay on the left-hand side of our screen, therefore the right-hand side of the track. Yes, it does. Into Maggots they go. This is second place. This is third place. Our race leader, 16 seconds clear. Sam Turdorf in his Ruby Stone red car. Oh, dear.
Trouble.
Mustang at the edge. That's Tom Grindle sharing with Sam Aspey. So theirs has had some mechanical malady.
Yeah, that car was in the top 20, so everybody will shuffle forwards. That should put the Ardbeg Tilly car back into the top 20. Progress, by the way, for Sir Chris Hoy, 18th place for Chris, and he is catching that Mini. That is going to have so he's going to be in 17th, isn't he? Because the Mini's got that penalty coming.
He is, but actually, I'll tell you what, I've been looking at Chris's pace. He's been just chipping away, improving. He's just set that car's fastest lap, which is about 2 seconds faster than his first 2 laps when he came out of the pits. And I would suggest he's going to gain the place, you said, when Ben Colburn comes through. I don't think he's going to have enough time to catch the Law family car, number 70, which is one of the Lotus Cortinas. In fact, talking Lotus Cortinas, the best place is now 7th place overall. It's still Michael Cullen. And Richard Dutton not so far behind, only 3 seconds behind. That is doable.
There is Chris Hoy's car, the number 1 car. And, Chris has been racing now over a decade, yeah. Started in Radicals, had to be supplied with a chassis that was designed around his then, well, particularly trained body for the astonishing feats he had at the handlebars of a bike, Olympic and World Championship competition. But it wasn't too long before we saw him international competition, and he is an ELMS champion, the inaugural ELMS champion in LMP3 with Charlie Robertson for Ginetta.
But when he started his career the year before that in Radicals, he must have got used to a level of handling, and now he's got something entirely different, a car that I did spot him do something he didn't do in his cycling career. I spot him dab the brakes just then in that Ford Falcon. We'll keep it secret.
Yes, absolutely. But he is terrible pun coming, a very decent peddler. And I keep saying it, he is genuinely one of the most impressive human beings on every single level I've ever met.
Yep, I absolutely concur with that.
He is an outstanding individual. The very epitome of the do meet your heroes.
Yeah, well, he's the very epitome of a true sportsman. A true sportsman tends to understand teamwork is involved, even if they're the person pressing the pedals on the bicycle. It's the people around them who help. Oh, we do have a Mini going back into the race. So this is the stop and go for Ben Colburn. He's had his stop, now he's going to do some go.
Yep.
One headlight alight, one not so much.
They do that, so it's a feature.
Is it optional extra?
That's not optional.
It's your standard option.
There's a conversation with someone fairly recently about these lovely little Minis. I've never driven a classic Mini, which is ridiculous for a man of my vintage.
It is. But you just got to. That's the simple answer to that. Simply got to drive a Mini. Better still, race a Mini, because they are super sensational. Derek Drinkwater still going. That car isn't drinking water, it's drinking fuel by the bucket load, but that's fine. It provides all the variety that Chevrolet Impala. But here's our race leader. What's left on the clock? Well, only 3 minutes precisely. And Sam Turdorf, the number 600 Mustang, sitting on a lead of 16 seconds. And the best of the Lotus Cortinas, here it is, Michael Cullen. He's had a bit of a mixed weekend. He had an off in the BMW M3, but he and son Victor having so much fun with their racing. Come across from Ireland. Car. Really pretty. Unusual to see it in that pale blue with the side stripe. But last time I looked, Richard Dutton wasn't far behind. He's only 2 seconds behind. Richard Dutton is chipping away, just coming to the background of the shot with the red flanks on his car. And he too has got company, because tucked in behind is Jonathan Mitchell. So Jonathan Mitchell is the one with the pale blue stripes on his flanks.
They're not messing about any of these three,
well, the top three are covered by 1, 2, 3. That's 2.5 seconds as they go through club.
Fantastic competition. Great depth of field here. The Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, probably not the best to get the classes intertwined.
No, not this circuit. Goodwood is better for doing that because of more twists.
Great class battles.
Absolutely.
Rather than inter-class battles.
And again, for a lot of people, when they if you're a young motorsport fan, you're watching this live, or you've come here to the BRDC Classic, standing trackside, you will be deeply impressed by the engine note on these Ford Mustangs. You may not have heard touring cars with V8 engines. You don't get them in the British Touring Car Championship, for example, but noise is such a visceral thing, and it really is one of these elements as we start the last lap of the race, that if standing trackside is a whole different experience. Standing by the assembly area when the engines fire up, you can see a lot of people suddenly holding onto the metal railings going, whoa,
what's
that's
that?
impressive.
But Sam Tordoff, by the way, two things to say about this performance from him as we watch the second place battle still underway. And what is the last lap? One, his pace has been exceptional throughout this race, but two, they made the right choice to pit him as early as possible, got him out of that fierce four-car battle and gave him the room to make the gap that he's held since that pit stop.
100% so. It also, actually, he came out into fairly clear track as well, but it was getting him out of that four-way battle because it was getting quite tight, quite testy, and Alex Brundle was looking very busy indeed as he worked his way past. He had his problems. In that he had that little run off the track. Jimmy Broadbent is running around in 5th place overall. No chance of changing that position now.
He's held that place well. He's fended off what looked like it might be a challenge to the number 10 car behind, and it's not going to catch him. Certainly not on pace. Jimmy Broadbent stepping into that car, and he's been impressive all weekend in a variety of machinery.
Michael Whitaker, well, it looks like he's going to have to settle for 3rd place overall. This is the final lap of the race. The car in front of him is the car in front of him in the race positions as well. It's the Ross Johnson Mustang, car number 16, the bomb without the rear bumper. But they've had their battle, and number 16 has come through, has become predominant. And Jack Riddell, I thought he might be able to catch them, but no, he's run out of time. He's about 5 seconds further back in 4th place overall. So it's 5 Mustangs in the top 5 positions. Best of the rest, car number 10 is Tom Sharp in another Ford, but of the Falcon shape. And that's in 6th place overall, just ahead of the best of the Lotus Cortinas. 3 of those covered by, as I said, about 3 or 4 seconds. In fact, it's opened out a little bit on this final lap of the race, but it's Michael Cullen leading that in 7th place overall.
The first of the classes, by the way, the number 20 car, that car that had that stop go, has re-emerged, still in the top 20, albeit in 20th place, and is significantly ahead of the lead car in the Leston class, the 27 car. And that is the Austin A40 of Richard Poskins and Matt Jackson. There you go.
And so
Sam Tordoff
comes through.
He's taken
takes the checkered flag, and he's had about a 14-second advantage. But hold on, have we just lost number 16? Because there's Michael Whitaker.
Where is he? What's happened to the 16 car?
He takes 2nd place, and
trouble. Oh dear, right at the end of the race on the final lap, while sitting in a comfortable 2nd place. Is he going to make the flag? I think he's just about going to cruise by and take the flag.
Cruise, he could get out and push faster, but there's the checkered flag. Has he got enough momentum to even get there? Has he run out of fuel? Did that happen coming from Brooklands into Luffield? He makes it over the finish line, but only just... No, I tell you what. 5th place, because Jack Riddell moved up to 3rd, a surprise 3rd, and with Brundle and Broadbent, or Broadbent who's bringing it home, they move up to 4th, so...
Well, surprise 4th place for Jimmy Broadbent, and a surprise 2nd place for the number 49 car.
Well, you could certainly forgive Jack Riddell for just driving back to the paddock, not stopping for a top 3 interview, because he won't have known. He might have spotted that car, but he might not as he was rushing to the finish.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out later.
Okay, let's take a look at others that have finished up into, well, still in 7th place, but winning the Lotus Cortina battle was Michael Cullen. Richard Dutton 1.6 seconds down behind him in 8th place overall. Jonathan Mitchell lost a little bit of ground, but still the 3 of them covered by 3 seconds in the class for the Lotus Cortinas. But here's our race winner, Sam Tordoff. Enjoyed that 4-way battle, and you know what, it was a very, very clever decision. You're quite right, Graham, to decide I'll dive out of that, I'll take my pit stop, and hopefully I'll get a few laps when the others aren't trying to saw the tail end off my car or be attacked by Alex Brundle. It was all fair and square out on the circuit.
Great battle.
It was fabulous, and the sight of those 4 Ford Mustangs at the front of the field chopping and changing position for the first handful of laps, the first 6 or 7 laps, was fantastic.
We'll tell you, by the way, just watching as these cars come through, the next one through will be the 17th place car of Mark Artaud and Sir Chris Hoy. So that car will come through in 17th place. We've got a lot of cars on the lead lap.
We certainly do.
There's
We've got Alfie Briggs watching. His car is not on any lap at all, I'm afraid.
But, in fact, Chris just lost the position at the flag, 18th place.
Oh yeah, so he did. So Carl Tilley has somehow gone past in the Alfa Romeo Giulia GTA, and that was a car we saw shoveled into the gravel, don't forget, at Beckett's on the opening lap of the race, and had to fight its way up the order. I'm afraid we didn't really pick it up as it came through. No, don't go there, A40, go to the other side of the track.
It was 19 cars on that lead lap, you know.
Well, that's quite something. No safety car, nothing like that, and Ben Colburn would have been on the lead lot had he not had that drive-through penalty. So where did it go wrong for the car in second place? Down the Wellington Straight. Where are we coming to next? We saw that shot and all was fine. We cut away to something else, and this is the point as it's picked up. Brooklands can't accelerate. Michael Whittaker must have been going, oh my word, at this point it's still okay. Second has become third. And we're just waiting to see. Okay, into second, there comes Michael Whittaker, white with the black stripe, and then going at almost no pace whatsoever. Third, he must have been hoping. Here's Woodcote. Wait, is it going to be a blue Mustang coming through next? Jack Riddell comes through in dark blue, and also Jimmy Broadbent. And so that Mustang needs clearing. It did get to the finish in 5th place, but for Ross and Johnson, they lost 3rd place, they lost 2nd place, and they lost their rear bumper. So it wasn't all a dream for the pair of them.
Well, that was 45 minutes of Top Hat pre-1966 touring cars. And there is the final results of that race. It's going to be Sam Tordoff that takes the win. Head in his number 600 Mustang of a gaggle of Fords. All 10 cars in the top 10 Fords. Then it's the number 49 of Michael Whittaker, another Mustang. It is the 119, and that is Jack Riddell's Ford Mustang. Then is the Brundle Norton Broadbent car, the Mustang, as it were. Mustangs and Lotus Cortinas with one interloper, the Falcon. And we've got to go all the way down to 17th. It was that last-minute overtake by the Albrecht Tilly Alfa Romeo. That means the first of the cars that doesn't bear the blue oval bears the crest of Alfa Romeo.
But it didn't really matter what you were driving at what point in the race. There was scrap everywhere to be seen, and 19 cars. It would have been 20, including the Mini of Ben Colburn that had got lapped only because it dived in for a drive-through penalty for a misdemeanor during the pit stops, undercutting their time, I believe, is what it was. But the vast majority of the cars got through to the finish. The opening lap, as we will see when we look at the highlights, got very, very busy indeed. Not just at the first corner. We had to restart, and then when we get to, well, effectively the 3rd corner at the 2nd attempt, it got a bit busy as well. But fantastic. And the sight of the Lotus Cortinas scrapping together, but most notably the Ford Mustangs hanging their tails out, sliding, making a great sound. So super appealing. So let's look back and take a look at the highlights of this fantastic Top Hat pre-66 touring car race. It got busy at the start, not for pole starter Sam Tordoff, he was clear, but 2 cars that went for a spin were given a tip by one of the cars trying to come through from behind. It went for a gap that closed, and unfortunately they were the ones that got shoveled to the outside. So really bad luck there, particularly for Andrew Haddon, who's got damaged the whole way down the side of his car. Once we got going again, Sam Tordoff at the front of the field, getting very, very busy indeed. Not everybody staying on the track, because traction wasn't always an issue, but Marco Attard got it going. And how's this for a rotation? The Lotus Cortina driver trying to guess where that Mark II Jaguar is going, coming out of club. It got going again. Then we had a 4-car battle. The blue car of Alex Brundle getting very busy, getting to the front. That's car number 6. Sam Tordoff fought as much as he could. Then it was the time of the pit stop, and this is the moment Sam Tordoff got it right. He decided to come in as early as he could, and then he hasn't quite come in yet, because look how physical this battle was between the 4 of them, going past the slower cars, and it was a real case of, oh, where do I go? Where does the Jaguar go? Up the inside goes Alex Brundle into the lead of the race. At this point, Sam Tordoff must have been thinking, this is getting super crazy. As soon as I can go to the pits, I will go to the pits. That's separated from this trio. And then a bit of a moment for Alex Brundle. Maybe he hit a bit of oil or something there. Certainly got a bit slippery, and he went out of position but came back on. He just did not lift once he went wide. And then one of our 2 minis in the race unfortunately became a 3-wheeler, and that was parked at the side of the race, giving a bit of a moment for young Oliver Kerr there. And a spin for Derek Drinkwater. The lights went out for everyone in the region, but he got that huge Chevrolet Impala back going again. And then it was a charge to the finish. Sam Tordoff was out front in number 600 Mustang. That early pit stop really played, and in behind a really fierce battle between number 49 of Michael Whittaker and also the Ross Johnson car. But how many more corners to go? Just the 2.5 corners. He ran short on juice. Into second place went Michael Whittaker, and at this point the pain hadn't even ended for the Ross Johnson Mustang, because in the flash of an eye, while he was looking for a tiny bit of motive power to get to the checkered flag, 2 more cars came through. Jack Riddell into 3rd place and Jimmy Broadbent into 4th. What a fantastic race, and I'm sure it's going to be some excited people down with Mark Werrell. Let's go and catch some interviews.
Have a chat. You said to me after qualifying that you haven't done a great deal in the car this year. Well, that's blown the cobwebs away, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was good. It was a proper race early on. There was me trying to look after my rear tyres, and I thought it was British touring cars again. So no, it was good. We didn't have the fastest car today. We got crucified in a straight line. So fair play to the guys, because it was the team's decision to. I saw him waving frantically on the pit wall, saying, "Come in, stop now." And I thought that's a good idea, whilst everyone's slowing each other up. And so we did a great pit stop, really quick. We actually, again, thanks to Andrew, because he made me practice this morning, so that paid off well, and much less stressful second half of the race. So
I was going to say, after the pit stop, it sort of seemed a lot easier, but pre-pit stop, the 4 of you fighting for the lead was fantastic.
Yeah, it was good fun. I didn't feel like I was hanging on rather than fighting. It felt like at times, and then Alex got into the lead, and then he went wide a few times, and I was back alongside each other, and then of course you'd look up and there's a back marker in front, and we're side by side, and like, who's going to lift first? So it was a good race, enjoyed it. It was the first race of the year, probably the only race of the year in the Mustang, but we didn't win last year. We got pipped to 2nd place in the new car, so great that we could come back and get that this time.
You say the only race in the Mustang, that means you might be out in the Elan maybe sharing with Dad?
Yeah, me and Dad are going to do the Spa 6 hours in September, which will be a cool little boys trip, so I'm looking forward to that. Andrew's jumping in as the 3rd hand, so he'll do 4 of the 6 hours, and me and Dad will do an hour each. So I'm looking forward to that. We finished 2nd overall actually 3 years ago. So it's a great race, great circuit, and a lovely car.
Well, good look at that one. Well done today. Well done. There's Sam Tordoff. Let's wander this way, because I can see that I've got Mike Whittaker is here chatting now to Andrew Jordan. Thank you, Andrew. Let's grab a quick word with Mike. Mike, talk us through that one. It was busy.
It was busy, yeah, pretty hectic at the start, and then I had sort of good action throughout the race. Got super lucky with a few things there to make up positions at the end and the start, actually. A couple of the quick cars went off at the start. But yeah, that's how it is sometimes. I've had plenty of bad luck before, so it's nice to have it come my way, yeah.
Did you see what happened at the start?
It happened right in front of me, and to be honest, I can't remember. I could see 2 cars coming together, and then I just sort of managed to slam on the brakes, go around them. Very nearly got caught up in it. But it's a flash now. I can't even remember what cars they were. I'll watch it back on the YouTube, yeah.
Well, Colin Sout, who was on pole, was one of them, sadly, and that was him out.
Yeah. They were obviously going to be quick with Jake in as well, and had a bit of luck with the red Mustang conking out at the end there. But had fun throughout the race.
It's been a good weekend on the whole for you.
Yeah, it's been really good. It always is. Can't complain when you're out motor racing with your friends, yeah.
And at Silverstone on a sunny weekend as well. Well done. And where's Jack Ruddle gone? Jack is just behind me here. Jack, smile on your face. 3rd.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'll take that. The Johnson and Ross car obviously retired on the last corner, so managed to pick up 3rd, so massively happy with that.
I think they were probably a little too marginal on fuel.
Yeah, it looked very smoky. I think there's a bit of oil on my windscreen as well, so maybe something big went, but who knows.
What's next up for you? Because we saw you out at the Thruxton Retro a few weeks ago.
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure about the Mustang. I race a Civic as well, the Civic Cup, which I'll be out at Donington in the next few weeks, but I don't know about the Mustang just yet. Maybe Castle Combe towards the end of the year.
Well, good luck at Donington. I'll see you there, because I'll be at that one. So there we go. That's our top 3 from the HRDC Top Hat Series for pre-66 saloon cars. One final race coming up for you at the BRDC Classic here at Silverstone, and that will be for the HSCC Road Sports.
next to me. Oh no, I got places to be. Like me next to you, and you next to me, and you next to me, and you next to me.
Well, quick thank you, by the way, to Mark Worrell. What a fantastic job he's been doing with the 1, 2, 3s coming out.
He hasn't finished yet.
No, he's got one more to come.
Nor have you.
No, we've
2
got
hours and 15 minutes in the booth already, and one race to go.
20 minutes of HSCC Road Sports to come. There's a little bit of clean up with 1 or 2 walking wounded or rolling wounded.
And actually, while we've got a moment or two, just to thank you again for all the heroes in orange, all the marshals, all the volunteers, the helpers, the medical crews and everybody else, the rescue vehicle crews who are responsible for keeping this meeting running, every race meeting running, all the volunteers who give up their time to get trackside, enjoy the racing from very close quarters, and quite often get involved with drivers who have made errors that they perhaps might regret later, or have been the subject of somebody else's incident and end up in strife. So they get a great view, but they are ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. So lots of thanks to all of them.
And by the way, if you have a moment to consider whether or not that might be something you'd like to do, I'm sure any of the clubs would love to hear from you for their training programs to get the best view in motorsports, bar none. Also a moment to say a quick thank you, as he's just finished his final stint, to Bruce Jones. My first time this weekend in a booth with Bruce. He's been on pit lane while I've been in the booth, but what a delight to join him and learn about some of the cars I've never commentated on before.
Well, that's one of the joys of historic racing to me, is that whatever you think you're going to go and see, there's so much else as well, and quite often you'll end up going, oh, that was really good. I had no idea that actually that would be exciting. But motor racing is motor racing. It almost doesn't matter what you're racing.
We always look at, because we've got people like Jimmy Broadbent and others coming into this racing, and people tuning in to watch what they're getting up to, and there will be question on some people's lips, is historic racing always like this? Yes, it genuinely is. I mean, as a
pretty much
as a pro writer coming into these paddocks, yes it is. As somebody who's brought my own family to these kind of race meetings, yes it is. It is open, it is friendly, it is fast moving in terms of the action, being one after the other, as we've got the road sports car on the dummy grid now. Cars on the dummy grid now.
I was just hanging around loafing before the Top Hat GT cars and chatting away, and I was collared by an old friend of the family, in the loosest term, friend and family, Robin Liddell.
Oh wow,
who you and I, yeah, he's
here.
Wow. He's a BRDC member, of course, and so he's sort of watching from the grandstands, watching from the BRDC suite, but basically wandering around, and bumped into, to his surprise, a large number of people that he knew from his pro racing career.
Absolutely.
And I said, hang on a minute, how come you're not out there in the Camaro? And he went, I really fancy a go at this. I just sort of don't know really where to start. But again, top flight pro racing driver, spent most of his career racing in the US, but is looking at this going, this is very cool. Well, how can I get involved?
He's now effectively, I think, team principal at Rebel Racing in the United States, racing GT4 and GT3 cars. Aston Martin nowadays.
Yeah.
The Camaros, I think, have been parked. That GT4 program is done.
But they're of an era where they need to be out in Endurance Legends. Get one of them shipped over. Firehawk,
Well, Derek DePue, I'm sure,
Cup.
would be very welcome to start with at HSR, and would absolutely be welcome having a weekend away here. So overcast, and we can see that cloud cover is coming over, and temperatures will be coming down.
Hang on, is this just because I'm going to be on the beach at Bournemouth tomorrow?
Absolutely.
Just stop doing that English summer if you don't mind. I've got 3 weeks where I'm going on 3 different little bits of holiday. I do not want it to be miserable. No, it's going to be 25 degrees and sunny tomorrow
That's
in
exactly
Bournemouth.
what you
That's
need.
exactly what I want to say. That'll be ice creams and chips on the beach. Richard Plant starts on pole position for our final race. I can't believe we've actually got there this quickly in his Morgan +8. Fraser Gibney's Lotus Elan S1 will start alongside him. And then a very unusual Lotus in racing terms, the Eclat of Samuele Narcisco. That's the big blue wedge. Russell Patterson alongside in his Morgan +8. Tony Reilly in a silver, well, pale blue actually, Lotus Elan, and Nick Strong in a bright red Marcos 3-litre GT. Gary Lapidou, you'll hear him long before you see him in the C3 Corvette Stingray and the Alfetta of George Osborne, the first Italian car. And behind him, perhaps the prettiest, is the Ferrari 308 GTB at Christopher Compton Goddard in Gulf colours, if you don't mind, with the tiny Alpha Sud of Sam Fish alongside. Some of these names will be very familiar, drivers as well as cars. Barry Ashdown and Peter Mickelwright on the next row in Lotus Elan Series 1s, and Neil McFadden is the first of the E-Types. An Alfa Romeo Sud Sprint for Tom Hendry, another one of our Italian stallions. Philip Sinclair Tisdall in his Morgan +8, and Peter Hawes Porsche 924 starts alongside him. We're barely halfway through the grid as we get to the 911 of Andrew Walton, Paul Wallace's Alfa Romeo Julius Sprint GT, because that lane's not long enough, and then the very much developed GT Am of Andy Hill with Jonathan Wagstaff's GTV alongside him. We're deep in Italian territory, and the interloper Porsche 924 of Simon Baines, but back to Alphas with James Whelan's GT Junior. 2000 or 2-litre GTV of Will Morton, and the TVR Grand Tourer Mark III of Martin Stowe will be alongside him. A 1715 GTV of Ben Brain and a Julius Sprint GT alongside him, driven by Ray Arms, part of the 105 Racing Cup. Wayne Bocock's 2-litre GT Sprint Veloce, and Tom Owen's TVR Vixen is the 28th on the grid. Another Vixen for Paul Brown right alongside and behind him, and Sean McClurg in another Julius Sprint GT starts 30th. We have 40 cars on the grid, so more Italian stallions. Tom Pringle and the TVR 3000M of Peter Connell that failed to finish yesterday. Hopefully that'll behave itself a bit better. A row of Julius Super TIs, Nick Peart and Harrison Compton Goddard, the son of Christopher, and then Thomas Waite in his Alfetta, and Tony Ross in an R. Was it Tony Ross's 3000M that failed to finish yesterday? One of the two did. I'm now thinking it's Tony Ross. John David Bird, MGB Roadster, Adam Brindle, Austin Healey 100M, and Tony Sigg in his Honda S800 Coupe, the bright green car. And the final car on the grid, John Williams in his 911 SC, and that car should be a lot further up, but didn't finish yesterday. The Honda failed to proceed all the way through as well. So 20 minutes for the HSCC Road Sports category. All these cars with lights, numbers and MOTs. They must all be road drivable. They are all road drivable, even if some of them might be a little uncomfortable on the road, a little noisy and perhaps a little hot. You may not want to be putting your kids in.
Wait till this race gets underway before I ask a question I simply don't know the answer to. You just mentioned a driver, and it's jumped up my ears perking up.
All right.
We're about to go.
We are about to go. There's quite a lot of spaces in the field. I'm not entirely sure that everybody was ready to go green this time round, but they should have been. 20 minutes of HSCC Road Sport action is underway to bring the curtain down on the BRDC Festival this Classic this weekend. Fraser Gibney's Lotus Elan not making a great start. It was +8 to the 4. Richard Plant from pole, and Russell Patterson, the blue machine, dark blue car, looked to be going into second place. Samuele Narcisco, in fact, has made it through into second in the wedge-shaped blue Lotus Eclat. The Alpha Sud is taking a slightly different line through the Beckett's S's there, comes on behind the thrower. In fact, it wasn't the Alpha Sud, that was an Alpha Sud Sprint Veloce coming back on in front of the first of our Porsche 924s. But it is the poleman Richard Plant from the man who started behind him and finished third yesterday, Samuele Narcisco, in that blue Lotus Elan. And Gary Lapidou, who likes a big block, doesn't he? He had a 5-litre Formula 5000 car earlier. He's got a 7-litre big block Chevy in the front of that C3 Corvette, and he's already jumped from 7th on the grid to 4th position, to 3rd place rather, ahead of the 2nd of the Morgans.
keep an eye on this battle. The name that occurred is Ray Arms. Ray Arms is a British touring car driver from the late 80s, isn't he? Honda Civic, if I remember, and a class winner multiple times. Now 74 years young, if it's the same guy. And by the way, the man that designed the current tomato ketchup label.
I thought you were going to say de-tomato ketchup, but we avoided that one. So Richard Plant leads from Samuele Narcisco, the Corvette of Gary Lapidou, then Russell Patterson, then Nick Strong, who started in 6th position in the red Marcus. There it is, the V6 Essex-engined Marcus rather than the earlier 1800. And there is the fabulous Ferrari 308 GTB of Christopher Compton Goddard. If you had a 308, would you go racing it? Well, if you were Christopher Compton Goddard, you definitely would do. They are a racing family, father and son, both on this road sports grid. Not the only cars they've raced either. And Gary Lapidou with that Corvette, writhing under braking. He doesn't mind going. The Corvette's not so big on woeing, though.
Yeah, the big loser, by the way, off the blocks has been Fraser Gibney from second on this grid, and now back into, I think, 6th place.
Yeah, he's up to 5th place now. He's just jumped ahead of Neil McFadden in that E-Type, so slipped up one spot, but you're right, Neil McFadden actually started 13th, so he and Fraser Gibney were 11 places apart and have now met in the middle between the two of them. Up to second goes the Corvette. This is going to be Formula 5000 versus Formula 2 cars. You've got a 7-litre Corvette and you've got a 2.2-litre Lotus XL, which will turn and stop better than the Corvette. Its big problem, the Lotus, is the Corvette has got 5 more litres when it comes to the straight bits at Silverstone, and there are enough of those to make this a bit of an uneven battle. So Gary Lapidou up to 2nd place, Samuele Narcisco in 3rd spot. This will be a battle that has been played out many times over the years. Big horsepower, and we're looking even at the Morgan Plus 8s with their Rover-based engines. And here comes the E-Type again. This is Niall McFadden, just breezing by Fraser Gibney in a straight line with the E-Type. The Lotus underpowered here, 1598cc compared to the 3.8-litre Jag, so on the straight obviously it's giving away loads even in standard form, but the Jag won't be quite as nimble in the twists and turns, and Fraser Gibney finished in 2nd place yesterday behind Richard Plant in the car that now leads.
It's almost cartoon-like, isn't it? The Morgan with the Corvette about twice as wide as this car, and with an awful lot more power but less nimble in the turns, and it's going to be about trying to get that V8 rumble.
Well, you've got America's sports car chasing Malvern's sports car.
Yes.
And that's the size of the production as well, pretty much. I mean, the Morgan obviously steeped in history, not that the Corvette isn't. In fact, the original Corvette Stingray Grand Sport, I gather, is going up for sale shortly. The car that raced in the Bahamas, designed by Zora Arkoff-Dontov, who designed the Corvettes and the V8 engines that went into them, and the Corvette just steams by down the straight. The engine literally twice the size of the Rovers. So, you know, there's a bit of a horsepower advantage there. Gary Lapidou, well, he's dialed himself nicely into the Silverstone circuit a couple of times in various different cars, and he is out front now.
It's the kind of car where you literally do worry about the price of a barrel of crude, but away he goes. In terms of straight line pace, he's got all of it.
Well, luckily it's only a 20-minute race, so he doesn't have to visit a petrol station on the way round. Here comes the Jaguar versus Elan battle once more. McFadden just holding on in front of Nick Strong there.
No, he was ahead, and the Jag had to go by him, so he'd got through the complex. The little bit of a waggle there with the defence from the Jaguar, opening up the possibility for the Marcos to get on 2 terms with the plucky little Elan.
Yeah, Marcos is steaming up there. Nick Strong in the Marcos trying to get through. Fraser Gibney being dropped there by Niall McFadden. Nick Strong trying to go by the Lotus as the E-Type did, and Gary Lapidou fastest race lap, 2 minutes 29.0 compared to a 2:30 of Richard Plant, so he's 1.2 seconds quicker. And here comes the Marcus again, using that 3-litre V6 Ford power down the straight. It's a svelte looking, elegant profile of the Marcos GT, designed and built in Melksham in Wiltshire by Jem Marsh.
Indeed. And, race cars, much later years, built by Goodyear.
Actually not built by Goodyear, built by Viking Engineering.
Raced by Goodyear.
Raced by Goodyear, and he is still racing one. He reckons he is now, in his current Mark 6, because he's got 2 or 3 of them, he reckons he's now done over 500 races in those alone of the 1,000 races he has started. A lot of them will have been in Mark's Viking Engineering cars. The Eurotech team basically was Viking Engineering. They raced in the FIA GT Championship 20 plus years ago.
Yeah, British GT, we saw those cars as well. Callum Lockie's on this grid, and he was a big part of that with Core.
And then they developed into the LM500s, the LM600s. I mean, basically,
the one-make cars.
That 1970s Marcos, but on a massive steroid bodybuilding program.
Well, one of those cars, by the way, was still in contemporary competition just a few years ago with Top Cats Racing, albeit with a Chevy big block in the front of those cars, now pretty much retired.
Well, those cars, the TVRs, the DeWalt TVRs, all of those cars that raced at Le Mans as well, hello, endurance icons, ding, 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 we're calling.
Right.
I mean, there are so many cars in private hands that have got nowhere to go and deserve to be seen. Richard Plant under pressure now from Samuele Narcisco. This is yesterday's race leading battle. These two at it. Now, Gary Lapadou has gone in the Corvette. Can't quite remember what happened to him yesterday.
He broke, the car broke.
It didn't
stop.
Yeah.
So he pulled over and was looking at the car in a funny way.
About a lap from the end, and not funny, ha-ha,
no.
So he's leading again. It managed 7 of 8 laps yesterday. Let's see if it can do all the distance this time.
2:26 this time, so much quicker than anybody around him. But this is a battle for second place. This is 2 great British marks, of course, Morgan and Lotus,
and
both still with us.
Each of these will be leading their own class. Richard Plant leading his class, and Samuele Narciso also leading his class.
It is a point. We'll keep an eye on the action here. Morgan, most recently International Motorsports, it's a badged version of an LMP2 car, of course. Lotus, now owned by Chinese company Geely, who are hardly tipped to enter the hypercar class.
A Lotus hypercar and a Lotus LMGT3 would both be very enticing prospects, wouldn't they?
Well, let's wait. It's a bit of hashtag wait and see. We simply don't know what the plans are there.
Well, Geely own a lot of brands, not just Chinese brands,
Volvo,
some of which we
Polestar.
Still haven't heard of, but Volvo and Polestar. I mean, again, you know, when Ford bought Stewart Grand Prix and turned it into Jaguar Racing, the opportunity to have Land Rover Formula One, I mean, went begging. Well, but we could have a Volvo hypercar. That I would love. Going by the little Honda S800, the most diminutive car on the grid, not just in weight and dimensions, but also just under 800cc. That Honda.
Under 800 kilos as well, that car.
Revs to about 12,000 RPM.
The other option, by the way, for Geely, which could be utterly hilarious, is one of the other companies that is owned by the company. A big lock up there for the LEVC, the builders of the black cabs. Now that would be something worth watching.
Well, that I would love, because then a hypercar team based in an industrial state in the middle of Coventry would be absolutely right up my street.
Not the quickest in a straight line, but fantastic turning circuit.
And can get more than one person in. So great for VIP hot laps. Okay, back to the action. Goodness me. Did we get distracted down a bypass there? We did. Gary Lapadou, another fastest race lap. 2 minutes 25.9.
Romping away.
And currently, this Plant and Narcisco battle, they're both doing 2 minute 30s.
They are being caught, by the way, by the 4th place car. Now McFadden is up to 4th in the 166
in the E-Type.
Machine. Yes.
Yeah, he's 4.3 seconds back. He's only lapping a whisker quicker than these guys, a couple of tenths, and literally that's because he's not got anybody to fight. There he is in the background. He's dispensed with Fraser Gibney's Lotus Elan, and Fraser Gibney's Lotus not really kind of where it was yesterday. It was in second place yesterday, but he's under pressure from the other +8, Russell Patterson right behind, and from the Marcus of Nick Strong. So Fraser Gibney's car not singing to the same hymn sheet today as it was yesterday.
Has gone by that Morgan on the previous lap, is gapping him, but you're right. Now he's in clear air. I'll be interested to see what pace he's got, but there are under 9 minutes to go. And that's an Alpha GTV looking absolutely beautiful and stationary.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can enjoy its classic lines because it ain't going past very fast.
No blurring at all.
No, exactly. I always used to say that my Mini was ideal for sponsors because all the fans would have plenty of time to read the sponsors' logos. That was George Osborne. No, not that George Osborne. At least, I don't think so. His Alfetta GTV. 1975 Alpha. An absolute classic of its kind. And
Indeed.
not just because it's broken down at the side of the road. 37 leads 73. Patterson ahead of Strong. E-Type ahead, beg your pardon, +8 ahead of Marcus. There is the E-Type going out very wide indeed. Niall McFadden.
Catching, without a doubt.
Well, he was. That will have cost him half to 3/4 of a second, that moment alone. And again, he's locking that unladen left front tyre as he comes down into Brooklands. Yeah. Isn't it just? Still, if I won the lottery, a nice E-Type fixed head coupe, Series 2, that would be absolutely.
Do you fit in
my
one of
car.
those?
I would make it fit. I do, because it's not as small as a Lotus, and I've driven Esprits, but yeah, an E-Type is. Do you need anything else? Do you really need anything else? I'm not sure you do.
Richard Plant, by the way, has begun to gap just a little the Lotus Cyclap.
Yeah.
So Samuele Narcisco is struggling at this stage, and that Elan is getting away from the second Morgan.
Well, that might mean maybe that the Elan is dropping back towards the Jaguar, as so it should, and the Elan, as you say, Fraser Gibney just creeping away a fraction from the Patterson Morgan.
Lotus, Morgan and Marcos, three famous British makes in line astern now.
Yep.
And then another Lotus, and then not British, Ferrari.
Indeed, in non-British colours as well. Was there ever a Gulf liveried Ferrari? I have to say I don't know of one, but somebody may well have
Answers on a postcard too.
Well,
we'll be off air before you can answer.
There is now, obviously.
Yes, obviously.
Although he's gone with the colour scheme, but without risking litigation with the big round Gulf logo in the centre of the bonnet. So here is Russell Patterson. That's traditional looking Morgan +8. And they're going past another bunch of our 105 class cars. Who is leading the 105 class? I think that might just have been the leader there, actually. No, it's a pale blue GT Am. So it wasn't that 105.
The 33 car.
Julia.
Yes, indeed.
So he's a little bit further ahead. The GT Am looks like a GTV, but again, it's been on a bodybuilding program, not quite as extreme, but with wide, rounded front and rear arches being the real giveaway. A little bit like, if you know what a Sebring MGC looks like, or a Forest Arts Ford Escort, perhaps.
As we can hear it, we may as well talk about it. Through goes Gary Lapidou. It's another fastest lap. It's a 2:25.450. It's just, apologies, it's not. It's just gone through in a 2:25.835.
Oh,
so
completely off the boil. 4/10 slower than his previous lap. Traffic what?
We'll say that drifting in through the open door, it's the smell of something that definitely is burning oil.
Well, that's not a surprise, to be honest, with quite a lot of 70s cars circulating.
First time this weekend.
Most of them running on a total loss oil system.
That Jaguar is catching the Lotus in third.
There is the mighty Corvette. I would call it Rolling Thunder, but it's less rolling and more...
Thunder.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not rolling slowly, is it? It's absolutely flying thunder, but that's not a thing. There's Richard Plant in second place, and again, just creeping away from the Lotus of Samuele Narciso.
McFadden got away in that Jaguar 2 seconds back now from the Lotus, and last time around 2 seconds quicker.
Was he indeed? My goodness. Well, that again, part of that is where you're catching these Alpha Julias, like Carnival 110 there. And again, you can see this E-Type regularly raced, not regularly Carnival 166. Gaffer tape doing all the heavy lifting there.
And dealt with that traffic very neatly as well. I think he's going to be with this battle.
Well, that fell nicely for him, didn't it? He caught the Alpha in just the right kind of place.
Well, there you go.
And it is equidistant. It's not actually equidistant second to third to fourth, because third is closer to fourth than he is now to second. Samuele Narciso in that Lotus.
3.5 minutes to go on the clock, so it's going to be this lap and one more?
Yeah, I would think so. Well, yeah, because Gary Lapidou hasn't, that's not him just coming past us, but he's not going to be far away, is he?
Well, keep an eye on his lap time against where he is. It is going to be...
Well, he will be going
two
past
more.
us in about 15 seconds, 10 seconds maybe, because he is off the Wellington Straight and into Luffield as these guys come onto the Wellington Straight.
I think it's going to be two more.
So he will cross the line before we run out of time with 2 minutes 50.
There he goes.
You heard it with your own ears. 2 minutes 45. He's lapping in 2 minutes 25. He can afford to slow down by 20 seconds and still not get caught, but he'll want to do two more laps. I mean, the way he's driving does not suggest that he needs a wee or he's left the gas on.
No, indeed.
He is absolutely reveling in this car the same way that he did in the Derek Bell Trophy in his Formula 5000 Chevron.
Now, all of a sudden, the Eclat has caught the Morgan again.
Right, is traffic to blame there? It might well be, as they come out of Copse Corner, heading over the brow through Maggots.
Morgan's got a problem. Morgan's got a problem.
Morgan has got a problem. Richard Plant, yesterday's race winner, is slowing dramatically and may not make it all the way through. And he was looking for somewhere to go there. And unfortunately, the E-Type of Niall McFadden was on the outside when he wanted to pull off into the Beckett's S's. He's looking for a marshal's post. He's okay. The Mog has gone sick.
And that has opened up a bigger gap, by the way, behind the Lotus. That might well have saved the Lotus the possibility of a battle to the flag.
And that means that Samuele Narciso, who finished third yesterday, may well be elevated a step further up the podium this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a highly unusual car to see in any form, but certainly racing. Can't believe there's more than that one racing worldwide.
Somebody somewhere will have over the years, but you're right. I mean, it's not a very familiar car. One of the great things about the Lotus is that if you change the cruciform chassis and replacements are available, the rest of it is GRP, it's fiberglass, and so rust is not a major issue with these cars. And there are a couple of extremely well-known Lotus specialists who will keep anything alive. You can daily drive cars, that's what they were made for.
Now, he's lifted off, but I don't think 20 seconds off.
No, 2:29 last time round, but again, partly affected by traffic, Gary Lapidou.
31 seconds to go, and he's in the final.
Well, unless he hoiks on the handbrake and parks it here now, he's going to do one more lap again.
Couple of donuts here.
Yeah,
maybe
there we
not.
go. P1 plus 25. That's the sort of pit board that makes you want to go quicker, isn't it? Although, actually, it does look like he may possibly have selected Top Gear. That would be interesting to see what the instant fuel readout on the car.
I think it's probably fast moving.
Whether it's in fractions.
And where's the Jaguar?
Well, it's dropped away, hasn't it?
Where is the Jaguar? Was not in that shot.
No.
One. There it is. So lifted off dramatically.
Or got caught in traffic. So he's going past one of the TVRs, there's another one behind. I wonder if he got caught in traffic, maybe just at the bottom of the Wellington Straight. Running out wide there, well, they all seem to be taking the unapproved line there. Put the gravel back, that's what I say.
A couple of cars pushing on, by the way, behind the lead trio. It is the 36 car. Fraser Gibney, his Lotus Elan is back in the mix here.
Yeah, 7 seconds behind the Jaguar. So unless something dramatic happens to the E-Type, and the E-Type is still there, that's not Fraser Gibney.
No.
Top of the picture behind the wall, that's
There
where
he is.
he is. He's coming round the second of the TVR Grand Tours.
With the 73 Marcos right with him.
Oh yeah, well, not too far behind, that's for sure. And Patterson in the Morgan actually is much more of a threat, because that gap was 1.6 seconds at the beginning of the lap and no longer is. So Fraser Gibney with Russell Patterson, car number 73, that dark blue Morgan behind him. Time has run out. Time has run out for the HSCC Road Sports. Time has run out as well for the BRDC Classic. We are on the last lap of the inaugural BRDC Classic, coming to the end of a fabulous weekend of racing here at Silverstone. Certainly not hindered by the weather. And here is Gary Lapidou. He will be our last race winner as he threads his way through traffic. If you can thread something as big as the Nimitz, I'm not entirely sure. Plough, perhaps, would be the word.
But impressive.
It's absolutely a fabulous looking thing. Name me something more American, I'll wait. The checkered flag is out. Gary Lapidou is the race winner. He takes victory in the second race for the HSCC Road Sports, and a dominant victory that could perhaps have been his yesterday in the mighty Corvette Stingray C3. And in second place, a British way of going sports car motoring, the little Lotus Eclat.
Jaguar's back with him. It's not going to get there, but it's going to be close.
Well, two very different ways of having family motoring. The 2+2 E-Type or the Eclat. The Eclat, a proper four-seater. And Samuel Narciso comes across the line in second place. The Jaguar right behind him with Niall McFadden there. The gap at the line just 0.7 of a second.
And what about the little Elan, second place yesterday?
Yeah.
Where does that comes through?
Yeah, Elan in third place. No, the Jags in third, yeah. Fraser Gibney in fourth place. And Russell Patterson in the Morgan in fifth position.
Cracking battle.
Chris Thompson Goddard, a class winner as well in the 44 Ferrari 308. So he wins his class. And there are classes based on age, size, capacity, specific output, position of cigarette lighter. There are all sorts of things that differentiate between these cars in the HSCC Road Sports, but predominantly they are still road legal cars. So you can modify it, but it still has to have an MOT. It still has to be road legal. That's the whole point of road sports. Road going sports car championships. Not once were road sports, are road sports.
So just to recap, after the final race of what's been an absolutely fantastic weekend of racing, we've had Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula Junior, Formula 5000, Formula Atlantic. And that's just the single-seaters we've seen this weekend. On top of that, touring cars from 3 different eras.
Well, sports cars spanning a century.
Pretty much.
Literally a century.
And
so, yeah, from the earliest days of motor racing right through to the 21st century.
250 competition cars on track from Motor Racing Legends and a number of other supporting clubs, including HSCC and their Road Sports products. It's been a cracking way to finish the entertainment this weekend. A nice crowd, lots of families. Great to see that at this brand new meeting, which will surely grow. We heard earlier you were talking to Sean Lynn, and clearly the planning for next year starts now.
Yeah, absolutely. And the response has been very gratifying, I think, for all of the organisers, for Stuart Pringle and his team at Silverstone Circuits, but also for Sean Lynn, for MRL, who have really put up so many of the grids here, for the HSCC, for HRDC as well, who have brought grids of cars here, the historic Formula Junior Association. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable weekend, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. The weather's been great, and the final race was equally thrilling. Again, it is the Corvette of Gary Lapidou who wins it. Samuel Narciso second in the Lotus Eclat, and Niall McFadden finishing in third place in the Jaguar E-Type, ahead of a Lotus, a Morgan and a Marcos. I look towards Graham for a more diverse top 10, because there was only 2 cars from one mark, only 2 Lotuses in the top 10. Everything else was from a different mark, and we didn't get any of the Alphas in there either. Alphas are plenty throughout the field. It was thoroughly entertaining racing from start to finish, all the way down the order, and a great indication of how healthy club racing can be in the UK if you throw the doors wide open and welcome competitors. And I think that's been the overriding feeling of this meeting, actually, is the welcome to competitors from all of the organising groups. And that's what makes this fun, because the competitors respond in kind.
Yep, if you've been competing, well done. Great race meeting. Here are a few of the highlights and the lowlights. If you've been here along to watch trackside, thank you for coming. And if you're watching online, come next year. You won't regret it. Fabulous atmosphere here in the paddock, in the spectator areas, on the spectator banks. And this is an event, you can feel it, can't you, Martin? And it's just going to get bigger and better.
It just feels organic and on a very personal level as well. Lots and lots of smiling faces. Of course, the fact that it's not raining horizontally definitely helps, but it is the warmth of the welcome, I think, from everybody at Silverstone Circuits and everybody else responsible for this BRDC Classic that has just been thoroughly enjoyable. So our thanks as well also to our camera crews who have been out for long days in some pretty warm conditions, and to the production team downstairs for making sure that everything got on air, got on the stream, and hopefully has brought a lot of eyes towards what has been a thoroughly enjoyable weekend of motorsporting action.
I'm sure we're going to hear a little bit more from Mark Werrell, but I want to say again a thank you to Mark. Great to see him in good health and back with us and providing great stuff from the collecting area. And since he's finished his final stint, Bruce Jones, what an absolute pleasure to be working alongside him. You and I see probably too much of each other in a given year. Not enough is seen.
I don't think you see half enough of me.
But it's been what a pleasure to do something a little bit different on a weekend, and that's what I think you should do if you're listening and watching. Come and do something different. Come and watch historic racing. You won't regret it.
Well, I think every one of these grids has offered in itself something different. There's not been a single make grid, and that's one of the joys of historic racing, is that you mix and match all sorts of cars from roughly similar eras, and some of them from actually quite disparate eras, but the variety of machinery, if you just look at any one of those races, is breathtaking. And the preparation and the dedication of the teams and the drivers, second to none. Final time then, let's catch up with Mark Werrell.
Grab a word with Gary. Gary, back of the grid to 7th yesterday, 7th to the win today.
Yeah, it was challenging. Yesterday was probably more exciting and more, encourages you to work harder. So today, didn't push it quite as hard because I just didn't. These cars easily break. They're quick, but we call them agricultural, and they will break.
It's a proper mechanical device, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's a mechanical device. I don't know how proper they are, but yeah, no, it's a beautiful piece of kit, but if you push them too hard, they'll break. The brakes don't last. So I was just taking it a little easy today to make sure I had brakes at the end. But I want to thank the HSCC for inviting me in to do this race, because it's just a lovely car, and the sound that it makes and the opportunity to run the car unsilenced is just mega, because we don't get that many opportunities to run it unsilenced.
It's been wonderful to see and hear. It's a rocket ship in a straight line as well.
It is, and then the challenge is getting it stopped at the end of the straight.
One thing I did notice, that because you've got such a torquey engine in that car, you're heading into Cops, and I didn't hear you go down a gear at all for Cops.
No, it's got so much grunt, you could probably drive the whole course in 4th if you wanted to. It wouldn't be the fastest way, but you certainly could do it.
Well done on the win. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's grab Samuele Narciso, who is just heading over to me now. You were involved in a good little battle with the Morgan before it retired, of Richard Plant.
Speak a little slowly, I'm Italian. I'm sorry.
You had a good battle with the Morgan before it stopped?
Yes, I tried to raggiungerlo and surpass him, but he had a problem, and I don't know what he had, but I'm happy.
The circuit, tell us about, what do you think of Silverstone?
Silverstone is the biggest circuit I ever raced in, and the organization, all is perfect.
Well done.
Thank you.
Complimenti. Let's grab a quick word with Niall McFadden as well. Where's Niall gone? Oh, he's here. He's behind me, Niall. Niall, you had a little bit of work to do, qualifying down 13th on the grid. Here you are on the podium. You got on with it.
I know, yeah. Well, I did my best. Everyone's very kind to me to let me back in after I blew an engine on another car, so I came in as an invitation class, and I'm very appreciative to be allowed in.
The E-Type is a glorious car to drive around Silverstone Grand Prix circuit.
It is, yeah. And you just got to get your tyre pressures right and your suspension setup right, and then it's very enjoyable. And if you don't do that, it's not.
But you slowly pick them off. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No problem. And I'm going to see if I can just grab a very quick word with Stephen Gibney, wherever he is. I don't know what he looks like, but I'm going to... Stephen, Fraser Gibney, I should say. We need to have a chat with you because the first three cars were invitation class, so you're the first of the 70s road sports home.
Oh, yes. Well, there you go. Yeah, the historic road sports shouldn't really have these cars, but I'm delighted that, I had a cracking race, terrible start, and, just managed to hold on to my position. I had to battle back through to try and get back, and then obviously I think Richard must have fallen off, or I don't know what happened.
I think it was mechanical.
Mechanical, was it? Yeah, so real shame. But no, it's a brilliant advertisement for historic road sports, and it's great to be here. An amazing grid, wonderful circuit, brilliant event. It's brilliantly organised, and it's just a joy to be here.
We've loved having you, and hopefully we'll see you back here next year. So that's the final driver we're going to chat to here at the BRDC Classic at Silverstone. So I'll say goodbye from Parc Ferme, and we'll go back for the final time to the commentary box.
Well, thank you. Well done, Mark Werrell. Thank you very much indeed. You will see and hear Mark around all sorts of different circuits around the UK, if you're not familiar with his work. Those of you who have been at the circuit are watching this on Tuesday or Wednesday with a beer in your hand, seeing the bits that you missed because they didn't happen at your corner. Your track announcers this weekend were the indomitable Paul Truswell and Alistair as well, upstairs in the booth with Mark doing the interviews for them and for TV. So, yeah, fantastic. Actually, Fraser Gibney just kind of said everything that we want to say, but without being partisan, without actually being part of the organisation. And that's what I've heard from so many different drivers and teams, that they have really felt that it has been a very friendly, welcoming, well-organised, well put together, and really thoughtful race meeting.
There's so many people that we'd love to say thank you to, but there's not enough time because we've got to go home. But the Motor Racing Legends group, their spectacular group, has been built up by Sean Lynn. Without a doubt, all the other organising groups that have brought these grids and built these grids, you heard some of those stories in the immediate aftermath there, and to the team at Silverstone Circuit. There is a will to make this something special and to build for the future, and every single person logging on and watching, and in particular those that have come through the gates, are helping that. They'll want to hear what you think, whether it's good, bad or indifferent, and that will, I'm sure, happen in the coming weeks. For now, from me, thanks for inviting me. I've had an absolute ball. It's a little bit off beam for my usual day job, but I've had a thoroughly entertaining 3 days.
Every time you do something new, you learn lots, don't you? And that's one of the joys of it, and so many new categories coming out here as well. And I think the ones that Motor Racing Legend has launched here, Endurance Icons and GP Icons, those are absolutely going to grow exponentially, because the grid that they have assembled just for a demonstration race for both categories has been first class, and with the support of Goodyear as well, I think those are going to grow. So from all of us here, thank you very much for joining us wherever you have watched, are watching, or will catch up with the highlights. For those of you who we have maligned, hello Martin Short, apologies again, but thanks very much for being with us. On behalf of the entire production crew, everybody at MRL, the other organising clubs and Silverstone circuits, from the inaugural BRDC Classic, that went very well, right? We'll edit that out later. From the inaugural BRDC Classic, it's goodbye from all of us, and hopefully we will see you all in person next year.